fed into the Clinton conspiracy that she was the one pushing this, actually was Russian disinformation.
Democrats are sick and tired of showing up to fights with the wrong weaponry. We've been pushed around by Mitch McConnell and the Republicans for far too long. And of course, we're going to take the opportunity when we see it to redistrict in a way that is favorable to us. We would be stupid not to. But it doesn't change the facts on the ground. There was a bill in 2021 that all the Democrats supported that would have had a national ban on redistricting in this way. And all the Republicans opposed it.
Well, I think they've abandoned the state. Nobody's seen anything like it, even though they've done it twice before. And in a certain way, it almost looks like they've abandoned the state. It looks very bad. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Should the FBI get involved? Should the FBI get involved?
Well, they may have to. They may have to. No, I know they want him back. Not only the Attorney General, the governor wants him back. If you look, I mean, the governor of Texas is demanding they come back. So a lot of people are demanding they come back. You can't just sit it out. You have to go back. You have to fight it out. That's what elections are all about.
President Obama directed that a National Security Council meeting be called to talk about Russia. They were tasked to create an intelligence assessment that detailed how Moscow tried to influence the election, not if, but how. And this was the beginning of this manufactured intelligence assessment where they knowingly wrote things in this assessment that were false, and they knew they were false.
I mean, I think the Mamdani policies, the policies that you've mentioned fighting for, I think stands out for me as examples of the kind of work that we need to be doing.
A Trump administration source telling The Angle that a criminal investigation of Adam Schiff is underway, conducted by U.S. Attorney's Office in Maryland for possible charges involving mortgage fraud. Now, this follows the story we broke last month when the Federal Housing Finance Agency sent a criminal referral to the DOJ alleging that Schiff, in multiple instances, falsified bank documents and property records to acquire more favorable loan terms. In a 2011 affidavit signed by the then California congressman, he certified that a property in Montgomery County, Maryland, is his primary residence. He also owns a condo in Burbank, California, which he's also claimed is his primary residence, and said so in 2023 during his campaign for Senate.
Do you agree that the heir apparent to MAGA is J.D. Vance?
Well, I think most likely, in all fairness, he's the vice president. I think Marco is also somebody that maybe would get together with J.D. in some form. I also think we have incredible people, some of the people on the stage right here. So it's too early, obviously, to talk about it, but certainly he's doing a great job, and he would be probably favored at this point.
The Charlie Kirk Show.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America. And get this, did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country. I am back in mission control here in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. It is the Bitcoin.com studio and not the mobile Bitcoin.com studio. It is the actual Bitcoin.com studio. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We are honored to be with you as always. There's so much news happening. We have Lieutenant General Michael Flynn joining us in just a couple of moments about Russiagate, about Obamagate, and the path forward on whether we're going to indict John Brennan, James Comey, or Barack Obama. What is the game plan? What does he know? We're going to dive into that. But first, amazingly, crime is actually going down across the country. The Donald Trump effect is real. The more that we do mass deportations, the more that criminals know that they might end up getting a prison sentence, the more that we're seeing the rate of violent crime decrease. But that is not stopping, of course, all violent crime. Washington, D.C. is no different. Washington, D.C., we saw a massive increase in carjackings when we just decided to stop policing. Now, let's just take a step back. I was recently asked to give advice to a group of Republican lawmakers and donors. They said, Charlie, what is the issue that you think Republicans should own and should be known for? I said, honestly, we should be much tougher on crime. We need more people in jail. We need more arrests. We need no, let's just say, ease. We need no accommodation to criminals. People do not like criminals. Make liberals defend them and celebrate them. We need more police officers. We need higher standards. We need more rigidity.
We're interrupting this program for a special live report
in this country.
Border Czar Tom Homan speaking outside the White House right now. Let's take you there.
Mr. Holman. Let's all be nice. Pardon me?
Why Indiana for this latest decision?
Why not? I mean, bottom line is the state should playing a role in this administration's efforts to remove public safety threats from this nation as quick as possible, illegal alien public safety threats, national security threats. States are playing a role. I'm happy. I'm happy for their participation and coordination and efforts.
How quickly could we see it under budget?
I don't have an exact deadline on it. I know it's we're looking at about 1,000-bed facility, and I just, like I just said in another interview, I'd like to see more. I'd like to see bigger facilities that hold 4,000 or 5,000 people. Just creates more efficiencies. Near an airstrip, move people in and out quicker, bigger population, but 1,000 beds help. I've said from day one, we need 100,000 beds. That's what we asked for in the big, beautiful bill, and we got it. 100,000 beds will create more efficiencies and allow ICE agents to arrest more bad people on the street. And with us hiring at a massive rate, more boots on the ground, meaning we're arresting more criminals, which means we need more beds. Everybody arrests needs a bed because they're going to be in custody for several days, several weeks, several months, depending on specific case. But the more beds we have, the more success we're going to see.
Mr. Holman, is the administration considering any federal action in Portland where we see Antifa besieged one of the buildings there for over a month now and assaulting and attacking journalists on the ground?
We'll see about that. I'm going to Portland.
Mr. Holman, Scripps News has learned that there was a major medical incident at Alligator Alcatraz.
Major what?
Major medical incident at Alligator Alcatraz.
What was it?
What can you tell us about that?
I can tell you I went to Alligator Alcatraz 2 days ago, and I'm sick and tired of false stories about Alligator Alcatraz. Someone asked me the other day that the priest wasn't allowed in to give mass. Wrong. They got the records in. They showed me the records. Clergy had been allowed on there. And I walked through the medical facility there. Not one person was in the trauma unit at all. I talked to the head medical person, shared with me, what they're getting is some people don't, a stomach ache or nothing serious has happened there. And if something serious is happening, they got a helicopter right there to take people to the nearest trauma center. So what I saw was a well-run facility. And the reason I went down there is because I get asked these questions all the time about the terrible, terrible Alligator Alcatraz. I went down there, and what I found out is there's a lot of fake stories out there about medical attention, about religious freedom and having clergy there. I went down there. I looked at it. I looked at the books. So it's simply a false story.
Will you
Mr.
stop
Homan,
using the name Speedway Slammer after the IndyCar rejected it?
You say a word about reassigning the
Look, I don't name the facilities, but I'll say this: the work of ICE, the men and women of ICE are trying to do their job with integrity and honor. I don't want these names to detract from that. So, not naming the facilities, but I wasn't involved in that. But I want people to focus on the hard work and the dangerous work the men and women of ICE are doing, and they're doing the integrity of honor. And I want us to stick to that. And so I don't want the names taking over the great work they're doing. This is serious work and it's dangerous work, so I want to stick with that.
Can you give a reaction to the judge considering halting operations at Alligator Alcatraz over environmental concerns?
I don't understand the environmental concerns are, because I was down there. So they take waste out of there every day. They're not having any impact. They haven't put 1 foot of concrete down that wasn't already there. I mean, the airport was already there. Runway was already there. They're moving waste in and out every day. They're moving, sewage water in and out every day. So I don't see any environmental impact. Again, if the judge is going to make that ruling, go down there and look at it yourself. I'm sick and tired of the radical judges trying to shut down everything we're doing. It's ridiculous. I thought the Supreme Court was pretty clear last month about these radical judges trying to, stop the Trump administration from implementing our agenda that American people voted for.
Mr. Homan, when can we expect the first deportees to be sent to Rwanda?
So I missed the question.
When can we expect the first deportees to be sent to Rwanda?
Working on it.
Well, immigration advocates argue this, that detainees at Alligator Alcatraz are in inhumane conditions, including flooded facilities, spoiled food, sweltering heat, and they have limited access.
Bunch of crap. I was there. I walked through the detainee facilities. I walked through the medical facilities. I walked through the cafeteria. I had them show me, what did you feed these people today? I saw the lunch what they fed them. They ate better yesterday than I am eating today. Bottom line, that's God's eye. And I looked at what they're giving them for dinner. I did it just because so I can push back on the fake media stories here. I went down there. I saw the meals. I'd sit down and have one of those meals. And I went through I didn't see any flooding. I went through the facilities where they're being detained, the air conditioning, the level of comfort. I was wearing a suit, and I wasn't sweating. So, again, fake stories.
TPS for Ukrainian people. TPS for Ukrainian people. President Trump told that he can extend TPS status and do for Ukrainian people. Are you going to...
That's the Secretary of Homeland. That's Christy Noem's call, not mine.
Sir, can I just ask about FEMA? So there's reports that you're going to be reassigning FEMA agents to work on ICE. Would that be a temporary thing, or are you talking about?
I have not heard that. You're the first one to say that to me, so I'm not aware of that.
And are you still, Mr. Homan, targeting this 3,000 arrests a day a target, or how should we think about your capacity to arrest with these?
Look, I think the Department of Justice, 3,000 arrests, people say, what a ridiculous number. Do the math. We'd have to arrest 7,000 people every day for the remainder of this administration just to remove the people Joe Biden released in the country. 3,000, in my opinion, is not a target. It's not my target. But, everybody says 3,000 is a ridiculous, goal. I will say, look at the numbers. We'd have to arrest more than twice many of that just to remove the people that Biden let in. That's not counting the 12, 15 million already here. So I don't think anybody's working on a goal of 3,000. I think I look at the numbers every day, and I think the men and women are doing a great job. I hope we get over 3,000 a day when we bring these additional resources on, additional beds, additional transportation contracts. Because, again, and despite what some of you are all saying, most people arrested aren't criminals. Again, crap. Wrong. I look at the number every morning. The first thing I do is look at the numbers. The numbers I looked at this morning, 70% of everybody ICE arresting is a criminal. But some of you all say, well, they're not criminal enough. Just a DUI. 10,000 people a year die from DUI. Bottom line is 70% of everybody ICE arresting is a criminal. Who's the other 30% they're arresting? So when you write the stories, why don't we just be honest and tell the whole story? Many of them are national security threats that don't have criminal history, because most national security threats lay low. They don't want to encounter law enforcement while they're here. For instance, over 300 Iranian nationals. Probably not criminals, don't have a criminal history, but they're national security, and they need to be arrested and taken off the streets. Who are the other ones? Many of them are final orders. These are people who had due process at great taxpayer expense, and a federal judge ordered them removed. And our job under statute is to remove them. So we find them, we remove them. May not be criminals, but they have the due process. And the reason we're doing that, because if we don't, we send a message to the whole world. It's okay to cross the border illegally. It's a crime, but don't worry about it. Show up in court or not show up in court and get a final order removal from a federal judge, but don't worry about it. As long as you don't commit another crime, no one looking for you. If that's the message we send to the whole world, you're never going to fix this issue. There are millions of people standing in line doing things the right way, taking their tests, doing their background investigation, paying their fees. They're sitting in the back seat. Well, we had 10.5 million illegal aliens come to the border, who a vast majority of them were asylum cheaters. You can call them asylum seekers all you want. I guess that's an accurate term. But look at the immigration court data. 9 out of 10 people claim asylum at the border end up with an order removal. They cheated the system ahead of thousands of people in the world who really do need our protection. They really do need asylum, protect them from their home governments. They're sitting in the back seat. What the Trump administration is doing, we're enforcing laws enacted by Congress. President Trump's keeping his promise. And look at the crime rates already. Every public safety threat ICE takes off the street makes this country safer. Every national security threat we take off the street makes this country safer. Every illegal alien with a final deportation order that we remove sends a strong message to the whole world. It's not okay to enter this country illegally. It is a crime. It is not okay to be here illegally. And if you're here illegally, you got a problem. You should be looking over your shoulder. It's not okay to be here illegally, like it wouldn't be okay for me to be in any other country illegally. We're enforcing the immigration law. That's what the American people put President Trump in the Oval Office for. President Trump's success on the border is unprecedented. We've got the most secure border in history of the nation today. I've worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. No one has come close to the success of the Trump administration on border security. And I looked at the numbers this morning. Again, over 300,000 repatriations since January when President Trump came in office. Do the math. That's historic, especially when 70% of those are public safety threats and national security threats. No one does it better than the man sitting in the White House here, Donald Trump. And I'm proud every day when I wake up. I'm proud to work for this president because he's making this country safe again every day, and you all see the numbers.
UK government was not successful in taking migrants to Rwanda. What gives you confidence that you will be successful, and how do you see this process?
What gives us confidence we're going to be successful? Look at the numbers. You've never seen numbers this good.
I'm saying UK government was not successful in sending migrants to Rwanda. UK government.
They're not the United States of America. They don't have President Trump running the show.
Mr. Holman, a question on farm workers. The president said in his interview with CNBC that he wants to work with farmers to help them with their labor needs. So we're sending back migrant farm workers back to their countries and then with a pass back in legally. What does that mean? Because the administration has been a little inconsistent in describing the case for migrant farm workers. So is that a system in place right now? Because the president said that's what was happening, that migrants are being sent back to their home countries and then being given a pass to come back here to work on the farms.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to get ahead of the president. I don't think there's been any formal policy that's been signed or pushed out the agencies. Until we have a final plan, I'm not going to comment on it because I'm not involved in those discussions right now, so I'm not going to get ahead of the president. We'll see where it goes. I know the president made a statement that farmers may need help, and I know him and others are talking about it, and we'll see what comes out of it. I don't want to get ahead of the president on that.
Are there still operations happening at farms and agriculture facilities?
We'll do operations. The worksite operations are based on, again, prioritization. We're trying to prioritize worksite enforcement based on criminal activity. Like the warrant we served in Los Angeles that started all the riots. People said, oh, ICE do another racial profiling operation, which is total garbage. We were serving criminal warrants at a facility that was involved with money laundering, tax evasion, and trafficking. That's why we were there. So we try to prioritize our worksite enforcement on criminal cases. Those we have information of labor, forced labor trafficking. Those we have information on tax evasion. So that's what we're doing. We prioritize everything we do. So if there's a hotel that we know there's criminal sex trafficking or criminal labor trafficking or someone's being abused, someone's at danger, we'll go and investigate.
How many people have used the CPD home app? Mr. Holman, what are the cost estimates for this detention center in Indiana? Who came up with the name? And also, how much is this going to look like Alligator Alcatraz?
I don't know who came up with the name, and I don't know the details, but I'll say this. Again, 1,000 beds come in very handy. And I'm glad the states are stepping up to help us do this. Every bed we bring on, we fill pretty quickly. I mean, we don't have less than several hundred beds this morning. We'll fill them by tomorrow morning. So the more beds we bring on, and look, I'll say it again, I am happy that governors are stepping up wanting to help with this, because interior enforcement is their responsibility too. They saw what happened to the crime rates. They see what happened to all the U.S. citizens that were attacked by people not supposed to be here. They read all the stories on the young women raped and murdered by members of criminal cartels that were released in this country by administration. They're angry too, and they're happy that President Trump's taking action to not only secure the border at the highest level ever, but to make this country safe again. I'm glad governors are stepping up. But I'll say it again. I would like to see bigger facilities that be more efficient, holding several thousand people. But a 1,000-bed facility is a great help, because we need those 1,000 beds. We need them today. So the quicker they bring it on, the better.
What will be the administration's next move if the judge does order to halt operations at Alligator Alcatraz?
Well, we'll do what we always do. We'll litigate it, we'll appeal it, and we'll win. I mean, bottom line is, why would you stop operations at a facility that has no issues as far as I'm concerned? Matter of fact, the facility reminded me yesterday, it's facilities I walked through where our FEMA employees go and set up their base camps. Facilities just as good as what we send our FEMA employees to, if not better. There is no issues with Alligator Alcatraz. And I can say that comfortably because I was there. I was just there the day before yesterday. I saw it. I walked through it. I walked through every square foot of that facility. Again, the detention facility, where they prepare the food, the medical facility. I got a briefing on all the SOPs on if a hurricane come, what is the plans for, evacuation? I mean, where do you put the most significant criminals compared to the lesser criminals? They got it covered, and I think it's a good facility. I didn't see a single issue, and I was there all day.
Can you give us an estimate on how many people are using this?
We have no problem recruiting. We got record numbers. Border Patrol has a record number of people want to become part of the Border Patrol. Overwhelming number. ICE the same way. I've shared this a couple weeks ago. I actually used to have a LinkedIn account, and I had to shut it down because I had thousands and thousands of people reaching out to me, whether they're just got out of the military, whether they're police officers in counties and cities, or retired ICE agents, retired border agents, your average Americans. I mean, I love them all for wanting to come part, but it shut me down. So there's no lack of men and women that want to come and join this administration because they've seen the great things this administration is doing.
Is that part of the reason why the age gap was eliminated by ICE? Because you had more of an interest coming from maybe ex-ICE agents?
The what was?
Maybe the age cap limit for officers to join ICE. It's no longer 37. It could be people older than 40 now.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I mean, I'm 63, and I'd love to put a badge and gun on and go out there and do these things. I mean, bottom line is you got a lot of patriots, and I think, the age limits are decades old, and we need to look at that. But just because if someone comes in and they're 55, maybe they can't carry a badge and gun, but they can certainly do administrative duties and help ICE. They can do targeting, they can do intelligence, then don't put them on the street with a badge and gun. So we'll welcome a lot of people to come, not just do law enforcement work, but do the other work that doesn't require a badge and gun. And when they do that work, that means the badge and gun that's doing that work can leave that work and go on the street and let the new guy sit there and do the job that doesn't require a badge and gun.
Can you expand on Rwanda? Can you expand on Rwanda?
Ma'am?
Are there any plans to protect people here under DACA deportation?
President Trump, he's been clear on that, and you don't see, again, the prioritization speaks for itself. Public safety threats and national security threats. So that's what prioritization is. No one's prioritizing DACA. And like under the first Trump administration, he came up with a plan to fix DACA, and who shut it down? Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. It wasn't President Trump. One more question. I got to run.
Can you give us an estimate of how many people are using the CPV Home app to self-deport?
I haven't looked at that recently. Last time I looked, it was about 7,000. Last number, and that was weeks ago. It was 7,000, but I think there have been several studies done. Over 1 million illegal aliens have left this country on their own. I think they're seeing a couple things. Number one, they want the ability to come back on their legal program. And then we said it before, if you get formally deported and we have to go find you and go through that whole process, there's a statutory bar on you ever coming back. Anywhere from 5 years to 20 years, depending on a specific case, sometimes never coming back. So I think the message the Secretary's been sending is, if you're in the country legally, go on your own and leave opportunities for the future. And, you know, and you can get your affairs in order, contact ICE, they'll get your plane home. Once you get there, they'll give you $1,000, you know, get you started. But that's the right way to do it, and I hope more people do it.
Hey, Tom, real quick, Illinois Congresswoman Delia Ramirez this week has said she, born in Chicago to Guatemalan parents, said she's more proud to be a Guatemalan. I'll give you the exact quote. I'm a proud Guatemalan before I'm an American. Congressman Andy Ogles has said she should be deported over this. Should she face any consequences as a sitting congressman?
Look, I think what she said was disgusting, right? I mean, she's a sitting U.S. Congresswoman, citizen of this country. She's serving at the privilege of her state. Her voters put her in there. So I think her commitment should be to her state and the people that put her in that position. That should be her constituency. And I think what she said there was, in a veiled way, supporting illegal aliens from Guatemala over here. And it's a veiled shot at ICE. Let's be serious what she's doing, right? But what she needs to know is ICE is deporting thousands of nationals of Guatemala every week. And we're going to continue that until every illegal alien from Guatemala is removed from this country. That's what the people voted for, and that's what we're going to do. It's unfortunate she said that. I wish she, you know, it's ridiculous.
Can you extend the Rwanda?
Pardon?
For the Lebanese that they are in the country, that they have temporary protected status in the country, and they are Lebanese and they are in the country. Should the community in the U.S. prepare for stricter ICE enforcement or for possible deportation if they are under temporary protected status?
I'm not going to get ahead of the Secretary on that. TPS is her decision, not mine. Thanks, folks.
Can you extend the Rwanda? Thank you.
So you're watching Borders Are. Tom Homan walk away from the microphone after talking with reporters for almost 10 minutes. It was a good, lengthy question and answer session with reporters. He talked a lot about all issues related to immigration and illegal immigration and the enforcement thereof. He also was asked a lot of questions specifically about Alligator Alcatraz. That, of course, is the facility there in Florida where a lot of the illegal immigrants in the country who are seeking asylum but are in the deportation process are being held. He said there's a lot of misinformation relative to what's happening there, and he was there to set the record straight. He also talked about the fact that there's so much being made of all of the arrests related to illegal immigrants here. He says everyone who's in the country illegally is a criminal. And so the idea or the notion that people are being removed who haven't necessarily committed crimes is a misnomer, because if you're in the country illegally, then you have committed a crime. We'll, of course, continue to cover all of that for you throughout the day. But now let's get to some other headlines. President Trump giving Vice President J.D. Vance the nod to be the next Republican nominee for president.
Do you agree that the heir apparent to MAGA is J.D. Vance?
Well, I think most likely, in all fairness, he's the vice president. I think Marco is also somebody that maybe would get together with J.D. in some form. I also think we have incredible people, some of the people on the stage right here. So it's too early, obviously, to talk about it, but certainly he's doing a great job, and he would be probably favored at this point.
As you heard, apart from giving his vice president the edge in keeping the White House under Republican leadership, the commander-in-chief also going on to float the idea of Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio teaming up for the 2028 GOP presidential ticket. While President Trump's statement isn't necessarily an endorsement, it still is a major windfall for Vance's presidential ambitions, should he want to pursue the job. The 40-year-old vice president has proven himself to be a key diplomat and a surrogate for selling President Trump's domestic and foreign policy agenda. Similarly, Secretary Rubio has cut his teeth as the first person since Henry Kissinger to serve as both Secretary of State and National Security Advisor. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer is out with deposition subpoenas for Bill and Hillary Clinton as part of his panel's probe into the crimes perpetrated by Jeffrey Epstein. The committee has also subpoenaed former FBI directors James Comey and Robert Mueller, along with former attorneys general Loretta Lynch, Eric Holder, Merrick Garland, Jeff Sessions, and Bill Barr. Bill and Hillary Clinton are being asked to appear before the panel in early October, while the Attorneys General Barr and Sessions are set for late August. Attorneys General Holder and Lynch are set to appear in September. Happening this evening, Vice President Vance is expected to host top administration officials, including Attorney General Pam Bondi, along with Todd Blanche, FBI Director Kash Patel, and White House Chief of Staff Susie Miles, in order to strategize about next steps in the Jeffrey Epstein case. The administration is reportedly considering releasing the transcript from the Justice Department's recent interview with Epstein co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. In the meantime, the House Oversight Committee has agreed to push back Maxwell's congressional deposition until after the Supreme Court rules on her attempt to have her conviction overturned. The search is on for the person who set fire to an ice field office, in Yakima, Washington, forcing the agents inside to flee for safety. All of this happened on Saturday. The facility is also home to the Washington State Department of Social and Health Services office, so officials aren't confirming that the immigration agents were in fact the target of the firebombing. However, the firebombing comes as assaults on ICE personnel are up 830%. The building was clearly marked with public signage identifying it as a Department of Homeland Security office. In a statement following the attack, Assistant Homeland Security Secretary Tricia McLaughlin laying the blame for the recent rash of attacks on ICE agents on Democrats specifically. That's a quick check.
Will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, you have a lot of choices for cell phone service with new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that is Patriot Mobile. The good news is that you can switch to Patriot Mobile today without sacrificing quality or service. If you're worried about coverage, don't be. Patriot Mobile uses all three major U.S. networks. If you have service in this country today, you'll have good or better coverage with Patriot Mobile. If you think switching is a hassle, it's not. You'll keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade, and Patriot Mobile's 100% U.S.-based customer support team will get you activated in just minutes from the comfort of your home. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. Use promo code Charlie and get a free month of service. Switch today. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Joining us now is Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. Sir, great to see you. Thank you so much for taking the time. I want to take a step back before we get into the details of Obamagate and Russiagate. I want you to remind everyone what happened to you and what the FBI did to you. We have a lot of younger listeners in our audience that are not as familiar or have memory of it. They didn't live through it. The FBI sent people to entrap you in the guise of offering you help in the first days of the administration. You were patient zero, sir. Please walk us through it and remind us.
Yeah, so for your audience, Charlie, when President Obama first met with President-elect Trump right after the 2016 presidential election, he had a very short conversation with him, and President Obama at that time told President Trump that he should not hire me. And it was very odd, and Trump and I spoke about that after his meeting with Obama. It was just odd that why would the President of the United States, in transitioning the entirety of the government, point out one person, in this case me, to not hire? And of course, you know, what Trump did was he then hired me as the National Security Advisor. And we now know, Charlie, so if you go back and you look at the dates and the timeline, now we know about this 8 December 2016 meeting. We know about the 5 January 2017 meeting where there was collusion inside the Oval Office led by Barack Obama. And it's very clear now. The evidence is really clear. We were able to, in my case, sort of jump forward or fast forward. Jim Comey, the director of the FBI, sent in 2 agents to my office. They interviewed me, no problem. And I didn't have any issues with it. I'd been working with the FBI for the better part of 15 years prior to that. And I didn't lie to them then. And they actually said that. They wrote it down. We found that out in evidence later on. They then came after me very hard when the Mueller investigation hit. When they came after me, this is where they brought my family in, right? And they threatened me and they threatened my son, my youngest son, who was about to have a child, with basically all kinds of felony counts, and we're going to throw you in prison, for years. So that was all true. That's all come out. And they went after me because, why? Why did Obama say that to Trump? Why did Obama go after me so hard early on? Because, Charlie, there's been, I'll pat myself on the back here. There's not been a national security advisor to the United States of America with my background. Not one. I mean, going back to Henry Kissinger, who I met three times to do
also,
kind of a handoff.
And let me interject. You were also very cautious on Russia. You see, they needed to take you out because they wanted to get to a kinetic war against Russia, and you had a much more cautious, realistic, and restrained approach to Russia. So you were critical not only to manufacture the Russian narrative because they tried to, gin up something because of some trip that you took or whatever, but to use you as a centerpiece. You were a stumbling block because you did not believe in the DC empire's view that Russia was our greatest enemy. You were necessary for removal. I would argue that if you sustained through the first Trump administration, that we might never have had Russiagate. Please continue.
Yeah, no, I agree. One of the things that I talked to Trump about during the 2016 campaign, and certainly going into the administration after he won, was I wanted, and I still believe this, we must pull Russia out of the influence, the sphere of influence that China has, right? China is really the sort of the wolf at the door here. So we have to pull Russia, and that's what I was talking about then. We've got to figure out ways to pull them out. We've never been to war. We've never been at war with Russia. Russia supported us during World War II. Russia supported us in the Middle East. I mean, most people, maybe a lot in your audience don't realize, but we were working with the Russian Navy. We were working with Russian military in places like Syria, going against Al-Qaeda and ISIS. So we had a great relationship after the end of the Cold War. I actually worked and trained with Russian forces in different training exercises and scenarios that we had in the 90s and into the early 2000s, and of course until 9/11. So Russia actually, and I wrote something in the last 4 days here, Charlie, about sort of rules for diplomacy that I would bring your audience to the attention of that. But there's 80% in a good poll, 80% of the Russian people in Russia today, mostly young people, Charlie, want a more positive relationship with the United States of America because they feel aligned with us. So back then in the 2016, 2017 timeframe, the Obama administration did some really terrible things. They expelled a bunch of Russians. They put sanctions on the Russians for no other reason than to upset the incoming Trump administration. And one of the actions that I took, among many, talking to foreign leaders, which I was authorized to do and fully by rights to do, I spoke with the Russians multiple times to let them know, look, let's let cool heads prevail. President Trump has a different view on foreign policy. Let's let us get into the office of the presidency so we can start a different tack going down the road when it came to Russia. The Obama administration wasn't having anything of it, and frankly, the intelligence community and many on both sides of the political aisle that likes to have a war, a boogeyman in the name of Russia, because, Charlie, and this is for your audience, there are billions and billions of dollars that flow into the coffers as long as we have that boogeyman called Russia. And the American taxpayers, Charlie, we can't afford it anymore. We can't afford to have these wars going on. And for everybody that's been,
also just dumb. Even if we could afford it, we should not be at war against Russia. Even if we were endlessly rich and we had a sovereign wealth fund, it is not in our geopolitical interest. I don't like Putin. You don't like Putin. I don't like the way they've been acting. I don't like the fact they bomb churches on Palm Sunday. That really bothered me when they did that. But the real enemy is all to the east. It's the Chinese Communist Party. Can we build a hegemonic coalition against the rise of the Chinese Communist Party? It's all about China. And so much of this is about trying to distract and divide, separate what should be a coalition against the Chinese Communist Party. So now let's talk about John Brennan. I'm of the opinion, and I want your opinion, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, that we need to be very cautious and very careful going about possibly indicting Barack Obama himself. I think we should start with John Brennan. I think John Brennan is the central nervous system. He's the offensive coordinator. He was calling the plays. He was the maestro of the orchestra. I think that is the lowest hanging fruit, and he does not have presidential immunity. Do you agree? And if so, what could he be charged for realistically?
Yeah, I do agree that he is the sort of the linchpin here, Charlie. And I do think that there are people, in fact, I know because partly Tulsi has said it, but I also am aware that there are whistleblowers that have come forward with some very, very egregious information as it relates to that man that you're showing right now. There are going to be other leaders that were in the rooms with Barack Obama, with those two, with Obama and Brennan, that are also going to, they're going to talk because they don't want to get into trouble here. There is a conspiracy, and it is still an ongoing conspiracy. And so all this talk about statutes of limitations, I'll leave it to the constitutional lawyers who have studied this thing and looked at the problems that this guy is involved in, that Brennan is involved in. But he's got a lot. He's at risk right now in a big, big way. And I have a funny feeling that once you start to bring these people in, and I've been very public about guys like Jim Clapper, because Jim Clapper, I believe you bring Jim Clapper in, Jim Clapper will spill the beans. Jim Clapper has already said publicly on a cable news network that they were ordered by Obama to do it. We now see the evidence. So he said it, and that's fine. But now we have the evidence coming out of the Director of National Intelligence's mouth and documented that shows that, in fact, these things happened. Tulsi Gabbard the other day on another show talked about these things happening. So the legalities of what these people are facing, I think, are severe. It has to happen. I think that the president of the United States also needs to understand this, again, for your young audience. The president of the United States is the president of the United States. He is the commander-in-chief, but he's also the chief law enforcement officer of the country, not the attorney general. The attorney general is the attorney general, and frankly, you don't even need to be a lawyer to be the attorney general of the United States of America. Most people don't know that. But the chief law enforcement officer is the president, who has extraordinary authority and power, executive power, and the president's going to have to weigh in from time to time to direct his justice system to follow what I call the constitutional order of our country, to go after and hold to account people like Brennan, people like Jim Comey, and there are going to be others. And once they start that ball rolling and they start holding these people accountable, I think, and frankly, the evidence is there. We don't need years-long investigations. The evidence is there, and frankly, for the courageousness of Tulsi Gabbard, who I'm a big fan of, she's exposing more and more. And what these people do know, Charlie, is they know that there's more to come. I mean, she is like a good lawyer, and even though she's not one, she's holding cards that these people know exist. People like him know exist. People like Comey know exist. She's holding these cards because they're going to use them in the courtroom, right? In the system that we call, our constitutional order, right? And so when this happens, Katie barred the door as to what these people are going to start talking about. But that has to happen. At the same time, President Trump is having to deal with the situation in the Middle East. He's having to deal with frankly, it's a losing war in Ukraine. So Ukraine lost the war. It's that part is done. They're already talking about 60-year-olds trying to get 60-year-olds to serve in the Ukrainian military. So it is a giant money laundering pit, and that needs to end. And the president, he knows that, but he's got to really take heed of the type of advice that he's getting. But his number one priority, Charlie, and I'll finish with this, is what we all have come to believe in, is this phrase, not make America great again. That's Trump's campaign bumper sticker, and it got him 2 victories. But really the phrase is America first. And America first is not in isolation to the rest of the world. No, this is important. America first is getting and making sure that we take care of our country for the young people of the future.
Stay there. We're gonna blow the brakes. It's America first, not America only. It's a very important distinction. It's America leader, it's America first, but it's also, we do not want America everywhere. That's also a difference. It's not America everywhere. President Trump has blazed a new trail. Stay right there. We're going to go through the breaks. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, amazing. Okay, if you guys want, listen, if you want someone all of a sudden at your door, hello, who's there? Oh, it's the Good Ranchers, man. That's right. They will deliver steaks to your door, Wagyu burgers to your door. GoodRanchers.com. Use promo code Kirk to get your first free meat for life, plus $40 off chicken wings, hot dogs, bacon. I just had the Good Ranchers meat the other day. It was unbelievable. You can just taste the succulence. You can hear it on the grill. You just dream of it. It's amazing. GoodRanchers.com, promo code Kirk. GoodRanchers.com, promo code Kirk. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn continues in just a moment. Okay, everybody. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn is with us. Let's play cut 393, please, if we have that loaded.
John Brennan and Jim Comey and I are part of the group that were tasked by President Obama to put together all the reporting we had on the Russian interference, and which we did. President Obama directly and personally confronted Putin about the Russian interference in September and did not accept at face value Putin's protestations. John Brennan directly did the same thing with his counterpart.
Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, was that the clip that you were mentioning?
Yeah, I'd say that's perfect. That was perfect. So thank you for teeing that up. So for your audience, so he said in September, and that's September of 2016. What's very important is on the 3rd of August of 2016, 3 August 2016, back to Brennan, he brought into President Obama at that time into the Oval Office the dossier and told Obama at that time that was made up information from the Hillary Clinton campaign that they were going to use as their October surprise against Trump to win the presidency. So Brennan and Obama on the 3rd of August of 2016 knew then that it was made up baloney from the Hillary Clinton campaign to attack Trump so she could be the president. So here's Clapper. It's a really important piece of evidence here. That Clapper says in September, so a month later, here is Clapper saying that the president directed him as the director of national intelligence to gather all the evidence about what Russia was doing to interfere in our elections. Well, Obama already knew that this scheme was in play. That was August of 2016. Now we fast forward, Trump wins. And I'll remind your audience again, there was a very famous text message that I brought out in my case from Strzok to his lover and number 2 lawyer at the FBI, Lisa Page. Peter Strzok was the deputy director of counterespionage for the FBI. And in his text message to her is, if Trump wins, we have a insurance policy, right? If he should win, we have an insurance policy. Well, after I get picked by Trump, after Obama said, no, we can't have him, I get picked by Trump to be the national security advisor. Now it's like, oh my God, this guy who ran one of the largest intelligence agencies in the world, had a very different view and was very close to Trump on our foreign policy ideas. On the 8th of December, this is one of the bombshells that Tulsi discovered. On the 8th of December in the Oval Office, after Trump beat Hillary, which they didn't expect, they then sat in that meeting and they conspired to start the engines of Russia going. Fast forward one more month, 5 January 2017, they did it again. This time in that meeting, and this is hard evidence, Charlie, in the court of law, hard evidence that during that 5 January meeting, they said, essentially, we need to get Flynn out in order to get Trump, okay? And we know that because there were notes that were written by people in that meeting that we were able to put out in my case.
Yep. Stay right there.
Your audience thinks I spent 5 years in prison.
Hold on. One sec. We're here with Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. Hold on. One sec. So My Patriot Supply this summer isn't just hot, it's historic. Flash flood warnings are at a 40-year high, and it's not slowing down. Towns underwater and roads washed out. And in every crisis, the same scene. Crowds standing in line and waiting for bottled water, waiting for food, waiting for someone to show up and save them. They tell you that help is on the way, but what if it's not? What if help takes days or doesn't come at all? You think the system's built to protect you? They can only handle so much of emergency. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com. That is MyPatriotSupply.com. So check it out right now. MyPatriotSupply.com. MyPatriotSupply.com/Kirk to find out how you can claim your 4-week free emergency food supply. That is MyPatriotSupply.com/Kirk. Finish your thought, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. And please also, in your answer, what do you want the administration to focus on that you're afraid they might miss in the cacophony of corruption here? What would you say is the strategic plan, the pinpoint, the North Star that we can't lose sight of? Lieutenant General Michael Flynn.
Thank you, Charlie. I think for Trump really needs to remind people what our country is all about. That light, right, on the hill, right? He's got to give hope to the American people, and the way he gives us that hope is by telling the American people that, look, here is our plan, what's already been exposed, to do things to reform the government, to reduce the size of the government. And he's already talking about our economy and the things that we need to do, as we just talked about, America first. But it does not mean America alone. He also is he must end this war in Ukraine. He has to. We can't keep, pouring more money into a sieve. He's got to end that war. And he also needs to figure out a way to bring the Middle East back to the Abraham Accords, which I thought was one of the fundamental, the big ticket marks in his previous administration. So those are 3 big issues. The idea of hope matters to the American people, but it's hope with a purpose. And that purpose means you're going to have to hold people accountable. The president is going to have to spend, days of his time directly involved in where are we with holding these people accountable, because the American people, Charlie, are not walking away from this. They are not walking away from the idea of accountability.
Agree. So I want to zero in on two things you said. I might keep you a little bit beyond the break here because it's so important. The Russia thing, I completely agree. I don't think we should be sending more weapons to Ukraine. I know why Trump is doing it, and I can even make an argument for it, and I sympathize for it. But how do we end this thing then? Because it seems as if Putin does not want a settlement to it. If you were advising, what is the way that we could come to a conclusion to this Russian-Ukrainian war?
Yeah, I think, President Putin made a statement yesterday, I think it was 24 hours ago, and it's very important, and Trump should listen to it. If one of his advisors hasn't brought it to him, Trump needs to listen to Putin's speech like in the last 24, 48 hours. And his speech, he said, these are our lines, right? So Trump needs to call up Putin, and he needs to say, okay, where are you? And I'm just talking about the two of them. I'm not talking about with Zelensky, because Zelensky is neutered. He's not effective. Trump needs to call up Putin and say, where is it in that red lines, those red lines that you drew, that you are willing to negotiate? Are you willing to negotiate? Are you willing to negotiate, let's say, an election in the 4 Donbasses, the 4 provinces that Putin mentioned in his speech? Are you willing to talk about, because there's a place, geography, and I'll point your audience to it, a place called Odessa, and Crimea. We have to think about that. Also, east of the Urals, the Ural Mountains are in Russia, right? And east of the Urals matter. And Trump and Putin, if Putin was listening to me right now, Charlie, and Obama, and Trump was listening to me, they would know what that means. The other thing is, Charlie, we tend to think about Ukraine in isolation of just that piece of geography. Cuba matters, Venezuela matters, other parts of the world matter in these alliances and these structures that we have. So the United States of America ought to be bringing in Cuba. What's the future relationship that we're going to have with the Cubans? What's our future relationship that we're going to have with the Venezuelans? I mean, there's more to negotiating than just that piece of turf that splits the Russian Federation and Ukraine right now. And frankly, I think personally, I would tell Trump NATO has to be off the table, because Putin, and they're just not going to allow it. And frankly, if you go back to the 1994 Budapest Accords, where we committed to no expansion of NATO, and I wrote about this in an article that I published in the last 48 hours here about my rules for diplomacy. People can go to my website to read it, or go follow me on X, read it. We've lied. We basically lied as a nation.
Stay there. I'm going to keep you for 5 more minutes, okay? Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, Charles. Stay right there. Okay, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Tired of the hassle and high cost of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
If they come for me, they can come for you.
I think it's a shame. I think it's a disgrace.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found 2 lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to. To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. As many as 19 million Americans take fish oil supplements. You often hear that fish oil supplements are rich in omega-3 fatty acids, and those omega-3s help you with your heart health, joint health, and other things. But does fish oil really help, or have we been lured into a marketing scheme that we're now being challenged, or that's now being challenged by medical studies? Chad Walding is an expert in the field of physical therapy, nutrition, and nutraceuticals. He's also the co-founder of Native Path, which is a health and wellness company focused on supplements backed by science. Chad, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. It's good to be here.
So are there a lot of claims out there with some of these supplements that just aren't true or aren't necessarily as accurate as they're purported to be?
Yeah, we need to start with the fact that there is solid medical evidence that omega-3 fatty acids are beneficial, right? They are the key to maintaining overall health, or at least one of the main keys. Omega-3s reduce inflammation. They contribute to heart health, brain and eye health, bone health, metabolism, and potentially even cancer prevention. And with a healthy diet, we get omega-3s from our food. We get it from fish, we get it from seafood, even things like eggs and olives and chia seeds and other foods. But the problem is we don't eat healthy enough, and we're often lacking in omega-3s. And hundreds of supplement companies are really seizing the opportunity to supply things like fish oil capsules to consumers in hopes of augmenting the needs of omega-3s.
You use the word augment, and I think that's always important when you talk about supplements, because I think the name inherently tells you what they are. They are supplemental to what a lifestyle that you should be leading.
That's right. Ideally, we should be eating a whole food, healthy diet that's nutrient and vitamins and minerals, but that's not reality. We live in a world that's changed, especially in the past 100 years, where food has gotten more toxic. We have seed oils and sugars, and as a consequence of that, disease has gone up consistently, right? So we need to look at this as, when we're talking about supplements, they're there to support a healthy lifestyle. We need to get back on the path to the principles that make humans healthy.
So you say get back on the path. Is that part of the title of Native Path, your company, getting people back on that path?
That's exactly right. We recognize we've gotten off the path. Over the past 100 years, those changes in diet and the way we move, the way we live, has led to the rise in chronic disease. And that's all happened despite the advances in technology and testing and diagnostics and medications, right? So we want to focus more on the timeless principles that worked for humans 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, and they'll work 100 and 1,000 years from now, right? And so we base our what we do on education and really provide supplements to help fill in the gaps for what's missing in the modern diet.
So I've got a couple of your supplements here on hand, and one of the ones that caught my attention is this small one here, Antarctic krill oil. It sounds interesting, but I have no clue what this is. Can you tell me about it?
Yeah, krill oil is one of the best ways you can get omega-3s in the diet. When most people think omega-3s, they think fish oil. But there's a couple problems with fish oil. It's almost always tainted with pollutants and toxins, which really prevent it from working. It comes from oceans with oil spills and nuclear disasters, and high levels of mercury can be found in those waters. So I simply don't trust it. And the other issue with fish oil is it comes from oceans where there's microplastics, right? That's a major concern. And that damages the endocrine system. It throws our hormones out of whack, and we don't want that, right? So krill oil, and the studies show this, it's a far superior source of omega-3s than regular fish oil. It's better absorbed by the body by 8 times, and it's 50% more absorbable. So we really waste our money on fish oil. And there's a huge distinction between krill oil and fish oil, is that krill oil comes with a powerful antioxidant called astaxanthin. It's 6,000 times more powerful than vitamin C and 100 times more powerful than vitamin E. So it does wonders for the body in terms of reducing inflammation, improving your overall health.
20 seconds. For people who are interested, want to get in contact with you, buy some of your products, how can they find you?
Absolutely. So we're extending up to 66% off to your audience today when they visit nativepathkrilloil.com. I'll give that again. Visit nativepathkrilloil.com for up to 66% off.
We appreciate you being here with us. Appreciate the offer as well. Again, folks, the information is right there on your screen. Write it down and get yourself up to 66% off. That's going to do it.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone is more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Okay, everyone, today for hour 2, we have one more SAS exclusive interview to show you with someone who I found to be very interesting, Jillian Michaels. We talk about Maha Fitness, what got her involved in politics, and more. Just a reminder to become a member today at members.charliekirk.com. So if you missed any part of the series or want to watch them ad-free, become a member today. Enjoy this. Okay, we are ready for health, fitness, and the biggest loser. Stacy's going to love this one. This is a very exciting guest. First time actually ever meeting her. Been following her for a while, and you might remember her on a certain show, The Biggest Loser. So joining us now is Jillian Michaels. Jillian, come on up here.
Okay, I will. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you. I love this. I'm already comfortable.
It matches your eyes.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
So nice to meet you.
You too.
I've been following you from afar for a while.
Same.
And it's just kind of fun how all these paths kind of come together, right?
It's awesome, actually, and I really have to commend you. Oh, excuse me, for being such a uniting cultural force.
Oh, thank you.
I appreciate it.
We have lots of voices here, lots of perspectives, and it's exciting. So for those of you that are not totally familiar with you or your story, who are you, and tell us why you're so passionate about making America healthy again?
Gosh, well, I am a former fat kid that fell into fitness because I got into martial arts, and I learned over the course of many years and great instruction that when you feel strong physically, you feel strong in every facet of your life. Fell into being a fitness trainer. Ended up working.
Sorry.
I'll go over here. I don't know why I felt the need to deepen my voice as well in that moment. Forgive me. All right. Anyway, I fell into fitness training when I was training for my black belt, and the rest kind of took on a life of its own. And this is why I think when you do what you love, the universe really does conspire on your behalf. And I've had a huge amount of serendipity that I'm grateful for. And how I ended up sitting here with you, Maha is definitely part of it, and I'm grateful for that movement. I think it's long overdue. But health became a political football. And so I was dragged into this arena. I'm not sorry. And I think this is where I need to be, and that's where the Venn diagram of politics and wellness intersects for me.
And so you were outspoken against a lot of the mandates during COVID, correct?
I was. As time progressed, I didn't really understand the vaccine piece of it all. And to be dead honest, I just assumed it was safe. I mean, why wouldn't it be safe? To say that vaccines weren't safe was like saying the earth was flat. What I did appreciate very early on is that the lockdowns made no sense. And the mandates made no sense. Like you would walk into a restaurant, this one's my absolute favorite, and you'd have to wear a mask when you walked in because you could only catch COVID if you were standing up. And then when you sat down, you could take off your mask safely and converse and consume food. And I remember thinking, this does not make a ton of sense to me. And then later, I began to investigate more of what did not make sense.
Well, and my favorite during COVID was when you flew on an airplane, where the virus is a very, very tricky virus. It takes time off while you eat.
Yes.
So when you're eating or drinking, the virus just kind of chills out.
Exactly.
But otherwise, you must keep the mask on.
100%.
And very important, you're allowed to eat and drink with people next to you at 35,000 feet. But once you land in LA, all the restaurants are closed. Because you're not allowed to eat next to people in LA, but you're allowed to eat next to people on your flight to LA.
100%.
Sitting right next to you.
Yep.
Indoors, not socially distanced.
And the mask also screens out the virus from going into your eyeballs, despite the fact that it only covers your nose and your mouth.
Yes.
Because as we know, you can catch pathogens through your eyes, but not COVID, especially when you're wearing the mask.
So I guess you became outspoken to this, and the backstory, you ran or the host the show The Biggest Loser, is that correct?
Yeah, way back when.
And I think a lot of people remember that. Who remembers that with Jillian? So that's a big show. I want to take a sidebar and just talk about that. How did you get into that, first of all?
Well, I opened a sports medicine facility when I was around 30 years old, and I had briefly worked in the entertainment industry in branding and motion picture packaging. So I had a lot of clients that worked in the entertainment industry, and they'd heard about this show on NBC. And I really did not like the name of the show, but I got pushed to go out for it. And I had thought at the time I was going to brand my gym. I thought that was going to be the brand, and I was going to be the next Curves, which is probably before your time.
I remember Curves.
Okay, fair. You work out there, Charlie?
No. No.
Okay, fair enough. So, long story short, I went out for the job. I ended up getting it. And I had, an on-again, off-again relationship with the network and the producers for all of the reasons that the show remains controversial. But nevertheless, it gave me a global megaphone, and I'm grateful for it, and hopefully doing better things with it. That's kind of how I ended up here. But as you know, politically in culture, we began to glorify obesity. And I think this is really pre-COVID where I started to get red pilled. That's really when it began in 2019. And there's a famous incident where I was asked by BuzzFeed if I celebrated the fact that Lizzo was obese. And I was like, well, I celebrate Lizzo. I think she's a brilliant artist. I don't think her body is any of my business. And I continued to get pushed. And I was like, if you're asking me whether or not I celebrate the fact that she is overweight, I do not. Because if you truly value her, you would never want her to suffer with any of the comorbidities that obesity carries with it. And that was it. It was, oh my God, it was cancel culture central. And that was really my wake-up call. When you have dealt with this a lot, Biggest Loser, privately, publicly, when somebody is obese, in your experience, what is the percentage composition of it being lifestyle, agency, and genetics? So how much of it is what they are kind of putting in to their body? Got it.
Meaning, like, are they being poisoned by their food?
Unquestionably.
Got it. So that's a factor. So we should have
100%,
compassion in that
100%
regard.
a factor, yes.
Genetics is a factor.
Minimally.
Exceptionally
minimally.
Okay, so build that out, because people say I'm born this way, I'm born big boned, I'm born.
No. So you're born with a predisposition for things, and I'm sure you've heard from fantastic MDs far more credible than me tell you that while genetics loads the gun, lifestyle pulls the trigger. I have 4 obesity genes. Perfectly healthy. So while I may not get to eat as much as my son, who can eat anything and everything and never gain a pound, and it's exceptionally frustrating, but with that said, if I am mindful about what I eat, I can be very healthy. So you simply have to address the fact that your genes are predisposed to a slower metabolism.
So de-emphasis on genetics, which I love, because I feel as if that is disempowering.
100%.
In fact, that's actually a really sad message to tell obese people, because it basically removes agency from the equation.
So on purpose.
On purpose? Oh, so you think it's on purpose?
Oh, of course it's on purpose. So, for example, the psyop with big food is that you can be healthy in any size. And we know that they paid off influencers and even registered dietitians to spread this messaging. And then Big Pharma's narrative is, no. Don't worry, you sad, sorry thing. You will never be able to help yourself out of this, so just take this drug and then you'll be okay. But by the way, the only mechanism by which the drug facilitates weight loss is that it helps you eat less food. Which brings me to the factor you didn't mention, and that's the psychological component.
That was the last one. So if you had to weight it out of a scale of 100.
More lifestyle, but yeah.
No, but how much of it would be like agency, attitude, mindset? What would you put that 80%, 90% of the problem?
For people that are morbidly obese, I would put it at 80% of the problem. Because for them, food is equated with their psychological survival. And I'll give you a very obvious example. If somebody has been incested or raped or sexually abused, they may choose to desexualize by eating a lot and getting bigger. It's not conscious necessarily, but many people do this. And there are many different examples in response to different trauma. So they're not lazy, they're not dumb, they're not weak, they're not stupid.
Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back with more of this interview with Jillian Michaels. But first, I need to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a wonderful 100% drug-free way to get out of pain. If you've ever been in a bad relationship, you know the kind that just wears you down. You settle in, even though deep down you know this isn't how it's supposed to be. With Relief Factor, you can break up with pain, just like Anthony did. He wrote in, quote, I was dealing with debilitating pain and fatigue. I've been taking Relief Factor for about 2 months, and now I'm going back to running my business, fishing, gardening, doing the things that really matter to me. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free, and it targets the inflammation that causes pain so you could move better, feel better, and actually enjoy life again. Try the 3-week quick start for just $19.95. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. Break up with pain and get back with what matters.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Advantage Gold is warning Americans. Geopolitical tensions are exploding. The U.S. dollar is under attack, and the markets unstable, vulnerable. And while Washington prints and spends, global powers are dumping the dollar and loading up on gold. What are you doing to protect your wealth? At Advantage Gold, we help you move your IRA or 401k into real physical gold and silver. Tangible, secure, proven. We're America's #1 rated precious metals firm with over $1 billion in completed transactions. Call now to get your free gold IRA guide and learn how you can get up to $10,000 in free physical gold and silver. The world is changing fast. Don't be the last to act. Call 1-866-350-GOLD to get your free gold IRA guide and learn how you can get up to $10,000 in free physical gold and silver. Supplies are limited.
Hi, I'm Cade Courtley, and welcome to the Ford Patriots Buy One, Get One solar generator event. Claim the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, and you'll get a free Patriot Power Sidekick with 2 free solar panels. These are 2 of Ford Patriot's newest silent, fume-free solar generators that can power your fridge, TV, and critical devices without ever needing gas. Every American should have the peace of mind that comes from having backup power. Visit FordPatriots.com to secure your free generator and solar panels now.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call 1-800-319-0257.
Learn more in 3 hours than 4 years at a woke university. And it's free. Yahoo! The Charlie Kirk Show.
Now I need to tell you about our amazing partners at YRefi. YRefi is incredible. You guys should check it out right now at YRefi.com. Be able to get out of private student loan debt easily and successfully. Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion, but $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. YRefi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others simply will not touch. Remember, they sponsored our campus tour. They sponsored our amazing events. We're very thankful for them. Because of private student loan debt, so many Americans feel stuck and they feel helpless, and they've even lost hope. Why Refi gives you a light at the end of the tunnel. Go to whyrefi.com. Let's face it, if you have distressed or defaulted private student loans, it's no bueno. They offer a 3-minute rate check. So go to whyrefi.com. May not be available in all 50 states. I bet you one of you in this audience has private student loan debt. So go right now to whyrefi.com. That is whyrefi.com. All right, everyone, here's more with Jillian Michaels. Become a member right now, members.charliekirk.com to watch this full interview and email me your reaction, freedom@charliekirk.com.
If you haven't experienced that and you're not morbidly obese, we are still overworked, overstressed, we are spread far too thin, and this food is engineered to be addictive. It's omnipresent. So they exploit people's vulnerabilities, and this is why we went from 5% of our population being overweight in the 70s to 74% of our adult population being overweight today. It's not a quantum leap in genetics, and it's not a moral failing of the vast majority of our adults. You're being set up. The system is rigged.
It's also lack of nicotine.
Of course.
Well, because I think you use nicotine, right?
I do. People think I smoke. They're like, I didn't know she was a smoker. I'm like, no, I'm not.
No, but nicotine's an appetite suppressant. So, I mean, it's
also a big cognitive enhancer. It's
a huge,
neuroprotective.
yeah, of course, yeah.
Which is why I use it.
Yeah, it does, and it constricts blood vessels and actually prevents dementia and Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. But no, I have a whole theory that smoking is bad. You should not smoke. Smoking is bad, and I think it's disgusting. I hate the smell of smoking. But we were a thinner country when people smoked, obviously.
Well, that definitely played a role.
I mean, because it's just, when you're smoking, it's an appetite suppressant. But we should not do smoking. Like, do not smoke. That's bad.
Don't smoke. Yes,
bad.
please don't do it.
But I could make an argument, though, that even with a smoke, like, it's funny, when more people smoked, we were a healthier country.
There were also a lot of other factors. The food, milk was not filled with hormones and antibiotics, and ultra-processed food was really just sugar and fat, not high fructose corn syrup and 10,000 other ingredients that are designed to trigger the dopamine center in your brain and, impede your satiety hormones. Like, it's a science experiment.
For sure. So for people that say, let's say they're overweight, how much of then, here's now the other kicker, exercise versus diet?
Great question. All right, so it depends on what you're trying to achieve. If you're trying to maintain your weight, food is a factor, but if you're working out, it's arguably the most effective tool at maintaining metabolism. Exactly. Truthfully, if you overeat, that's the thing that's going to make you gain weight. You can't really exercise your way out of it. But if you have a lot of weight to lose, I can't starve it off of you. So here's what I mean. With the contestants on the show that people saw go from 400 pounds to 180 pounds, I'm not dropping their calories to zero. And even if I did, the math isn't there anyway. In other words, if it takes 3,500 calories to burn off a pound of fat, roughly, give or take, it's an estimate, but nevertheless, okay, so you eat zero, how much does your body burn in a day? Let's say it's 3,000. I mean, that's like your best case scenario, and you'll end up destroying your health. So steady state cardio, that's how I would kind of push them. I would make them go on what I would call the walk to China, although that's probably the wrong country to bring up here, but it had no charge back in the day.
Walk to Kazakhstan.
That's perfect. Yeah, so Europe.
About the same place.
Yeah, 100%. So long story short is I would have them do this long steady state duration cardio to create a massive energy call. And that's all that fat is. It's stored energy.
Raises their metabolic rate.
Yeah, burns calories.
So you want, obviously, I mean, look, if you want to lose weight, just be in a calorie deficit, right?
Yeah.
It's not that hard. It's just
not.
burn more calories than you put in, and definitionally you'll lose weight. So just a side note, because it just came to me. So you did it for 13 years.
Gosh, did I?
I don't know. You said that, right?
On Biggest Loser?
Yes.
Gosh, maybe. I think
that's what you said, right? I don't know. Maybe 13 years ago, or maybe you did it for 13 years. I don't.
Jeez. Okay.
You did it for
maybe
a while.
A long time.
So you had hundreds of contestants, dozens.
Okay. So I would imagine that probably while I was on the show, several hundred came through. I worked with half of them. Now the sad part of this is that you would only get a few of them. It was a game show. It was the gamification of weight loss, which I actually don't agree with, and was one of the things that I took umbrage with the producers. But they would go home week 1, week 2, week 3. But the reality is that probably 35% of the people I worked with continue to be healthy and keep the weight off.
That was going to be my question. So what percentage of the people that went from 400 to 180 stayed in that range?
For me, roughly 35%.
Did they go back to 400 or did they like go to 250?
Not the ones that maintained. The ones that maintained probably went up 20 pounds for the guys, 10, 15 pounds for the girls. Because you also have to remember, they were coming in at that finale, like, so lean, and they relaxed
and motivated.
Yeah, but the ones that put it all back,
and some did.
Oh, absolutely, 66%, I would say, and
that's unbelievable. I mean, so why?
That's nothing. 5% of the people that lose weight are the ones that keep it off. 95% put it back.
But what is the data on dramatic weight loss?
It's that.
So I mean, meaning people will lose 200 to go regain 200.
Absolutely, yes. And the reason...
That's so sad.
Here's why, though. Because while you and I can sit here and say, look how simple this is,
No, I'm not saying it's simple. I'm just saying it's sad.
Or the simple math meaning, right? That the math is very simple, not hard to understand. Eat less food, you lose weight. Don't buy into the narratives.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. We are monitoring breaking news happening at Fort Stewart in Georgia. We are hearing that at least 5 soldiers are shot there and recovering from their injuries. The alleged shooter is also said to be in custody. All of this happening within the last hour and a half or so. The base is now off of lockdown after having been put on lockdown following the shots ringing out. We're also hearing that President Trump has in fact been briefed on the situation as once again shots ring out at Fort Stewart in Georgia. Fort Stewart, for those of you who don't know, is about 40 miles south of Savannah, Georgia. 5 people, or at least 5 soldiers, are said to have been shot, but they are recovering. They were all treated at the scene and said to have been taken to area hospitals. The alleged shooter is in custody at this moment. We'll continue to monitor this developing story and update you as new information comes in. In the meantime, while Elon Musk is off the Doge train, major cost cutting is still happening at all levels of government. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. making a big splash by cutting $500 million in funding for vaccine development programs targeting respiratory viruses like COVID-19 and the flu. In all, Kennedy's cuts will affect 22 projects seeking to develop vaccines using mRNA technology.
As the pandemic showed us, mRNA vaccines don't perform well against viruses that infect the upper respiratory tract. Here's the problem. mRNA only codes for a small part of the viral proteins, usually a single antigen. One mutation, and the vaccine becomes ineffective.
Secretary Kennedy says his agency will instead prioritize broader vaccine strategies like whole virus and novel platforms that don't collapse when viruses mutate. President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff is in Russia making one last attempt to urge Vladimir Putin towards peace with Ukraine before Friday's deadline for Russia to reach a deal or face severe economic penalties. Witkoff met with Putin in Moscow this morning. The two talked for about 3 hours, marking their 5th sit-down since Witkoff joined the Trump administration. Russia calls today's dialogue, quote, constructive, saying that it continues and is critical for global security and peace. That's a check of your head.
Author of the MAGA Doctrine and president of Turning Point USA. Here's Charlie Kirk.
All right, I need to tell you guys about how we have gone viral on TikTok. It's pretty amazing. Right now, over 7.5 million businesses in America are thriving on TikTok. Businesses that employ more than 28 million people. Behind the stats, it's the stories that really matter. Like Dan O Seasoning from Kentucky, who used TikTok to reach new customers and grew from a one-man show to a team of 45. Or Arizona Taco King in Arizona, right down the street, able to employ over 28 people and pay them well thanks to the foot traffic that TikTok brings in. Or She Mechanic in Georgia, who expanded her auto shop and hired new employees with the support she found on TikTok. Their success means jobs, support for families, stronger local economies, because when small businesses thrive on TikTok, so do the communities around them. Learn more about TikTok's contribution to the U.S. economy at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. We have gone viral on TikTok. Learn more at TikTokeconomicimpact.com.
It's simple. But just because it's simple doesn't mean it's easy. So whatever it was that the food afforded them, generally speaking, it doesn't get resolved. So I'll give you one more example. There was a kid that I worked with who was 18 years old. He lost a huge amount of weight, and he went home for the holidays because on the show there were holidays, and the contestants would go home, and we would frame it like, we're just going to see how you guys did on the show. And he came back, and he gained 7 pounds. So, of course, he's giving me all the excuses of, it's hard while you travel.
Pumpkin pie,
yeah, I was
cobbler.
traveling. Oh, and it was so hard to find out. They didn't have time to move my body. And we sat down for hours and kind of worked it through what happened. And the long and the short of it is that his mother, when he walked in the door, 100 pounds thinner, his mother broke into tears. And they weren't tears of joy because she's also morbidly obese. So when she... Okay,
this is so important.
You already got it, right? So he broke the contract. And for her,
This is critical.
this is how they bonded. This is how they were close. When she saw him so much healthier and so much thinner, she felt abandoned, and she became sad and depressed and withdrew. So what does the food afford him? a connection to his mother. Is he conscious of that? No. But that is what I mean when I tell you people they're not dumb, they're not lazy, they're not weak. The big food is working to exploit their vulnerabilities, but it is because he hasn't worked through this issue that he would return to the food.
So much of what you're saying is that you actually want to, if you want to be healthy. And so I was recently in the South for a thing, and the South is awesome. I like a lot of it, but it's very obese parts of the South. It is. A lot of reasons for it. And honestly, one of the reasons is that it's culturally accepted.
100%. And
I was in a town where people were very, very overweight. And I mean, they ate a lot. It was fine. I don't eat any of it. Like, I fasted that day. By the way, my designed weight is like 235. If I ate regular, I'd be like 240. I'm at like 195. I have to work to keep weight off. But
that's exactly the point.
But I know my nature. I don't want to be. I don't want to be overweight. That's the way it is. But also, I'm around like people that are constantly moving, and like it's kind of socially stigmatized.
Right.
And that's actually positive. The inverse, though, is what you're saying is that if there's no social pressure to stop being obese,
and it's rewarded.
No, that's right. That the social currency is actually being obese.
There you go.
In fact, if you are surrounded by 40 people that are overweight and you're the skinny one, you're kind of bullied.
Absolutely.
Or you're ostracized, or you're othered, at least.
And listen, one would encourage that person to find another community, but when it's your mother, not quite that easy. You're not going out to get a new mom. So there's varying degrees of difficulty, if it makes sense.
So half of our kids, 50% of our kids, are obese or overweight by the age of 15. 5% of Japanese kids are obese or overweight by the age of 15. Why?
Again, look at the culture. Look what's allowed here and what isn't. Look what's rewarded. And I say this with regard to big business. They literally... They design the food with a team of scientists to addict you. They design, there's a literal multidisciplinary team of behavioralists, marketing experts, PhDs, MDs, neuroscientists, and every step of the way, how do we grab them? How do we addict them? How do we capture them? And I believe you probably met Callie Means.
We've been on the show many times. He's great.
Callie talks all about how...
Callie's the guy. Casey's the girl.
Yes, Casey's the doctor, and Callie is the activist who...
Got to remind myself. I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's totally fine. I do it all the time, and I have known them for quite some time.
They're wonderful.
But he goes on to talk about how Big Tobacco bought Big Food in the 80s and just applied the playbook. So that is not allowed in Japan. These chemicals are not allowed in the food. They engineer the environment. Do you remember back in the day when you couldn't bring food into a bookstore? Now they sell food at the bookstore. No matter where you go, the food is there. It's in vending machines. They siphon off billions, hundreds of billions in our tax dollars to go towards refined grains. And then things like SNAP or the WIC program, it's fascinating when they're one side, well, not really a sidebar, but if I could go on a brief tangent. I was reading an article the other day about the food pyramid and how people who were pushing back on the USDA and RFK working to change it, they're like, this is what we use to feed our children and our soldiers, without realizing how truly abominable that is, because the Corn Refiners Association, the wheat lobbies, the vegetable oil lobby, they created that food pyramid. It's all processed crap.
Yes.
And then they get the contracts and they take subsidy dollars to put that food in our schools, to put it in the ready-to-eat meals for the soldiers, or what they call the MREs.
Meal ready, whatever.
Thank you, exactly. So this is all rigged and gamed. That kind of corporate influence in politics is probably not allowed in Japan. A lot of this is illegal in Japan. So while you don't want a nanny state, I'm not advocating for that, it's also not fair to rig the system in the other direction. Poison is poison, period.
Yes. So, a couple more topics I want to cover. Are you a fan of Ozempic?
I'm not a fan of Ozempic. Well, you guys might be surprised to hear.
We want less fat people, right? I mean, GLP-1s and semaglutide injections, it's all good. Why are you against it?
Well, okay. You could twist my arm on the following, and I want to lay this out there. There are some pretty respectable people in wellness that advocate for microdosing it for people who are severely obese as a last resort. And you would get me there 100%.
It's like an appetite suppressant, essentially?
It works in exactly the same way with a fraction of the side effects at a fraction of the cost, which is why, by the way, Big Pharma wants to shut down compounding pharmacies because you can't do that if you're buying Ozempic and
from Novo Nordisk or whatever.
Exactly. So my personal issue with this is twofold. First of all, it has a host of nefarious side effects, from intestinal blockage to stomach paralysis, thyroid cancer, rare but still happens, pancreatitis, people are losing their vision. Anecdotally, you're hearing about suicidal ideation, accelerated
muscle
aging.
mass decay.
Of course. I mean, the list is long and it's extensive. You can never get off of it or you'll gain all your weight back. It's extremely expensive. Like, this is not a solution. And of course, now they're trying to push it as a first line of defense for kids as young as 6 years old.
On the Medicaid schedule, which will cost us like $1 trillion a year.
100%. I believe RFK once said, like, I could give a gym membership and healthy food to every family in the country if we did this.
They want 9-year-olds on Ozempic.
6-year-olds on Ozempic.
Could you imagine?
They have. And right now, it's a first line of defense for 12-year-olds.
It should be illegal for a 6-year-old. I mean, it's just incomprehensible where this is heading.
Well, the American Academy of Pediatrics is essentially a subsidiary of Big Pharma. And it doesn't
Disgusting people.
that doctors are not great people. Of course they are. And I work with many of them. Some being the key word, right? Like in every profession. So that is deeply alarming to me, beyond the fact that it doesn't solve the root of the problem. So there's a great TED Talk, for whatever TED is worth these days, but it was a valuable talk, and it talked about doctors in particular. And they're trained to do triage. So the metaphor is a bunch of people are drowning in this river. The doctors are jumping into the river, they're grabbing the people out, and they're performing triage. One of the doctors starts walking upstream, and all the doctors on the shore are like, what are you doing? We need you here. People are dying. And he's like, I'm going to go upstream and find out, why are all of these bodies in the water? That is what you need. That's the way we need doctors to think. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. What is the bigger problem here? This is not solving anything. And by the way, Big Food is now working to engineer their product so that it bypasses the GLP-1 pathway anyway.
Well, there you go. So Ozempic would be rendered useless. So I think a good universal rule is just eat whole foods, not necessarily at Whole Foods, but it's fine if you do. But just whole mean. And what is a whole food? There's no ingredients. Like, basically, the ingredient is just itself. Ingredients you can pronounce, and ingredients that you know.
And
like
it's most
almonds,
wholesome.
cashews, bananas,
apples. Does it
nuts,
have a mother?
Not.
Did it come from the ground like a Cheeto? There's no Cheeto tree.
Yeah.
So
exactly. And so, how much is it difficult? If you were to, I think it's difficult to become obese if you just ate whole foods.
You could do it.
You could, but I mean, the percentages would go down because they're not designed to trigger the flow.
You got it. So they inherently trigger your satiety, right? So when you look at what triggers satiety hormones, it's fiber, it's protein, it's fat. Soda has none of that. In fact, it does the exact opposite. So you drink a soda, it's 250 calories of sugar, it has no fat, no fiber, no protein. So not only is it not triggering your satiety, it's actually crashing your blood sugar because it hits the bloodstream like a ton of bricks. Pancreas dumps insulin, scrapes all the sugar out of the blood as you're on your way to becoming type 2 diabetic, and you have a sugar crash, and now you're hungry again. And that's just one of the mechanisms it utilizes to keep you hungry. I mean, they brag, you can't eat just one. It's by design.
So really quick, how big would you weight insulin resistance? Are you carbohydrate skeptic?
No, the carbohydrate insulin model of obesity has been debunked by very credible PhDs in nutrition science, and I am living proof. I eat plenty of carbs. If you want to look at it anecdotally, you want to look at it from an observational perspective, the Mediterranean diet is arguably the healthiest with regard to all of the pluses across biomarkers, and it's 60% carbs. The key is the quality of the carbs. Hence, you come back to whole foods. Ultra-processed food, those kinds of carbs, refined grains, refined sugars, that's what's exceptionally bad.
Let's do a couple questions super quick, guys, for Jillian. And then we have to... Have you been on stage?
I have been on stage.
How was it?
It was great.
Sorry, I don't even know what time. By the way, I feel like I'm living in a casino. I don't know what time it is. I don't know what day it is. There's no windows. I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, so. I'm enjoying my time with you in this casino.
Thank you. No, it's like there's nothing going on.
I can imagine, yeah.
It's like the Bellagio. Okay, before we go to break, I'm going to tell you guys about Good Ranchers. Good Ranchers is unbelievable. They do such a great job. By the time the show ends, another American family farm will shut down. Not because they stopped working hard, but because of a lot of grocery store meat doesn't come from them anymore. Over 85% of the grass-fed beef sold in America stores is imported, and most people have no idea. That's why I get all my meat from GoodRanchers.com. Good Ranchers doesn't just sell meat. They guide you back to the source. All Good Ranchers products are 100% born, raised, and harvested in America from local family farms. And with summer in full swing, there's nothing better than good food shared with your friends and family, whether it's burgers by the pool, steaks on the grill, or nuggets for an easy meal. Their chicken nuggets are unbelievable, seed oil free and gluten free. And you'll get free meat for life. That's free Wagyu burgers, hot dogs, bacon, or chicken wings in every box for the lifetime for your subscription. And if you use my exclusive code Kirk at checkout, you get $40 off your first box. Once again, visit GoodRanchers.com. Use promo code KIRK to get your free meat for life plus $40 off. It's GoodRanchers.com, American meat delivered.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness, how's it going? Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
100% American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Caleb, what's on your mind?
When you were talking about the people who are successful in their weight loss because they were replacing whatever that need was with something else, what were the best replacements that you observed in your experience for that problem?
Okay, so it's not necessarily that they were replacing the need. It became more painful to do what they were doing than the work and the sacrifice associated with the change. So you have to work through the thing that you are arguably losing. Because remember, for these kinds of people, and I'm saying these kinds of people who are morbidly obese, that utilize food as a defense structure, it's affording them something that meant their psychological survival. So you have to show them that while at one time or another, this probably kept you alive. Drug addicts will tell you the same thing. Alcoholics will tell you the same thing. Now it's completely counterintuitive to you. You need to recognize the pattern. You need to learn that you're safe without this. And to be totally honest, it takes years of therapy. Not everyone breaks through. And this is one of the reasons I wonder if something like psilocybin or ibogaine would be helpful, because we've seen the incredible transformations that it's given drug addicts.
Welcome back. Here's more with Jillian Michaels. Reminder to subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast today to listen to all of these.
That helps them work this stuff through at an accelerated pace and has an 80+% cessation rate. But right now you can't do it because it's Schedule 1, which is absurd. So they have to do all of this work. You have to surround them in a community that's supportive. You have to dopamine detox them. Like, there's a lot that needs to be done. That's why it's
like
freaking...
devices?
Say again?
Like devices, dopamine detox, like that type of...
So think of it like this. The food is addictive. I interviewed an addiction specialist by the name of Dr. Anna Lemke at Stanford.
Dopamine Nation.
Bingo. Yes. And she's like, you can talk to me all day long about trauma, but when they're still hooked on this stuff, there's no hope. Hence the reason that you would want to simultaneously detox them from the chemical addiction while working on the psychological component and then building in successes with food and fitness. It's unfortunately as simple as it is. It's hard, and it is multifactorial. But understanding that is the first step, and working on each one of these things as it presents itself to you goes a really long way.
Thank you. I do want to get anyone in the line that hasn't asked a question today. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. No, that's all right. No, you're good, man. I'm sorry. You can still wait in line. I just want to make sure we get to people that haven't yet had answered a question. Yes, sir.
I was wondering. So I recently read in the Epic Times about vaccines and how the studies with autism and vaccines, how there was many flaws, and sometimes they only tested one form of vaccine. And it was written by a doctor. He was saying he was really unsure if he didn't see anything about evidence of vaccines necessarily causing autism. Just
probably Joel Warsh probably wrote it.
Flawed,
He's great.
Was his point?
Sorry,
my question was: have you seen anything that points to vaccines actually causing autism, or is it just a lack of studies?
Here's the thing. What I can tell you, having tried to explore this with very credible experts, is the solid and safe answer here is we don't know. Because of several factors, and I don't want to take up a ton of time.
No, you're right. No, I'm sorry. I'm just managing.
No. But if it's okay to explain this one real quick. So CNN, okay, hold on. Let me back up. You've seen Kennedy say, we need better research. We need gold standard science. Okay, so CNN goes out and they crowdsource a freaking appendix, a spreadsheet of studies that had placebo-controlled trials on vaccines. And they're like, look at, he's a liar, he's a dummy, this is all, it's disputed, debunked. Yeah. Okay, here's the bottom line. First of all, over half of the vaccines on the spreadsheet aren't even on the children's schedule, okay? Next, what Kennedy's asking for is an inert placebo. So this means if one kid had saline and another one had the vaccine, the inert placebo is the saline, so you can do a true study on it. But for the vast majority of those studies, they use something called an active comparable as the placebo, and that means a previous vaccine, which is bananas. Let's say that wasn't the case, and they did use an inert placebo. That'd be amazing. What did they actually do the study on? Efficacy? Oh, it worked 10 years from now. Okay, but not long-term safety. Immunogenicity, how well did your body mount a response to the vaccine? Okay, so that took almost all of them off the table. So now there's like a handful, less than I can count on one hand, that had inert placebo. Not all of them, a handful of them that utilized inert placebo for long-term safety. None of them were done pre-licensing of the vaccine. So what Kennedy is telling you is, in fact, the truth. We don't have the studies. Now, I'm sure you saw him on Tucker talking about Hep B and having an 1,134% increased risk of autism. And I could get into all of that, but what they were looking for, and it's no longer in the vaccine, despite other concerns, they were looking at something called thimerosal, which is a preservative that's 50% mercury by weight that is no longer in vaccines. But obviously, if you look up, hey, mercury and health issues, not awesome. It's not awesome, but it is out now. And there are other adjuvants like aluminum. We just don't know. Like with MMR, you've got 3 different vaccines now together, not individually. Have they done those kinds of studies?
Same with Tdap.
Exactly the point. Hence the reason he's saying, look, I'm not taking away your vaccines. But there's definitely something going on, and we certainly don't have the gold standard science. Why don't we ask
By the way,
questions?
This is what's it's a truism of life. If you have nothing to hide, why are you offended by the question?
Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
For anything, you can ask any question. I'm not saying there's something there, but I do a prove me wrong on campus for 3 hours. I have nothing to hide. Ask me anything. Can I do a prove me wrong with the CEO of Pfizer? Can I do a... That's all for today. Talk to you guys tomorrow. God bless.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits, or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve, who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts, and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim, or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found 2 lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation,
and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is in Moscow this morning, where he met with Russian leader Vladimir Putin. The meeting comes ahead of President Trump's Friday deadline for the Kremlin to agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine or face new sanctions.
A former Doge staffer was apparently beat up during an attempted carjacking by two teenagers over the weekend. A word of warning, we've blurred out most of it here, but online it shows Korstein bloodied up, sitting on the ground.
I have to say that somebody from Doge was very badly hurt last night. You saw that. A young man who was beat up by a bunch of thugs in D.C. And either they're going to straighten their act out in the terms of government and in terms of protection, or we're going to have to federalize and run it the way it's supposed to be run.
Trump will announce that Apple is going to commit to spend another $100 billion on domestic manufacturing. That's the latest pledge by the tech giant to increase U.S. production of its products as it seeks to avoid punishing tariffs on its flagship iPhones. You can see the shares up 1 2/3%.
Now to the Israel-Hamas war. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is hinting at a wider military action in Gaza. This new pressure on Netanyahu came as Gaza's health ministry said the Palestinian death toll has surpassed 61,000.
The president is obviously pleased to see the result of the Polish elections. He met with Karol Nawrocki. He met with him at the White House and he told them, you're going to win.
It's inauguration day for Poland's new president, the political novice who has shown his admiration for Donald Trump and his disdain for the EU, is set to take office.
Karol Nawrocki was elected on a campaign slogan of Poland first, Poles first.
Welcome to Human Events. I am Bo Davidson, filling in for the great Jack Posobiec today, who is on assignment overseas. He's in Poland for the inauguration of the new Polish president, which is very, very exciting stuff, guys. Karol Nawrocki, as you heard, is sworn in today as Polish president, vowing to protect Polish sovereignty. Nawrocki is a nationalist, and this sets up a big battle, folks, between him and Prime Minister Donald Tusk, who wants to move Poland towards a more European Union-friendly government. It's going to be a big battle between nationalism and globalism. And we're going to have much more on that to come with a report from Poso himself, who is in Poland. Now, on X, Poso writes, Poland has risen up against godless open borders globalism. Patriots are marching across Warsaw. And that is really the theme of today's Human Event show, nationalism versus globalism. It's a fight all over the world right now, and Donald Trump certainly set the tone with that with his historic comeback re-election just last November. We're going to hear more, as I said, from Jack in just a bit. And that leads us to our second headline, which is the attack on a Doge staffer, Edward Korstein in D.C. He's 19 years old, just a young 19 years old, and he goes by the name Big Balls. We've heard that before in the news, and he fought off carjackers in D.C.'s Logan Circle, sustaining a concussion while just trying to help a woman. Now, this comes with the backdrop of crime in Washington, D.C., led by Mayor Muriel Bowser, who needs to be held accountable. It's just as simple as that. Violence is running rampant in the nation's capital. And even Elon Musk, who has not been a friend of the president lately, he's backing Trump on the idea of federalizing D.C. if Bowser doesn't get it under control. You know, I performed in Washington, D.C., and among the big foot-long rats that I saw running around, I was actually a little bit nervous about walking at night. And it was this near George Washington University. I didn't think it was that safe. Now, Trump posted the following. Let's take a look at this post. Crime in Washington, D.C. is totally out of control. Local, quote, youths and gang members, some only 14, 15, and 16 years old, are randomly attacking, mugging, maiming, and shooting innocent citizens at the same time knowing that they will be almost immediately released. That's true. They're not afraid of law enforcement because they know nothing ever happens to them. But it's going to happen now. The law in D.C. must be changed to prosecute these, quote, minors as adults and lock them up for a long time, starting at age 14. The most recent victim was beaten mercilessly by local thugs. Washington, D.C. must be safe, clean, and beautiful for all Americans, and most importantly, for the world to see. If D.C. doesn't get its act together, and quickly, we will have no choice but to take federal control of the city and run the city how it should be run, and put criminals on notice that they're not going to get away with it anymore. Perhaps it should have been done a long time ago. Then this incredible young man and so many others would not have to go through the horror of violent crime. If this continues, I'm going to exert my powers and federalize this city. Make America great again. surprised he didn't say thank you for your attention to this matter. That's what he usually does. But it's true. Muriel Bowser must be held accountable. And I agree with Elon Musk and I agree with the president on this. And finally, we turn our attention to Russia, where Special Envoy Steve Witkoff met with Vladimir Putin earlier today. Now, the meeting reportedly lasted about 3 hours long, and a top aide to Putin stated that it was, quote, a very useful and constructive conversation, end quote. Now, the main topics were the Ukrainian crisis and the prospect of possible development of strategic cooperation between the United States and Russia. This is, of course, the 5th visit of Steve Witkoff to Russia. No ceasefire agreement has been announced as of yet. Russia faces severe tariffs from the United States under Donald Trump if a deal isn't achieved. But the clock is ticking on Vladimir Putin and Trump's deadline for peace or sanction talks with Russia. Now, as Jack Posobiec has reported, Russia has been devastating Ukraine for weeks in the latest offensive. And White House envoy Steve Witkoff met with the Russian president and what Russian foreign policy advisor Yuri Ushakov described as, quote, useful and constructive. And I hope that that's true. Well, up next, we will hear from Jack Posobiec on the worldwide fight between populists and globalists. That's the theme of today's show. Populism versus globalism. Nationalism versus globalism. Whose side are you on? And the massive victory that just took place in the great country of Poland that I love quite a bit. We'll be right back.
Hello friends, Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of the timeless truth about gold and silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little bee.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution. And welcome back to Human Events with Jack Posobiec. I am Bo Davidson, filling in for Jack while he is on assignment overseas in Poland. We've got a lot more to come from Jack while he is overseas, and some special reporting he and Tanya have from there in just a short while. You know, I've spent some time in Poland, and I mention this anecdote only because not a lot of people have spent time in the small areas of Poland, the small cities. But see, that's where you get the non-tourist experience. And so years ago, about 2015, 2016, I flew over to a very, very small town called Żagań, which is on the border with Germany. And I attended a wedding there for a group of triplets who were musical triplets, and I'm a musician myself, and so there was that interesting musical connection. And I found the Polish people to be just a wonderful, prideful people who care deeply about their country and their culture. In fact, I remember being on a bus as we were going, I believe, to Prague, and the music that I heard on the radio was not American music at all. And I thought, I wonder why they don't have American music playing. And my understanding is because they want to keep Poland. They want it to keep it Polish. They don't want to be overly Americanized, which I actually respected as a musician. So a wonderful place with wonderful, wonderful people. And I want to use this as a backdrop to set up Jack's reporting from Poland today. Let's take a look at this.
Good. Well, folks, we're here in Warsaw, Poland, and today, of course, the inauguration of the president of Poland, new president, Karol Nawrocki, and an incredible day in a remarkable place. And a lot of people might ask, they say, Poso, why are you going to Poland? Why are you going there? Why cover this? You know, is this really the most important thing going on today? And I say, yes, it is. And I'll explain why. It's important because not only to me, because obviously I'm Polish, a little bit biased on that, but what you have in Poland is a place where all of these things that we talk about every day in the United States, the things that we fight for, the things that we're searching for, the things that we're struggling for, faith, freedom, a culture, an identity, a heritage. These are all things that have been on the ballot in Poland and all things that are currently being fought for in Poland. The globalists don't want a country like this existing because Poland was able to achieve its level of economic success and is one of the most successful GDPs in the European Union right now, without mass migration, without open borders, without switching to liberal policies, globalist policies, woke policies. They haven't done any of it. What have they done? They've embraced their culture, they've embraced their heritage, they've embraced their religion, and now today have elected and inaugurated a president who stands for all those things very strongly. A staunch anti-communist, a staunch historian who remembers World War II and the communist occupation here in Poland. And so when you look at all of these things and put it together, what do you have? You have a high-trust society. A high-trust society that is well-functioning, that is low crime, and where cities like the one that I'm in right now. Compare Warsaw, which is the largest city in Poland, compare that to what's going on in Washington, D.C. right now. You saw President Trump put this out, horrific attack on a former member of DOJ and a member of the administration. Those types of things just don't happen in Warsaw. They really don't. The idea of stranger attack, the idea of people having to defend a woman at night doesn't exist here. What you do have are people who generally get along well with each other and generally have that level of trust with one another. You see families going around, you see young people being out all times of night, going out, having fun in the nightlife. And Warsaw is a big working city as well. So it's a city where you have a lot of economic activity going on, a lot of actions coming in. And of course, because of that, particularly in the tech sector, they have a lot of jobs. And those jobs are attracting more and more people from around the country into Warsaw, and that's fueling the rise of the city. But the city, as you look at it right now, all of this was rebuilt after World War II. The Germans destroyed every single one of these buildings, all of them, after the Warsaw Uprising. We just had the 81st anniversary of the Warsaw Uprising last week, August 1st, which was a huge commemoration. And we're out here coming up on the Polish parliament in a minute. But what people have to understand is that if Poland is successful, that means globalism is a failure. If globalism is a failure, that means it can be defeated here, it can be defeated in Hungary, it can be defeated in the UK, it can be defeated anywhere. And if it can be defeated, then we're all finally going to be able to get our countries back. Billions upon billions of dollars have been spent to try and destroy nations like this, countries like this, places where they put God first. Not to mention, by the way, that the pro-life issue was front and center in this election. And it's an issue where the new president of Poland has vowed to veto any legislation coming out of the parliament regarding opening up for abortions. Poland currently has probably the strongest and strictest abortion law on the entire European continent. And for the Poles, this is very serious. Any abortion in Poland kills a Polish child, ends the life of a Polish child, stops the beating heart of a Polish child. And so for the people of Poland who have been through so much, this is something they take very, very seriously. Now, the Liberals currently have control of the parliament, but the Conservatives are working hard to push against that, shut down those open borders, and, of course, as I was saying before, work to establish full conservative governance and block any of the liberal policies that are currently coming in Poland. So again, public transportation you see all over. This is the Polish parliament over here. Tanya Tay right there, of course. Cutting over my shot. But we wanted to go say hi to somebody. Well, I wanted to go say hi to somebody while I was here. Here are folks you have, of course, right outside the Polish parliament, Ronald Reagan. So a great statue of Ronald Reagan, and that's the Polish parliament right at the end of the street right here. That's how much Ronald Reagan is supported and honored in Poland, that they have a statue directly of him right in front of their parliament building. Poland understands that Reagan was a fighter against communism. That's how he's viewed here. And Poland understands that the fight against communism is a fight for all of our countries, a fight for all of our nations. If you can stop communism, like Poland did, throwing it off in 1989 with the Solidarity Movement, which led to the fall of the Berlin Wall years later, led to the fall of the Soviet Union, 1991, the independence of all the Warsaw Pact countries. Yes, I'm in Warsaw, the city of the Warsaw Pact, as it were. Well, it was defeated once, not even that long ago, within living memory. And it can be defeated again because the globalism of today is the new communism. Globalism is the new communism. And people have to absolutely understand that. So that's why we're here. That's why we're in Poland. That's why we're talking about how you can have, and by the way, it's so clean. And this isn't just because they had the inauguration today. It is like this every single day. My mom, one of the things that she mentioned, one of the first times that we had visited Poland years ago, was that, so my mom is really, really anti-litter. If there's any political issue that I think that Lori Poso would put first and foremost, it's litter. She absolutely can't stand it. She always carries a little bag with her so she can pick up litter anywhere she sees it. The only thing is, when she came to Poland, specifically came to Warsaw, she couldn't find any. Why? That's what nationalism is. Loving your country so much that you keep the streets clean, that you keep rubbish off, that you keep it all off. That's what it means to really love your country. That's what it really means, and it starts at the lowest level. This is like Rudy Giuliani and his ability to have the broken windows policy. What did broken windows mean? That meant you even go after the little crimes. All right, I wanted to leave with this. This is a monument I mentioned before about the Warsaw Uprising. 81st anniversary just took place And you can see the wreaths of flowers, the ribbons, and the symbol of the Warsaw Uprising right here. This was the people of Warsaw rising up in 1944 to fight against the occupiers, fight against the Nazis that were occupying these very streets that we're in right now. And this is right outside. That's the Polish Parliament right behind me. People who are still alive today lost their grandparents in that and in the subsequent bombing of Warsaw. 85% of the city, 85% of the buildings you see all around you were destroyed in World War II. And then the communists occupied the country after that. Poland is a group of people who understand freedom because they understand indelibly what it means to lose it. Jack Posobiec, live in Warsaw.
Well, you heard it from the man himself, from Poso. It's important because the things that we fight for right here in America, borders, language, culture, identity, heritage, they're on the ballot in Poland. Polish people have embraced culture and heritage. And if Poland is successful, as Jack said, it's a knife to globalism. Jack is there because he's fighting the battle for MAGA in the States and worldwide. We're going to hear from Jack later in the show in just a bit regarding Russia and Ukraine. We'll be right back with more Human Events.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You gotta get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visit or call SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
What's your plan, huh? Do you have one? Talking about what is your plan for a reliable source of power when the next emergency strikes? Well, check this out. It's called the Patriot Power Generator 2500, and right now it's $500 off at 4 Patriots. See, they took a page out of the military's playbook for portable solar power, and now we get to use it in our own homes. What's even better is that this solar generator can power critical appliances like your fridge, your microwave, and your CPAP machine, so that you're prepared for whatever emergency strikes next. Go to 4patriots.com now and save $500.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Today, you know, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
Breaking news from Real America's Voice.
And we have some breaking news for you. At least 5 soldiers were injured when a shooter opened fire Wednesday at Fort Stewart in Georgia. The soldiers were shot in the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team area, according to a social media post from the U.S. Army. They were treated on site and moved to Wynn Army Community Hospital. Law enforcement was dispatched around 10:56 a.m. and the suspected shooter was apprehended at 11:35 a.m. We will have more on that story as it develops. Well, welcome back to Human Events. I'm Bo Davidson, filling in for Jack Posobiec today while he attends the inauguration of the Polish president, Karol Nawrocki. More from him in just a bit. But now we turn our attention to the United States economy right now and how we are doing. So we have our D.C. chief correspondent, Brian Glenn from D.C. Brian, good afternoon to you.
Hey, Bo. Good afternoon.
Brian, let's first talk about this huge deal that Apple announced. It's a $100 billion investment in U.S. manufacturing commitments. What can you tell us about it?
It's amazing. This is just another example how President Trump is bringing this manufacturing back to this country. And with no doubt, Apple, the very phone that many of our viewers might have in their hand right now, this is a $100 billion investment in the U.S. over the next 4 years. And so it's huge. CEO Tim Cook is reported to be here a little bit later this afternoon. That takes place at 4:30. But if you want to look at the trade deals, between the tariffs and now with this U.S. manufacturing coming back, the first 6 months, if you look at the U.S. economy and how we've brought jobs not only back to the U.S., but specifically in some of the Rust Belt states like Pennsylvania, like Michigan, Wisconsin, some of those manufacturing states, this is huge. Just another development for President Trump as Tim Cook will join him in the Oval Office.
And this is $100 billion on top of, I believe, an investment that they already made. So my question would be, does this make American manufacturing great again? You mentioned the promise. And what would that do to the cost of the iPhone, Brian, if they bring the manufacturing here, do you think?
That's one of the biggest questions I heard people kind of rumbling earlier today was, is that going to raise the price of these iPhones, knowing that the labor here would presumably be more than what they'd be able to make it in other countries. But I think if we look at the semiconductor tariffs and some of the prices on that and bring the manufacturing for these semiconductors back to this country, ultimately, I do think those phone prices will come down. But you might see in the short term remain the same, if not tick up a little bit more. But it seems like the price of these iPhones in general, Bo, it seems every time you go to the T-Mobile or Verizon, AT&T store, whatever you want to go buy these phones, they tend to go up every year anyway. We just don't know if it's going to go up any more than they usually do. They're mini computers is what they are, but there's so many components in these phones, and if we can just get that manufacturing back here to the U.S., I think overall it will be lower in the long term.
Well, and I think that brings up a good point, because if we knew an American was assembling this, an American was making this, and it created American jobs, I think we'd feel a lot better about the iPhone that's in our hand, knowing that we didn't outsource that labor. So that kind of touches on the theme of Human Events today, which is nationalism versus globalism. So bringing manufacturing jobs back, which is what Trump promised to do, did he not? I mean, this was a huge campaign promise. He's delivering on it. My question would be, and I don't know if you've heard this yet, and maybe he'll discuss it with Tim Cook, do we have a trained workforce that can handle that?
That's an excellent question. That might be a question that I ask in the Oval Office when I go in at 4:30. But this goes along with the whole trade situation of training people to be electricians, to be plumbers, to be pipe fitters, to be all of these blue collar manufacturing jobs. So, do we have the labor force to manufacture these phones? It's an excellent question, Bo. I can promise you I'm going to ask it a little bit later today. But that opens up a huge job market for people. You know, that maybe traditionally didn't want to go the kind of manufacturing route. We have good paying jobs to put these phones together. I think that's an excellent source of income and definitely opportunities for a lot of these young people coming up and that want to get, that necessarily college is not the option for them, but they can be trained to do this and make a good living at it.
Well, what would be great, Brian, and maybe they'll do it. I mean, this is why I think it'd be a great question to ask would Apple incentivize training that workforce? Because if they want to have the parts made in America, how great would it be if they could incentivize, just like ICE is doing right now in recruiting, $50,000 to join ICE and do your country a good service. Yeah. If you knew that you could have a specialized trade and there's an incentive to do it in a path, that's the path for a lot of people I think would take. So I think that's probably a good thing.
That is a good thing. I'll give you a quick example. I know there's a huge battery plant in Georgia that came from South Korea, so they were able to get the plant to Georgia, but they don't have the people to work. So they've had to literally bring in thousands of people from South Korea to work this plant that's in Georgia. So if we can reverse engineer that and train people in the U.S. to do the jobs at Apple, at these battery plants, or whatever these companies come in, that's the way you keep the money here. Because right now, it doesn't do any good if we open up these plants for Apple, but yet we have to import immigrants in to work those jobs because they're simply not trained here. We do need to make sure that the jobs we create here are able to be done by the people who live here. So maybe those incentive, I saw some scholarship. I saw on ICE that they would maybe pay off some student loans. That's an incentive. And of course, these huge, big sign-in bonuses as well. I mean, that's just an idea. Apple, as you know, is a very wealthy company, one of the biggest companies in the world. I would think they would be able to come up with some type of incentive plan. But I do think it's very important. If we're going to create these jobs here, let's make sure we employ Americans first.
Yeah, if they would pay for their trade school or somehow offset the cost, that would be a brilliant plan. Well, Brian, we don't have too much time left, but I would like to also touch on some of these subpoenas coming out from Jamie Comer's office regarding Russiagate and the deep state coup. It seems like he has a timeline to talk to these people. What do you know about that?
Yeah, there's a little bit of timeline. I know some of the subpoenas that went out, those are set to make their way into D.C. towards the end of August, perhaps even September. But I've also heard, hey, even though we got these subpoenas and we're going to bring them in for questioning, getting indictments is one thing, getting a conviction on some things or another. And if you turn your attention to all of the Epstein information with Bill and Hillary Clinton coming in here as well, there's a lot to uncover there. It's a lot to unpack with this investigation. I've got some sources, some independent journalists that have really put a lot of time in this. Look out for money laundering charges and the interest going towards Hillary and Bill Clinton.
Woo! That's some juicy stuff right there. Well, Brian Glenn, thank you as always, my good friend. Good to see you. And we'll be right back with more Human Events in just 2 short minutes.
Lives are shattered in the Holy Land.
In an instant, these families lost everything. Elderly, children went from having homes to having everything destroyed. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is on the ground to provide food and shelter and emergency supplies.
Has God given you a heart for Israel? Your prayers and help are urgently needed. An emergency gift of $45 will help thousands of elderly and families with desperately needed food.
Zelda was here when the missile hit just a block away. Her whole body is bruised and wounded. And it's very clear that Zelda is in no condition to find ways to get food.
Call or go online now to let Israel know you're praying and helping provide emergency aid.
It's all for you.
Food is critical, and so is shelter from attack. The Israeli government has asked the fellowship to urgently place 1,000 mobile bomb shelters immediately.
You can place a mobile bomb shelter in Israel right now. All we need is for you to enable us to buy the shelters. Thanks, shelters that are proven to save lives.
This is our moment to take a stand, to show the world that Christians will not be silent. When we bless Israel, we stand against hatred, and we become part of God's plan to defend his people.
This is our moment when we can stand up and align ourselves with the Word of God to help to relieve the suffering of Jews who are under threat of attack even now.
My friends, now there are more needs than ever before. The destruction is unprecedented. Don't wait until tomorrow. Please act now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System. a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Hey, Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
And welcome back to Human Events. As I mentioned earlier in the show, Poland is a really unique place, and Jack's there right now. When I visited there, this little tiny town of Żagań, I enjoyed many pints of the beer that's called Żywiec, which is a great beer, by the way. If I'm in a store, I always try to pick it up if I can find it. And the plum brandy, which is called Sliwowica. And as I had those great beverages while listening to Polish NATO troops singing Polish drinking songs in this small little town of Żagań, Poland, it was a very unique and authentic experience. And what was unique about it too was sometimes I would hear bombs going off in the distance because they were NATO troops and they were doing live training exercises there. And that was very unique because I didn't get the tourist experience like you might have in a place like Warsaw, which is of course a beautiful city, but it's just not the same experiences that I had. And I like the fact that my experience was non-tourist. But I didn't realize back then how close Poland is to Russia. But now, with the backdrop of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, it becomes all the more prescient. And if this war escalates, those same men that I had a pint with years ago, they could be dead if things don't go the right way. Ukraine doesn't have any soldiers left. They got no more fight to fight. So this could be the Polish people's fight. It could be the Polish soldiers' fight. It's easy to drink a pint. Not so easy to fight the Russians. We voted for President Trump for peace, not war. And I want to use that as a backdrop to set up Jack's clip right now, where he'll be discussing the conflict in Russia and Ukraine. Let's take a look at that.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back here, Warsaw, Poland, just leaving the Polish parliament here. Inauguration held earlier today for the new president, Karol Nawrocki. And one of the key issues facing all of the world as pertains to Poland is, of course, not something that's happening in Poland, but something that's happening next door to Poland. Because, of course, Poland shares a sizable border with Ukraine. And the Ukraine war, this deadline, President Trump has established this Friday as the deadline for what he hopes to be a ceasefire that he's seeking between Ukraine and Russia. Why is Poland so significant? Not only, of course, does Poland maintain that border, but Poland is the logistics hub for something like 95% of all of the military supplies that are heading to Ukraine are all coming through Poland, particularly in places in the south like Jobob. So a key element of the war effort is keeping those supply lines open for all of the NATO equipment which is coming through Poland. And this has been an issue, and it was an issue in the presidential election. Why? Because Karol Nawrocki, when he was campaigning, he brought up a number of things that the Ukrainians and Zelensky would rather not be talked about. What did he talk about? Well, he talked about the fact that there is corruption currently in Ukraine. We're seeing that across the board now. Everyone's reporting it. And what did they say? They said that because of this corruption, that it would be very hard for Poland or Nawrocki to support Ukraine entering the European Union. He also said that he would not support Ukraine in NATO. Of course, it doesn't make any sense for Ukraine to be in NATO when Ukraine is currently at war with Russia. This would bring Russia under Article 5 into a direct military conflict with all of NATO. You would trigger Article 5 and all of the NATO nations would be required to respond. Can't have that. So the new president of Poland brought all of this up while on the campaign trail, went on to win the election, and the hearts and minds of tens of thousands of people who marched throughout the streets here earlier today. And by the way, you can see how You can see how clean these streets are. There were tens of thousands of people here earlier today marching outside the parliament. The same. You can't see a thing on the street, not a speck of trash. The other significant target for the Ukraine-Poland relationship, of course, is the level of migrants that Poland has accepted from Ukraine. 2 million, give or take, have been accepted since the start of the war all the way back in 2014, when it kicked off in the Donbass region, have been accepted by Poland. And this has created a huge pressure on the Polish labor market, because even though I mentioned in my earlier monologue, in that report, I was talking about how Poland has this huge job boom. It does, but many, many, many service jobs are being taken by Ukrainians, many jobs that are particularly low skilled, Uber drivers, DoorDash, that type of thing. A lot of that is being taken by Ukrainian migrants. And this has created an issue for the native Polish, many the same way it does in other countries, not in terms of a compatibility issue, but certainly in terms of the economic effects of simply accepting that many people. It puts downward pressure on wages, downward pressure on job growth, and on employment, access, downward pressure, of course, on all sorts of things, the healthcare system, housing, all the rest of it. So these are all issues that have come into play when looking at the Ukraine situation, not to mention inflation, because the war has created a significant inflation because of the cutoff of all of the energy from Russia really to the rest of Western Europe. And so Poland is now embarking on deals for LNG with the United States. However, because that is more expensive, that increased price, when the price of energy goes up, the price of everything goes up, because that's an input that's required to go into literally every product and service that you have. So what does that mean? That means inflation has become an issue as well. People are getting tired. People are getting tired of the situation. And of course, they can look to Ukraine and they can see the battlefield. Now, this doesn't mean, by the way, that Poland has any love lost for Russia. They don't. You're not going to find any of that here. But what you will hear, and you can see signs of this, even just outside the parliament where we were, there were signs up that say, "Not our war." Not our war. That is something that we're hearing 3.5 years in that you would not have heard just a few days or a few weeks into it. And certainly there are lots of Polish volunteers that have gone over to volunteer in the fighting, volunteer on the Ukrainian side. However, the average Polish people are showing those signs of fatigue, showing signs of war fatigue, showing signs that their willingness to continue to support all of this is starting to come to an end. And certainly when you look at the battlefield, when you look at the lines, Pokrovsk being taken by the Russians, Chasiv Yar being taken as well, the fortress cities of Donbass and that region now falling under direct threat of the Russian advance, there are real questions about what will come down as a result of all of this. President Trump, of course, knows this as well. He gets the intelligence far more directly than anyone. And what he's looking at, I believe, and I've said for a number of times, one assessment that I have is that this 10 days or 50 days, which turned to 10 days, it's all about Ukraine. And it's all about whether or not Ukraine will collapse. And if Ukraine ends up collapsing, their front lines go down, as well as the political situation that we've seen deteriorating, the protests against Zelensky doing away with the Anti-Corruption Bureau. There are serious questions as to whether or not Ukraine's government will see a collapse, as well as the front lines have seen the situation, Russian forces coming in. And we've been reporting with Tony Schaefer and others here on the program how the Russians are cutting the supply lines to Ukraine. So just showing some scenes of Poland where, of course, you wouldn't realize that there's this massive war taking place not far, just a few hours away from where we stand right now as we're recording all of this. Life continues as usual in Poland. And yet we know that not far away, there's a massive war waging. The question is, will President Trump be able to see it to its fruition? Likely, it will require, as we've seen, meeting between Witkoff and Putin. It's going to require those direct negotiations, those direct links. What came out of that meeting Well, we're told that Witkoff and Putin met for about 3 hours. And during those 3 hours, what's interesting is we haven't gotten a full readout yet from the Russian side or from the U.S. side. The Russian media has said that they received signals from one side to another. So the Russians read the signals and received the signals from the Americans. The Americans sent signals which were also received by the Russians. Okay, we've got our signals, but what signals were they? What do they mean? And will this lead to an overall deal, perhaps even a meeting between President Trump and President Putin? All of which remains to be seen, but I think a lot of people are pointing to this meeting as a chance for peace and a chance for an overall lasting, not alliance, but an overall lasting agreement between the U.S. and Russia that incorporates the security of NATO and security of Ukraine as well. This is Jack Posobiec here, Warsaw, Poland.
And as Jack said, the deadline is Friday, and Trump increased India's tariffs to 50%, so the heat is on Vladimir Putin. Now, the easy way is a good deal. The hard way? Well, it's when we have to tariff you. We voted for President Trump for peace, not war, so we hope that he's able to continue that policy and pressure Putin. Human Events will be right back in just a few short minutes.
Mama, look. It's just like our new house. Warranty! I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family. Is that us? Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America. And get this. Did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of.
You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off. This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Hi, I'm Cade Courtley, and welcome to the Ford Patriots Buy One, Get One Solar Generator event. Claim the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, and you'll get a free Patriot Power Sidekick with 2 free solar panels. These are 2 of Ford Patriot's newest silent, fume-free solar generators that can power your fridge, TV, and critical devices without ever needing gas. Every American should have the peace of mind that comes from having backup power. Visit FordPatriots.com to secure your free generator and solar panels now.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
Welcome back to Human Events. I am Bo Davidson, in for Jack Posobiec, who is in Poland. And we actually have some great footage of Jack and Tanya in Poland, which we want to show you right now. Tanya has some great comments about what this Polish election means to the patriots of Poland. And they are indeed patriots. Let's take a look at this.
Talk to me a little bit about why it's such a big deal that people are standing up for their country and putting that over this idea of globalism and no borders and anyone can be a global citizen and all this.
I think first and foremost, it's the proof that globalism as a system is failing, and we see it in many examples, like the failed global economies in Germany, Switzerland, France, and here in Poland we see people standing up and embracing their national identity.
Well, and you know, one specific thing that I would mention that Nawrocki even said in his inaugural speech today, that the euro will never come to Poland. So Poland, as maybe you can explain that a little bit, Poland does not have the euro even though they're in the EU.
And what it does, it strengthens their national economy. It makes them less dependent on the EU banks, and this in turn helps them to stand their ground and say no to the EU global machine.
Right, so if you control your own currency, then you have control of your own currency market.
Oh yeah, some great thoughts from Jack and Tanya there. You know, make Poland great again. Poland is indeed, it's a great place, and it is a microcosm of what we fight for right here in America. And that's borders, language, culture, heritage, peace through strength, less endless wars, more human prosperity. And as we come to a close today, I want to mention that we are still in a psychological war right here in the United States, and we fight the DNA of violence every single day. When we look at this 19-year-old Doge staffer, his name is Edward Korestein, getting beaten in Logan Circle in D.C. while merely trying to help a woman, it's a reminder of what's at stake in America, the battle of good versus evil, and the DNA of violence. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee. You guys may not know that, but that's where I'm from. And I hate to say it, but it's a very violent place as well. Every single night at home, where my mom lives, the local news reports a new homicide. It's usually drug or gang related. And sadly, the local government remains largely the same. And that's true for D.C., a largely Democrat-run district helmed by Mayor Muriel Bowser. Now, Elon Musk has been at odds with President Trump lately over the big, beautiful bill. You've heard about that. But recently, he sided with the president when Trump threatened to federalize D.C. after Edward Korestein was beaten. You have a dozen men attacking a woman, and a young Doge staffer comes in to help her and sustains a concussion. Now, let's go back to Trump's post on this situation. Here's what he said. Crime in Washington, D.C. is totally out of control. He talks about the local youths, quote, and gang members, some only 14, 15, and 16 years old, are randomly attacking, mugging, maiming, and shooting innocent citizens, at the same time knowing that they will be almost immediately released. They're not afraid of law enforcement because they know nothing ever happens to them, but it's going to happen now. The law in D.C. must be changed to prosecute these, quote, minors as adults and lock them up for a long time, starting at age 14. The most recent victim was beaten mercilessly by local thugs. Washington, D.C. must be safe, clean, and beautiful for all Americans, and most importantly, for all Americans, for the world to see. If D.C. doesn't get its act together and quickly, we will have no choice but to take federal control of the city and run this city how it should be run, and put criminals on notice that they're not going to get away with it anymore. Perhaps it should have been done a long time ago, and then this incredible young man and so many others would not have to go through the horrors of violent crime. If this continues, I'm going to exert my powers and federalize this city. Make America great again. So, folks, you see, this is an example of what I call the DNA of violence. It's the ethos of violence, and it starts young. 14, 15, 16 years old. There has to be some consequence for the crime. And I'm looking at you, Mayor Bowser. It comes down to you. There has to be accountability. You have to do something about it. And in a related story about the DNA of violence, it doesn't have to be physical violence. It can be political violence or ideological violence or what we could call cultural violence. Look at Sydney Sweeney. I'm sure by now most of you know about the controversy surrounding the actress Sydney Sweeney and her American Eagle jeans ad. Well, it's only controversial because some lovely internet sleuths out there found Sweeney as a registered Republican, which then Donald Trump went on, of course, to praise. Now, that adulation alone was enough to associate Sweeney with white supremacy. But it wasn't just that. Salon, that wonderful liberal outlet out there, said that having great genes, G-E-N-E-S, a pun on the word for genetics, has connotations with whiteness, thinness, and attractiveness, as if all three of those things are de facto terrible things. Now, the company American Eagle did defend Sweeney, and they stated this, quote, Sydney Sweeney has great genes, is and always was about the genes, her story. We'll continue to celebrate how everyone wears their AE genes with confidence their way. But the company removed the ad from their social media accounts, which, isn't that like having it both ways? You defend her, but then you take it off your social media pages? Seems like mixed messaging to me. Now, comedian Michael Rapaport defended Sweeney, saying, people love bullying celebrities, especially female celebrities. Who cares who she voted for? Who cares who she's registered to vote for? Who cares who anybody is registered to vote for? Get a life. You want to run her into the ground. You want to build these people up and then run them into the ground. Leave Sydney Sweeney the F alone. And I agree with Michael Rapaport. I think we have entered the age of political outrage porn. It's its own brand of ideological violence or cultural violence. And by that I mean, cancel culture is nothing new, folks. Let's be honest with that. But now the punishment goes far beyond that. It's punishing people for literally doing nothing wrong, for merely having an opinion. And not even having a vocal opinion. Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican. She did not speak at the RNC. So these people, they go online to find something about Sweeney they don't like because frankly they're not as attractive as her, or never could they get her attention. And they try to use that to take her down. Why? Because she's in a jeans ad with a fun play on the word jeans? Because she has great genes? Since when did bad jeans sell jeans? Beyonce is currently in a Levi's campaign called the Denim Cowboy. Okay, so we can agree that Beyonce has great genes too, right? Oh, but wait. Beyonce had a song for Kamala Harris's campaign. She had a song called Freedom. Granted, she did not perform at the Democratic National Convention, as was hinted. I mean, who would want that gig if Kamala were the nominee? But because Beyonce is black, or half black for those who are counting, and supports Democrats, her genes are okay. But Sydney Sweeney's are not. American Eagle is racist and Nazi, but Levi's is not. And this is the paradox that we are living in. And this all comes back to what Michael Rapaport said about the type of person tearing Sweeney down. These are low-life people with nothing better to do. But sadly, outrage porn is clickbait. It has a feeding trough. The pigs feed here. When Sweeney attended the premiere of her movie Americana, a heckler yelled out, "Stop the ad, that's being racist." You see, someone took the time to go to her premiere so that they could yell this very false and pathetic slur at her. And what is the end game? Stop the ad? Kill American Eagle? Kill her movies? Get her to stop acting? Get her to repent of her whiteness, thinness, and attractiveness? I truly think that racial politics' endgame is one of total repentance, contrition, and a recalibration of the color scales, which is exactly what makes it racist, to have some sort of hierarchy of what colors are good and bad. So if you can somehow slander a person with the dreaded R word, then you can cancel them. Who would have thought that a jeans ad could do that? It's the people with bad genes, G-E-N-E-S, who are doing all the heckling. And no, I don't mean in terms of how aesthetically they look. I mean that the genes that got passed down to their brains are severely lacking. So there is a DNA of violence we are talking about. A DNA of violence. It happens in the streets of D.C. It happens with what's happening with Sydney Sweeney and American Eagle. It's happening everywhere. And we've got to put an end to it. And my solution to that is, number one, consequences like these ICE agents did renting the Penske trucks. But also better parenting, better mentoring, seeing someone that's hurting and counseling that person. It's starting early, folks, 13, 14, 15 years old, and that's got to stop. Now, Human Events will be back tomorrow. We have a lot more to come, so make sure you stay tuned in tomorrow, same time, same place. Have a good day, guys.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing...
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Griffin.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, we got armed cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gray. It is Wednesday, the 6th of August. Thank you for being here. Let's get to today's top stories. As always, thank you for being here on Real America's Voice. We truly appreciate it. Well, Attorney General Pam Bondi has opened a grand jury investigation into the Russian collusion hoax that Obama and his Democrat goons seemingly orchestrated to undermine President Trump and the American people. I'll discuss the process of that grand jury investigation, how it works step by step today. Also, the House Financial Services Committee has announced plans to introduce legislation to overhaul the role of government-sponsored enterprises in the U.S. mortgage market in the first quarter of 2026. It is some good news for Americans looking to be homeowners. I'll bring on an expert to discuss that. Then later, as the cost of college continues to rise, President Trump is making efforts to ease the burden on Americans by targeting and cutting tuition for undocumented students. Yes, our 47th president is putting you first, American students first as well. Wouldn't have it any other way. All those updates and more coming. But first, before I get to our top story, I do want to mention briefly the shooting at Fort Stewart, Georgia earlier today. 5 soldiers wounded. We have no reports of any of those soldiers being killed. We do know they were taken away by medical personnel. The shooter reportedly alive and in custody. The Army is set to speak on the incident coming up at 3:30 this afternoon. So if anything significant comes out of that, we will keep you updated, of course. We start here. The Democrat Party is on the verge of being hijacked by democratic socialism, and that is if it hasn't been already. I mean, the kook Bernie Sanders began removing the left's ability to think and reason during the 2016 presidential election, and it hasn't slowed down since. It's just gotten noticeably worse. What we're watching is the left experimenting with communism on American soil and in real time, and we've got to sound the alarm. The Democratic Socialists of America, the party, has gone from about 6,000 radicals in 2015 to 80,000 or more this year, thanks to the likes of Bernie, AOC, pro-Palestine propaganda, and most recently, Zohran Mamdani's campaign in New York City. Mamdani scored 500,000 votes in New York City during the mayoral primary. He crushed Andrew Cuomo, the former governor of the state, by 12 points, and his victory has really underscored a big problem for Democrats, and that is this. The radicals are clearly in charge. Many refrained from endorsing the card-carrying socialist/communist before the primary. Big-time donors backed Andrew Cuomo. Democrat leaders Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer held their tongues and steered clear. New York Democrats like Governor Kathy Hochul, Representative Dan Goldman, and Tom Suozzi expressed their concerns over Mamdani's radical stances, but now that he's won, well, those Democrats are willing to throw their weight behind him. If it means getting their party out of the dumps, of course it doesn't. I think it just lights another dumpster fire for the left. We'll see. Senator Elizabeth Warren is excited about Mamdani's chances at being the future of her party. No shock here, really. She confesses who she is as well. Listen.
Progressive, social. Is this what the party should look like?
Yes.
The Democratic Party moving
You bet. The Democratic Party needs to stand up and be clear. We are the party that fights for affordability for working families. That means child care. That means housing. It means health care. It means making this country work better for the working people who make this country work.
All right, last question.
I get a little excited about this. Okay. All right.
She told reporters she's excited for Mamdani to experiment with things like city-funded grocery stores and other communist utopia pipe dreams. But these experiments, they've all been tried before, numerous times all over the world, and even right here in the United States. And the results, always the same, epic failure. How do I know? Well, here's a look at a government-run grocery store in Kansas City. It's exactly what you would expect. Watch.
It's clear this Sunfresh at 31st and Prospect is struggling. This is the first section people see when they come in. There's barely any produce. A lot of the coolers and shelves around the store look the same way, empty. So shoppers have been asking us, if the store isn't closing, then where's all the food? A rotten smell comes through the door, and anywhere you turn, you'll see products that need to be restocked. No hot food or deli.
I watch people walk in and walk out.
The grocery store has received financial assistance from the city, but has been unable to keep those shelves stocked in an area that in the past has often been referred to as a food desert.
Around here, a good thing don't last too long.
And it will impact a lot of people and a lot of families.
The city owns the Linwood Shopping Center. A nonprofit operates the grocery store.
Nobody operates that grocery store. It's run by the government. Empty shelves, pipe dreams up in smoke. Look at Venezuela, folks. Socialism turned a very rich country there into an impoverished nightmare. Chavez, Maduro, nationalized everything, promised a lot of free stuff. What did they deliver? Bread lines and starvation. 7 million people fled. Some even resorted to eating the zoo animals. I know it's a little in bad taste, but they had to just to survive. The Soviet Union tried socialism for what, 70 years? State-run everything. No free markets, no freedom. The result? Empty shelves like you saw in Kansas City, and starving people, and a collapsed empire. Mikhail Gorbachev gave up because it was a disaster of epic proportions. Mao Zedong's China went all in on socialism, collectivized farms, state-run factories. The result? 50 million people died in the Great Leap Forward in 1959 and 60 alone. Millions more died in the Cultural Revolution. You see, death is always the handmaiden of socialists and communists. Such movements are also the death of individual freedom every single time. This is what happens when socialists run the show. We don't need experimentation in New York City to prove it. It will be the death of the Big Apple, and maybe America too, if it's allowed to fester and grow like a cancerous tumor. America was built on hard work, personal responsibility, and the freedom to chase your dreams, Democratic socialism wants to replace that with government handouts, bloated bureaucracies, and control over every aspect of your life, including those dreams. They're talking about Medicare for all, free college, and wealth taxes, of course. Sounds nice until you realize it's your paycheck that they're actually coming for. CNBC actually wrecked Elizabeth Warren on this idea that all we need is to have thriving societies to tax the rich even more. Here she is getting destroyed.
This idea of somehow raising taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers, who, by the way, I would point out, pay roughly 15% of their income right now between city and state. Raising taxes on them will simply drive them away. Shouldn't the focus of a mayor be on delivering services to the constituents of the city and doing that by raising the most revenue as possible without chasing businesses and the high-income taxpayers out of the city, because they can go to Austin, they can go to Dallas, they can go to Atlanta, they can go to Nashville. This is your issue. It's a national issue, not a local issue.
The issue is affordability. Do you know how many working families are chased out of New York City every day because they can't afford housing, they can't afford groceries, they can't afford child care? What Zoran is saying is, I want people to be able to afford to live in New York City. That's what keeps it a vibrant city. That's what makes people want to live
Nobody
here.
disagrees with that, Senator, but raising taxes in order to do it? Why is that the answer?
Oh, dear, are you worried that billionaires are going to go hungry?
No, I'm worried that they're going to leave and spend their money elsewhere.
You know, they've threatened to do that over and over and over.
And they have. They've left.
But here's the thing.
And Goldman Sachs, when they create new jobs, they do it in Dallas. And Blackstone won't build a new headquarters. And go on and on.
She is in over her head, and she's willing to drag us all under. Poll after poll shows Americans don't want socialism. A 2023 Gallup poll found that 65% of Americans prefer a free market system over government control, thank God. Yet the Democrats keep pushing this radical agenda as if anybody wants it. Go to any small town, Ohio, Texas, Florida. Nobody's waving communist flags and demanding a government takeover of their lives, but Mamdani and Warren have found this brainwashed young bloc of voters who don't understand that socialism will not bring about affordability, but will certainly deliver misery in spades. Joe Biden's Inflation Reduction Act and the Democrats' $90 trillion Green New Deal, perfect examples of just the tip of the iceberg. The new Democratic Socialists would rather go a lot farther. And fellow Democratic Socialist Minneapolis mayoral candidate Omar Fatah says it's time for the Democrat Party to make its choice on how they want to evolve. Listen.
Zoran's win was not only making huge waves in New York, but here in Minneapolis and across the country. I think it's important for the Democratic Party going forward to make a decision on what kind of party it wants to be, not only in our local mayor elections that we're seeing, but in the midterms and beyond. What we're seeing in our local elections nationally is that this is the type of catalyst moment that we need right now to bolster not just democratic organizing, but participation across the country, especially when Republicans made huge strides last election in gaining the trifecta, the presidency, as well as both chambers of Congress.
It's frightening, isn't it? Fatah also takes great pride in his Somalian roots, failing to mention that Somalia itself collapsed under the socialism in the last century. Keeping the perfect record, socialism fails 100% of the time. Industries like banking, agriculture, and trade war all nationalized. Food distribution was controlled by the state. Land was seized, all under the guise of promising to uplift the marginalized. It's always the marginalized. The result, well, GDP tanked. A massive famine broke out. People starved to death. And then the socialist leader siphoned off billions of dollars for his loyalists, allies, and pet projects. He got rich because that's what socialist tyrants do. It's a tale as old as time. Now, I hope from the bottom of my heart that sane Americans, including Democrats, will turn out for these kinds of elections and make it clear that this is not the direction America will head now or ever. If there's such a thing as a sane Democrat, and I believe there are, I know some, we need them to draw a red line in the sand on this. Even New York City Mayor Eric Adams can do it. Here he is.
Well, I think look at the policies. To want to empty out Rikers, that's a major impact. It's going to go back to the communities that crime came from. I think that if you want to do government through grocery stores, you're going to hurt working small businesses, our independent supermarkets, our bodegas, different groups. I think that if you tell police not to respond to domestic violence incidents, Mora and Rivera, the two cops that were shot at the beginning of my career, they died being assassinated at a domestic violence incident. I think that we're going to see some real errors. The policies are harmful to the city.
Now, there are darker campaign promises than just government-run grocery stores. Mamdani has committed $65 million just for transgender health care in New York City. And not just for New Yorkers, but for anyone who wants to fly in on the taxpayer dime for gender mutilation. Here is a Democratic socialist who works with Mamdani's campaign explaining the plan.
Zoran is literally attempting to do what conservatives say, we want to do, which is provide gender-affirming care to anyone who wants it for free, and we're going to ship people, we're going to fly people in and pay for their hotel rooms, and we're going to do all of the Fox News stuff. We're getting ideas from Fox News. I want to do that. But most importantly is we collaborated with the Zoran Mamdani campaign on his trans rights platform. And what we explicitly wanted to do was use the power of New York City to provide free gender-affirming care, and I say free, in case insurance companies decide to boot us off. Free gender-affirming care, not just to people in New York City, but across the country.
Yeah, free is not free, genius. And by the way, nice mask. This isn't just about economics, it's about control. Democratic socialists want to silence dissent, cancel anyone who disagrees, and pay for programs you didn't vote for with your tax dollars. They're coming for your guns, your churches, and your right to speak your mind, all under the guise of equity. Social justice will make your streets more and more unsafe. In the past, Mamdani has repeatedly advocated for defunding the police, something that he's walking back now, trying to take a more measured approach, claiming that he just wants to replace some police officers with social workers. You know, the left has never been very strong on logic. They rely on emotional arguments that are based in fiction, not fact, to appeal to a demographic that wants free things and no accountability. It will be the ruin of this nation if it's allowed to continue, unless we fight for America First policies even after President Trump isn't on the ballot anymore, because the Democratic Socialists deny everything that this country was built on. And if we give them even an inch, they'll turn the land of the free into the land of bread lines and ration cards. Guaranteed. Coming up after the break, I'll bring on a legal expert to explain to us the process of a grand jury investigation now that AG Pam Bondi has launched one into the Russia collusion hoax, seemingly orchestrated by Obama and his Democratic operatives. More after the break.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
All right, welcome back to America's Voice Live on a busy Wednesday. Ever since DNI Tulsi Gabbard announced her findings that former President Barack Obama, along with Hillary Clinton, John Brennan, James Comey, and a host of others, seemingly conspired to orchestrate the Russia collusion fairy tale, falsely claiming that Russia interfered with the 2016 election in favor of President Trump. None of it was true. It's nothing short than the undermining of America, her people, and of course the 45th and now 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. And ever since Gabbard's announcement, I've been calling for a grand jury investigation. No tiptoeing around on a case that'll take years. We don't need that. What we need? Indictments. And we need them now. As we discussed yesterday on the program, Attorney General Pam Bondi has indeed opened up a grand jury investigation into the matter at hand. Bondi now has the chance to show that the undermining of America will not be tolerated, nor will it be ignored. Here with me to discuss the legal process as well as what we can expect to see a senior legal fellow at the Heritage Foundation, Hans von Spakovsky. Hans, nice to see you here again today. Thank you.
Sure.
As fast as many of us would like to see this happen, we'd like to see indictments today, tomorrow morning at the latest. That's not really how these things work. It's a process. The legal system is always a process. And for my taste, it always moves a lot slower than I'd like it to. So let's walk through this practically. The grand jury gets seated. They see some of the evidence that we've all seen this come out courtesy of Tulsi Gabbard or Chuck Grassley or wherever it comes from. We've seen it. They're presented with this. What is the process? What's the timeline, do you think?
Well, the most important thing for people to remember is that a judge doesn't run this. The only thing a federal judge does really at the beginning is impanel the members of the jury. The grand jury is then led by a prosecutor, whatever assistant U.S. attorney or U.S. attorney Bondi directs to conduct this investigation. They will then sort through all of the declassified documents that have been sent to the Justice Department and then decide, the grand jury will, what witnesses they want to call before the grand jury. They have the ability to subpoena people to come in. It's important to remember that when a witness appears before the grand jury in the secret proceedings, they don't get to bring their lawyer in with them. The lawyer has to stay outside. So unless a witness takes the Fifth Amendment and refuses to answer any questions, basically that witness is in there by themselves. So what they're going to do is go through all the documentation, decide what witnesses they want to talk to, go through the process of subpoenaing those witnesses to bring them in. Highly likely, many of them will refuse to testify, will take the Fifth, and then they will decide, after looking at all that, are there criminal charges that can be brought and can they issue an indictment?
All right, so anything that's said in front of the grand jury, if I'm not mistaken, is admissible in trial, right? So if somebody comes in, here's Mr. X. Mr. X comes in and sits in front of the grand jury. Mr. X says, I saw this, I heard this. That would be admissible in a trial against him, right? So is it better to plead the Fifth in the grand jury? What is the tactic? If the attorneys can't be there, what do they tell their client as he's heading in the door?
Well, the lawyer will tell the witness, look, if you answer any questions at all, then you've waived your Fifth Amendment right. So other than providing your name, you should assert the Fifth to any and all other questions. You cannot answer some questions and not answer others. I mean, that's not the way the Fifth Amendment works. Now, keep in mind that if the Justice Department says to the witness, well, we're granting you immunity. We're going to grant you immunity for any and all of your testimony. You can't be prosecuted because of the testimony you're providing. That then takes away the ability of the witness to remain silent. So they're going to then have to tell what happened, answer the questions of the grand jury, unless they decide that they're going to lie, which, of course, would get them in a huge amount of trouble.
Yeah. All right. So here's the thing. It's a process, like I said, but thankfully it's not the process of a special prosecutor that often takes years to come to some conclusion that would be far too late. This needs to happen on a much shorter timetable, in my opinion, and that of millions of Americans. So my guess is we might see indictments. If there are indictments to be had, it would happen maybe late this year at the earliest. That's my guess, but you're the professional here, Hans. What do you think would be about the earliest you would see some results come back?
Well, I actually think your guess is a good one, because it's not as if this grand jury is going to have to go out and gather the documentation. It's all being provided to them by Tulsi Gabbard, by the House committee, for example, that investigated this and is now sending them the documents that have been declassified. Their main job is just going to be to go through the documents that have already been gathered that are going to be given to the grand jury and decide, do they need to do anything further, such as examine in person the individuals who are involved in this? Do they need to bring them in as witnesses? If all of those witnesses basically say, well, we're not coming in, Comey, Brennan, we're all going to assert the fifth, well, then they can then decide, well, we can go ahead and issue indictments based on all the documentary evidence that we have. Or, they decide there's not sufficient there. The biggest thing they're going to have to do is find a way, if they think criminal charges should be laid, to get around the statute of limitations, which on most of these kind of charges is only 5 years.
Yeah, the old saying, Hans, is a grand jury would indict a ham sandwich. Based on James Comey's behavior, among others, I don't know if he's any smarter than a ham sandwich a good number of days out of the week. I'll give you the last word here.
Well, the ham sandwich is not the topic here. It's very, very serious, unprecedented wrongdoing. And I would be very surprised if a grand jury, who's fair and objective, does not issue an indictment.
I would agree with you on that. I think indictments are coming, ham sandwich notwithstanding. Hans, always appreciate you being here, sir. Thank you very much.
Sure, thanks for having me.
All right, after the break, the House Financial Services Committee plans to introduce legislation to overhaul the role of government-sponsored enterprises in the U.S. mortgage market in the first quarter of 2026. What does that mean? Well, we'll have details coming up.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to datemyage. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Day 37 on the Ark. The sheep? They're great. The lions? Hungry. When you're facing a disaster of biblical proportions, you need a lot of food. Because when the great flood comes, or storms, power outages, whatever, you're either prepared or you're not.
All right, check this out. 4-week survival food kits.
Mac and cheese that's good for 25 years. I told you guys it was good.
Buy one 4-week survival food kit, we'll send you 2. Go to 4patriots.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
The House Financial Services Committee is set to take on a major overhaul of government-sponsored enterprises in the U.S. mortgage market. It's set to happen in the first quarter of 2026, and focusing on whether to end the federal government's long-standing financial backing, a policy unchanged since the 2008 financial crisis. With rising interest rates and growing economic uncertainty, the future of mortgage giants Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac once again on the horizon for Congress. Here to discuss this, the president of the National Taxpayers Union, Pete Sepp, joining us from Washington, D.C. Pete, nice to see you today. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, bailed out before. How many times do we have to bail out these failed government entities? I mean, they're perpetual failures. They don't work. Why should we not trust the private sector to take care of this?
Yeah, we have to, and we have to gradually transition and wean these giants off of government and taxpayer money. Here's the biggest problem. Fannie and Freddie were supposedly never to have an implicit taxpayer guarantee to keep them afloat if they made bad financial decisions. We were ridiculed when our organization testified before Congress to the fact in 2000 that these two mortgage backing giants were in big trouble. And they said, well, there's no taxpayer guarantee, so don't worry about it. It'll never happen. Well, 8 years later, it did happen. Taxpayers shelled out upwards of $200 billion of Treasury backing to get these two entities back afloat. The conservatorship that they have been in since that time is a purse string, an apron string to the federal government and taxpayers that we don't need. We've got to find a way to transition these entities back into private sector hands.
And how would that happen, Pete? How would you transition these? I mean, look, they're monoliths. These are giant operations that are inefficient, wasteful of our money. I mean, Doge could go in there and have a field day, several field days. Pete, we all know that. They are financially wrecked. How would you get there? How would you transition out?
I think what we have to do first is have the Treasury start to shed itself of these preferred stock agreements. Gradually, it's going to have to be so that private shareholders can start taking over. In the meantime, we have to have stricter capital requirements, more so than banks have right now, because Fannie and Freddie are bigger than any bank in the United States. We also have to have more private insurance called risk transfer, so that the first dollars that are put into any problem to shore up Fannie and Freddie come from that insurance in the private sector rather than the public sector, meaning us. That's a start, but there's going to have to be a lot more worked out.
Pete, I greatly appreciate that. I have to leave it there for today. We're going to jump here to Fort Stewart. The United States military giving a briefing now. The suspect in today's shooting has been identified as Cornelius Radford, a 28-year-old sergeant. Let's go to the briefing.
Medical personnel and our partners from local, state, and federal law enforcement and emergency services for their quick response and support. I would also like to thank the brave soldiers who immediately intervened and subdued the shooter. These soldiers, without a doubt, prevented further casualties. Our wounded soldiers were initially evacuated to Wynn Army Community Hospital right here on Fort Stewart. All arrived in stable condition, and 3 of the 5 required surgical intervention. 2 have been transported to Memorial Hospital in Savannah, Georgia for additional care. We have identified the alleged shooter as Sergeant Cornelius Radford, an automated logistics sergeant assigned to 2nd Brigade Combat Team. Sergeant Radford has not previously deployed to combat. Sergeant Radford has been interviewed by the Army Criminal Investigation Division and is currently in pretrial confinement, awaiting a charging decision by the Office of the Special Trial Counsel. Right now, our primary focus is first on caring for our injured soldiers and their families, and also supporting the soldiers of the Spartan Brigade. All of the families of the victims have been notified, and we're wrapping our arms around them and ensuring we provide them all the support that we can. Before I take questions, I want to remind you that this is an ongoing investigation, and we're still gathering questions. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll now take your questions.
General Lewis with the Coastal News. Can you give us his what unit he was assigned to and how long he served in the Army? If you didn't mention it.
Yeah, he is assigned to one of our sustainment units here in 2nd Brigade Combat Team at Fort Stewart, and I will have to confirm how long he served with us. Yes, sir.
Russ Bynum with the Associated Press. As best you can, knowing it's so early, can you walk us through where this happened, what happened in the shooting, and were the victims
subordinates of the sergeants, or were they people over him in rank?
Yeah, right now it's premature, and we're gathering a lot of the information. What we know is this soldier, the shooting occurred at the soldier's place of work. It did involve his co-workers. We're still not certain about the motivations, but again, he's been interviewed by Army investigators, and we believe we'll gain more information here shortly. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. We don't have any reason to believe it had anything to do with a training event. Other than that, I can't state the motivations for this soldier.
We've heard that the shooter
Yes, sir.
may have been from Jacksonville, Florida. Are you able to confirm that? We also heard that he maybe been arrested for DUI recently.
Yeah, at this point, I can't confirm where he's from. We can follow up on that. I do believe he was arrested locally for a DUI that was unknown to his chain of command until the event occurred, and we started looking into the law enforcement databases.
Robin, now from the current, can you tell us whether or not that was a military weapon or whether this is a personal weapon that the person brought on base?
Yes, ma'am. I can confirm it was not a military weapon, and we believe it was a personal handgun. Yes, sir.
What does this mean for ongoing security measures?
Yeah, I'm very confident in the security of this installation. We've got a great partnership with local law enforcement. Here at our gates, we have armed guards in protective equipment. This one's a bit difficult, and we're going to have to determine how he was able to get a handgun to his place of duty.
LCOA News for Jack, has the suspect had any prior disciplinary or behavioral issues on base?
No, ma'am, not that we're aware of. But again, it's early in the investigation, but not that I'm currently aware of. I don't have the details on that, but I know that his soldiers in the area that witnessed the shooting immediately and without hesitation tackled the soldier, subdued him, that allowed law enforcement to then take him into custody.
And we've got time for one more question.
I know that you can't speak to the motivation, but if this turns out to be some situation where somebody had extremist beliefs or maybe classified as a terrorist attack, I mean, how does that change the basis of response or the basis of investigation moving forward?
Yeah, currently we have no reason to believe any of that is the case. However, we continuously assess the threat environment, both in the immediate area and across our Army and DoD installations, and we will address the threat level accordingly. Yes, sir. He was a sergeant. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your questions, and again, thanks to the local responders and the local community for their help. Thanks, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, I'm going to give you the proper spelling.
All right, just bringing you up to speed on what we know at this point from Fort Stewart. Cornelius Radford is the suspect, identified, a 28-year-old sergeant, we believe, using a personal handgun. He opened fire there before noon today, was taken into custody shortly thereafter. 5 soldiers are being treated. We do not know the extent of their injuries. We'll have more as we learn it here. Let's move on now. The prospect of college is a serious consideration for many potential students and their families, not just for deciding what major to pursue, but also due to the cost. Look, it's expensive. While many American households actively weigh out the cost associated with going to college, undocumented students seem to get a better deal due to the left-leaning states offering subsidized or reduced costs under the American taxpayer bill. That's right, you get to pay for it. President Trump has made efforts to address this and put Americans first, but there are still too many people getting a free ride to our schools. Here to talk to you about this, campus reform correspondent Emily Sturge. Emily, nice to see you again.
Great to be back on the show.
Going to school for free. Yeah, glad to have you back. You didn't get a free ride, did you, Emily? You had to pay for your school in Florida, didn't you?
Actually got scholarship, so I did get a free ride, but it was a merit-based free ride, and I'm a lawful citizen here in this country. But yeah, the Trump administration has launched investigations into 3 different states for providing in-state tuition pricing to those students who are here illegally. 3 states, great step. That's Minnesota, Kentucky, and Texas. But we have over 20 states to go. There are over 23 states that are continuing to provide these in-state tuition pricing to illegal immigrant students. But frankly, it doesn't shock me at all, because at Campus Reform, we are constantly reporting the scholarships, the free legal services, the preferential treatment that illegal immigrant students are getting in the higher education system.
Yeah, it's remarkable that we give away all of this stuff to people that come here and oftentimes don't even treat our country very well, do they? They come here and say, well, I'm from pick your place. I just saw a member of Congress, Emily, you might have seen this, said she is proudly Guatemalan before she is an American. She is a member of Congress from Illinois. I mean, is this mind-blowing or what?
That's exactly the type of ideas that college campuses are teaching students. They're teaching those anti-American ideas, those anti-law enforcement ideas. So it doesn't shock me to hear that. Another thing that the Department of Education is looking into is they're investigating 5 different universities for providing scholarships specifically to illegal immigrant students. So it's not just the in-state tuition. In addition to that, they can apply for additional scholarships. And as a reporter for the Leadership Institute's Campus Reform, I looked into one of the schools. It's the University of Michigan. Steve, I know you're a Michigan man, so this probably won't make you very happy, but the University of Michigan spent over $100,000 last year on those scholarships for illegal immigrant students. And the scholarships cover everything from housing to rent to technology to travel for those students. American students deserve that scholarship money. American students aren't getting those same luxuries. So why are Americans having to foot the bill for the in-state tuition pricing and scholarships for people who are here illegally? This shouldn't be happening. And I'm glad that this administration is taking it seriously.
And so am I, because the American taxpayer, Emily, also deserves better. Emily Sturridge, always good to see you. Thank you.
Thanks so much for having me.
There you have it. Is the continued divide between President Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? That's a big question. Consider diversifying with gold through Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and, of course, high inflation. Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold, put it in your safe, just for safekeeping. First, get educated. That's number 1. Birch Gold will send you a free information kit on gold. Just text America to the number 989898. Again, text America to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. Now, don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue after a brief commercial break. I'll be right back.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men. The first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-854-0295.
Taxes are a headache for anyone, aren't they, though? And everyone having to deal with them, especially if you owe back taxes or you just haven't filed. If you're struggling with back taxes or any other tax problem, then here in America's Voice, we recommend going to the experts at Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has helped their clients save over $1 billion in taxes from the IRS. They can do it for you, too. Here with me to discuss this and their services is Tax Network USA spokesperson Cameron Kinsey. Cameron, nice to see you again.
Great to see you, Steve. Thanks so much for having me.
Always great to have you. Just tell us a little bit about Tax Network USA, the services you offer, and how it can help folks.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having us. We specialize in helping individuals, business owners take on the IRS, whether that's audits, whether you're dealing with back taxes, wage garnishments, unfiled returns even. So our team at Tax Network USA includes licensed CPAs, enrolled agents, experienced tax attorneys, even former IRS agents who really just know the tax code inside and out. They know how the IRS operates and their tactics, how to push back effectively. So truth is really, these three-letter agencies, the IRS, they don't really care who's in charge politically. They stay aggressive. I mean, luckily, under President Trump, we have seen a 25% decrease in their workforce. But really, our job is just to protect hardworking Americans, no matter the administration, and protect them from getting crushed by bloated, weaponized enforcement that we've seen.
Yeah. What sense? I mean, you hear from all sorts of different folks that try to set themselves up as being the go-to. But what sets Tax Network USA apart from all the other tax service providers?
Well, I think too many companies will charge hefty fees up front. They'll give you cookie cutter advice on how to deal with them and actually make the problem worse because, you're already financially struggling when it comes to the IRS. And then, they vanish when things get tough. But we've helped eliminate, as you said, over $1 billion in tax debt for our clients because we approach every single case, Steve, strategically and personally. We're not just another service provider. We share the same values of the people who are watching this right now. We want limited government. We want less bureaucratic nonsense. And we're done with these weaponized institutions. So that's really the lens that we approach this with. We're on your side. We're not on the IRS's side. And our goal is not just to solve a problem that you may have. It's really just to get your life back on track, make sure that you're able to focus on friends and your family without dealing with this burden.
Well, absolutely. So there's probably some people watching right now that would say, maybe it would work for me, maybe it wouldn't. Let's help them out. What does a typical client look like?
Well, we have a wide range of clients. I don't think there's anything that we haven't seen before. We take on W-2 employees, retirees, entrepreneurs, self-employed contractors, even small business owners is a big one as well, even corporations who have dealt with payroll issues in the past. So really, if you're in a bind with the IRS, our odds are we have handled cases like yours. And, even if you're behind on filings or facing aggressive collections, it's really not too late. I would just say the sooner you call, the better options that you may have, just because those penalties do stack up over time. So we want to make sure that we have room to negotiate for you.
The best advice is don't wait. If you've got issues, you need to deal with it. Otherwise, you can start getting those letters in the mailbox, and they're not particularly polite, by the way, the IRS. Don't wait, my friends. Go to tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000. you can talk to one of the experts that Cameron's been telling us about. Cameron, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Steve. Have a good one.
You too. Again, go to tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000. Talk with a tax expert today. Do not lay awake tonight wondering, what do I do next? We just gave you the roadmap out of there. And now, after the break, we'll talk about a new migrant caravan making its way through Mexico. We talked about it a bit yesterday. The organizers say they aren't heading for America, but rather Mexico City. Well, we'll find out if that's true. Oscar Blue Ramirez after the break.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Oof, this is kind of embarrassing. I'm Ashley here at 4 Patriots Warehouse, and we're completely overstocked. Last year, our 4-week survival kit flew off the shelves. So we told our team, make more, and wow, did they deliver. But thanks to supply chain delays, everything showed up at once. Now we're out of space and doing something we've never done before. Buy one 4-week kit, get one absolutely free. They last 25 years, taste great, and are hand-packed right here in the USA. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last long.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath & Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Like the recent arrest of a man known for leading several migrant caravans, taken into custody by Mexico's Attorney General. Another group has begun its journey north. On Monday, roughly 350 migrants departed from Tapachula, a city on Mexico's southern border, and are now headed towards Mexico City. According to organizers, this caravan is not attempting to reach the United States. Instead, they aim to send a message to the Mexican government about a growing crisis at the southern border. While this group insists the United States is not their goal, officials and analysts note that could change if the bottleneck continues. History has shown that when migrants remain stranded, the likelihood of continuing towards the U.S. increases.
Now, what you just saw there was footage from Real America's Voice border correspondent Oscar Ramirez. A new migrant caravan is in Mexico, but will it come to the United States or will it stop short? Has Mexico actually increased its border security? Joining me now, talk all about that, Oscar Ramirez. Oscar, nice to see you again. Great piece of video and editing there. It looks like it's going to be compelling, to say the least. What is the latest you can tell us? And are you still in Tijuana?
Yes, Steve. Good evening, and thank you for the invitation. It's breaking news again, Steve. On your program, the Mexican president today on the morning conference confirmed, and she was asked about the detention of the pro-migrant activist, leader of multiple caravans. She was asked about this detention, and she responded, he is not an activist. He is accused of human trafficking. There is a pending investigation that has been done for years, and we are effectively right now pursuing it. So the Mexican president, Steve, coming out and saying He is not an activist. He has been accused of human trafficking, and there is a pending investigation on him.
Well, that's pretty significant, obviously. What kind of penalty in Mexico, if these charges are proven, if he is convicted? I'm going to guess a Mexican prison, not the nicest place to spend a few years of your life.
Well, Steve, depending on the accusations, what we're going for 10 to 15 years. Now, if we can open more the case of speculating what can happen, the Mexican authorities, if they give enough evidence to the American authorities, there's a possibility that he can get extradited. And due to the enormous, consequences and the statements that he has said on our last interview, he said that he has led more than 300 to 350,000 migrants on his 30-plus caravans that he has led out of the south border. So it is a really meticulous and a really dangerous case, which the evidence needs to be profoundly evident. And now he is detained. And if the Mexican president is saying this, Steve, it's because they have vast evidence to have the accusations stamped.
Sure. Now, let's talk about the border in general. Obviously, you're spending time there again. You've spent time there over the last many years. You've been from the Darien Gap to the American border and pretty much all points in between and more. What have you seen at the border? I mean, we hear that the border crossings are down 94, 95, 96%. It's a whole different world than it was just a year ago, isn't it?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And, this is done to the Trump policies. It has decreased massively and enormously. And the most important thing is the way that Trump has negotiated with the Mexican government, not only implementing on the American side more Border Patrol agents, drones, and ultimately also the military, but also pushing the Mexican government to put their National Guard in the open border gaps, and also pushing the Mexican government to decrease the level of migrants walking on the side of the border. Today, another caravan, 350 micro caravan that are called micro caravan, 350 migrants walked out of the south border. It is not going to, go as further as they can. They're not going to arrive to the Mexico City. They're going to be decreased, and they're going to be stopped, and they're going to be returned back. So this tells you that the Mexican government has complied with the Trump policies, and it is a whole different ballgame of what we saw in the 4 years of Biden, which on Real America's Voice News, we covered more than 12 caravans, Steve. Under the Biden administration, it was incredible what it was happening and the enormous arrival of illegal aliens through non-ports of entry.
All right. Oscar, always appreciate your updates, man. You're always in the thick of it, and we greatly appreciate that. As always, my friend, keep safe out there.
Thank you so much, Steve, for the invitation.
Thank you so much, Oscar Ramirez. All right, I've got some breaking news for you here. What makes America wonderful? Well, maybe this does. The President of the United States, brand new news coming out that Donald Trump plans to meet with Vladimir Putin to discuss ending the war with Ukraine. This is from the Wall Street Journal, so that's the source for this breaking news, although it is in other places. President Trump intends to meet soon with Russian President Vladimir Putin, according to a senior administration official just a few moments ago. That's after Russia made an offer during a trip to Moscow by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. That was in the last 24 hours. Trump is open to meeting with Russian counterpart and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as well. It's not clear when and where the meeting would take place. The meeting would be among the most dramatic moments yet of Donald Trump's second term as he drives for peace, not just in Ukraine, but in Central Africa, between India and Pakistan, between Thailand and Cambodia. It just goes on and continues. Earlier Wednesday, Trump said on social media that Witkoff made great progress in his meeting with Putin, so maybe peace is at hand if Donald Trump meets with Vladimir Putin. Again, this news just breaking. We'll have more as the day continues here on Real America's Voice. And I'll have more tomorrow morning to start your broadcast and Real America's Voice for the Steve Gruber Show. Monday through Friday starts at just after 6 a.m. Eastern Time. Love to see you there. Be sure to follow me on social media so you can be part of the America's Voice question of the day. We usually get to it. We'll get to it tomorrow, I'm sure. And then I'll see you back here for America's Voice Live.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
If they come for me, they can come for you.
I think it's a shame. I think it's a disgrace.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found two lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
Well, let's take a listen to the bell. New York Stock Exchange, ring it, lady, Planet Fitness. There it is. Planet Fitness on the balcony of New York Stock Exchange. We are ready to go. That was a very quiet, kind of a muted day. Earlier, the markets were flat. Apple came out and announced that they've got something to say about Trump and tariffs. Apple, for some reason, jumped $10 a share, 5% up throughout the day today. Apple jumped, and that brought the NASDAQ up 250, and the NASDAQ Dow up about 78. Some more good news in the oil patch, guys. $64 a barrel right now. That is very, very good news. We're liking that. Oil and gold. Oh, like I said, oil down. Gold, let me give you gold number. Nothing, almost unchanged, 34.33. That's way up. We're going to talk to some people about that in a little bit. And then crypto, a little stronger again today. 113,000 in the Bitcoin yesterday, 115,250 right now. Ethereum still hovering around its all-time high, $3,700 ballpark. Crypto holding strong, gold holding strong, oil weakening, good news. And the equity market's kind of flat-ish. All right, so on Monday, we had Marjorie Taylor Greene come on the show. She was fantastic. She was talking about, what's going on with MAGA. She wants true MAGA. She wants true MAGA to follow Trump, and she wants Trump to really kind of deliver on the things that he was all about. And she was right. I agree with her fully. Take a look at what she said on Monday.
The Republican Party is going to lose people drastically unless they get with the program and get on the America First train. And that's what President Trump has always been about, is America First. But yet I think he has people tugging him and pulling him. He's got neocons like Lindsey Graham, Mark Levin, you name it, this whole crowd pulling him to support these foreign wars, probably telling them that it creates jobs in America. The defense industry, those are the kind of jobs we need to stop creating. We can create a lot of other jobs in America instead of building weapons to destroy and kill people.
Marjorie Taylor Greene speaking truth to power, speaking truth to everyone, speaking truth. By the way, she's right. MAGA didn't vote to get involved in more foreign wars. Well, because his name was mentioned with Lindsey Graham, Mark Levin didn't take too kindly of that. Let's take a listen to what he had to say on Bret Baier's show last night. I watched this live, folks. Watch.
You know, there is a battle of power inside the Republican Party, too, and especially when it comes to foreign policy. And I just want to, you know, this battle with some Republicans, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Monday, saying, I think he's got people tugging at him, pulling at him. I think he's got neocons like Lindsey Graham and Mark Levin, you name it, the whole crowd, pulling him to support these foreign wars.
I happen to think there's some lunatics, and she's one of them. I'm not an interventionist, but on the other hand, I don't believe the United States should surrender to Hamas in Iran, in Russia, and China. She apparently does, and she's not alone. That's not a big part of MAGA. That's fake MAGA. That's not a big part of the base. These people are now stabbing the president in the back. They're trying to paint him as some kind of a warmonger. No, the Republican Party isn't going the way of Marjorie Taylor Greene or her ilk. No way.
And that's not all he did. Take a look at this X account post he put up. Good riddance, Warren. I hate doing this because I love her, and she's great, and she's great for the country. She's great for MAGA. She's great for President Trump. She's great for America First and everything we represent. Let's bring back Marjorie Taylor Greene. Just so the folks understand, MTG, I was watching that live last night. My jaw dropped when he said that about you, and I thought it was a cheap shot. I do. Your response to Mark Levin?
Well, thank you, Eric. I really appreciate this opportunity. You know, Mark has never called me and talked to me in person or spoken to me about this, but when he goes on Fox News, the network where he hosts his show, and calls me crazy and refers to Marjorie Taylor Greene and her ilk, well, he's insulting my entire district. He's also insulting the tens, hundreds of millions of Americans that voted in 2024 to end foreign wars and end foreign aid because we're absolutely sick of it. And we're $37 trillion in debt. And Americans on both sides of the aisle are frankly sick and tired of their hard-earned tax dollars going to murder people in foreign countries, going to pay the industrial defense complex massive contracts so that their products, their weapon systems can be sold to foreign countries to murder people. That's not what America wants. So when Mark Levin talks about my ilk, he is insulting, I would say, most Americans in this country, Eric, and he's insulting big time people that are under the age of 40 because it's the younger generations. It's my children's generation, 22, 25, and 27, my kids, that's their ages. And those younger generations don't have a future in America because of Mark Levin and the people like him and their policies that have destroyed our country for decades now. $37 trillion in debt. Inflation is so high. Groceries are expensive. Bills are expensive. People can't afford rent. Credit card debt is at an all-time high. And young people today cannot ever even dream of buying a house. That's the America that Mark Levin has fought for. That's the America that Mark Levin loves. And Mark Levin, let's be really honest, is Israel first. He's not America first. So if it were up to Mark Levin, America would fight every single war that the secular government of nuclear-armed Israel wanted to drag America into, because that's what's been happening for a long time. And if anyone's paying attention, and I would say Fox News better start paying attention, but their problem is most of the people that watch Fox News are very much up in age, the baby boomer generation, who I love. Those are my parents, but that's their biggest audience. That's not the future of America. And I know that's hard and tough talk, but the future of America is my children's generation, Eric, and they don't have a future right now because we have Mark Levin, the neocons, and the establishment in Washington, D.C., pushing as hard as possible to shove us into more foreign wars. And they would love to see it explode all over the world. And when I say America first, Eric, I absolutely mean it. And I could care less what Mark Levin or anybody else has to say, because guess what? Mark Levin doesn't live in my district and didn't vote for me. When I say America first, I'm talking about the Georgia businesses in my district. I'm talking about the families that live in my district. I'm talking about every age person, whether right or left, that lives in my district and needs for Washington, D.C. for once to finally care about this country and Americans' needs. And that hasn't been happening for a long time. So I will not apologize. I am completely unapologetic for being America first. And I'm actually getting to the point where I'm America only, because that's the only thing that should matter. And my job title, Eric, I'll say this one last thing. It's representative in the United States House of Representatives. My job is to only represent United States citizens and to represent Georgia's 14th district. And that's exactly what I'm doing. So I don't care what Mark Levin has to say. All he does is screech and yell at people on his stupid, pathetic show that hardly anyone ever watches. And frankly, this country is really sick and tired of his type.
I have to put this out there. I was at Fox for 12 years. No, don't begrudge anything of that. Brett Baer is a good guy. I've liked Brett for a long time, but there's a little technique in television. You produce shows I've been doing this for 20 years. You produce shows, you know how to handle things. What he did was they took your comment from this show. It was word for word from this show, and they put it up on a screen because they didn't want to have you on this network. They didn't want to give Real America's Voice the airtime to say that we're creating content that people are listening to. A lot of people who were probably watching last night disagreed with Mark Levin, even on Fox News, probably agreed with you. And they wouldn't give them the opportunity to know where that came from. It's just a cheap little shot. Getting back to what Mark Levin said, my problem with what Mark said was, I like him. He's a decent guy. He's a smart guy. But for him to say that you're wrong for wanting to pull out of any sort of support for Israel, Ukraine, and anywhere else in the damn world we're supporting foreign wars, that's somehow not MAGA anymore. You are, my dear, representing what the real true north of MAGA wants. And it really elected you and Donald Trump for.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I've been on the ground all over this country, and this country is desperately begging for Washington, D.C. to stop sending their money in foreign aid to foreign conflicts, to foreign wars. And of course, we support Israel and we wish them well. But the reality is, and this needs to be said loud for everyone to hear, that is a secular government of Israel. They are a nuclear armed nation. They have proven to the entire world that they are more than capable of not only defending themselves, but practically wiping out their enemies, because that's what they're doing in Gaza. They are completely wiping it out. And I've used the term genocide, and I think that's the right term to use. And so Israel is an incredible country. Let me tell you the other great things in Israel. They have state-funded healthcare. State-funded healthcare. They also have a very big abortion policy. So if you're a Christian in America, Israel is state-funded, and they provide abortions to women up to 6 months and even thereafter if it gets approved by a committee. So Christians, you need to understand what you're supporting when you blindly support this country. They also have state-funded college.
If I may, MTG, I just have 1 minute because I want to just to weigh in on this. Moving away from Israel, because obviously his heart is with Israel. We got okay, fine. But then you heard President Trump saying, "I'm moving some nuclear subs into the Mediterranean, into an area that would be more accessible to what's going on in Russia and Ukraine." My head exploded again. Like, what are we doing here? And where would Levin be on that, and where are you on that?
I'm 100% against it. But I also really think President Trump is too. He campaigned on ending that war. And I have been very encouraged seeing the news coming out that Steve Witkoff met with Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia. And there is talks of a meeting happening between President Trump, Zelensky, and President Putin. And so let's hope that we see that, and let's hope we see peace. But I think the voices that are the loudest in the Oval Office are pushing America to take a hard stance on Russia, and it's not working. The sanctions haven't worked. Trying to bully other countries and their business deals with Russia is not working. There needs to be a diplomatic peace process, and I really have big faith that President Trump will go for that.
We're going to leave it there. Thank you for coming on and clearing things up. And I think it was great you did that. I think certainly my audience and the MAGA audience is I'm watching the chat light up in support of you, MTG. Marjorie Taylor Greene, thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric.
All right, folks, a new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of changes, positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government can do. And if we really want America to be healthy again, that starts at home with each and every one of us. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time on this network. And you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live longer and a more satisfying life. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part to protect the health of you and your family. Go to www.twc.health/voice today and order. That's twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. Before we hit the break, I'm just going to remind you one more time, something so big, so cutting, so edgy is on its way. As we get closer to it, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about it, but you're going to either be on board or get passed by. I think you're going to want to be on board. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Day 37 on the Ark. The sheep? They're great. The lions? Hungry. When you're facing a disaster of biblical proportions, you need a lot of food. Because when the Great Flood comes, or storms, power outages, whatever, you're either prepared or you're not.
All right, check this out. 4-week survival food kits. Mac and cheese that's good for 25 years.
I told you guys it was good.
Buy one 4-week survival food kit, we'll send you 2. Go to 4patriots.com.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checker. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
This is always a great guest to have on the show. The former director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is also known as the DIA, and the former national security advisor in President Trump's first administration. His newest book is called Pardon of Innocence, an inspiring story of faith and freedom. Happy to have General Michael Flynn back on the show, sir. Let's get to you. Have a very, very big piece that you put out. I want to jump right into it. Diplomacy. Tell us what's happening. We're moving farther apart rather than bringing people together. Tell us what's going on.
Yeah. So thank you, Eric, and thanks for having me on today and to your great audience. So over the weekend, and really it was the remarks by President Trump when he talked about basically the repositioning of nuclear submarines that Trump talked about. And I started to think about, and I went back and looked at all of the nuclear talk that we have heard over the last year and a half going on in the war in Ukraine. And it got me thinking about diplomacy and how we're dealing with each other, because we must, and Trump is trying to do this. He is trying to talk.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We're going to jump back into that interview in a second. We have Stephen Miller gaggling outside the White House.
Already at 50%.
Yeah, but
and
we can have an extra tariff as it happened with India because of the business with Moscow.
Well, we'll certainly take a look at that. But the tariff rate, as you know, for Brazil is at 50% because of their incredibly anti-freedom policies that threaten American freedom of speech and American companies in an incredibly coercive and abusive way, as well as their unjust and unlawful detainment and imprisonment of Bolsonaro. And that's been the focus of our sanctions package on Brazil.
Can you wording the latest developments in Brazil regarding what you just mentioned?
Nothing new right now, but happy to share with you as soon as we have it.
Ask a question, if I may, about the Gaza and the humanitarian aid. I read an article that the president finally wants kind of take over so that he can help better the Palestinian, but the situation with Israeli doesn't seem so clear between Trump and Netanyahu. Can you
well, I mean, all I can add to that, the president has spoken about this at length publicly, as you know, is that the president continues to be clear about his desire to make sure that Gazans have access to humanitarian aid, and that is a priority for the U.S. government. Yes.
So what are the expectations of this potential meeting between President Putin and President Trump?
Well, again, I'll just say that, to repeat what the president said over and over again, is that his interest here, he inherited Biden's war, and he wants to bring about a peace settlement, and the objective is to stop the killing. And that focus isn't going to change. Yes?
Is it true that the president intends to meet with President Putin as early as next week?
I have nothing to add to what's already been said on the subject. Any other questions?
At 4 o'clock, can you tell us about it? The big announcement that the president.
I'm not going to scoop the president. Any other questions?
Just a minute, yeah. So are we expecting any secondary tariffs on countries that do business with Russia?
Well, I mean, as you've seen, there was a massive secondary tariff on India of additional 25%. And it probably surprised a lot of people to know that India is one of the largest purchasers in the world of Russian oil. And probably a lot of people will be surprised to hear that, because, of course, they could easily access oil from many other markets around the world. So that's a major... They are one of the largest funders of Russia's army for that reason. One last question. Thank you.
Can you say anything about that strategy meeting
Does President
Epstein
Trump,
on Epstein at Dance's estate?
familiar with the president's thinking? Do you think that he would meet with the president before there was a ceasefire agreed upon?
I don't want to. This is not for me to set conditions like that. I would just reiterate what I've said before, which is that President Trump has been crystal clear, going back to the very beginning, that Biden is the reason why we are in this war, and that his objective is to find a peaceful settlement so that we can stop the killing and have a humanitarian resolution so that both Russians and Ukrainians can stop dying en masse. And that remains his objective.
So Friday
Thank you.
is the Liberation Day confirmed.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, that was Stephen Miller just having a very, very short chat. And again, that's a gaggle outside the White House, right? It's right near we do all those TV hits at Pebble Beach, it's called, and then the White House Oval Office over there. Let's jump back into that General Michael Flynn interview. Here's the rest of it.
Yeah, so thank you, Eric, and thanks for having me on today, and to your great audience. So over the weekend, and really it was the remarks by President Trump when he talked about basically the repositioning of nuclear submarines that Trump talked about. And I started to think about, and I went back and looked at all of the nuclear talk that we have heard over the last year and a half going on in the war in Ukraine. And it got me thinking about diplomacy and how we're dealing with each other, because we must, and Trump is trying to do this. He is trying to talk to our adversaries. He talks to China, he talks to, Xi, and he talks to Putin. But it got me thinking about how has the United States been diplomatically, and we frankly have been our own worst enemies. So what I did was I sat down and walked through what I believe are some of the important aspects. And you've got the top, you got the 10 up there right now. I mean, I'm not going to go through them. People can look at that, and I think that's from my X feed. and in there I also post the entire article. But the very first rule is the U.S. should not lie. We should not lie. And when you think about the issue, and this is really focused on Ukraine and Eastern Europe, one of the things that Putin said, and Putin said it in a speech, just like the last 24, 48 hours, he put down the number one thing that for his condition for peace is that Ukraine will not become part of NATO. Well, in 1994, what's called the Budapest Accords, the United States of America, with the president of the United States at the time, Bush, at the table with Mitterrand and Margaret Thatcher and Gorbachev, we basically committed at that time that we will not expand NATO any further east and towards the Russian Federation and, of course, the Russian sovereign, their borders. I mean, it would be like, putting an enemy on the Mexican border, right? I mean, it's bad enough having Cuba. So one of the things I got thinking about is how often have we done that? And I lay that out in all of the rules. So in each rule, I walk the reader through the ways that we have not been good stewards of diplomacy over the years. And one of the rules is we should not get involved in assassinations, right? I mean, imagine if we found out that Putin was involved in the assassination attempt of President Trump. Well, guess what? We just learned this past 3 months ago, Eric, that the CIA, our own CIA, was involved in the assassination of a president of the United States, JFK. The other thing is I talk about just how we deal with each other, how we deal with the diplomatic norms and the diplomatic conversations. And we have to be very, very transparent in this day and age. In this day and age, where even Eisenhower, right? Eisenhower lied about a aircraft and a spy plane that was flying over and was shot down by Russia. Gary Powers, and you probably remember that because we're of the same age category. But when we lied about that, the Russians said, well, we have the plane and we have the pilot, so stop lying to us. So at a certain level, and probably Secretary of State, secretary level for sure, and then at the office of the presidency, we have got to be matter of fact, sort of brute force honest about how we are dealing with the direction that the world is currently taking. I mean, economically, militarily, we are in a place right now, Eric, where I just feel, and again, what got me thinking about this was the discussion about nuclear submarines. And I started to think, Jesus, when has the president of the United States ever mentioned stuff like that?
Very important question here, General. And I think everything you're saying is extremely important. Like, everyone should listen. So you're writing this article, you have an idea. My question is, who's your audience? Who's your target audience? Is it the president of the United States? Is it the American people? Or is it our foreign adversaries?
Yeah, it's both, because I know, in fact, because I have a great global network. So I sent it out to different people that I know. And I said, hey, make sure that this gets in front of your president or your prime minister, to include our adversaries. So, I have a bunch of different, in fact, I'm in Washington, D.C. right now, and I'm up here more than I'm not. So I have a great global network. That's part of the audience, is that audience. And I know it's been shared around. It's also right here in our own State Department, and it's certainly over in the Oval Office. I mean, the president right now is having the damnedest time trying to get ambassadors confirmed. So we don't have a lot of ambassadors, in the various capitals around the world who are supposed to be our leading diplomats and providing a voice for the president of the United States for diplomatic affairs. We're in a kind of a weird place right now where certainly the president's nominated a bunch of people, but they're not confirmed yet, so they're not there. That's not a good place.
Following up a little bit, General, on my question. So I think you've heard that maybe Putin has actually seen this or
yes,
is aware of your article.
I have been told that him and his foreign ministry, the leaders in his foreign ministry, have received it. I don't know what they.
Lavrov,
I can't say whether they actually read it, but I know that they've got it.
What about Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un, and most importantly, what about Marco Rubio?
Yeah, and that's the other. So the other half of the audience, I want Secretary Rubio and I talk about Secretary Rubio in here, right? I really think that his plate is full, and that's fine. maybe. But Rubio is really turned into an incredible diplomat. But there is so much complexity and, frankly, some chaos, as we've seen in the Middle East right now with, there's no telling what's going on in Tel Aviv right now or Jerusalem, whether or not there's some stories about a mutiny inside of the Israeli government. I mean, Netanyahu's going to probably have to come out and make a statement or something. But I think for Rubio does not have his full complement of his team at the State Department. And when we're talking about foreign policy and we're talking about the use of ambassadors and the role of ambassadors, who's picking up the phone? No, Rubio can pick up and call any embassy, but is he talking to somebody that the Biden administration put in? Is he talking to somebody that doesn't see the world or that part of the world or that country the way that Donald J. Trump wants it to shape into? I mean, we're in a weird place because we're only 6 months plus into a new administration. President Trump is in his second administration, but many of the people that he has around him are not from his first administration, right? So, and in this business about ambassadors really does matter. And, we don't have that many ambassadors out there. We don't have an ambassador in Ukraine. We don't have one in Russia. We don't have one in many parts of the Middle East. Those confirmations we're still waiting on, with the Senate. So we're in a weird place. I felt very compelled to write this. I definitely want the White House to read it. I want Secretary of State Rubio to read it and people around him. They can throw it in the circular file as far as I'm concerned, but I want them to pay attention because this is what I'm getting from the American people, because the American people are starting to get, they absolutely love what Tulsi Gabbard is doing, exposing this dark underbelly of evil. Yep. But what they want is they want more accountability. They want truth, and they want transparency.
They do.
And we need it right now. For what are we doing over in Ukraine? What are we doing over in the Middle East?
I don't know. General, I wish we weren't in either one of those places. I'm absolutely imploring everyone to go out and read the article General Michael Flynn just posted all over the place. General, thank you for your time. Really good having you, sir.
God bless, Eric. Thank you very much for all that you're doing.
Thank you for coming on Bowling and really making important information available to the audience. That's awesome. General, thank you.
Great, thanks.
A lot more of the show, folks, right after the break.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2, plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
All right, folks. Well, last week we all saw an unwelcome surprise on unemployment. The unemployment numbers were lower than expected. Here to discuss is precious metals specialist of Birch Gold Group, Philip Patrick. Well, welcome back, Mr. Philip. A lot of weird economic numbers coming out recently, and we have to note that normally I would say the market would have reacted negatively. It did for a day. It bounced right back, but then one thing that was constant throughout all three of these very rocky days was gold, and it higher all three of those days. Your thoughts? What's going on?
Listen, we're seeing what a mess our data agencies are, and it's having ripple effects throughout the economy. Listen, we've been talking now for months. President Trump saying that they need to lower rates. The Federal Reserve, they've been using strong job numbers as their excuse not to cut rates. And that excuse obviously has collapsed, right? Labor markets are weaker than they thought. Inflation's cooling. And now the pressure's back on the Fed to cut interest rates and to do it fast, just as President Trump's been saying for months. But for me, this is a massive problem, right? At the end of the day, the Fed, the administration, they need to make decisions based on the numbers put in front of them. And when the numbers are an absolute nonsense, it makes things difficult. So it's interesting, and it's playing out in front of us.
So what do you think it is, Philip? And a lot of people, they call the phone line like, oh, you're always pushing gold. I'm not pushing gold. I've been a gold bug for the entire my career since I started on Wall Street for 12 years. And the next 20 years I've been in television. I've never been negative on gold, and I'm still not. There's literally nothing on the horizon that says be wary of owning gold. Why are people wary of owning gold at these record high prices? And should they be?
Look, the answer is I really don't think so, right? When gold went over 1,000, people were like, it can't keep going. Then gold went over 2,000, people said the same. When gold went over 3,000, they say the same. Look, we're in a climate right now where everything is high, right? And that is what happens when for 15 years interest, or most of 15 years interest rates are essentially at zero. It's what happens when you pump huge amounts of money through the markets. It drives things up. So that's the situation we're in across the board. The question then becomes, is gold still conducive for the climate in front of us? And I say absolutely yes. We got to remember, gold did incredibly well from 2016 to 2020 under President Trump's first term. And the economic fundamentals, I think, were stronger back then than today. Trump has a tougher task in front of us. So gold this century performs during tough times and during good times. And it is being driven today by all-time high demand. The first 6 months of this year saw more central bank demand for gold than any 6 month period in history. So if for the last 25 years you've been pushing gold, it's not a bad thing. Gold has outperformed every other financial market for the last quarter century in the United States. It's moving, and I expect it'll continue to do so.
And folks, I remember when two dynamics are happening with gold. I've traded commodities for the entirety of the last 35 years. Gold and oil used to trade together. They were both commodities. They were both very tied to the U.S. dollar's strength and weaknesses. And when the dollar would go down, gold and oil would go up together. Well, what's happening now? You have gold continuing the upward trajectory, and oil is starting to move down from $64 a barrel today. Gold continues it. So how did gold break away from oil? And then one more, while you're at it, I got a minute and a half left. People also said when cryptocurrencies took off, well, people were going to move out of gold and go into crypto. Crypto's got $4 trillion under its belt right now. Hasn't affected the gold buying surge, so to speak. What, gold versus crypto, gold versus oil? The floor is yours.
Listen, I think that the reason gold is now moving independently is because it's being driven by the strongest fundamental out there, which is demand. So like I said, regardless of what's happening to our dollar, and our dollar's weakening, right? It's been the worst start to the year for a dollar since 1973. regardless of that, gold today is being driven by demand, and it's being driven by central bank demand at all-time highs. And this isn't just this year. It started in 2022 with Biden's weaponization of the dollar, and it has continued all throughout. So it's demand driving gold today, not weaknesses of the dollar and other things, although they're a catalyst as well. When it comes to cryptocurrency, look, there was a point in my career when I started asking myself whether gold had become a relic, right? And I was looking at the 20th century, looking at gold's performance relative to the market, and it didn't stack up. This century, gold has more than doubled the major financial markets in the United States, and it's a reflection of what's happening. There is a changing climate. And the point that I wanted to make, look at where central banks are going today. When the value of currency is up in the air, they're not looking at crypto, they're not looking at the markets, they're looking at gold, because gold has always been the solution for currency devaluation. And what we are proving today, gold is not a relic. It's been the stability of the dollar since 1946 up until today. That has been the historical aberration. We're seeing a reversion to the norm today. So I think it's going to continue. Investment banks.
And there's really no really strong case for a stronger dollar going forward. I mean, it clearly is either weaker or substantially weaker. And both of those scenarios are very, very good for the gold picture, as it is for oil and crypto, but certainly not necessarily for other types of equities. Philip Patrick, really good to have you on, my friend. Thank you for that discussion.
Thank you.
All right, folks, back 2.5 minutes.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
1 in 3 U.S. consumers have been a victim of identity theft, even when they did all the right things to protect their personal information.
I thought we did enough to keep a nightmare like this from happening.
Even if you take steps to protect your personal information, banks, hospitals, employers, and many government agencies all have your personal information too. And when they're exposed, careful monitoring of your accounts and credit won't be enough.
It's scary when you think about how easily this kind of stuff occurs.
And you might not find out until the damage is almost impossible to fix. LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats others could miss, far beyond what you could possibly monitor on your own. And if you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed. Plus, all plans include identity theft restoration, guaranteed, or your money back. Call now or go online and use promo code NOW35 to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Oof, this is kind of embarrassing. I'm Ashley here at 4 Patriots Warehouse, and we're completely overstocked. Last year, our 4-week survival kit flew off the shelves, so we told our team, make more, and wow, did they deliver. But thanks to supply chain delays, everything showed up at once. Now we're out of space and doing something we've never done before. Buy one 4-week kit, get one absolutely free. They last 25 years, taste great, and are hand-packed right here in the USA. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last long.
Well, he was once one of the most offensive people on air, and I mean that as a compliment for the most part. I'll explain. That shock jock is what they called him. He called himself the king of all media. He was the anti-woke legend. And look, Howard Stern has been a figure in broadcasting since the 80s, so it's inevitable that he would change a bit in all of that time. But this guy's change is almost too much to be believed. Once divisive, extremely controversial, he went from that to, as his old friend, President Donald Trump has called him, the king of woke. Going out of his way to be offensive was Howard Stern's whole shtick, and it was what made him millions and had millions of people flock to him. Here's a prime example. Now, don't hate the messenger here. After the Columbine shootings and the murder of 12 Colorado high school students and a teacher in April of 1999, Stern took to his airwaves and shocked America and the world.
How's it going?
All right.
Is this Howard?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I lived like a mile and a half from the school, man. I had a couple friends that were there, and I talked to them yesterday.
What'd they say?
They said that it was just a bunch of chaos, shooting, and...
Boy, a bunch of good-looking girls go to that school. That guy was right. The guy who called in, he was a little too excited, but there was like really good-looking girls running out of there with their hands over their heads.
Yeah, I'd say the bomb teams are still working.
Did those kids try to have sex with any of the good-looking girls? They didn't even do that. At least if you're going to go kill yourself and kill all the kids, like, why wouldn't you have some sex?
Yeah, I would think that I would want some sex, but...
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to kill some people, I'd take them out with some sex.
No, I apologize. I had to play it, but you had to understand what Howard, if you didn't grow up listening to him, you had to understand what he was all about. In the age before cancel culture, Stern's contribution to the debate about teenage violence created a furious frenzy. The Denver Rocky Mountain News called for Stern to be thrown off the airwaves. Advertisers ran for the hills. Colorado State Senate demanded a public apology. None of those things happened. And Stern not only stayed on the air, but he continued to rise in popularity, really explode in popularity. But to be clear, I'm not defending those words, but it was a crucial cultural touchstone to be that fearless. He was filterless, and before the cancel culture era, he remained a fixture. And he wasn't even guilty of doing anything technically illegal. He was just a shock jock. His fans were vocal about it. Now, here's the irony. And of course, we're talking about this because there are reports out that Sirius is tired of paying Stern's extremely high salary, especially since he's been hemorrhaging viewers, and he could be on his way out. And why? Maybe like Stephen Colbert. And why? Well, in one of the most ironic twists, the shock jock did a full 180 and became a poster child for woke. It's actually shocking to see the difference. He was once an unapologetic man about saying the things that no one would dare to say. And yet 25 years later, Stern became an elder statesman of American radio who became a favorite pit stop for celebrities and politicians who wanted to be handled with kid gloves. I mean, if you would have told me back then that Howard Stern would give this much of a butt-kissing interview to Joe Biden, who was so clearly in decline at the time, I would have said absolutely no way. No way Howard Stern would give him a softball layup. Yet, this happened.
Not only were you a star football player, but you were a lifeguard. I mean, you really, and you were the only white guy who was lifeguarding in this black community, right? Yeah. I mean, you were the one guy.
I was.
Your family is pretty, again, this goes to my point about, the president is the father of our country. That's something we all say. And I think your family is so extraordinary because of the way they've conducted themselves and how they are with you, that I feel you have a lot to give to the presidency. These are my feelings.
Who is that guy? That's not the Howard Stern I remember growing up listening to. Well, wait, there's more.
And I want to thank you for providing a calming influence, an organized administration post-COVID, getting that vaccine out, getting NATO, getting us to feel comfortable, standing up to Putin. I don't know what people are looking for in a president, or maybe it's that people don't feel like they're getting enough or something. I don't know what it is.
Lost his cojones. Sucking up to a man who lied to America for decades. Isn't that more disgusting than saying some of the crazy things he used to say? It's almost more offensive to defend the worst president in our history who lied and covered up his condition for years as the leader of the free world, whose family corruption was well known by then. It's unbelievable Howard Stern would give that layup softball interview to Joe Biden. And to make matters worse, much worse actually, as if it could get any worse, he had the queen of word salad, and the level of sucking up to this woman is truly mind-boggling.
When you said you don't nap, I get it, because like what you've taken on is extraordinarily difficult. And I mean, do you feel the pressure of the moment in the sense that, like when I met you out in the hall, I said, I'm really nervous because I want this to go well for you. I want it to go well for the country. Even when I watch them on Saturday Night Live with the, where they have Maya Rudolph playing you, I hate it. I don't want you being made fun of. There's too much at stake.
Howard Stern doesn't want Kamala Harris to be made fun of. Who is this guy anyway? But this was it for me and for a lot of Americans. When Howard Stern became crazed, almost obsessed with COVID, and as often as we say, the pandemic brought out the worst in a lot of people, it surely did for one Howard Stern.
When are we going to stop putting up with the idiots in this country and just say, it's mandatory to get vaccinated? F them, f their freedom. I want my freedom to live.
And if that wasn't bad enough, he said that anti-vaxxers shouldn't be even treated in hospitals. Jimmy Kimmel said the same thing, but that's not all. And this is a major part of his downfall. And likely the final nail in the Howard Stern show coffin. President Trump saying what we all know, that Stern, once a legend and appointment listening on the way to work in your car during rush hour, well, he went woke and down the tube, says Trump about Stern. Stern has since reinvented himself as an advocate for reproductive rights in the trans community. And he said that he cringes when he looks back on some of the things that he used to say, the things that made him Howard Stern. Stern now thinks that being woke is a label he's proud to wear, saying that, quote, quoting Howard here, if woke means I can't get behind Trump, or that I support people who want to be transgender, or I'm for the vaccine, dude, call me woke all you want. Woke Howard Stern. It's sad, really. A legend now joins the ranks of the Stephen Colberts of the world. Liberals are now all too happy to embrace him as a woke savior. And if that's a label he wears proudly, well, then I'm sad to say, good riddance, Howard Woke Stern. I'm more than happy to fill the void that you left behind. Challenge accepted. All right, folks, before we head to break, just want to remind you, no, I'm not going to remind you about the podcast. No, I'm going to tell you there's something big coming. There's something very big coming. And I want you all involved in it. But if you don't want to get involved, it doesn't matter, because it's going to be that good, that big. That's it. I'll leave it for now. You'll get more and more as we get closer.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
1 in 3 U.S. consumers have been a victim of identity theft, even when they did all the right things to protect their personal information.
I thought we did enough to keep a nightmare like this from happening.
Even if you take steps to protect your personal information, banks, hospitals, employers, and many government agencies all have your personal information too. And when they're exposed, careful monitoring of your accounts and credit won't be enough.
It's scary when you think about how easily this kind of stuff occurs.
And you might not find out until the damage is almost impossible to fix. LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats others could miss, far beyond what you could possibly monitor on your own. And if you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed. Plus, all plans include identity theft restoration, guaranteed, or your money back. Call now or go online and use promo code NOW35 to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Oof, this is kind of embarrassing. I'm Ashley here at 4 Patriots Warehouse, and we're completely overstocked. Last year, our 4-week survival kit flew off the shelves. So we told our team, make more, and wow, did they deliver. But thanks to supply chain delays, everything showed up at once. Now we're out of space and doing something we've never done before. Buy one 4-week kit, get one absolutely free. They last 25 years, taste great, and are hand-packed right here in the USA. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last long.
So we're just getting some emails and texts about the Howard Stern monologue we just did. Some people are like, why do we even want to hear about Howard Stern? A lot of people are like, great takedown. Maureen Makeup says, funny how Howard avoided being Me Too'd when he was the biggest pervert around. He got caught up by the MAGA hysteria. All right, you guys. I love these voicemails, and you guys never fail to disappoint. We've got tons of Matt, though. We got some voicemails. We haven't done this in a while, so we probably have a lot of. Again, I listened to every single one of them, and there's a number. Just put it up there. I listen to all 888-601-0032. It's toll free. Call me. Let me know what's on your mind. I want anything you want to talk about. Mad Dog, what do we got?
Viewer wants Russiagate conspirators to be prosecuted.
Ooh, we'll play it.
Hi, Joe Zarnicki, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Thank you, Eric, for all your great work, and thank you, John Solomon, for his great work. All people involved in the Russiagate conspiracy need to be prosecuted and held accountable. Thank you.
We agree. We need some perp walks, and we keep having these folks come on talking about, there's an investigation, there's DOJ investigation, there's a Senate hearing, there's a congressional investigation. Put them in jail. Send them in Gitmo while you think about it, while you investigate. I don't know. Call me crazy or illegal. Don't really care. Go ahead, Mad Dog. What's next?
Viewer has a funny comment.
Hi, this is a friend of Eric Bowling, and would you tell him have his director or something remove the piece of food or the little white speck from the right side of his beard? It's driving me crazy. It's 4:24 right now at Eastern time. Please ask him to have somebody there have that removed. Thank you. Bye.
I have no idea what he's talking about. By the way, I don't know who that guy is, but thank you. If you see something that doesn't look right, my hair's out of place, definitely give us a call, voicemail. What's the next one, Mad Dog?
Global intervention is keeping with America first.
Do it.
Hey, Sir Eric. How you doing? This is Mike from Southern California. I watch your show all the time. I was actually just watching a bit with you and Miss Taylor Greene. I like her. I think she has great opinions, but Donald Trump is not doing America first. Iran would go after Israel, and they hate us. They would come after us next. If they had gotten a nuclear weapon, I could imagine what they would have done over here. And if you notice, Sharia law has been going through Europe with their, taking over England and taking over Europe. They have their own laws. They have everything. They're taking over. They're even making an envoy for the Sharia law thing. They have a guy that's going to be set up to do that, to understand them or something like that. It's crazy. And you don't think they're going to stop and try to do it here? I mean, look at Mondami in New York. So Donald Trump, all he's doing is saving America. And we can't isolate ourselves from our allies, because if we do, then we'll be standing alone. And you can't do that. You need allies to keep everyone safe.
Yeah, there's no question we need allies, but do we really need to send our blood treasure young people over to fight other people's wars? And I think that's really where it is. We're at a precipice where a lot of MAGA people, a lot of MAGA folks, the True North MAGA, and I credit Steve Bannon for being the godfather of that. And there's been a lot of people since that have come, but a lot of people do not and don't want to be part of other foreign wars. We don't want to support them. Yes, you can support them with sort of yes, Israel, go for it. We'll still sell you the weapons that you need to take care of Iran, because it's in both of our best interests. But to hear that we're actually bombing Iran because of what's going on in the Middle East, that's a stretch for me. I know everyone wants to say Trump's always right about everything. I love Trump. I love America first. I love the policy. I love his policies, most of them. There are certain things I just don't agree with. And one of them is getting involved, moving aircrafts and or nuclear subs into the region to kind of threaten Putin in Russia, I think is a very bad idea. I know Trump called for it. I just don't think it's a very good idea. All right. This is what I do. I'm paid to give you my opinion. Take it or leave it. I'm on board with MTG on this one. And I don't think MAGA is very split on it. There are new to MAGA folks that may be split on it, but those are kind of neocons, in my opinion. Mad Dog, what else you got?
Viewer does not like all the gold talk.
Hey, Eric, this is Linda from Rockmart, Georgia. I just wanted to finally call and comment on you and Steve going on and on and on about buying gold. I lived through the Y2K panic. Terror, it's going to all end, and we went through the reset in Rio and nothing happened, and you're still going on and on and on. I realize you guys want to sell gold, but, I mean, get off of it already, will you?
All right, well, get off it already. You left the last line off. I put in it because she's like, okay, hon, see you later. I was like, okay, she rips me and then calls and says, okay. No, listen, you get a very valid point. I don't do this. I would never push gold to sell gold. I've been doing it from, you heard the Philip Patrick interview earlier. I've been talking about the positive investment vehicle gold has been for 25 years. It was literally $300 an ounce when I started talking about it. It's now $3,300 an ounce, 10,000% increase over the course of time. It's weathered almost every sort of financial upheaval in the history of our country. Gold, I'm not doing, I would never lead you to buy something I wouldn't do for myself. I buy gold. That's what it is. I do it. I have the conversation about it. And frankly, I've been right. Guess what? I buy Bitcoin. I tell you this every day too. No one's advertising Bitcoin on my show. If they do, great, we'll do it. But that's not why I do these things. I'm honest with you. I'm truthful. I'm transparent with you. It has nothing to me talking about gold in a positive way. Yeah, okay, they sponsor some segments. Oh, wonderful. That's not why I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it to the extent I do. And I certainly wouldn't be answering this voicemail if I was doing it for nefarious reasons. But thank you for the call. Mad Dog, we got time.
One of the Rush Limbaugh's kids loves you.
Hi, Eric. Great show you got going there. Keep up the good work. We need to have accountability for all the people that are involved with the Russian Gate, and we want them to go to prison. They need to serve time for what they've done, just like Steve Bannon did and a whole bunch of other people with all the lies that they've told about us. Thank you.
Yeah. This gentleman's 100% right. I'm not sure it's one of the Rush Limbaugh kids, Mad Dog, but
play the wrong one.
You play. You're right, sir. Let's play the other one. You have the other one? You have the right one?
Hello, Eric. I love your show. I'm one of the many, 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 many children of Rush Limbaugh. And if my father was alive today, he would say to you, Eric, you are an outstanding American. Thank you, sir.
You know, I swear I threw that in when I did not know he said that about. I didn't know he was one of Rush Limbaugh's actual kids. That was really crazy. Rush Limbaugh, when you want to talk about a not a neocon, a conservative, a true conservative, not a rhino Republican, a true conservative. The world lost a great political leader in Rush's passing. Very quick. Do we have time or no, Mad Dog?
Yeah, we got one more.
Hey, Eric. Love your show. This is Al from Hershey. I just wanted to say that the reason they want to keep the Epstein list a secret because most of the people on the list are donors to the Democratic Party. They donate a lot of money, millions and millions of dollars. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
I think there's a lot in that list, and we really, really, really need to see who's on it. I was just thinking about this. If Trump's name was on the list, who gives a damn? Would anyone really care? Would it make you think differently? I mean, come on, just release this list. We just want to know, not because you're going to replace anyone, because we want to know who did what and when. That's what we do. It's not about getting Trump or getting Obama or Clinton. Just release the damn list. All right, got to go. War Room up next.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
You're in the War Room. It's Wednesday, August 6th in the year of our Lord 2025. It's Natalie Winters hosting today's episode, this edition, this 5 p.m. evening, afternoon edition of War Room. We are awaiting President Trump, who's going to be speaking live from the Oval Office not sure exactly when, but talking about another $100 billion worth of investment from Apple, particularly in American manufacturing. You'll love to hear it. That is, of course, on top of the, I think, already pre-committed $500 billion coming from Apple, and of course, atop a trove of pro-American manufacturing deals. I think the highlight that we've really been focusing on is that Mountain Pass rare earth mineral deal that the Defense Department, under the leadership of Secretary Hegseth, has really spearheaded. We're seeing a lot of converging on the manufacturing and national security front. We love to see it. I'm sure the Chinese Communist Party does not feel the same way. While we await that, we're going to have Kurt Mills join us, talk about the latest going on the Russia front, some investigations into who is helping the CCP buy up American farmlands. But until we get there, we got the one and only E.J. Antoni, who, I don't know, maybe you're going to be the next BLS head. That's what Steve is saying. I think it'd be great. I think you'd be wonderful for the job. But there's been a lot of reporting today. I want to get to the sort of media's attempts to somehow say that revenue from tariffs is bad because we might have to pay it back. But before we debunk, obviously, the legacy media, your reaction to the additional $100 billion worth of investment from Apple?
Well, Natalie, thank you for your kind words. And this is just great news in terms of all this investment pouring in from abroad. And also, let's not forget that in addition to the investment pouring in from abroad because of the different trade agreements and negotiations that are being worked out right now, on top of that, you now have the effects of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, right? And among the good provisions in there is the return of full expensing. So this is essentially going to supercharge domestic investment. So not only do you have, again, that foreign investment coming in, that's great. It's also great that now you're seeing more domestic investment, too, because of that tax advantage there. So you're getting a great 1-2 punch, essentially, that really, again, it supercharges growth in the economy. Investment is the long-run driver of economic growth. It's not consumer spending, although we talk about consumer spending a lot because that is between 2/3 or 3/4 of the economy, and it's a very, very important component, absolutely. But what sustains it? Investment. Investment is what drives economic growth in the long run. Investment is what drives wages higher. It's what increases productivity, et cetera. So the fact that we're getting more investment means we are setting ourselves up for a huge increase in economic growth in the future. So that's a great, great thing. And again, it's really a kind of double whammy in a good sense here, because you are getting that huge inflow of foreign investment, and now you're seeing more domestic investment as well. So really hats off to the president on achieving, again, that kind of 1-2 punch.
Well, and I think it's a meaningful investment, too, right? Under Joe Biden, you obviously saw parts of the economy expand, but really only for the top 1%. But I think these dollars have sort of a compounding effect, not just on the economy, but frankly on American society, right? Investing in American manufacturing, not just strengthening supply chains, but also giving, I don't know, call me crazy, actual legacy Americans, native-born Americans jobs, not just these foreigners. So I guess naturally, of course, Politico and their, corporate sponsored pals are going to have to run cover. There was a really interesting headline this morning, how Trump's $150 billion tariff brag could backfire. Quote, a court could rule the administration has to repay tariff revenue, which would undercut one of the president's central selling points for its sweeping trade policies. Now, I would not put anything like that past a rogue judge. Maybe it's Boasberg or Beryl Howell, take your pick. But could you just sort of walk us through that bizarre logic chain? I didn't really follow, but is this something that is being discussed?
Well, I suppose it's certainly possible, Natalie, especially in today's kind of judicial world where you do have a lot of judges seemingly doing whatever they want. And look, sometimes you will have court rulings that seem like they're outside of the norm, but are the right thing. It is a proper constitutional ruling. But more often than that, today what we've seen, and this stretches far beyond economics, is you've seen judges going way beyond their authority and issuing these blatantly unconstitutional rulings, which then ultimately have to get overturned by the Supreme Court. But essentially, in terms of this particular one, what it's talking about is saying a court could theoretically not only rule that a particular tariff is unconstitutional, but then rule that the executive branch must direct the Treasury essentially to turn over that revenue back to whoever paid it, to whoever paid those particular tariffs. But I do, Natalie, if I can, I really want to get back to a point that you raised earlier, which was a great point. The difference in investment between Biden and Trump. What we saw under Biden, although you're right, it was technically called investment, it was really just wasteful spending. It was putting money into inefficient projects that were net losers, things like solar, like wind, projects that can't ever actually break even over their lifetime without massive government subsidies. And so what that, again, investment in quotes here, in air quotes, what that investment under Biden was really all about was wasting taxpayer dollars, as opposed to the investment that we're seeing today, which is going to build plants and equipment to allow for more manufacturing. It's going to go to additional software development, all of these different things that, again, they increase productivity. It drives production higher. It drives wages higher. And that's where you get real economic growth, as opposed to, again, what we saw under Biden, which was little more than simply flushing taxpayer dollars down the drain.
Well, and it's also not even mutually exclusive with, I think, really stellar performance from a lot of the companies in the S&P 500. I always love having you on because I can just throw you a statistic and you can sort of contextualize it for us. But I saw that despite, all the fear mongering over President Trump's tariffs and, how unsteady of a hand he is, that 82% of the S&P 500 companies actually beat their quarterly earnings estimates, which is the highest number in 4 years. Can you walk us through how it's both, Main Street and just your average typical American family, but also these large corporations who are sort of experiencing a boon from President Trump's actions?
Well, we talk about stock indexes, Natalie, like the S&P 500, and we say that's Wall Street. That's really Main Street. Not only because it's a wide array of companies, right? 500 companies, and there's a lot of Americans who work in those companies. There are all kinds of plants and stores all around the country from those companies, not just because of that, but because the vast majority of Americans are actually invested in those companies. Sure, some individuals own shares of stock, but most of us have things like retirement accounts. It could be a pension plan, could be an IRA, like a 401k, whatever the case may be. The vast majority of Main Street America is invested in an index like the S&P 500. And so when those indexes do well, Main Street actually does well. It's kind of a misnomer when we talk about, again, something like the S&P 500, and we think, oh, that's just Wall Street. That's somewhere in Manhattan. That's not Main Street. It really is. And so it's good when we see those stock prices go up because these companies are beating earning estimates. Now, there's two kind of effects we should point out here. One was that companies really thought that the tariffs were going to have a very, very detrimental effect on the economy and some of the other economic policy changes that we've seen, and so they lowered their estimates, and then it made it a lot easier to beat those estimates. But even if you consider the lower estimates, in other words, what did the most recent earnings round look like against previous guidance data, you find that it's still beating those numbers as well. So earnings went up at the same time expectations went down. Again, a kind of 1-2 punch, if I can continue to use that phrase, and that has really helped, I think, buoy markets along here. Getting back to your other question, though, it's not just a matter of the tariffs. The tariffs are the stick in a carrot and stick approach here. So what is the carrot then? The carrot is deregulation, it's lower taxation, it's creating a more business-friendly environment that makes it easier to employ people here in America and produce stuff here in America, whether those are products or whether those are services. So at the end of the day, again, it's this carrot-stick approach where you disincentivize moving production abroad and you incentivize moving it here, and thus far that has really been a winning formula for this White House.
Well, let's make it a 1, 2, 3 punch. Obviously, Bannon always says that, trade policy, immigration policy are essentially two sides of the same coin. And I think that's a particularly sound metaphor because that coin, I think, represents the wages of America's, working class. And I think, to your point, the idea that we're actually hiring Americans, that's something we've certainly seen in the job numbers, right? Revisions, not in the Biden style, but showing that there's actually American-born workers getting jobs, not foreign imports. But an interesting statistic showing that remittances to Mexico have actually plummeted 16.2% in June, which is the biggest drop in over a decade. Can you just sort of contextualize the significance, not just the meaning, but the outright significance of that for American workers?
Oh, certainly, Natalie. And I think this is kind of a symptom of what we're also seeing in some of the broader labor market data, not the least of which is what you already mentioned, that the job growth today is going to native-born Americans as opposed to going to foreign-born workers. Now, what we saw during the first Trump administration was the economy was essentially adding so many jobs at such a steady pace that both groups saw employment go up. There were more native-born Americans employed, and there were more foreign-born workers employed. Unfortunately, what we saw under Biden was really exactly the opposite. Native-born Americans were largely left behind in that labor market, so much so, Natalie, that by the time Biden left office, you had fewer native-born Americans employed than before the pandemic. So all of the net job growth that we had over that time, it's reasonable to assume it was all going to those foreign-born workers, which were just being imported en masse by the last administration. And look, the labor market is a market. It's right there in the name. And so we have to remember, even though people are unique, people are not a regular economic commodity, the basic laws of economics still apply here. When you see those kinds of drastic increases in supply, it puts downward pressure on prices. And in the labor market, we call that wages. So when you reverse that,
and that
you
is
reverse the
President
effects.
Donald Trump. So I'm going to have to toss to him. I don't know if you can hear me. We will have you back. EJ Antoni got off all of Montoro, the best analysis. But President Trump is speaking live from the Oval Office. Let's go to it.
Wounded and 2 very, very seriously hurt around 11 o'clock this morning. The shooter is now in custody, and the Army Criminal Investigation Division is on site to ensure that the perpetrator of this atrocity, which is exactly what it is, will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The entire nation is praying for the victims and their families, and hopefully they'll fully recover, and we can put this chapter behind, but we're not going to forget what happened. We're going to take very good care of this person that did this horrible person. This afternoon, we're pleased to welcome to the White House one of the great and most esteemed business leaders and geniuses and innovators anywhere in the world, Apple CEO Tim Cook. It's an amazing job. Thanks as well to Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent and Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick for being here, wherever you may be. Oh, there you are. Hello, fellas. I missed you. Today, Apple is announcing that it will invest $600 billion, that's with a B, in the United States over the next 4 years. That's $100 billion more than they were originally going to invest. And this is the largest investment Apple has ever made in America and anywhere else. And it's just an honor to have you. As you know, Apple's been an investor in other countries a little bit. I won't say which ones, but a couple. And they're coming home. $600 billion. It's the biggest there is. The company is also unveiling its ambitious new American manufacturing program, which will bring factories and assembly lines across our country, all roaring to life. Areas that were not doing so well are doing very well. We have about $17 trillion coming into the United States, which is more than ever before. That's never even come close. There's never been anything like it. Even you, that's even a lot of money for you. But we have commitments of more than $17 trillion. That was as of a couple of weeks ago. These investments will directly create more than 20,000 brand new American jobs and many thousands more at the Apple suppliers like Corning, Broadcom, Texas Instruments, and Samsung, who all deal in that world. As part of this historic commitment, Apple will massively increase spending on its domestic supply chain for the iPhone and will build the largest and most sophisticated smart glass production line in the world in Harrodsburg, Kentucky, which is a great, actually, I did very well there. I like it because I see I did very well there. I did very well in Kentucky, but it's a great place. You're going to be very happy. I thought maybe while we're up, I'll interrupt my own speech by you might show them a little bit about the product that you're going to be doing in Kentucky, Tim.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I step over
Yes,
here?
please.
This box was made in the U.S., California, and this glass comes off the Corning line. It's engraved for President Trump. It's a unique unit of one. It was designed by a U.S. Marine Corps corporal, a former one, that works at Apple now.
That's good. He's done well.
Designed it for you. And the base comes from Utah and is 24 karat gold. And it sits, I'll take the liberty of setting it up.
Wow.
Well, let's see. There we go. Congratulations,
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
President.
It's
Thank you so
fantastic.
much.
The great people of Kentucky. You're going to find it a great place to do business, too. It's fantastic. Isn't that nice? We're doing these things now in the United States instead of other countries, faraway countries. But this is a significant step toward the ultimate goal of ensuring that iPhones sold in the United States of America also are made in America. With the mass infusion of capital it's announcing today, Apple will also build a 250,000 square foot server manufacturing facility in Houston and invest billions of dollars to construct data centers across the country from North Carolina to Iowa to Oregon. That's big stuff. Apple will also open state-of-the-art manufacturing economy. It's going to be a manufacturing academy in Detroit, and that's a great place to do. Well, you know, big things are happening in Michigan and Detroit. They're coming in because of what we've done with the, I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill. I added one word, great. But we have probably the biggest, most comprehensive piece of legislation ever passed. It's going to mean unbelievable numbers of jobs and no jobs on, think of this, whether it's tips or overtime or Social Security, no tax. So no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And there's just a small bit of it. For Apple and others businesses, we're talking about the deductions and all of the things. And actually for people that go out and buy a car, first time it's ever been done, we talk about deductions for companies, but they're going to be able to deduct interest when they borrow money to buy a car if it's made in America. It has to be made in America. So it is amazing. And one of the reasons I think I can say that Apple's coming here is the legislation we just passed with this kind of investment. Apple will also open other facilities, rare earth magnets from Texas, and build, oh, I love that you're doing this. I love that. I love that. And build a brand new rare earth recycling line in Mountain Pass, California. I know that area. That's where they have a lot of truly rare earth. That's fantastic. I love that. And Apple will help develop and manufacture semiconductors and semiconductor equipment in Texas, Utah, Arizona, and New York. For years, Americans have watched as many of our leading tech giants built their factories overseas and exported American jobs abroad. But under the Trump administration, we're doing everything possible to make this the best place on earth to build a factory or grow businesses. I'm allowing them to build electric producing plants with their factory, because otherwise they'd have to hook into the grid. And I think it's one of the biggest things we've done, where you can build, Tim, your own electricity. You become your own electric manufacturer, and that goes along with the plant. So you become a utility. So congratulations, now you're in the utility. I hope they don't value your company based on utility, but that's okay. You're going to be making your own electricity, and as you probably know, for much of this and many of the things that we're doing, especially the AI, they would need actually double the electricity that the country now produces for everything. So it's massive electric, and they're going to be able to make their own, and they're getting very fast approvals. Lee Zeldin is doing a fantastic job, including with a 100% expensing on the one big, beautiful bill. In return, we're asking our businesses to invest in America, and they're coming in at levels that we've never seen before. So I don't know when it shows up, but there are a lot of factories and a lot of plants that are either under construction or soon will be starting construction. So can't tell you exactly when, but I want to be around in about a year from now and 2 years from now, because we're going to see an explosion, I think, like this country has never seen before. Never. Today's announcement is one of the largest commitments in what has become among the greatest investment booms in our nation's history, and we've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. You know, I told you the story that, and Tim, I'll tell you, but I went to the Middle East, and I was with Qatar, I was with UAE and the King of Saudi Arabia, all great leaders. And then I went to NATO and saw many great leaders, and we just finished that about 4 weeks ago. Everyone, virtually everyone, said, in effect, that we were a dead country 1 year ago. America, this was a dead country. We were dying, we were dead. And now you've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. This would have never happened except for certain people. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. NVIDIA is investing $500 billion to go along with Apple, $600 billion. $600 billion. Micron, great company, is investing $200 billion. IBM is investing more than $150 billion. SoftBank is investing substantially more than $100 billion. TSMC is investing $200 billion. Johnson & Johnson, $55 billion. Merck, Stellantis, and General Motors are putting many, many billions in. They haven't determined the final number. And many other countries are investing tens of billions of dollars, and I'm not going to give you the whole list because the list is too long to read. But it's hundreds of billions and even trillions. I mean, it's trillions of dollars that's being invested right now. Last week, it was announced that our economy grew at 3% in the second quarter, and consumer confidence is surging. Blue-collar wages are rising rapidly. Costs are way down. You know, I listen to these horrendous frauds on CNN and various other fake news networks, and they say costs are up. No, costs are down. Gasoline is down. It's going to soon, I believe, be less than $2 a gallon. It's around $2.40 right now, many places, other than in California where they tax you out of business, but and a couple of others. But gasoline is way down. The price of groceries are down. How about eggs? When I first came here, my first week, the press hit me very hard on eggs. Eggs had quadrupled or something. I said, I didn't know about it. Give me a chance. I've just been here for 4 days. Well, eggs are down. Everything's down. Price is down. The only thing that's up is stock prices. That's really up, and that's through the roof. The stock market has been hitting all-time records, all-time highs. Last week, it was announced that our economy grew at levels that we haven't seen in a long time, but the real levels of growth are going to be judged in a year from now when you start seeing some of these incredible plants, because we have car plants opening. They're coming in from Canada, from Mexico, and from all over the world. And they're coming in because they like the way the election worked out, but they also like the fact that they don't want to pay tariffs. And the tariffs, I think, will be we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. I won't be so specific other than to say, because we don't even know what the final number is. We just made a deal, as you know, with the EU where they're paying hundreds of billions of dollars. Japan paying hundreds of billions of dollars, and numerous other countries paying hundreds of billions of dollars. And we're not even completed there. And as you know, they found $25 billion 3 weeks ago. They said, we have a surplus of $25 billion. And they said, where did this come from? I said, check the tariffs. And they checked. They said, you're right. That's where it came from. And we've really just started. This is just in its infancy. So we have a great country. We have a country that is going to be very rich. It's a country that we're very proud of, but it's going to be very rich. And it's companies like Apple, they're coming home. They're all coming home. And we want them to come home. They have to come home. We're going to treat them really well. We're going to be putting a very large tariff on chips and semiconductors. But the good news for companies like Apple is if you're building in the United States or have committed to build, without question committed to build in the United States, there will be no charge. In other words, we're not going to be charging. So a lot of countries, a lot of companies are leaving various other places and they're coming to the United States. So in other words, we'll be putting a tariff on of approximately 100% on chips and semiconductors. But if you're building in the United States of America, there's no charge, even though you're building and you're not producing yet in terms of the big numbers of jobs and all of the things that you're building. If you're building, there will be no charge. So I just want everyone to know that. And I didn't even tell you that inside. We discussed the concept, but I didn't. So it's a big factor. So 100% tariff on all chips and semiconductors coming into the United States. But if you've made a commitment to build, or if you're in the process of building, as many are, there is no tariff. Okay? If for some reason you say you're building and you don't build, then we go back and we add it up, it accumulates, and we charge you at a later date. You have to pay, and that's a guarantee. So that's a big statement, and I think the chip companies are all coming back home. They're all coming back. You know, we started with Intel, and gradually Intel was just taken over the coals. They were taken to the cleaners, frankly, and moved to other places, in particular Taiwan. But I think a lot of those companies are coming back, and they're coming back very rapidly. So that's a big statement. 100% tariff. I want to thank you very much, Tim. Would you like to say a few words about your company, please?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President, thank you very much for having me here today. You've been a great advocate for American innovation and manufacturing. I'm grateful for your leadership and your commitment. That's a commitment we share at Apple because American innovation is central to everything we do. Our products are designed here, we're hiring and growing here, and we support 450,000 jobs with thousands of suppliers and partners in all 50 states. Earlier this year, we made our largest ever spending commitment, $500 billion to the U.S. over the next 4 years. That's already yielding results. Earlier this year, we broke ground on a new factory in Houston to make advanced AI servers. And just last month, the very first test unit rolled off that factory's line, proudly made in America. President Trump shared some kind words about that work, but he also asked us to think about what more we could commit to doing. And Mr. President, we took that challenge very seriously. I'm glad to be here with you today, and I'm very proud to say that today we're committing an additional $100 billion to the United States, bringing our total U.S. investment to $600 billion over the next 4 years. As a part of this, we're launching Apple's American Manufacturing Program. It will spur even more production right here in America for critical components used in Apple products all around the world. And we're thrilled to announce that we've already signed new agreements with 10 companies across America to do just that. First, with today's announcements, I'm proud to say that Apple is leading the creation of an end-to-end silicon supply chain right here in America, from design to equipment to wafer production to fabrication to packaging. In Texas, we're working with manufacturers like Texas Instruments, Global Wafers America, and Applied Materials. We're working with Amcor in Arizona and Broadcom and Global Foundries in New York. Thanks to President Trump's vision, and with his help in his first term, we also led the way to bring TSMC to Arizona by committing to be their first and largest customer. Today, they're producing tens of millions of chips for Apple using one of the most advanced process technologies in America today. We're going to keep working with our suppliers to move even more of this incredibly advanced work to America. And this year alone, American manufacturers are on track to make 19 billion chips for Apple in 24 factories across 12 different states. Second, we're committed to buying American-made advanced rare earth magnets developed by MP Materials, which will become part of Apple's devices shipped around the world. MP is the only fully integrated rare earth producer in the United States, and with this partnership, they'll be significantly expanding their flagship facility in Fort Worth, Texas. We're also thrilled to work together on a cutting-edge rare earth recycling line in Mountain Pass, California. And third, in Kentucky, we've worked with our partners at Corning to build the world's largest and most advanced smartphone glass production line. And I'm pleased to announce that very soon, this is for the first time ever, every single new iPhone and every single new Apple Watch sold anywhere in the world will contain cover glass made in Kentucky. In addition to the American manufacturing program, we're also significantly growing our investments in AI, including expanding data center capacity in North Carolina, in Nevada, in Iowa, in Arizona, and Oregon. So we're going to keep making investments right here in America. We're going to keep hiring in America. And we're going to keep building technologies at the heart of our products right here in America. Because we're a proud American company, and we believe deeply in the promise of this great nation. Thank you all, and thank you, President Trump, for putting American innovation and American jobs front and center. Thank you, sir.
Great honor.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. What a job he's done. What a job. Incredible. I want to thank you very much, and thank you, JD, for helping along. Good job. Really good job. Any questions, please?
Mr. President,
yes.
You promised on the campaign trail to bring forth a manufacturing renaissance. You just mentioned $17 trillion in your first 7 months or so.
Right.
Can you talk about how an investment like this, all the other ones that you laid out, will positively impact the millions of Americans that trusted you with their vote?
Thank you very much. It changes our country. I mean, our country is a very different country than it was 6 months ago. And people like Tim are coming. We had Micron in yesterday. We had all of the big, great companies that you read about, you don't know about, but you read about. Many of them were making products outside of our country. Foolishly, we lost them. If we had the right person sitting in that seat, that would have never happened 20 and 30 years ago. When you look at the chip business, it would have never left our shores. We had 100% of chips originally, and then we slowly got taken down to nothing. We have the biggest chip companies, to both of them, but we have the biggest in the world coming in. They're going to Arizona and beyond. And we're going to have, in a short period of time, we'll be up to almost 50% of the chips from starting in nothing. And that's something. But we have the greatest companies in the world coming into our country. And that means jobs, and it means wealth. And wealth means security for our people. Okay? Brian?
Yes, sir. Congratulations on this investment, President Trump. And
thank you.
Great example of putting America first. What does the labor force look like to fill these jobs that you have? Do we have enough skilled American workers to fill these?
Well, we do have a lot of workers, and we have a lot of workers that hadn't been looking for work because they were disincentivized, frankly. And people like Tim have tremendous schools and training centers that they build along with a lot of their big plants where they train people on whether it's glass, like in Kentucky, or computers, or whatever they might be doing. It's a complex world, and they train people, and they do a great job. So it's a whole new workforce. Now, we have a lot of them in energy because, you know, they've always liked energy. As you know, coal has opened up and opened up big. We brought it back. And brought it back in a very large way. You know, China's right now building 58 coal-fired plants, 58 big ones. And here we were saying we don't take coal. We have more coal than anybody else in the world. We have more oil and gas than anybody else in the world. But we have tremendous energy jobs. And the energy, as you know, we're booming with energy. And that's why the gasoline prices are down. The costs are down. I just hope when they watch these shows, I watch this, I won't use names because I just make them better known, that nobody knows who they are. But I watch this group of people on CNN and MSDNC too, the same thing, where they say, Well, costs have gone up. Costs haven't gone up, they've gone down. I'm telling you, the thing that's gone up is stock prices, and success of our country. Our country is really, really doing well, successful. Yes, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. President, have Putin and Zelensky agreed to a summit yet? And where and when would that be?
Well, there's a very good prospect that they will. And we haven't determined where, but we had some very good talks with President Putin today. And there's a very good chance that we could be ending the round, ending the end of that road. That road was long and continues to be long, but there's a good chance that there will be a meeting very soon.
How close do you think you are to a deal?
Excuse me?
How close do you think you are to some kind of deal?
Well, I don't want to say. I've been disappointed before with this one. You know, we've solved 5 wars, plus add to that Iran, where we wiped out their nuclear capacity for weapons. They would have had a weapon within 2 months, maybe less, and that was totally obliterated. It turned out it was a total obliteration, and the pilots and the people that did that job are really, we have the greatest armed forces in the world, but that was really something. In fact, there's a model of the plane right there. So, you got to bring that up, Susie. We have to see that. Look at this. This was just given to me. You know, we ordered brand new B-2 bombers. This is a plane that over a period of 36 hours of constant flying. Look at this. So this is the brand new one they just ordered. Similar, but actually quite different. It's new and enhanced. It's an amazing machine. It went 36 hours. We had 52 tankers up in the air loading up our planes, because this was surrounded by F-22s and F-35s, and it was flawless, Tim. Even you would say it was flawless. And every one of those bombs hit their target. And then we had Tomahawks shot in from a submarine 300 miles away, and they hit every single Tomahawk hit its target. It was amazing. And that was a big threat. That was a nuclear threat. And here's the new one that we just ordered, a large number of them. I'll put it up.
Mr. President, what was the breakthrough today? Did Vladimir Putin make some kind of concession that he hasn't been willing to make before?
I don't call it a breakthrough. I mean, we've been working on this a long time. There are thousands of young people dying, mostly soldiers, but also, you know, missiles being hit into Kiev and other places. But in terms of soldiers, I think Russia's lost over 20,000 since the beginning of the year. 20,000. And I guess the estimate for Ukraine is about 9,000. It's a terrible situation. We want to get it stopped. You know, we don't have American soldiers there, but I feel I have an obligation to get it stopped. This was not my war. This war would have never started, not even a chance. And it didn't start for 4 years. It went 4 years and didn't start. But this is Biden's war. This was on his watch. And, you know, it's funny. We had no land was taken from Trump. It was taken from Bush. It was taken from Biden. The whole thing they would take from Biden if it weren't for us. But it was and it was taken by Obama. Take a look at what was taken with all of the land that was taken. Nothing was taken by Russia from us. Not 1 ounce of land was taken. I'm here to get the thing over with. It would have never started if I were president, and we're here to get it stopped and get the death stopped. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, in the past, you said you would know if Putin was tapping you along. What gives you any confidence that he is or isn't doing that this time around?
Can't answer the question yet. I'll tell you in a matter of weeks, maybe less. But we've made a lot of progress. And as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia. But so I don't know if that had anything to do with it. But we've had very productive talks today. Yes, ma'am?
President Trump, on federalizing D.C., are you considering taking over the D.C. police? Is that an option on the table?
We're considering it, yeah, because the crime is ridiculous. I could show you a chart comparing D.C. to other locations, and you're not going to want to see what it looks like. It was just up on television, actually. They were showing it. Now, we want to have a great, safe capital, and we're going to have it. And that includes cleanliness and it includes other things. We have a capital that's very unsafe. You know, we just almost lost a young man, beautiful, handsome guy that got the hell knocked out of him the night before last. And I'm going to call him now. We wanted to give him a little recovery time. We just put a call into him. They're calling back in a little while, but he went through a bad situation, to put it mildly, and there's too much of it. We're gonna do something about it. So whether you call it federalized or what, and that also includes the graffiti that you see, the papers all over the place, the roads that are in bad shape, the medians that are falling down, the median in between roads that's falling down. We're going to beautify the city. We're going to make it beautiful. And what a shame. The rate of crime, the rate of muggings, killings, and everything else, we're not going to let it. And that includes bringing in the National Guard, maybe very quickly, too.
And do you want Congress to look at overturning the D.C. Home Rule Act?
We're going to look at that. In fact, the lawyers are already studying it. We have to run D.C. This has to be the best-run place in the country, not the worst-run place in the country. And it has so much potential. And we're going to take care of it. You're going to be safe. You're going to be safe walking down streets. You're not going to get mugged.
Mr. President, if you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later. But right now they're paying a 50% tariff. Okay.
Yeah, please. One for Mr. Cook as well.
Yeah, please. Sure.
The president wants a made in the USA iPhone. What are the chances that you can actually make that happen?
Well, if you look at the bulk of it, we're doing a lot of the semiconductors here. We're doing the glass here. We're doing the Face ID module here. And so there's a ton of it. And we're doing these for products sold elsewhere in the world. And so there's a lot of content in there from the United States.
So what about the whole thing?
We're very proud of it.
Can you make the whole thing
is
here?
just the final assembly that you're focused on. And that will be elsewhere for a while.
He makes many of the components here, and we've been talking about it, and the whole thing is set up at other places, and it's been there for a long time. So in terms of cost and all, but I think we may incentivize him enough that one day he'll be bringing that. But he brings most of the stuff. Look, he's not making this kind of an investment anywhere in the world, not even close. He's coming back. I mean, Apple's coming back to America. Thank you.
Mr. President, Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance, buys more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions.
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so
President,
much secondary sanctions. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, you were the driving force behind Operation Warp Speed, these mRNA vaccines that are the gold standard.
Right.
Now your health secretary is pulling back all the funding for research. He's saying that the risks outweigh the benefits, which puts him at odds with
Research
the
on
entire
what?
medical community and with you. What is going on?
Research on what?
Into mRNA vaccines.
Well, we're going to look at that. We're talking about it, and they're doing a very good job. And, you know, that is a past. Operation Warp Speed was, whether you're Republican or Democrat, considered one of the most incredible things ever done in this country. The efficiency, the way it was done, the distribution, everything about it has been amazing. But, you know, that was now a long time ago. And we're on to other things. But we are speaking about it. We have meetings about it tomorrow at 12 o'clock, and we'll determine. We're looking for other answers to other problems, to other sicknesses and diseases, and I think we're doing really well. Yes, ma'am, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said many times that you want to stop wars in the Middle East. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu is contemplating reoccupying Gaza entirely. Is he defying you, sir, or are you giving him a green light?
Well, we have stopped wars in the Middle East by stopping Iran from having a nuclear weapon, and they're you know, they can say they're going to start all over again, but that's a very dangerous thing for them to do, because we'll be back. As soon as they start, we'll be back. And I think they understand that. They're just words. But no, we've stopped a lot of wars in the Middle East. If you think about what we did with Iran, Iran was the perpetrator of hate a very evil place, and I think it's going to be a lot different in the coming years.
On the India penalties, do you have any similar plans to enact more tariffs on China as it relates
Could
to their
happen.
purchases?
Could happen. Depends on how we do. Could happen. Brian?
Yes, I've got an entertainment-based question for you. A few weeks ago, Stephen Colbert announced that he was leaving his show. Howard Stern announced that he and Sirius XM Radio are parting ways. Do you think the hate Trump business model that's been in the entertainment business is going out of business because it's not popular with the American people?
Well, it hasn't worked, and it hasn't worked really for a long time, and I would say pretty much from the beginning. Colbert has no talent. I mean, I could take anybody here. I could go outside on the beautiful streets and pick up a couple of people that do just as well or better. They get higher ratings than he did. He's got no talent. Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going. I hear they're going to be going. I don't know, but I would imagine because they get, Colbert has better ratings than Kimmel or Fallon. You know that. Howard Stern, it's a name I haven't heard. I used to do a show, used to have fun, but I haven't heard that name in a long time. What happened? He got terminated?
Yeah, they're going to separate ways because I think what they're offering salary-wise is real low than what he's getting.
You know when he went down?
Whenever you want.
You know when he went down? No, before. When he endorsed Hillary Clinton, he lost his audience. People said, give me a break. He went down when he endorsed Hillary Clinton.
Mr. President, have you talked to Governor Cuomo? Started interviewing Fed candidates yet?
Yeah, we've started the interviewing process. Scott and I and Howard, a lot of people, JD, we have some great candidates. It's probably down to 3. He doesn't want the job. He said, do you like this job better?
Yes, sir.
I mean, he was a candidate, but I don't think he'll take it. I really don't think he'd take it, actually.
Are there any candidates from Wall Street, Mr. President?
Yeah, essentially we're all from Wall Street, aren't we? You know, when you get right down to it, the term Wall Street. Yeah, please.
Yep, you made your tax cuts permanent. You mentioned that the tariffs are bringing in a ton of external revenue. You've opened up markets, the EU, Japan, South Korea, many others, to American goods like we've never seen before. How much growth can we expect in the economy now that this model of yours is sort of beginning to really take off?
Well, I think the growth is going to be unprecedented. I think we're going to have growth that's unbelievable. Now, remember, we're building and just starting to build a lot of these incredible plants. We talked about the electric facilities that we're building, the generating plants, electric generating plants. They're massive. And they're going to be great, and they're going to sell excess electricity into our grid. So we're going to be having much more electricity than we ever had, and those plants are going to be taken care of individually. I know Tim is building one in one of his big factories, but especially for AI because it needs so much electricity. So I appreciate the question very much, and I think the growth is going to be unprecedented.
Mr. President, did you have a phone call with Andrew Cuomo? Did you speak to Andrew Cuomo?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
Mr. President, have you been briefed on what Ghislaine Maxwell told Todd Blanche?
No, I haven't.
You don't know whether it
I don't
came
know.
up in the
I know Todd
conversation
is a
or not?
very respected person all over the country, all over the world legally, so I don't know.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Will the new Fed governor be temporary?
We're probably going to go with a temp and then a permanent, I think.
Are the two...
So the temp is going to be named, I'd say, over the next 2-3 days, and then we're going to go permanent.
Are the two Kevins the leading contenders for the permanent spot for the chair?
Well, the two Kevins? The two Kevins are absolutely, yeah. They're both very good.
Mr. President.
The two Kevins, very good.
Mr. President, is Vice President Vance hosting a gathering this evening to talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation?
Is he working on what?
Is he hosting some kind of gathering of top advisors this evening to talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation?
I don't know. I could ask you that question. I don't know of it, but I think here's the man right here.
I saw it reported today, and it's completely fake news. We're not meeting to talk about the Epstein situation, and I think the reporter who reported it needs to get better sources.
Look, the whole thing is a hoax. It's put out by the Democrats because we've had the most successful 6 months in the history of our country. And that's just a way of trying to divert attention to something that's total bullshit. Okay? Yeah, please.
A new Gallup poll says that Elon Musk is the most unpopular public figure in the country right now. I'm wondering, do you miss having him around the White House, or is that poll accurate?
I don't know if the poll's accurate. I think he's a good person. I think he had a bad moment, really bad moment, but he's a good person. I believe that.
President Trump, are you keeping that 10 to 12 day deadline?
China facing potential secondary sanctions for
Yeah.
Russian oil. Them having that tariff or sanction rather, or not, hinges on what going forward?
It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China. Yes.
Are you keeping that 10 to 12 day deadline that you had given Russia after today's talks?
Yeah, we're pretty much getting close to it right now, but we're having very serious talks right now about getting out of Ukraine, getting it settled, getting it ended. Should have never started, would have never started. If I were president, it would have never started. I want to thank Tim Cook. He's a great, great man, a visionary, a businessman, just about every quality he can have other than athleticism. I don't know about that. I'm looking at him. I'm not 100% sure about you. You're a good athlete. I'll bet you're pretty good. I think he's good at everything, but I want to thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Thanks, guys. Right here. Cut it out. Thank you, guys. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Fred. Thank you, guys. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Right behind you. Thanks, guys. Who's right this way? Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Fred.
Welcome back to the War Room. Just a wonderful press conference and press gaggle. President Trump, Tim Cook, Vice President J.D. Vance. I think Letnick was there. You got the whole team. We've got a few minutes left in the show, so I want to plug some exclusive stories that I've been working on. Steve and I were supposed to get to them today, but it's all good. Exposed how Americans are secretly helping China take over United States land. You can go to nataliegwinters.substack.com to read the report, but we're digging into a Chinese Communist Party funded group that is targeting American farmers, congressmen, mayors, local level agricultural officials. I was able to obtain essentially their pitch deck. It's called Why China Matters to the Heartland, and they're pitching officials from every state that they identify as part of the Heartland region, trying to get them on board with accepting Chinese investment and ownership of farmland. There's some stunning statistics in there talking about how they're even doing this through academia. In 2023 alone, Tennessee and Kentucky experienced a 27% and 54% increase in Chinese student enrollment, respectively. Those are pretty staggering figures. And what's even more concerning is that the same group, like I said, it's part of China's United Front Work Department, so that's their foreign infiltration arm. They've actually been paying to take American college students. Most recently, it was 15 students from 15 different universities on tours around China called the Future Agricultural Leaders Delegation, where they're meeting with Chinese officials to essentially propagandize on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party and become supportive of the idea that the Chinese should be able to own farmland here. And last point, like I said, it's nataliegwinters.substack.com. You can read the article. In local media, they're also waging information warfare. They're finding people who used to work, in one case, a guy named Greg Frazier, who used to work at the USDA and also on the House Intel Committee. Make that make sense. He thought it would be a good idea to write an op-ed for the Kansas City Star entitled, "Tone Down the Fear-Mongering About China's Supposed Threat to Kansas Farms." What he doesn't tell you in his bio is that he actually used to work in China. He was essentially a consultant for the Chinese Communist Party. But you can see that they're waging full-blown information warfare from local media, obviously national media too. But I think this really goes to the idea how it's Americans that have aided and abetted China's takeover of so many vast swaths of farmland here. And we got one other breaking story before we hit Mike Lindell. This audience, you guys are critical in killing the pandemic treaty, but I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the WEF, the United Nations, they are working together now on something called the Global Plastics Treaty. It's essentially another Trojan horse type initiative, type effort to, under the auspices of wanting to curtail plastic consumption, use, production, cradle to grave, the whole thing. They want to essentially dictate what globally economies can produce, including the United States. Obviously, President Trump left the WHO, but nonetheless, you're seeing the WEF and UN team up on this to the point where, if we want to toss the tweet up on screen, the World Economic Forum actually identified misinformation as the number one risk that the world is facing in short term. They think that unexpected natural disasters are our biggest long-term risk, including unexpected AI outcomes and armed conflict due to political discourse. I'll let you decide if that's predictive programming or not. But interestingly, the UN declared that it's misinformation and it's essentially criminal to even question the data about climate change, they call it climate delay, quote, questioning the scientific consensus behind climate change and solutions. That now makes you, I guess, persona non grata with the UN's concept of what it means to be able to share your voice online. It's nataliejewinters.substack.com. Make sure you're checking out birchgold.com/Bannon. Text Bannon to 989898. Before we go to Mike Lindell, you also got to check out Tax Network USA. That's tnusa.com/Bannon, or you can call 1-800-958-1000 for a free consultation. These sponsors help our show go on. Mike Lindell, you've got a minute. The audience loves you. Hit us with the latest deals.
Well, you guys, this week is when two sales collided. And what we have the free shipping sale that was on, free shipping on your entire order. You go to mypillow.com/war room, and that collided with the employee pricing sale. So all the employee prices there, you got all the My Pillows, everything you're getting for employee pricing, what our employees are getting. So you get the best specials ever, plus the free shipping on your entire order. We've got a special website now just for you guys, mypillow.com/war room. Get all of the specials there. We just got in all the bath sheets, these oversized bath sheets. They're going fast, but you guys got all the colors are there. Get those, the bath mats, the beach towels, 50% off. Use that promo code War Room. Free shipping on your entire order. You can't beat these two sales that just collided. And remember to get the mattresses.
I'm going to steal your punchline because we're running up against the end of the show, but it's a win-win, and I always add a third win, maybe even a fourth one, especially today. Thank you, War Room Posse.
What's your plan, huh? Do you have one? Talking about what is your plan for a reliable source of power when the next emergency strikes. Well, check this out. It's called the Patriot Power Generator 2500, and right now it's $500 off at 4 Patriots. See, they took a page out of the military's playbook for portable solar power, and now we get to use it in our own homes. What's even better is that this solar generator can power critical appliances like your fridge, your microwave, and your CPAP machine, so that you're prepared for whatever emergency strikes next. Go to 4patriots.com now and save $500.
Tired of the hassle and high cost of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Hey, Real America's Voice family. Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored. And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Good evening, America. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, Amanda Head, coming to you live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. And my co-host and editor-in-chief, John Solomon, he's out on assignment tonight, but he's going to be back here with me tomorrow. All right, let's get to some breaking news that came out just a few hours before we started the show. President Trump is set to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin, as well as Ukrainian President Zelensky. The meeting is reportedly set to happen as soon as next week, and he's planning to meet with Putin one-on-one first, and then following up with another meeting with both Putin and Zelensky. Now, President Trump apparently disclosed all of this information on a call with European leaders. And this all comes after President Trump praised a meeting that his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, had with President Putin earlier today. And he characterized it as highly productive and also said that great progress was made. So will this all lead to an end to the war? I really, really hope so. All right, changing topics now to all of the drama surrounding the state of Texas and the GOP's efforts to redistrict there. We are still seeing a lot of hyperbole and spinning from the media. Take this from Jake Tapper.
If you look at the map, right, you have some exceptions like Illinois. There's blatant Democratic gerrymandering. But most of the worst offenders when it comes to gerrymandering are Republican states.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, very fair and balanced, don't you think? All right. But trust me when I tell you that is far from the worst thing that has been said about this issue. Here is Democrat Congressman Greg Casar explaining that this is all a part of a nefarious Republican plot.
Trump has already said that he wants to go and gerrymander Ohio and then Missouri. And we can't let that happen because voters should be able to hold Trump accountable for his corruption and crimes. Trump is trying to make sure that he rigs the midterm election before we ever get to cast a vote.
Okay. So now it is about rigging the midterm elections. I guess Democrats are suddenly concerned that elections could be rigged again now that they aren't in power. And a lot of Democrats are on the same page when it comes to that narrative. The governor of one of the worst gerrymandering states in the entire country, J.B. Pritzker of Illinois, coincidentally, the same state where many of the Texas House Democrats fled to, he went on the Stephen Colbert Show to complain that this is actually all about stealing the midterms.
Well, Donald Trump's trying to steal 5 seats from the people, frankly, of the country, not just the people of Texas, and disenfranchised people. We're talking about, violating the Voting Rights Act and the Constitution.
But it actually gets so much worse than that, believe it or not. Former Democrat, Texas Senate and presidential candidate Beto O'Rourke, that would be Robert Francis O'Rourke, weighed in on what would happen if Democrats fail to stop redistricting in Texas.
If we fail, the consolidation of authoritarian power in America will be nearly unstoppable. That means more masked, plainclothes federal agents without badges or warrants sweeping our fellow Americans up off the streets. It means more retribution and persecution and even violence for Trump's political opponents. And it also means that a Republican majority Congress with these 5 stolen seats, if we allow them to succeed, will roll out the royal red carpet for a Trump third term. So this is literally for all the marbles.
So it's not just that President Trump and Republicans are trying to rig or steal the midterm elections. Now it is that they are trying to create a dictatorship. It is the same thing that Democrats were saying during President Trump's first term. And it's actually what the evidence is now showing some Democrats tried to do during Trump's first term with Russiagate, trying to subvert democracy and the will of the American people. But hold that thought, actually, because MSNBC's Rachel Maddow weighed in on what is going on with Russiagate. And when you know it, she says that it is all evidence of Trump and Republicans being dictators and authoritarians.
Whether you're looking at small-scale local stories or the biggest picture stories about what's happening in our country, the story is the same, and it is now an undeniable thing. We have crossed a line. We are in a place we did not want to be, but we are there. The thing we were all warning about for the last few years is not coming, it is here. We are in it. We have a consolidating dictatorship in our country. And it sounds melodramatic to say it. I know.
Yes, it does. And I've made this point before. Is this how the media, this is how they think they're going to win the trust of the American people back? If it is, I think that they are going to be in for quite a shock next year. All right, everybody, let's get to our very first guest of the night. He represents the great state and the beautiful state of Utah. He's also a former NFL player and Super Bowl champion. I am, of course, talking about Congressman Burgess Owens. Congressman, thanks so much for being here.
Amanda, looking forward to chatting with you for sure.
Absolutely, sir. All right. So as you gaze on what is happening in Texas, I feel like a lot of Americans, at least Trump supporters and maybe some people down the center, they look at, because a piece of the clip that we didn't show with J.B. Pritzker and Stephen Colbert was they were holding up a gerrymandering map, and they were talking about how ridiculous some of these district shapes were. And they were Democrat. This is a Democrat state. So Democrats are the worst offenders. But it seems to me that Democrats are just mad that in Texas, Republicans have figured out how to fight as dirty as they do.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this. First of all, thanks to Amanda. I'm looking forward to chatting with you. I'll say this. What the Democrats are lacking is wisdom. They just have no respect for the American people. They believe that all they have to do is say something and we're going to believe it. And for a while it worked. I would say for decades it worked. But one thing about the American people, once we realize we're being lied to on purpose, we don't like it. We turn another way. 40 years ago, I turned away from the Democratic Party because I realized we're being lied to. So I'll say this. The upside of the MAGA movement, the Trumps, the America First, is that we're hopeful. We're positive. We're putting out things like the One Big Beautiful Bill that allows American dream to prosper, to the middle class to grow. And by the way, those are the things that's going to really help us to show who's really being honest or not. We now have in place something that's not hypothetical anymore. So as we deal with all these issues, we're going to realize that they are about hyperbole. They just love to overstate, and American people are getting tired of it. So we're going to continue moving forward. I'm excited about the process for sure.
I know you are. I want to ask you about some of these folks who have been subpoenaed to come up to Capitol Hill. Now, this is, of course, regarding Epstein, but I know that there are a lot of folks who want to get answers from this list of people on a lot of different items. So Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Merrick Garland, James Comey, Bob Mueller, Eric Holder, Loretta Lynch, Bill Barr, Alberto Gonzales, Jeff Sessions. Hearings are going to begin in about 2 weeks. When it comes to finally getting answers on Epstein, look, the Trump base is, I think, pretty split on this. You've got a group of people who are absolutely voraciously seeking answers on this, and some people who are saying, look, there's a lot of good things happening in this country. We just passed the One Big Beautiful Bill. Let's focus on the good things. Where do we land on this?
Well, it's we land with trying to find the truth. At the end of the day, I'm glad to have those folks that are going to be in front of the American people and give them their answers to something that we've been wondering about for quite a while. I think what the Democrats don't recognize is that they're digging a deeper hole for themselves. They're going to find out that folks like the Clintons are complicit in so many bad things that it's going to dig again the Democratic Party into a deeper hole. Meanwhile, we're going to continue to deliver to the American people more positive things, allow them to dream about being a part of the middle class, having running a business, educating their kids. I mean, all the things that American dream is all about, we're going to be able to provide that. So again, they will continue on this pathway of negative and darkness. We're going to, I will say this, to have those folks in front of the American people will be good because they have not had a chance to do this in the past. So it'll be great to see what kind of response we get back from them in this particular area.
Absolutely. I want to stay on this for just one more moment because I feel like I am perceiving a type of fatigue happening in this country because you have Democrats who are, desperately hoping to get the Epstein list out because they think that Donald Trump is on it. You've got Ghislaine Maxwell, who is telling Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche that she actually never witnessed Trump doing anything that she was uncomfortable with. And then you have, this story from a few weeks ago that there was a letter in a compilation of letters, a notebook or a book or something that was given to Jeffrey Epstein that had a letter in it that was signed by Donald. Now, we all know what Donald Trump's signature looks like. It was nothing close to this, but it just seems so desperate. And it didn't last long in the news cycle, again, because I think people are they're tired of it. Do you get that sense as well?
Well, we're tired of dealing with issues that really don't matter to the American people. What are we after, Amanda? We want safety. We want to be able to build our business. We want our kids to be smart, to leave a legacy. We want to live the American dream. And that's what we're after. So they will continue this process. I think what's interesting is you're going to see the Democratic Party being part of all this bad stuff that we're seeing swirling around us, whether it be the Russiagate, whether it be Epstein. I think at the end of the day, it's going to be the dark side of the Democratic Party you're going to find out in a big piece of this. And meanwhile, we're going to continue to do those things American people sent us here to get done, build our coalition to where folks in the past have never thought about the Republican Party, but now agree with our values, and we're going to start to continue to build our party out and move forward. I'm excited about that process because I think the next couple of years it's going to be so much fun for Americans that finally see what hope feels like again.
Yeah, and I think that it's going to be great when the American people can finally get some answers on what has happened to Donald Trump basically since he came down the golden escalator, since the inception of his campaign. So, Congressman, forgive me for a moment. I'm just going to kind of brief my audience on everything that we've talked about the last few days. So for our audience, many of you have heard the name Mike Morell. He is the guy who authored and coordinated this letter of 51 intelligence officials who claimed that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. And we now know from Jerry Dunleavy's reporting here at Just the News that in 2016, again, Mike Morell, he apparently loves writing letters, gaggled a group of about 50 or so national security experts to attest to the fact that Donald Trump was basically a puppet of Putin. I believe he used the term agent of Putin's Russia. So we've got this guy, Mike Morell, Congressman, who now seems to be placed in a conspiracy that has happened over 2 elections now. Democrats are still denying it. I'm still hearing them say, well, this is, unvetted information. We don't even know if it's true. How on earth, when you are faced with this information that came out of something that was classified and attached to a report that, by the way, the contents of which Democrat used for talking points, how can they then say this doesn't matter, it's not true?
Well, we have receipts. And I want to say this. There is a sector of American people that are Democrats, good people. They want to live the American dream. Mm-hmm. They want us to move together. They have been hoodwinked by the hard left. They've been hoodwinked by the Marxists, the ones who hate faith, family, free market education. And I'll tell you what that group does when they finally realize that they're being lied to. They get upset. They leave the party that's been lying to them, and they might not become Republicans, but they begin to become more independent. They begin to have conversations about where they really should land, and that's going to be good for our country. So what's happening is that we've had a group of people who never thought there would be consequences. They never thought that what they would do would one day come back on them. They're so arrogant that they thought they would get away with this. Well, what happens, truth always comes out. The light will always shine on truth, and that's what we're seeing right now. So these folks who have been very elitist, been very much in terms of thinking they can control everything, they're going to now be dealing with the same justice that most people deal with. And I look forward to that process. And some of them need to be wearing orange suits and giving their time in a different place so the rest of America realize this is the way our law and order does work. It's fair, it's just, and nobody's above the law.
That's right. You have to set that precedent. Otherwise, there is absolutely no deterrence. Sir, just a little while ago, Apple announced that they are investing another $100 billion into the United States, into manufacturing. I know that this is something that you have championed as a part of President Trump's agenda, bringing these companies, reshoring them, repatriating companies and their manufacturing back to this country. How does that get passed down to the American people? When you have a $100 billion injection of investment back into this country, how will the American people feel it?
I mean, I'll just say this. We're going to look back on this window of time and realize how blessed we were to see it, to see our country come back from the abyss, and to see a president who understands what really drives this country. It's called the middle class. What makes our country, our culture so unique, what brings people here is the promise of one day being part of the middle class. And what builds the middle class? Business owners. Those are the ones that take the risk. They go out and build their business. They hire people, and all of a sudden, the middle class begins to just expand. Well, President Trump understands because of the value of it, countries need to pay to have access to it. So now we're looking at having tariffs coming in. I think over $300 billion coming in this coming year. Being able to take pressure off our internal revenue and do external revenue. These are concepts that we have not talked about, but because we have a genius of a president who loves our country, we're now seeing what it looks like to truly put the American people first. So we now have access to business ownerships that will have outside. They'll be able to export their goods like they never have before. We'll be able to do things so we're secure. We have supply chains built right here. I think our biggest issue will be over the next couple of years, how do we build a workforce? Right now we're deficit. We have not been training our kids and our people how to do anything but go to college. So the skills now that we're going to need to build these businesses, to do the basic infrastructure process is now we have to work on. And we're going to do that now with the Congress we have that's truly focused on making sure our kids come out being able to get a middle class excited about our country, being able to think, collaborate, and even when we disagree, to do it respectfully. That's what our goal should be, and we're going to get that done with our folks on education right now.
I love that. Sir, before I let you go, as a former professional athlete, I know that the presidential fitness test is probably something that you're excited about seeing injected back into schools across this country. Do you think this is going to make a dent in the epidemic of obesity in children?
Oh, no question about it. I will always have to wonder, why did Obama decide to take that out? That makes no sense. No, I was just talking to one of my staff just recently. When I was a kid, there was a big deal on this one. I remember they used to have commercials. This guy would get down and do push-ups and sit-ups. Right. And guess what? I ended up having a little bar in my bedroom that I would sit there and do isometrics, because it was something that was driving us to do good things. Yeah. So we have to get back to being proud of being in shape, to be proud of the work that goes into it, and the self-sacrifice and the long-term thinking. All that does is, again, gives us more of an idea of how to have successful habits in other areas. So I'm excited about it. I think we have a president that's doing it in so many different ways, bringing our country back in terms of our culture, and physical fitness is a big piece of that, for sure.
Absolutely. I have no doubt that you were always passing with flying colors when it came to the presidential fitness test. Utah Congressman Burgess Owens, thank you so much for being here tonight, sir. Great to see you.
All the best. Take care.
Thank you, sir. All right, everybody. After the break, Democrats are losing their minds over Texas Republicans and their redistricting efforts. So we're going to get to some of the absolutely absurd things that they are saying about it next.
Hey folks, in today's world of misinformation and political spin, it's more important than ever to support organizations that put truth and values first. That's why I support and belong to AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. They're the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're working to preserve faith, family, and freedom, three things that matter to all of us. AMAC members get valuable benefits, discounts on healthcare, travel, and health insurance, exclusive online resources, and a subscription to AMAC's beautiful magazine, one of the best reads out there for an informed patriot like you and I. And all of this is available for as little as $1.20 a month with a 5-year membership. That's what I have, a 5-year membership. Join me. Join the movement today. Visit amac.us/justnews and help AMAC protect America's future.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits, or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve, who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts, and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim, or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
Yikes, a leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home systems. Don't worry, be warranty.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News, No Noise. The hysteria from the media and Democrats around the state of Texas and their redistricting efforts is reaching a point so ridiculous that I don't even have words for it, and that does not happen often. And because of that, I'm just going to show you what I mean. Here was Texas State Rep Yolanda Jones on with Don Lemon. Just listen to what she compares all of this to.
And then integration happened and everybody thought they accept us. They don't accept us. They are showing us who they are. We should believe them. And we better have the courage to stand up. Otherwise, we will fall for anything. And in this country, we will be defeated, deported. I mean, we will lose all of our rights. And if you think it can't happen, it can. And I will liken this to the Holocaust. People are like, well, how did the Holocaust happen? How was somebody in a position to kill all them people? Well, good people remain silent.
Absolutely shameful and egregious comparison. No, you cannot compare this to the Holocaust. But let's give State Rep Yolanda Jones the benefit of the doubt. I think that what she was trying to say is that Republican governance will lead to something akin to the Holocaust in America, and redistricting in Texas will help that effort, which of course is equally ridiculous. But joining me now to talk about all of this is Texas State Representative Briscoe Cain. Representative, thanks so much for being here.
Howdy, Amanda.
Sir, I got to say, I'm just going to call a spade a spade. It just kind of seems to me like Democrats are upset that Republicans are playing the same game that they have for a very long time.
No, the theatrics are amazing, especially coming from Representative Yolanda Jones, a fantastic trial attorney in her own right, but also, you may not know this, I believe she was on season 1 of Survivor. I think she was the first kicked off the island. Yeah. And she's going to come back here to Austin and find out that she's going to lose. Ultimately, what they're doing is truly futile. And history shows that. And they broke quorum in 2004. They broke it in 2021. And the Republican delegation in the Texas House alone grew after each one. And we still did the things that they ran from. All this really is just a massive fundraising stunt. And I think that this time we finally just need to vacate their seats.
Yeah, I by the way, I think that is preferable to arresting them, because just what you just said about them fundraising, if you arrest them, I feel like they are going to use that to fundraise out the wahoo. But if you just vacate their seat, then to me, it just kind of fizzles out and they can't really fundraise off of that. But
you nailed it on the head. In fact, there are some, I know of at least 3 in Houston, and I'm told some people are afraid to go get them because it would turn them into heroes. I'll just tell you, they're elderly members of the legislature, and people say no one wants to arrest grandma, essentially. But that's not the point. We didn't get sent here not to do that, and I think it should actually happen. And they need to be really careful on how they're doing this fundraising or accepting benefits, because some of it really smells like legislative bribery. In fact, in the penal code, it prohibits people from accepting or offering things of value in exchange for a vote or some official legislative action. And that's exactly what we're seeing here.
All right, so you filed a House bill to vacate these seats. Tell us about it.
Yeah. Well, currently, we can see people as such as abandonment. And the governor has filed a lawsuit, in fact, the Texas Supreme Court, seeking those seats to be vacated, and so is the Texas Attorney General. But one way to get that done, because that's a judicial thing, and the courts will have to weigh these balances to determine whether or not that seat's been vacated. But how about let's just set a line in the sand. 7 consecutive days, your seat is declared vacant. Now, I've received a lot of feedback, something is shorter, but hey, we're not even saying for breaking quorum. You have 7 unexcused absences. It's really easy to get an excuse. You just ask somebody to say you've got important business in the district, you've got some legitimate reason, but instead, let's just go ahead and set a fine line, say 7, you're out. You're declared vacant. Let the governor call a special election and let somebody who really wants to work come do the work for the people of Texas.
Absolutely. So how many days have they been out on their escapade across the states of Massachusetts and Illinois and New York and wherever else?
Well, they flew off on those private jets, something that the rest of us don't have the privilege of doing, on Saturday. And so they've been broken quorum since then. However, since we've had 6 Democrats return, and we actually need 6 more. We don't need that many. We just need 100 to make quorum. Texas is one of 4 states in the country remaining that has a 2/3 quorum threshold. There's 150 members of the House, and we need 100 members to do business.
So, as I understand it, this would give if the districts are redistricted the way that Republicans would like them to be, and the way that Democrats obviously do not want them to be, it would give Republicans 5 more seats. Is that right?
That's theoretically correct on paper. Essentially, though, what we're doing is correcting what I believe to be unconstitutional gerrymandering and making the state's congressional districts reflect our quickly growing population. Lots changed in the last 5 years. We had an open and porous border, millions of people coming from there, and also people fleeing those liberal states coming here. And of course, we believe that the map should reflect that, and of course, to allow Texans to vote for the party and person of their choice. And that's the idea. Sadly, they've run off on far more than just redistricting. The governor convened this special session for a lot of reasons, one of them being the tragic floods that happened on July 4th, where 135 Texans tragically lost their lives and all those girls there at Camp Mystic. But the Democrats have run off. Now, if you watch them on the media, they say, we've run off because they didn't prioritize that. Well, we're conducting hearings on it right now, and we could pass that bill this week if they weren't gone. We could do other things as well, like getting women protected in their private spaces, spending restraints on local governments, property tax relief, which is one of the top things people are demanding, yet their representatives, that party, is fled.
Yeah. I want to ask you about one of the funding efforts behind Democrats. So Robert Francis O'Rourke, as he likes for everyone to call him, Beto O'Rourke, he's got this funding mechanism. I think it's his political group who is funding some aspect of this. I got to be honest, I didn't even know that Beto O'Rourke was still out there in the political sphere. I thought that you guys had quashed him a long time ago. But is this legal for him to be funding this?
I'm not sure. I mean, that's why a grand jury needs to be convened to look into it. Look, let's pretend for there's a hypo. They're going, hey, I don't know if I can afford to be gone, or they're giving me $500 a day, and Bobby Francis comes in and says, hey, I'll take care of it if you'll break quorum. That kind of sounds like bribery to me. Now, I'm not sure of it, but at a minimum, a grand jury should investigate it, because the people have a right to have, people doing legal things.
Yeah. So I learned a startling fact following the 2024 election. I think that this news came out within weeks because we started getting the raw numbers from the election. And it was that New York came closer to turning red than Texas did to turning blue. I think President Trump won that state by 13.4 points or 14.3 points. I'm a little dyslexic, but it's somewhere in that ballpark. That's a huge chunk, and that was added since the 2020 election. That margin grew since the 2020 election. That, to me, reflects the best reason, and it kind of dovetails from what you were saying earlier. That's the best reason that this stuff needs to be redistricted, because it doesn't reflect what is happening now.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the districts need to reflect the people, and that's the exact idea of us doing it. Our population's changed tremendously. In fact, we have a one-man, one-vote policy. Under federal case law, they almost have to be exactly the same. In fact, the number right now is 766,987. Exactly. Either one person or one person less than that. It's exactly how it needs to be. And our population is much bigger, and so we need to make sure that there's equal representation, and that's why we're here trying to redistrict.
Yeah. Representative, before I let you go, the one talking point that I hear from Democrats is that now is not the time. Redistricting should be done, but this is in the middle of a cycle, and this is not the time to be doing it. You're breaking precedent. But as far as I can tell from Texas state law, you can do it now just fine.
That's correct. The U.S. Constitution leaves that up to the states, and we are within our right to do so. And of course, you know better than that. They're just making noise as some excuse not to do it. And it's far past time that we do it. We need to enact the MAGA agenda here in Texas and just kick the Democrats down the road.
Yeah, Texas State Representative Briscoe Cain, thank you so much for being with us tonight.
God bless.
Same to you. All right, everybody. Next, John is going to be back for our weekly Just the News health update, and he takes a deep dive into the rising chronic disease level in America. Why is it happening? We're going to get you that answer after the break.
Hey folks, if you're a homeowner like me, you need to listen to this. In today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles and your equity is their target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and boom, just like that, your home title has been transferred out of your name. And that's when the problems begin, because they start taking out loans using your equity and even sell your property. And you're not even going to find out it's happened until you get a collection or foreclosure notice months later. That's a nightmare, right? So when's the last time you checked on your home title? Well, if you're like me, the answer is never, right? You need to do something about that right now. That's why I've partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com, and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes that might happen, and if fraud does happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. That's a good deal. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Go to HometitleLock.com and use the promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
Be part of a historic event. Join Lech Walesa, Nobel Peace Prize winner and one of the world's greatest leaders, on his first ever grand lecture tour across North America. Meet the global hero who changed the course of history and inspired millions. Now, the greatest challenges of our time lie ahead. Walesa will take you behind the scenes of one of history's greatest turning points to draw lessons for a future we must build together. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Day 37 on the Ark. The sheep? They're great. The lions? Hungry. When you're facing a disaster of biblical proportions, you need a lot of food. Because when the Great Flood comes, or storms, power outages, whatever, you're either prepared or you're not.
All right, check this out. 4-week survival food kits. Mac and cheese that's good for 25 years.
I told you guys it was good. Buy one 4-week survival food kit, we'll send you 2. Go to 4patriots.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
All right, folks, time for our weekly Just the News Health Update, brought to you by my good friends at NativePath. Everybody's talking about health, so it's a really good thing that we have this segment. And specifically, why are we seeing such an explosion of chronic health conditions? We talk about it a lot. I'd like to get to the bottom of that. We're lucky to be joined today by the co-founder and chief culture officer at NativePath, our good friend, Dr. Chad Walding. Doctor, good to have you back on.
Hey, John, so good to be here. Thank you for having me.
It is a great time in America that we're having a health conversation, not just every so often, but almost daily now with what the FDA and CDC and HHS is doing. And I think a lot of people are waking up to these trend lines that have been there for a long time, but maybe weren't really thinking about them, particularly the rise in chronic disease. What is it? Are we just getting sicker, or are we diagnosing more? What's behind this rise in chronic disease stats?
That's such a good question, too. And maybe it's a little bit of both. We probably are diagnosing more, and I do think we're getting sicker. I think this is the most important question, too, which is why it's actually happening. And if we look at the changes that have happened in the past 100 years, there's been a rise in heart disease over the past 100 years. There's been a rise in cancer. There's been a rise in obesity. There's been a rise in all these metabolic diseases, depression, emotional issues, like you name it, no matter what it is, it's almost all gotten worse over the past 100 years. So like, why is that? You know, are we getting lazier? Are genetics just failing us all of a sudden?
Right.
And something that really caught my eye early on when I started really getting into nutrition and health and what was going on with humans was what happens when orcas are held in captivity. So, you know, orcas, these are shamus in SeaWorlds all across the country, and they're now phasing them out, right? Because you may have heard that orcas started attacking their trainers, but there was other issues going on with orcas that really caught my attention. And one was that orcas in captivity started having floppy fins, right? All across the country.
Really?
But the interesting thing is you never see orcas with floppy fins out in the ocean. Right? So they started looking into this, and they're like, why is this happening when orcas are in captivity? And they started looking at the differences when orcas are in SeaWorld versus the wild ocean, right? And in SeaWorld, they swim in small, shallow containers, little tanks, right? They only go to certain depths, whereas in the ocean, they can go as deep as they want, right? And they also, in SeaWorlds, they eat, of course, orca food from the food industry that is deficient in nutrients and minerals like collagen and things like that, so it makes the fin weaker, right? And they're also swimming in one direction, counterclockwise direction. They only swim in one direction versus both directions, so they're only getting a force on one side of the fin, right? The point of this is like the floppy fin is not because of the orca's genetics, right? It doesn't happen in the wild. It has everything to do with the environment the orca is placed in. And we have to step back a little bit and look at humans and what's been happening over the past 100 years and realize that we are living in what I refer to as a human zoo. We're not eating the same way our great-great-grandparents ate. We're certainly not moving the same way they ate. We're not living the way they ate. So while people point to all these little things like, is it the seed oils? Yes, that has something to do with it. Is it the sugar? That has something to do with it. Is it GMOs? Is it air? Is it the water? All of these things have something to do with it. I like to lump it into one big thing and say we're no longer obeying the laws of nature, right? And the secret to health, where I think healthcare needs to go, is to look at that. What are humans meant to be eating? How are we meant to be moving? How are we meant to be living? Let's start there. Let's make that the foundation and work our way out. And I think we'll get a lot more answers that way.
It's just amazing. And that orca analogy, I think, really makes everybody say, now it brings it home for me. I get it. Now, baby shamus, baby orcas are having a problem too, because we're seeing an extraordinary rise in chronic conditions among young adults, particularly obesity, depression, high cholesterol, which no one ever thought of in your 20s or 30s, but now we're seeing it. What is driving that, and how can we help the next generation avoid a health cliff?
Well, one of the biggest things I think is the quality of our food, right? We are bombarded by fake, refined, processed foods, really high in carbohydrates, right? It's spiking our blood sugar. It's messing up our metabolism. It's what's contributing to the heart issues. It's what's contributing to the obesity epidemic, right? So what we have to do is move back towards real whole food. It is the most important thing. If you do that, all the other things around your health start to get easier. Your skin clears up, your energy gets better, your digestion, everything starts to improve. So whole real food is the number one thing. And within that, really prioritizing protein. I can't stress that enough. And when I say protein, I mean real good, dense, nutrient, animal-based protein. I'm not referring to just like a bar or something like that. Getting back to animal-based protein, because it's so satiating, and we actually burn fat when we consume protein. So that's really the centerpiece. And after that, it's other lifestyle issues like moving more, the sun, getting outside, getting good sleep, and these basic things that really need to be the foundation of our health.
All right, so one of the questions I have is, it seems like we have plenty of treatments, but not enough prevention. They'll give you a pill from the pharmaceutical industry, but we aren't really talking about how to change your diet and lifestyle in a meaningful way. How do we change that dynamic in our healthcare system?
Well, it's such a big issue. And I think within our healthcare system, food has to be part of the conversation. Movement and lifestyle has to be a part of the conversation. I was just talking to a friend yesterday who went to the emergency room, and of course they gave that person a pill and asked them, what other medications are they taking, but they never once asked, what are you eating? Like what's actually going in your mouth that might be causing this problem. So I really feel like it's the foundation of what's going on within health that needs to be addressed from a doctor level. And what's great is I'm already hearing more podcasts and more research about doctors understanding the value of food, understanding the importance of exercise and nutrition, and getting outside and having these conversations with their patients. It's really incredibly important.
Yeah, it is a change in dynamic that we haven't seen in a long time, so it's exciting to see it. All right, you mentioned protein, collagen, a big part of that. We see collagen deficiencies, particularly starting earlier in life, but certainly by the time you're in your 50s. Why is collagen so important, and how can Native Path play a role in this improved health for all of us?
Yeah, this is what we do here at Native Path. We educate you on these big issues that we're talking about. And what we do is we provide real, whole, pure supplements to help fill in the gaps with what's missing, right? And collagen is primary numero uno for me. It's the most abundant protein in the body. It's what makes up your hair, your skin, your nails. It even makes up your bones, your tendons, your gut lining. It's important for your brain and your nervous system. We make collagen on our own, but that process of manufacturing it internally begins to decline around the age of 20. By the age of, when we're in our 50s and our 60s, we're making about half as much as we did when we did in our 20s. And what's important to know is our ancestors got plenty of collagen because it was part of their natural diets. They would take the bones of animals, they would put it in soups and make broths and things like that. because we're so deficient in protein in our modern culture, we're not getting near enough, and we're suffering it. We're suffering because of that, right? And as a physical therapist, I see what happens when the body breaks down, when the actual building blocks and the materials aren't available to that person. We get weaker, right? We age faster. We begin to have falls. Our bones become fragile. Yeah. So as far as the one thing that we can do that makes everything else easier, it's to start to supplement with collagen on a consistent basis. It's incredibly important.
I take Native Path 2 scoops a day. It's so easy. I just throw it in my coffee and I don't even think about it. But then I do think about it about every 3-4 months. I'm like, geez, I don't have arthritis anymore. My arm, when I broke it, healed quicker. I realize that it really works. Dr. Chad Walding, we are so lucky to have you as a partner here. What a great conversation today. Folks, if you want to join me and get a special bundle deal at Native Path for a fraction of the retail price plus free shipping, all you got to do is go to getnativepath.com/justnews. That's getnativepath.com/justnews. With over 4 million jars sold, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a 365-day money-back guarantee, this is your moment to take control of aging before the symptoms get worse for you. Go to getnativepath.com/justnews right now. We'll be right back.
Do you have time to take a survey for our disabled veterans? Do you have time to take a survey? Hey, do you have time to take a survey? Okay. Hey, ma'am, how are you today?
I'm good, how are you?
Great. Well, I'm with Disabled American Veterans. Do you have a moment to chat?
Yes,
awesome.
I do.
If you had the opportunity to say thank you to a disabled veteran, do you know what you would say?
I feel like I just thank him for what he's done for me, you know?
We actually have that opportunity right now.
Oh my God.
If you turn around, we have one of our veterans with us.
Hi.
Hi, my name's Mike. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I just want to thank you so much for risking your life for me and everyone here, and I thank you for the sacrifices you made, and I appreciate you.
You seem a little emotional. What's going on?
I looked down at your arm and I shook your hand, and I realized that you did it at the cost for me. You did it for me, and you didn't have to, and I just thank you for sacrificing yourself for me.
It's okay. I'd do it again and again.
You can show your gratitude as well when you call the number on your screen right away, or go to helpdav.org today with your monthly gift of only $19. When you do, we'll send you your very own DAV blanket as a symbol of the care you're making possible for veterans.
When you support DAV, you're supporting veterans like me when we need you the most.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right away. Your monthly gift makes a difference in the lives of our veterans, now and into their future.
While working with the school district psychologist who oversees benefits, she had acquired a bunch of different information and she had presented that to me in a meeting. I took that home and started to read through that. We recognized that one of the teachers was referencing a boy's name and boy's pronouns.
My first thought was, I think they put somebody else's information in here. I probably should notify them because this is not our daughter. While Dan and Jennifer Mead were working closely with the Rockford School District, they came to find out that the district was socially transitioning their daughter, treating the girl as if she were a boy without telling her parents and actively hiding it from them.
All right, everybody, that disturbing clip that you just saw and heard, that was only part of the story of the Mead family who are challenging a secret transition policy from their daughter's school. And joining us to discuss more about exactly what happened are Dan and Jennifer Mead, as well as Senior Counsel at Alliance Defending Freedom, Kate Anderson. Guys, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For you, when you read that report and you said you thought that they had, mixed up that this was another student, when you realized that it wasn't a mistake, I imagine that your stomach sank and your heart exploded and all those things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. What did you think? Because you were in this initial meeting, right?
Yeah.
You were given this initial report.
Yes.
How was that for you?
Well,
At first when we got it, we thought it was a mistake.
Sure.
That maybe two files had been merged. In fact, we tried to contact the person who was in charge of that material and ask them, was this a mistake? And they were silent and didn't respond. And so we immediately knew something was going on.
What prompted this meeting to begin with?
Our daughter was diagnosed with autism. And so we'd been working really close with the school counselor to come up with the best program of assistance that the school could offer to help her academically, socially, just to make school the best experience possible.
Yeah. So because this topic has become so mainstream, unfortunately, we have all had to learn a lot of these statistics. And one of the statistics that I've learned is that children who have autism, they're at a higher propensity and likelihood for, or maybe even just more susceptible to this type of social engineering, let's call it. I would say targeting and victimizing. When you see something like this targeting your daughter, I would imagine that gives you an embittered feeling, maybe rage. How are you feeling?
It was definitely betrayed.
Yeah.
Shocked. Definitely hurt. Yeah, it was a complete shock.
Yeah. How old is she?
She's 16 now.
My goodness.
Yeah.
When did this begin? Do you know?
Yeah, when she was 12 or 13, we think.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
So, Kate, you are handling this case. I know that there are others as well, and this is just in Michigan, but the caseload that you have, are there similar characteristics? Is there a similar thread throughout all of these?
Absolutely. These policies where school districts are secretly transitioning kids, treating them as the opposite sex at school while hiding it from their parents, is spread across the country. If it's happening in Rockford, Michigan, it's happening everywhere in blue states and red states. And we're hearing from parents all the time. We have 5 cases that are sadly similar to this one, and there are more cases around the country. It's starting to bubble up to a point, though, where I think the courts are going to be able to weigh in and stop this. Parents are the ones that are supposed to direct their kids' education and upbringing, and these policies really drive a wedge between parents and their kids and keep those parents from being able to do what's best for their kids.
Yeah. So I know that there was a provision in the One Big Beautiful Bill that requires that school districts make public their curriculum, but maybe they should make their teachers' policies and the way that they handle children, maybe that needs to be public too, because it sounds like they just slid this in there, right? My goodness.
Yeah, and it's happening like that in secret across the country.
Yeah.
We saw the Supreme Court, though, just in the last session, talking about how in the curriculum context, but even beyond it, that parents have a right to know what's going on in their schools and to direct their kids' education, even within the public schools. So I think we're seeing a movement from the courts, we're seeing a movement from the federal government that's going to protect parents on these issues. And we have parents like the Meads that went through this, that saw how this harmed their daughter. They weren't able to get information from the school at times about what was going on, and then to find out that the school was lying to them. This is something that has to be stopped because it just harms kids, and schools should never be lying to parents or hiding information.
Absolutely, absolutely. What are the politics of Rockford? Is it a liberal area, a conservative area, kind of in the middle?
I think it's trending towards more in the middle.
Okay.
Definitely in the last, probably, I would say maybe 5 to 7 years.
Have you found, and the reason I ask that is because, I think that there are parents across this country who live in safe red areas and they think that this can't happen in their school system, but that's not true, is it?
No, because that's what we thought. We thought, we would hear this on the news and think, oh, thank goodness this is not happening in our school district. And soon after that, we were shocked to find out that it is, and it's happening across the nation.
Yeah. Did your community rally around you? I know you said it's trending to the center, but are there folks in your community who saw the ridiculousness of this and therefore came to your aid and came to your support?
No.
No?
No. There was maybe a handful, 4 or 5 people, but we were pretty shocked at that point when this became public that the community wanted to have really nothing to do with it. They just took I guess that they would probably say a neutral stance, but they weren't outraged at all.
Yeah, my goodness, that's
I think there's still so much education that needs to happen. People don't believe that this is really happening, or they think there's some misunderstanding. But these schools really are doing these things, treating a kid as if they're the opposite sex and hiding it. And here they were changing records that they were sending home to these parents so they could hide from the parents what they were doing, all during a time when you two were so deeply involved with the school and working so closely with the school to help your daughter. These are involved parents, and still this was going on.
Are you as surprised as I am that there are not whistleblowers within these schools who are saying, hey, this is happening? I have to believe that not 100% of these teachers and staff and faculty and principals are okay with this.
They aren't, and we are starting to see those teachers stand up. And we have several cases representing teachers who are saying, I've been trained to do this, and I don't feel comfortable doing that. I would never want to lie to a parent about what's going on with their kids, especially something as deeply important as their identity.
Heartbreaking. Dan, there is a very special relationship with daddies and daughters. I have that very special relationship with my dad too. Seeing this happen to your daughter and seeing everything that she's been through, what's her status now?
She's doing so much better. Pulling her out of the school system, homeschooling her, has given her that space from all that they were exposing her to just process her on her own. Like her struggles with her identity, her struggles with just like all teenagers, depression, anxiety, you know, who am I in the world? And we've seen her just academically skyrocket in a program that's designed for the way she learns best.
Wonderful. And for you, Mom, I mean, seeing your daughter flourish now has got to mean something.
It is. It's wonderful. You know, in the beginning, it's very difficult. It's heartbreaking to watch your child go through this and struggle, and we are on the other side of it.
Right.
Thankfully, yes. I'm glad to be here. We have some work to do, but that's why, you know, we are here today to talk about this, because this really does harm our children.
Absolutely. Jennifer and Dan, thank you for speaking out about this. And Kate, thank you for defending them. Doing a great job. Loved your organization.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right, everybody. We're going to take a very quick break, and we will be back after these messages.
Tired of the hassle and high cost of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food, whether it's because of food shortages or rising prices or, God forbid, even a disaster. But right now, check this out. This tote, it's got breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even enough for snacks for up to 4 weeks, guys. And right now, when you order one of these 4-week food survival kits, you get the second kit absolutely free. Now, you see that little square on your screen? That's called a QR code. And here's how to use it. Pick up your smartphone. Now, just open up the camera app like you're gonna take a picture. Hold it up so that the camera can see the QR code on the screen. You see that? The link popped up right there. Now go ahead, you tap that. That link's gonna take you to this deal right now. Now see, these kits can last up to 25 years. They taste great, and they ship for free. This is your food security plan. And right now, it's buy one, get one free. So that means it's double your value. But that's only if you scan the code before the deal ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy a 1 4-week food kit, and you'll get that second one absolutely free.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Welcome back, everybody. There were a few things that caught my eye over the last few days in the news cycle, so I want to hit those before we head out for the night. So yesterday, I didn't have to be at the White House yesterday. I was here feverishly working on a story that I have coming out tomorrow. But President Trump apparently decided to walk on the roof of the White House. Many of you have heard about rooftop Koreans in Los Angeles. These were Koreans who were on the roofs of their businesses during the LA riots, and they were defending their businesses. So people have joked about how, in Los Angeles you have the rooftop Koreans, and in Washington you have rooftop Trump, who is defending the nation. So check this out.
Hello, Peter. You're looking good, Peter.
Are you going to move up here?
Something beautiful.
What does that mean?
What do you? More ways to spend my money.
Can you give us another thing?
Well, we'll show you. It's just another way to spend my money for the country. Anything I do is financed by me, so you don't have to worry. It's contributed. Just like my salary is contributed, but nobody ever mentions that. What are you trying to build?
What?
Sir, do you approve?
And then, by the way, we cut off the clip too early, but he does a missile action with his arm. It was quite hilarious. Now, something that I was at the White House for was that executive order signing with the LA Olympics chairman, Casey Wasserman, who is a part of a lot of different businesses in Los Angeles. His grandfather is Lou Wasserman, and so he's the heir to Universal and a lot of different organizations. But it is Casey Wasserman who fought really, really hard to get the Olympics to Los Angeles. And by the way, he fought very hard side by side with President Trump during Trump's first term, and that's how they were actually able to get the Olympics to Los Angeles for 2028. So Casey Wasserman was at the White House for this executive order signing where President Trump put forth a task force to handle the safety and security of the Olympics, because obviously, especially in a city like Los Angeles, that is going to be a huge undertaking. And Casey Wasserman had a very special gift for President Trump. Check it out.
As you know, 1984 hosted the Olympics in Los Angeles, right. And someone we admire, President Reagan, both of us, presided over those, and you'll preside over our games. So we have for you a full set of the 84 original medals.
Wow. Can I say that I won them athletically?
Yes, sir.
That would be a great honor.
The mood in the room for that signing was really, really great, including a moment. I should have sent this to my producer. I took a video of it, but President Trump signed the executive order, with the Sharpie, and you can hear it signing it. And he says, "Bam, no auto pen," and everybody just erupted. It was hilarious. Man, Rob, I'm sorry. I should have sent you that clip. Anyway, all right, let's finish off with this one because Superman is taking on a super new role. Check this out.
For those who don't know, I am a sworn law enforcement officer as well as being a filmmaker. I felt it was important to join with our first responders to help secure the safety of all Americans, not just talk about it. So I joined up. And here's your opportunity to join ICE. You can earn lots of great benefits and pay. They need your help. We need your help to protect our homeland and our families. So check into it, as I said, and join today if it's something that tickles your fancy, because we can use you.
That, of course, was Superman Dean Cain. And ICE is doing something right because they announced 2 days ago, I believe the acting director said they have 78,000 applications in the queue. So a lot of people signing up to protect our country. All right, everybody, we're out of time tonight, but I will be back here tomorrow night, and so will John.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. I think this is one of the biggest stories of our time, and you will not see it as a lead on any of the mainstream media outlets. But RFK Jr. is now pushing back against the mRNA vaccine. That's that new shot that they used during COVID that turned out to be an absolute disaster. Health and Human Services is now canceling $500 million worth of contracts to research and develop mRNA vaccines. Why? Because flat out he says they're a flop, they don't work, and even more importantly, they turned out to be very, very dangerous. Here's RFK Jr.
Most of these shots are for flu or COVID, but as the pandemic showed us, mRNA vaccines don't perform well against viruses that infect the upper respiratory tract. Here's the problem. mRNA only codes for a small part of the viral proteins, usually a single antigen. One mutation and the vaccine becomes ineffective.
One mutation and ineffective. We know COVID mutated numerous times. Now, I want to make this very clear. We warned you about this on this network. When I worked back on my old network, I was very outspoken, along with many brave doctors and nurses who came forward asking questions, seeking the truth, telling us that there was a real chance that not only was the mRNA vaccine dangerous, but that it caused problems, it increased the spread of transmission, it did nothing to stop COVID. And what happened? I lost a TikTok account. Many of my fellow colleagues lost other accounts. I was demonetized on Facebook, all because I sought the truth. And it turns out these are CDC researchers that came to the conclusion that the mRNA vaccine just isn't worth the risk because the side effects, the complications, far outweigh the benefits. RFK Jr. again.
This dynamic drives a phenomena called antigenic shift, meaning that the vaccine paradoxically encourages new mutations and can actually prolong pandemics as the virus constantly mutates to escape the protective effects of the vaccine.
All right, so RFK Jr. making a very, very bold move. But I don't want any of you to ever forget. They forced this on us. Only the bravest, the strongest, those that could afford it, stood up and said no and didn't take it. I'm proud to say I was one of those people, but there are many more that this was forced on. And yet still, the left, even in the face of all of this evidence, refuses to acknowledge what is now looked at as fact. This is some guy, Dr. Offit, on MSNBC.
I'm on the FDA Vaccine Advisory Committee. When we looked at those data in December of 2020, we were only looking at 35,000 people who had received that vaccine. All of us were worried that the other shoe was going to drop, that there was going to be a much more serious side effect that we would see when millions of people, and now hundreds of millions of people, were vaccinated. And that wasn't true, although the vaccine could cause myocarditis.
Although it could cause myocarditis, we all witnessed with our own eyes young athletes dropping like flies. All the evidence, to me, in my opinion, shows that this was myocarditis that was going on in these athletes, in large part due to the vaccine, because we saw the huge numbers. And it wasn't just myocarditis, doctor. We know, I have friends that were affected, their immune system. We know that blood clots are now showing up in corpses of dead bodies that were never there before the vaccine. We know that there are miscarriages that are on the rise. Listen to this nurse.
From my experience over the last 17, 18 years, it has definitely, it's almost like double, triple fold. I've never seen so many miscarriages and intrauterine demises before.
Have they taken the shot, or we just don't know?
I know the majority that, I wish I could have all the stats of that, but the majority of them, if I am their nurse, I can look at their charts. If I'm not their nurse, I cannot. So the ones that I have looked at have been vaccinated at some point.
And yet other vaccines were pulled off the market far sooner than the COVID shot. And in fact, the COVID shot's still on the market. I believe it needs to be banned. I'm glad RFK Jr. has taken the step to cancel the contracts to create any more of them. But to that nurse's point, I want you to take a look at this headline. California hospital, it reads. Concealed evidence linking catastrophic surge in stillbirths to COVID vaccine, this lawsuit alleges. Inside the lawsuit, it reads, the plaintiff witnessed CMCs, patient injury data, deliberately and selectively concealed from staff, patients, and regulators. Plaintiff exposed this data out of a concern for the safety of pregnant mothers and their unborn children. The pattern that began to emerge here in all of this was they were hiding the negative data about these shots. No one wanted to make the admission that they weren't working and that they were dangerous, and they were willing to risk lives over it. So all of it was about constant gains. Listen to this.
Pfizer did start a randomized controlled trial. They had about 800 pregnant women enrolled. They were going to follow them up to 6 months, and they had to stop the trial and didn't publish the results because if they had had one more fetal anomaly or birth defect, that would have made that statistically significant. So they stopped the trial. So we don't have a long-term trial on pregnant women.
Again, I've heard stories like this over and over and over again. It's about time someone takes a stand on this. I'm glad RFK Jr. is. I want to bring in now Senior Fellow at the Independent Medical Alliance. Ryan Cole is with us. Good evening, Ryan. Welcome to the program.
Good evening. Thank you. Good to be with you.
All right. What do you make of today's news of RFK Jr. canceling 22 contracts worth $500 and something million?
I think this is a move in the right direction. It's a wind down of this technology. It's not everything that all of us want per se. I agree with you. And you listed those harms that we know quite well. And we would like to see a ban on it. But I think this is a step in the right direction. Terminating 22 contracts, especially contracts for the drummed up H5N1 bird flu scare that Moderna was going to get contracts for, winding down funding for University of Texas Medical Branch in Galveston, Texas, which does a lot of bioweapons research and high risk viral research. So it's a good thing that Kennedy's done here. And I do think it's going to be a wind down. I think it's a shot across the bow and an opening salvo in a battle. Pharma's not going to take this lying down. And people like Senator Cassidy, who's the shill boy for Big Pharma, they're going to come, fighting back. But this is a brave and a bold move. It's a massive win, I think, because it's brought the conversation back into the Overton window. And I love that you brought up so many people have been harmed, and we need not to forget those who are still suffering. So I think it's not everything we want, but this is definitely a move in the right direction. I think it is a public acknowledgement that these are unsafe products. They don't do what they said they were going to do. And sure, there will be many people up in arms about it because they have...
Ryan,
yes.
Let me ask you about this tale of two cities we live in. You know, it's not just about the healthcare industry. I mean, you watch MSNBC and you watch this program, and we live on different planets. I mean, but I believe that I deal in fact, and I believe that they deal in propaganda. I'm going to play another clip from MSNBC, and it is the complete opposite of what you'll see from the many doctors and people like you that I respect on this program. Let me play it and then let you respond.
It was a sad day for science in this country. The mRNA vaccines saved our lives. It was estimated that in 2021, you were 12 times more likely to be hospitalized and die if you didn't get a vaccine than if you did. In 2022, you were 6 times more likely to be hospitalized and die. It's a phenomenal technology, and it was remarkably safe.
Dr. Cole, I've had numerous doctors say the exact opposite of what he's saying. How do they get away with that? What is your response to the people out there who try to decipher, well, who's telling me the truth?
Very simple. Look at where the money goes, and where does the majority of the funding for these big news programs come from? It comes from the pharmaceutical industry. So they control that propagandistic narrative. That was an absolute lie from Dr. Offit. The best data set actually was the Salas medical data set from the United States military that showed that his claims that more people were hospitalized with COVID that were unvaccinated was a complete lie, because within the military system, the data showed that it was the complete opposite of that. So he's lying. Liars lie, and they continue to lie. They have too much money at stake in this. Paul Offit has made millions upon millions of dollars from vaccine contracts over the years, and it's a farce. It's a joke. But at the same time, this is the unfortunate aspect. The majority of our population gets this type of propagandistic information that is not true, and those of us who have stood up know that this is false, and so we continue to try to raise our voice, and grateful for independent media like you, where we can get the actual facts to the citizens of this nation to try to protect them.
Well, Dr. Cole, I believe the COVID vaccine, if you can even call it a vaccine, technology, I like the word you used, should be taken off the market. Do you?
I agree 1,000%. This is a dangerous technology that should, A, never have been used, B, should be stopped immediately, and C, should never be used going forward.
Dr. Ryan Cole, I appreciate you coming on. I know it was very last minute for you. We appreciate you jumping into the chair, and thank you, sir. We'll hope to see you again real soon.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Absolutely. This is a story we will be following. It's not going away, but think of the damage they had done to people, literally, like Dr. Cole, trying to speak the truth, and at times literally just asking questions without even making statements. And yet, they wanted us canceled. All right. On to Texas redistricting. You know, we broadcast from Dallas here. This is some story. The Democrats are AWOL. 50 of them have left Austin. Now we've got, looks like, arrest warrants out for them. Possibly President Trump will get the FBI involved to try to track them down in New York, Massachusetts, and Illinois. If they're not back by Friday, the arrest could happen. They could be removed from office. That's what the Attorney General first offered up to do, and now Governor Greg Abbott wants to do as well. But this is President Trump.
Do you want the federal government and the FBI to help locate and arrest these Texas Democrats who have left the state?
Well, I think they've abandoned the state. Nobody's seen anything like it, even though they've done it twice before. And in a certain way, it almost looks like they've abandoned the state. It looks very bad. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Should the FBI get involved? Should the FBI get involved?
Well, they may have to. They may have to. No, I know they want them back. Not only the Attorney General, the governor wants them back. If you look, I mean, the governor of Texas is demanding they come back.
Bottom line is we all want them back because we want to get this done. The election, President Trump's already over 6 months into this term. We're a year and a half out. These elections start now. And so we've got to have these districts in place. Now, John Cornyn, the senator from Texas, the deep stater, the squishy establishment senator, Republican from Texas, so-called, is the one that sent a letter to Kash Patel asking the FBI to come in. It's interesting because I see now a feud brewing between our good friend, that's Attorney General Ken Paxton, who happens to be running against John Cornyn for that Texas Senate seat. This is Paxton today.
Yeah, let me first say this is a state issue. I don't know what the FBI would have to do with this. Nothing. This is a purely state issue. So we are focused on alternatives that we can implement at the state level. One of those is we can arrest these. So you will see some action that we will attempt to make those arrests. If that doesn't work, we're also going to give them till Friday, because that's the next day that the legislature meets, to show up on Friday. If they don't, then we are going to file motions to try to remove some of these legislators from office.
I'll tell you, as my good friend Dr. Sebastian Gorka says, get your popcorn come Friday if they don't show up to the State House in Austin, Texas. All of this tells me the Democrats don't look good. When you go AWOL, when you skip out on your duties, when you cry and whine and moan and take off like a spoiled child, it doesn't look good for you. And then you just let them speak. That's what I love to do. I don't even need to call them out. I just let them speak, like this Congresswoman.
And then integration happened and everybody thought they accept us. They don't accept us. They are showing us who they are. We should believe them. And we better have the courage to stand up. Otherwise, we will fall for anything. And in this country, we will be defeated, deported. I mean, we will lose all of our rights. And if you think it can't happen, it can. And I will liken this to the Holocaust. People are like, well, how did the Holocaust happen? How was somebody in a position to kill all them people? Well, good people remain silent.
The Holocaust? What are you talking about? What a horrible disaster in history the Holocaust was. But this is what the left does. They have no understanding about what the Holocaust was compared to a political dispute in Texas where you got Democrats running to fancy hotels in Boston, Massachusetts. And this is the Holocaust with people like George Soros funding it and who knows how many millions of dollars. And they ought to be on the hook for taking bribes. Maybe that's where the FBI comes in, because if you take money to not vote, and that's what this amounts to, then you just accepted a bribe for your actions, and I think you ought to be charged with a felony for that. This is President Trump again.
40%. I'm not proud of that, but I think I probably got more, but that's okay. I got 40% in Massachusetts, and yet they have 100% of the vote in terms of Congress. So there's no Republican, there's no anything. So we should have 40%. You know why? They redistricted. And they've done it all over the place. And they've done it in California, by the way. Before this, they've done it in California. So we'll see what happens. We have a wonderful governor in Texas. He feels strongly about it. It's going to be up to him. I think there's tremendous support for it.
All right, so he's talking about Massachusetts. No Republicans coming out of there. So you know the redistricting was in full effect there. Why do we know this happens? Because Democrats cheat. It's what they do. Which brings us to a story we first told you about many months ago. That's Act Blue, this fundraising outlet for the Democrats. They are accused of doing some very shady things, including mortgage fraud, having foreign money come in, using shill donors, and unbeknownst to some of the individuals, having donations made in their name over and over and over again just to funnel illegal money into Democrats' campaigns. This is Representative Byron Stile, who started an investigation into Act Blue.
But then also to make reforms in the campaign finance system to make sure that we are preventing any type of abuse going forward. And so my concern has been that potential foreign funds have found their way through Act Blue into the campaign finance system. And we need to make sure that we are not allowing foreign money into U.S. elections. It's an absolutely essential piece. And making sure that the laws are reformed to prevent that is the ultimate.
It is. All right. So the Election Fairness Institute, They have also conducted an investigation, and what they found is nothing short of shocking. I'll read from their report that they released. Quote, the Election Fairness Institute has identified a money laundering scheme known as magic mortgages involving Act Blue, a major political fundraising platform. This goes beyond smurfing. Senior research analyst Sean Taylor discovered 422 identical contributions made on June 30th to a Tennessee state representative via Act Blue, with many donor addresses and phone numbers found to be invalid. This led to identifying the potential source of the money. Well, I want to bring in now to discuss this Arizona State Senator Mark Finchem is with us. Senator, it's great to have you back on the program.
It's good to see you again, Grant. Thank you.
So tell me, magic mortgages. What in the world is this, Senator?
So we have this architecture that when you buy a house, generally it goes into escrow. You have a title company that handles the escrow, and there are a number of documents that go into it. So just at a broad scale, let's imagine you buy a house. Grant Stinchfield buys a house for $200,000, and it's funded by one of the North American banks. We'll just say Wells Fargo. Please don't sue me. All the records, including the mortgage, the deed of trust, the Alta insurance policy, all of those records are recorded in the county record. Then just a few minutes later, your $200,000 house suddenly has a $200 million magic mortgage that comes through. It's nothing but a wire that goes through the title company. There's no lender involved because it's a hard money loan, what they call a cash hard money loan. But because it goes through a title company, there's no notation of who the lender is. And it goes on through the system. Now, what's interesting is, and this is what caught our attention, these are Act Blue officers, corporate officers. Once we found one, it led to another and another and another and another. So we have them all over the nation. And this is just one small fragment of the human map. You leave this digital dust, if you will. This is one small fragment.
You have all of these gigantic financial transactions. Now the question becomes, how do they funnel that back into the campaigns? Is that the small dollar donations that we see that show up at some lady's house and she's donated to Act Blue 52 times and she knows nothing about it?
Well, that's just one small aspect of it. So James O'Keefe, got to give that guy credit with the whole smurfing piece that he's done. And we got to be careful about what we're calling this. This is a research project because we're not licensed investigators. We want to make sure that people understand that this money is going into organizations that this architecture was set up by Barack Obama to spread cash around the country and to put money into political action committees, into non-government organizations, to fund candidates, to set up the whole architecture for a public relations machine, read basically propaganda machine, to promote the whole concept that we're a team, we've got great funding, it's all behind us. So here in Arizona, for example, the Arizona Democrat Party, not more than about 5 weeks ago, it replaced their chairman because their fundraising is 25% of what it was last year. Well, where did all the donors go? So what we're talking about here, Grant, is wholesale fraud, where the money is distributed by Act Blue officers. And now, because we're not federal law enforcement, we don't know exactly where it went, but that's why we've turned it over to U.S. attorneys.
And that brings me to the real news, I guess, is that you have handed this over to the Department of Justice. What has been their response of taking the evidence? We'll call it evidence because, nothing's been proven yet. I'd like to get Act Blue's response on all of this. But you turn over this evidence to DOJ. What do they say to you?
We are now engaged in conversations with a number of U.S. attorneys, former U.S. attorneys, lawyers who are not yet confirmed U.S. attorneys. So there is great interest. I've got to believe that Attorney General Pam Bondi has forwarded this out to the folks that are the financial crimes folks. And by the way, it wasn't just the AG. We also sent it to the IRS Criminal Division and to the FBI. So Director Patel also has this.
Real quick, because I'm running low on time. Is there a number amount? Do you know how much money you guys have found that you have questions about? Is it 100 million, a billion? What is it?
Well, just the package that we've presented so far is about $163 billion over the last 10 years.
$163 billion.
With a B, yeah. With a B.
Well, if this is what you say it is and you bust this down, they're going to be really tough because money wins elections, sadly, in this country. And they know that. And if that's the reason why this was going on, if you prove or the DOJ proves this to all be true, boy, you're going to be an American hero. Senator Mark Fincham, I appreciate it. I appreciate all the work you do with the Election Fairness Institute as well, and for the people of Arizona. Thank you, as always, for coming on tonight.
Thank you, Grant. We appreciate the time and the opportunity to tell the story.
Please keep me posted on this one. This is a very important story. All right, folks, is the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold through Birch Gold Group. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA and physical gold, or just buy some gold and keep it in your safe. First, educate yourself with Birch Gold's free info kit. Just text America to the number 989898. That's America to the number 989898. All right, the days of banks refusing service to Trump supporters are hopefully coming to an end permanently. We'll get into that next.
Thinking about buying a new cell phone? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special pricing on talk, text, and data plans for as little as $10 per month. It's one of the many ways joining AMAC can save you money on everyday things. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on cell phones and service, think AMAC.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25 Minute Speed Train free at bodywithani.com.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Brace yourself, folks. The race for the White House 2028 is underway. Now, Kamala Harris has said she's not going to run for governor in California. I know she has her heart set on the White House. She's never going to win. But she now, according to sources, is distancing herself from Joe Biden. She is about to throw that crepey skin old guy under the bus. And if she does that, my old buddy Mark Halperin says, be warned, Biden and Team Biden will push back.
If the Biden people decide that Kamala Harris is coming after Joe Biden, wait till you hear the Palin-esque stories about how much they tried to help her be prepared to be vice president and be in a position to run, and how much they decided not happening. She's not up to this. And if the Biden people feel threatened, you will hear stories about Kamala Harris as vice president that will not make her look good. Okay?
Can you imagine how many people witnessed the ineptitude of Kamala Harris? This may actually be a shot across the bow. You know, Mark Halperin has sources on both sides of the aisle. This may be, hey, Kamala, if you venture down this road to protect the Democrat Party from Kamala Harris, who was a disaster, we will start firing these stories out there and we'll sink you before you get off the ground. Could be a possibility. What about the Republicans? President Trump was asked directly about this.
Do you agree that the heir apparent to MAGA is J.D. Vance?
Well, I think most likely, in all fairness, he's the vice president. I think Marco is also somebody that maybe would get together with J.D. in some form. I also think we have incredible people, some of the people on the stage right here. So it's too early, obviously, to talk about it, but certainly he's doing a great job, and he would be probably favored at this point.
Take a look at these two guys on screen. That would be a dream team, in my opinion. A Vance-Rubio ticket, signed, sealed, delivered. I'm in. Rubio has really, really impressed me. Vance, I knew was going to be good. Rubio has been fantastic. All right. Now on to a executive order that President Trump could sign literally at any minute, maybe by the end of the week. This is to target banks who deplatform people, debank them for political reasons. We know this happened to J6ers. We know it happened to gun store owners. It happened to conservative commentators. And, of course, it happened to President Trump himself. Cut 6.
I had hundreds of millions. I had many, many accounts loaded up with cash. I was loaded up with cash. And they told me, I'm sorry, sir, we can't have you. You have 20 days to get out. I said, you got to be kidding. I've been with you for 35, 40 years.
Well, it also happened to just about anybody who was aligned with President Trump, worked for President Trump. One of those men is a good friend of this program, former Trump attorney and Claremont Institute senior fellow. He is a debanking victim himself. John Eastman is back with us. John, great to have you on.
Thanks very much. And this is a very important story. It's like pulling a thread on a sweater. It's going to unravel fairly quickly, I think.
I was going to say that probably of all the executive orders, to you, this one must mean a lot. Tell me what happened to you.
Well, in September of 2023, we were out of town. So by the time we got back and got our mail, we only had like 3 days. Had a letter from Bank of America saying we're exercising our right under our contract to close your account. If you want more information, call this number. And I call the number, and it's a food tree phone chain. And you finally get to the recorded message, and it says, this is a recorded message. Our policy is not to give you any additional information. And basically, stuff it. There's no further appeal. We're done with you. and so that was the additional information their letter said I could obtain by calling them. And then 3 months later, the USAA, or we also had bank accounts, did the same thing. Now, USAA is very interesting. My wife's father served in the Navy in World War II and in the Marines in Korea. And because of that, we were eligible to be in USAA. They cater to military members and their families. And USAA canceled us without any explanation. Same type of drill. Phone number, call for more information, and then they refuse to give you any more information. We've subsequently learned that USAA's boardroom had kind of gone lefty, woke, as they say. Bank of America is based in San Francisco. It'd been that way for a long time, which is why we only had nominal accounts there. We didn't do it. We kept our ATMs and that sort of thing. So they were playing this game, you know, they were checking people. If you were buying at Dick's Sporting Goods, you were buying guns lawfully or ammunition, or you were going hunting or any of these things. They were really determining what they thought was appropriate conduct on American citizens who they're customers. Yeah. So that's one aspect of this. But the thing that I think is going to get unraveled is a deeper deep state problem. And that is, I suspect that a lot of the banking regulators were harassing these banks where our accounts were, demanding to look at all of our transactions to see if they could find some connection to J6. Maybe I supported somebody buying a bus ticket to go to the rally or whatever. And, you know, for a small personal account, it's just not worth the hassle if the banking regulators are breathing down your neck every other week asking for transactional data.
Let me play a clip for you, John, because you mentioned Bank of America. And it's interesting because the CEO of Bank of America backs your claim up there that the regulators were coming after them. Roll cut 9, guys, for John.
But look, the president's after the right thing, which is the laws, rules, and regulations around our industry became used to cause things to happen. It's whether it's BSA, AML, whether it's KYC, whether it's reputational risk, and you heard Tim Scott quote about it. It is right to go look at these rules, because at the end of the day, they are causing decisions to be made that can be looked at in retrospect and made differently. We should get these rules right.
All right. That's his very quiet way of saying cause things to happen. Like debank John Eastman, who was an attorney for Donald Trump fighting the election.
Yeah, no, you know, I don't want to let him off the hook entirely, because when President Trump called him out in the Zoom call meeting he did with the Davos gathering, they denied that they'd ever done anything like this. And I fired back with them on my Twitter account in response to them. I said, oh, yeah, so why'd you cancel me? And that got about 1.5 million hits in the next 48 hours. So they were clearly doing this. They were, maybe the regulators were encouraging them to do it, but they were doing it, you know, kind of fully willingly instead of fighting it. There's a couple things that the regulators do in this. They're doing it without any warrants based on probable cause. They're going after people's financial transactions, it appears, without warrants, without probable cause, and they're telling the banks that they cannot do anything about it. They can't tell their clients, their customers, that they're handing this data over to federal regulators. Same thing happened in Arizona in the criminal charges against me. They served search warrants on Google for all of our email accounts. Oh my God, they got my brother-in-law's account because he had died and I had access to it. They got my father-in-law's account, same thing. My secretary asked me to be her executor, so I had her account. They got search warrants for all of those accounts, and Google was told they couldn't tell us about it until after the fact. And so this notion that our investigative, our law enforcement, our banking regulators are interfering with transactions and inspecting transactions of American citizens without warrants is an outrage, abuse of the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution, among other things.
Here's what I would offer up. President Trump's got to sign this executive order, and then Congress has to do something on their end to put this into law so when a new president comes back in, God forbid it's a Democrat, they don't just end President Trump's executive order. They go back to persecuting conservatives again. So we've got to get this in law like so many other executive orders that President Trump has offered up. John Eastman, I always tell you I feel for what you went through, but I'm grateful you stood so strong. It's really an inspiration. We always love having you on the program.
Thanks very much, Grant. Take care.
Absolutely. You too. All right, folks, up next, there are challenges facing the construction of President Trump's Golden Dome missile defense project. Can we really get this done? We'll talk about that next.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in one day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it. Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Dome, our missile defense system that President Trump talks so fondly of. I believe America needs it. It's been talked about going all the way back to Ronald Reagan. This was Jeff Flock, a Fox Business reporter, getting a look at the Golden Dome project. Cut 4.
Earlier this week, the company tested what is the biggest, most powerful solid rocket booster ever built to date. We were there for the test. Listen and watch. 4 million pounds of thrust, technology that one day could be used in the Golden Dome project. We talked exclusively to Dr. Rob Fleming. He is the president of the Space Division at Northrop Grumman. He says Golden Dome could come sooner than anyone expects.
All right, is that true? Well, joining me now is the CEO and co-founder of Phantom Space Corporation, former SpaceX vice president, Jim Cantrell is back with us. Jim, welcome back.
Hi, Grant.
All right, you had told me there's some challenges to this. What's your biggest concern about Golden Dome?
Yeah, it's the scale of it. So this is not a new idea. We used to call this brilliant pebbles back in the Clinton era, and I guess we were worried about intelligence, and now we call it Golden Dome when we're worried about economics. But the problem's still the same, which is energetics and scale. So, missile defense today is a bunch of rockets in the ground at Fort Greely, Alaska, other places that are meant to shoot at warheads that are shot at us by our enemies and intercept them in space. So these warheads go through space. So that the ability to shoot down a lot of warheads is pretty limited by how many of these interceptors we have. So the idea of Golden Dome is to put these all into space and that we shoot them down as they come through space. So we're just kind of sitting there watching them. So the real problem, Grant, is how do you get all that information on where these warheads are, which ones are real, because our enemies will put things in there that look like warheads that aren't, so they're hoping we're going to shoot at the wrong stuff. And how do you get that targeting information to the interceptors in space? And then the other side of it is, how do you get that many interceptors up? a lot of estimates I'm seeing are talking about 1,800 to 2,000 of these interceptors in space.
And these interceptors, I mean, I don't know if I'm totally oversimplifying this, but are they in orbit above Earth and they're acting as if they're guns in space that would then be shooting these incoming missiles out of the sky?
Yeah. So, yes, essentially that's it. In the old days, back in the early 70s, we used to do it with nuclear weapons to take these things out. But there's all sorts of bad things that happens when you set off nuclear weapons to take out an incoming missile field. The cure is worse than the disease. And so what the new modern ones do is it's hit to kill. So it's basically a bullet. So these interceptors would then propel themselves towards the nuclear warhead and simply ram into them like, some crazy person might do to you on a freeway.
So it sounds to me like we've got a technological issue where we've got to figure out where they're coming from, where they are, if they're real, if they're not real. I'm sure AI will play a role in all that. And then you've got the physical issue of getting this system into space to actually work and shoot them out of the ground. And then you got to connect those two. Are we close to making that happen?
I don't think so. We've been talking about this for at least 30 years that I've been in this business, and I worked on Brilliant Pebbles way back in the day in the 90s. And so we still haven't made the kinds of strides we need to in terms of space launch, to getting things into space. We certainly have been able to figure out how to hit the warheads. Raytheon in particular builds the interceptors and has done a great job at it. But to scale that up, right, that's been a real problem to build thousands of these. We haven't figured that out. And part of the problem is sort of the military-industrial complex culture. And it's abundantly slow, and maybe, that kind of caution's warranted because it's a very classified environment you have to work in. And so, I don't see a lot of promise for getting going on this. I don't mean to pour cold water on the idea. I'm a big fan, but I just think, the expectation we'll get this deployed in 3 years is just crazy.
Look, I would imagine in everything you've been involved with, from SpaceX to Phantom Space now and all, you're not I'm going to tell you why you can't do it guy. I'm sure you've told employees, don't tell me that, tell me how we can do it. I guess the last question for you, if you can, fairly quickly, is it possible? Can we get it done? Maybe just not as quick as we want.
100%. Yeah, no, the technology's there. The scaling of it is the issue. It's a little bit like, some of the first cars that were made, nobody would have imagined, 100 years later, we'd be building them by the millions. I mean, that's the kind of mentality that has to happen here. And it's a sea change of culture and capability. It's just going to take time and money.
Yeah. Well, it is an important project, especially as the world gets more and more dangerous. Jim Cantrell, your insight into everything space and beyond is really fascinating to me. I love having you on. Thank you, sir, as always.
My pleasure, as always. Yeah.
Absolutely. You got it. All right, folks. So we'll see. I mean, look, if anybody can build something, now I know President Trump's used to building towers and golf courses, but if you can build one thing, I'm sure you can put the right people together to build another. I got faith in President Trump. It may take a little longer than we expect, though. What is ending up in our meat supply, folks? And how does this affect us? This is pretty gross when I show you this. We'll show it to you next.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25-minute speed train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25-minute speed train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can scan and hack your information without you even knowing. Worse yet, it's bulky and so disorganized. But not anymore, because Slim is in. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash truly protected. And now may be your last chance to get it for a low price. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from scanning your wallet and stealing your info.
Having your information stolen is a nightmare, but with Slim Mint, I know I'm protected.
With money clips, cash can easily fall out, but with the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. Then just press the button to release the lock. Slim Mint is ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to securely fit your additional cards and your extra cash. Even with everything you see here in the Slim Mint, it's still ultra-thin. Bulky wallets are uncomfortable, but the Slim Mint is so compact it fits in any size pocket. Plus, it keeps everything easy to access.
Slim Mint holds everything from pictures to credit cards, my driver's license. Yeah, it's still so thin.
Say bye-bye to bent cards and damaged magnetic strips. Slim Mint keeps them protected. It's crush resistant and can really take a beating. Similar wallets sell for over $100. But call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Slim Mint wallets, but you must act fast. Don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-608-6630. That's 1-800-608-6630. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-6630 now.
So this is a steak I got at a steakhouse in Weatherford on my way to a cattle sale in Kansas. I should have known at first, because it's really hard to get an 8-ounce filet that's truly a filet, because they just don't get that big in animals very often. Then when it came perfectly round, I should have suspected something. I ate a little bit of it and I thought, man, something's not right. So you can definitely tell this is glued together. Probably a sirloin that's been tenderized and glued together to look like a filet, not a filet.
It's glued together. It's called meat glue. And it is used way more than you would ever expect at some of the nation's biggest grocery stores. You get a steak that's not a filet mignon. It's a glued together piece of scraps. How is it made? I saw this news report.
This powder is transglutaminase enzyme, otherwise known as meat glue. Meat glues come in a number of forms, some produced by cultivating bacteria, the others, the primary ingredient comes from the blood plasma of pigs and cattle, specifically the coagulant which causes blood to clot.
Well, it's disgusting, quite frankly. I believe it can actually be dangerous. The FDA will tell you no, but I don't know. I don't want glue in my body. That's just my opinion. You can get all natural beef, no vaccinations, no hormones, all grass-fed. Guess who provides it to you? One of our greatest sponsors, the Wellness Company. You can find them at twc.health/RAV, twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice. Click on Wellness Farms. This is locally grown cattle. You're not going to have meat glue coming from Wellness Farms. The stuff's great. I want to bring in now Director of Epigenetics at the Wellness Company. Dr. Ben Tapper is with us. Dr. Tapper, it's great to have you on the program.
Yeah, Grant, thanks for having me. It's good to be here.
All right. So quite frankly, this is pretty gross. Let's take the Wellness Farm site off the screen, because when I'm talking about gross meat, I don't want any association with that. That is the gross stuff. How prevalent is this?
It's extremely prevalent. So this is the hard-hitting fact. I'm so glad to be talking about this, because this is not just transglutaminase. Transglutaminase is a normal enzyme that's found in the body. There's actually healing properties to that enzyme. But this is a microbial-derived transglutaminase, means that it was derived from a genetically modified bacteria. So a GMO bacteria-derived transglutaminase, known as meat glue. They do this because they can turn a sirloin into a ribeye, which is going to increase profits. You can find a lot of these steaks on buffet lines or in casinos. You can see them. 80% of our processed foods, like sausages, even yogurt, believe it or not, some of our baked goods, even cheeses will use this. This is a GMO product, and I'm telling you, Grant, this is a nightmare because it acts and mimics transglutaminase in the body. And transglutaminase, like I said, has healing properties. This is a GMO bacteria-derived ingredient that is slipped into our food and causing problems.
Doc, let me show you this clip I found on social media. It's, quite frankly, it's just disgusting.
Already, but I'll use my hand. Look, check this out, right? See that there? It's glue, bro. See? And this, basically, when you cut it, like this one, yeah, see, I just pull it a little bit, and it all just, certain parts just come out like it's sections, you see. That's a solid piece of meat. But near here.
So the worst part is this is being sold as real steaks, not glued together scraps. The wellness company has come up with Wellness Farms. Doc, no vaccinations, no hormones, all grass-fed. Can you tell me the importance of this compared to what you might get at your local grocery store?
Yeah, so basically we understand that there's massive problems with our health industry. So we understand that our food issues are just as bad, if not worse. So we wanted to know our farmer. That's why this beef, we're going straight to the farmer. We saw the cows. I actually went to the farm. I know the farmer personally. And so we looked at these cows. These are grass-fed, grass-finished, pasture-raised cows. These are healthy, happy cows. There's no meat glue in this. This is high-quality meat, the best of the best, and this is what it's all about. I don't want to feed meat glue to my children. I don't want to eat that. And, we have a massive problem in our healthcare system, and because they're not looking at the food industry, and our food industry is not paying attention to health. So there's a real disconnect. And so we wanted to go to the farmer, and that's where the Wellness Farms comes in.
Here's what the food industry is paying attention to, just like Big Pharma. Money. And if they can do it cheaper and get away with it, they're going to do it. That is not the method of the wellness company. Everything about this company is fabulous. I'm grateful to be associated with it. I know you love it. Let me tell them how to get to the wellness company's website where they can get to Wellness Farms. And thank you again, Dr. Tapper. Here's what you do. Go to twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. And I'm telling you, everyone I have talked to that has had these steaks all agree it is some of the best meat they have ever had, and that is not an overestimation. twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE. All right, leftists want to ice out Trump. We will see their new aggressive tactics next.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Hey, Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
We should just call this segment the Dopey Dem segment. Watch.
This is your sign to take the name of that orange clown who we all collectively hate worldwide, put it on a piece of paper, put it in a jar, seal that jar, and put it in the back of your freezer. He wants to use ice against us? Well, we can ice him out too, baby.
Ooh, that's going to really get Trump on that one. We're so scared of all you folks putting names in freezers. These people are nuts, and they wonder why they lose. This is why. It's going to do it for us. Stitchfield's Army rolls. See you tomorrow.
Sounds funny in the evening. You're watching live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice.
Well, don't eat the gas station sushi. No, that's not. What am I hearing right now?
That's you. Is that our new opening song?
Live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. And yes, I am alive, and I am back in the studio.
Yeah, friend of the show. Welcome. Yes. That's it.
Oh, man.
We're on 103.9, which was your temperature last Friday night, so you're looking good.
103. Yeah, 103.9.
About right.
103.9 LI News Radio. 103.9 Big D's temperature. Big D's temperature. Oh, man, off the Legionnaire. Someone said you had Legionnaire's disease, and I actually read the, because I had gone to the city.
I didn't know you were in the Army.
Went to the city to see Chris Stapleton.
That's where they got you.
Oh, and that's where they said there was a bunch of Legionnaire's disease. And so when I read it, I was like, well, it's everything but, thank God, the lung problem. I didn't have any lung problems.
Thank God.
Now, that doesn't mean I was breathing right, because the congestion for whatever flu this was, the congestion was like, you can still hear it. It's still not totally gone. It was like nothing I've ever experienced before.
Now let me ask you
my wife has a personal steamer, travel steamer.
You mean for clothes?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was filling it with water, plugged it in by the bed, and I would turn it on every half an hour and just steam my face.
Oh, wow.
Far enough so I didn't burn it. But I was just trying to get, because I couldn't go into a steam room.
Right.
The pressure in my face was like I've never experienced anything like the congestion part of this.
Well, it's amazing because your skin looks great. Your pores are really open and clean.
Yeah,
I think it worked wonders.
I took 500 milligram Tylenol, and the bottle says do not exceed 6 in a 24-hour period.
You took 18.
Well, I had exceeded 6 the first night by like 2 in the morning, and so I couldn't take any more.
Yeah, but you're not like a normal sized person.
I know.
That's true.
I called our source.
Right.
I texted our source and said, hey. And he said, well, you got to be a little careful.
Right.
Oh, he said, let it burn for a little bit. Yeah, thanks for the advice, pal. 103.7 at some point. I was, the flames, I think you could see flames actually coming off of me.
Wow.
But,
well, you powered through.
Powered through. Thanks to the guys, because I certainly didn't expect or wanted to take 4 nights off. And on Thursday, I broke the I started the fever like 6:15. I called them, so Delgado had no notice.
Yeah.
on Thursday. He did a masterful job.
We had a fun show.
Delgado was great. He really steered the ship. A couple of times we hit the dock, but all in all,
the Friday night, everything seemed like it went great over at your warehouse. You guys had a great audience.
The show was one of our best shows we've had.
I think the audience really carried us on Friday night. They were just awesome.
They were. The energy was incredible.
And we had moms there. You missed it. It was mom night. You missed mom night.
Joe and I were in a Corvette when we were leaving.
Yeah.
I mean, we were waving from the Corvette. Unbelievable.
I heard. And I want to thank everybody in the audience. I mean, I'm never surprised, but it's always still like, wow. It's all the messages I got on all platforms of all your concern is much appreciated, and I really do. I really appreciate all of what I was able to read on all the platforms, including the ones who are worried that I was dead. From Legionnaire's disease.
It must have been surprising when you emailed them back, I'm still alive.
They were running a pool in the chat at one point, I think, on Monday night.
Yeah, the odds makers was getting started.
I don't think I've missed 4 nights, even though with a weekend in between, since I started the show in 2015.
Not from being sick.
No. No, one vacation. I remember I took 1 week off, 4 or 5 shows.
Did you go to Germany one time?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. And I went to somewhere.
Well, let me ask you this.
But never from being Sven. It was unbelievable.
Did you have any body aching? And
oh, my God, please.
Joint pain?
Ugh.
And you had high fever?
Worse. The fever, like I said, was smoking.
Well,
I didn't have the lung problem, thank God. No, I had breathing problems, but not because of my lungs.
Right.
Well, now, I was pumping ivermectin, which obviously inflammation and certainly would help the respiratory, like it did for COVID. But I honestly don't think it was that. I think it was some version of a flu, but not a version I've ever experienced before.
Well, there's a new mosquito-borne virus, Damon.
Okay.
That has led to a widespread outbreak in China. Have you had any Chinese food in the last few days?
I have not.
Because
I have not been there, no.
He had a few prawns.
It's called the chikungunya virus.
Oh, well,
at a Guangdong province in China. So I don't know if you took a trip there last weekend or something like that?
No, I did not see Chris Stapleton there. I saw him at MSG.
Okay. Well, MSG, there you go.
Oh, no MSG.
No MSG.
No MSG. But, anyways, but I'm back in the saddle, as our friend Luke Combs would now say on his new song, back in the saddle again, and I'm happy to be here. And I want to thank, it's nice to not have to worry. With Delgado being as good as he is and all the guys being great and Aaron and Fran, I never have to worry.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to be taking the next 3 weeks starting Monday, and that's it. I'm out of here. I'll see you in September. No, but I appreciate all the guys obviously picking up the slack, Paul and KDJ and Vinnie Mac and everybody. And it's nice not have to worry about your baby as it moves on down the line. So and it always will. So. 6 minutes past the hour, which is going to be a short live from Studio 6B tonight.
Now explain why. What's going on?
We just found out. We're going to be a little short tonight because the network's going to cover Charlie Kirk. I think I don't want to give it the wrong name, but it's some kind of summit. A pastor, I believe it's it's the what, Aaron? Faith Forward Pastor Summit. Oh. The Faith Forward Pastor Summit starts, I believe, tonight. And doors are opening and people are getting into the hall. And so the network's going to cover that. And so you can hear all of the good word of what's going on. And I'm going to watch it myself because, man, I tell you, You always think there's a higher power, and you just, especially when you get really, really sick.
Oh, it's humbling. Oof.
Right? And
humbling.
You're just like,
yep.
Come on, baby, pull me through.
I feel the hand of God, boy. You're looking for it. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on.
Please, let me keep breathing here.
That's how you know there's a God, my friend.
So,
amen.
Hello to everybody in the chat. Welcome back. Nice to see everybody again. So what's going on with you guys? Slickster, how you been?
I've been good, Big D. A lot going on personally, but life is good and, rocking and rolling.
Okay, well, we're going to keep you in our prayers. And we're going to keep Mom in our prayers, too. And we're going to do the same for Paul Nolan, who's not here tonight because he's with his mom as well tonight, and we hope that everything with her is okay. It didn't sounded a little touch and go. And I told Paul, take the night off. Don't worry about it. We're praying for him. And let's see. Yes, I still sound sick. Thank you, Mary. I still am sick. But I just could not miss another night. I couldn't spend any more time in bed. But you know when you're so sick that you think, all right, I'm going to get out of bed, and 5 minutes on your feet, you're like, I got to slow down.
Right. You got to slow down.
That's how it was. Like every day, I said, okay, I'm just going to get up and just push. It just was not happening.
Yeah, I've gone through that where it's like, what I'll do? I'll take a nice shower. Shower will get me going, and then you feel good for about 5 minutes, and then you're like, I got to go lay down again.
I know. At least you're clean.
Exactly.
I had to take the old. My wife was, of course, screaming, I want you to get in a bath, dummy. And I was like, I'm not getting in a bath waiting for the jump. To try to get the fever down, I did one of those, not like kind of semi-cold showers, which did not help.
No, you got to do like an ice bath.
But I did 3 Tylenol, way before 1,500 milligrams more of Tylenol, way before I probably should have, but I just didn't care at that point. I was like, if I'm going to go from the Tylenol, I'm going to go from the thing. I'll give myself a chance with the Tylenol at this point.
So,
anyways.
Did you have any soup?
No, my wife offered, though, because she's an angel. But I didn't accept because everything was hot. I had 5 flames like just floating on my skin. It was so hot.
I was worried. I almost texted you because I knew your family was in the city, with the dancing and all. I was wondering who was home keeping an eye on you on Saturday and Sunday.
Well, I was aware. Yeah, I was by myself.
Worried because I didn't text you, but I was thinking about it.
I was by myself all day Thursday. When it started
because they were away. They were out.
Friday. Yeah, they didn't get home till They didn't get home till Friday evening.
Oh boy.
What about Tucker?
That's when it got real bad, though.
Tucker was keeping an eye on him.
Saturday and Sunday were unbearable.
What about Tucker?
What about him?
Did he take care of you?
He never leaves my side when Mommy's not there. When Mommy's there, he doesn't know who the hell I am.
That's like my birds.
That's ridiculous. So, by the way, Sherry Merrill, thank you so much for everything that was sent to the office. We should have some of it out here. We opened it all today. It looks like a
tomorrow night maybe because we don't have a lot of time.
If we had the Rav Golf open, we wouldn't need to have any raffles. We could just line the room with the stuff Sherry put together and wrapped up. It looks like a big. You could do a big raffle.
I thought it was a Chinese auction. When we walked in. I can't say that. That's racist. But you know what I'm saying. One of those school fundraisers.
Looks like an auction.
But the stuff is beautiful.
Oh man, it's beautiful. It's right. And she bought Tucker something.
I saw.
Yeah,
Tucker toys. It
was adorable.
So I'm going to bring that home to him tonight. I'll take some pictures of him.
Come on, Tucker.
I hope those things are really reinforced that they're going to last about 6 seconds with him because man, the terrier part of him comes out when he really wants to.
When he gets a toy.
So Delgado, how are you?
I am good.
How's everything been with you?
Good. Somebody pointed out last night that they and I forgot who it was. I think it was in the Rumble chat that they look like they're like, hey, it looks like you have new glasses, and I do. These are
they
brand
said
new.
The glare is you got. A lot of people complain about the glare. I got email after email after email after email after email.
Yeah. I guess maybe I wasn't. I've never gotten real. These are my first pair of real glasses.
Okay.
They're called progressives. I don't know if you heard about them.
That's for old people.
They're usually for lefties. But no, this is the glasses version of the liberal. But I'm just getting used to them. They seem to be working okay. But yeah, somebody pointed out that very glary. So I don't know if I've got to change the lens. What do you do? Because yours are like really thick.
Yeah. No, I have progressive lenses too. I don't wear mine for a fashion statement. I need them, but you need something a little more stylish though.
Yeah.
It's not about stylish. I'm trying to cut down on the glare you jacket.
Just by the way,
you got to get there's a special lens. I mean, you got to spend $1 million and you get really good glasses.
Like what is your lens called? Like.
Well, I have progressives, but that's what I have.
I know, but
I don't know.
so
it's got a UV anti-glare on it, though. I mean, I pick up the light too. You can't help it because of the lights, but Damon's doesn't really.
Thank you.
Yeah, yours are
Thank you very
good.
much.
You got the Costco.
I'm a professional. Yeah. So no, they're not Costco. I love Costco, but they're not Costco. Not at all.
Yeah, yours do have a bigger glare than we do.
Yeah. So
I got to work on that. I got to figure out how to.
So what'd you guys talk about for 4 days? What's the big story? Tell me. Get me up to date because I know nothing. Well, I mean, I know something, but
this and that.
Basically nothing.
Covered a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
You know what's so funny about the gerrymandering nonsense? Is that here's a party. They always do this, and I guess they don't realize it. But here's a party that tried to jail their political opponent, throw him in jail, watch him die there. They weaponized the justice system against him. They arrested him. They went into his house. They charged him with phony nonsense. We can go down the list of all the things they tried to do. They tried to kill him. They wanted him to rot in a prison for the rest of his life. But they're worried about Republicans threatening democracy by gerrymandering. What?
Yeah.
The hell are they talking about? 13 past the hour. We're going to be here for about 15, 20 more minutes. Then we're going to turn it over to the network. Charlie Kirk and the Faith Forward Pastor Summit. And they'll take you through the rest of the night.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere to fix that? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast, so strong, and so convenient. It's like putting the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires of your car on a single charge, or inflate a bag full of soccer balls at practice. Bullseye Pro is so advanced, it has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Plus, it can be 100% hands-free. You simply set the target pressure and walk away, keeping you out of harm's way. Bullseye Pro is lightweight, durable, and powerful enough to inflate this massive monster truck tire. Plus, it has 4 ultra-bright LED lights to safely inflate at night. Bullseye Pro comes with 3 custom air nozzles on board, so you can easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Forget driving to the gas station. Bullseye Pro is your anywhere, anytime inflation station. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system, all for the factory direct price of just $79.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to really inflate this offer, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all. An incredible value for one low price. Call or go online to order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718 or go to getbullseyepro.com. So call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718 or order online at getbullseyepro.com. Order now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
All right, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night, August 6th, 17 past the hour. Slicks here. We'll do some sports. We'll get some news in, headline news, because we're going to be with you only for a short period of time tonight. We're going to hand it over to Charlie Kirk and the Faith Forward Pastor Summit that's going on tonight. The network's going to cover. Damon, you look good. Welcome back. Thank you very much. Who was that? Moon Pie. Thank you very much. It's good to be back after being really, I'll tell you, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I was really, I haven't been sick in a long time, as I've been saying. I've been taking my ivermectin once a week, and it's really
didn't work.
It's been good, but this one caught me.
You picked something up in this city. Yeah. That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't think people were worried about me having Legionnaire's disease. I don't think it was that, because I had no lung problems. Thank God.
Now, when you went to the city,
I had every other thing that comes with that.
Did you take mass transit when you went to the city?
No, he don't take.
Took a limo.
Oh, all right.
Limo.
Well, excuse you.
They carry him in.
Excuse you, big spender. Holy crow.
No, just kidding.
Probably set under an air conditioner.
No, we just drove.
Oh, okay. I'm just asking. Because sometimes, you know what? It's like, I don't want to deal with driving in the city and then having to pay to park. You take mass transit, you take the train, zips you right up to Penn Station. Poof, you're
Bill Moore has it on YouTube. I think Damon got sick from Delgado Skinny Pop. Exactly.
That
could have been it.
Man.
Bite your tongue.
What do you mean fake
yeah, that's
news?
fake news.
He was trying to butter you up.
That's true. Good point.
Yeah, and I would have got sick. I ate the whole damn bag.
Marina Miller, good to see you back, Damon. Thank you.
Bad news.
People are asking him, no Vinny yet. Vinny's not on usually on Wednesdays. He's on Tuesdays and Thursdays and Fridays.
He was on Tuesday night. He was on.
He was on last night.
Oh, Vin's in the Facebook chat, of course, because what else does he have to do? No,
he's fighting with Doug.
Fight
right
with
now.
people in Facebook, even the nights he's not on.
Doug are going at it.
I mean, can someone get him some help, please? I mean, he really just.
And someone get him a flight. Get him a flight back.
Well, no, he says he'll be back tomorrow night.
He's on his way.
Until he calls me at 7 o'clock to tell me he won't be back tomorrow night, but who knows? Maybe he will be. But, I mean, who would fight in the...
Who would fight with Vinny? He's such a sweetheart. Come on.
Oh, man, he's got you fooled. He's nuts. What are you talking about?
Come on.
Have you ever seen a Vinny fight? What it looks like on Facebook?
What's
Here's the best part about Vin on Facebook is when you go to this happens to me all the time because we're friends on Facebook. I'll see it say, you see a post from somebody about some political thing, and it'll say above the picture, Vincent Buda commented. And when I see that, I just know right away, here we go. And so then I'll scroll down to the comments, and then I'll see whatever the guy wrote, and then I'll see Vinny's reply, and it'll be a couple sentences, and then it'll say, view more. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and when you click view more, here's what happens to the screen. It goes from the two lines, it goes, and all of a sudden you've got War and Peace there to read of what Vinny wrote to this person. And most of the time, I don't think he even knows who it is. No, he's got to get help. He's got to get help. So 20 minutes past the hour, let's do sports. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slickster, what? Slickster. Is Micah Parsons going to play for the Cowboys this year?
100% stop.
Oh, wait, what do you mean stop it?
100%. Don't buy into the media. Fake news. It's all baloney, posturing. That contract will be squared away.
You saw his posts.
Mark it down. Doesn't matter. Trade me. It's baloney. Trader Joe's. No, I'm not buying into any of that. Trust me.
So he'll be there.
100%. He'll be on the field for that Eagles game. No, 100%.
100%.
Yeah, but will he play at 100%?
He'll play. Well, that's a different story because he might not have the conditioning. He didn't ask me that question. You're asking me that question.
He might not
his
have.
So
question.
Jerry's going to get it done.
100%.
He might not have the
He's
motivation.
going to get his $40 million. He'll get it.
Okay.
Might not have the motivation.
All right. What's going on in sports, Slickster?
Well, you kind of threw me off with that one. Sports, we got to go.
Well, I haven't seen you, and I was going to text it to you, and I didn't want to put you in a bad mood when I saw it.
I actually commented on you Friday night. I says I was going to run this story. I'm glad Big D's not here because he'd be riding me about this trade demand. I actually mentioned it to the audience.
I think riding me is a little strong.
Well,
I would have asked you about it for
Friday
sure.
night rodeo. You'd be riding me like a bronco.
I get concerned about your team. I want you to be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on.
That's funny. You
want Mike McCarthy back from me, I know. Major League Baseball, let's get to the scoreboard. Come on, this is the drive now, right? The June swoon has passed in July. Now August is when it really becomes the stretch here. And we got the Athletics over the Nationals 1-0, top of the 6th. Top of the 4th, Royals lead the Red Sox 3-2. Brewers, boy, the Brewers are a good team this year. Leading the Braves 2-1, middle of the 4th. Finals from earlier today, a lot of games were matinee. Orioles over the Phillies 5-1. Giants 4-2 over the Pirates. Guardians maul the Mets 4-1. Well, they didn't maul them, but they beat them pretty good. Twins 9-4 over the Tigers in Detroit. Cubs at Wrigley take care of business on the Reds 6-1. Reds lost 2 in a row now. Yankees picked up a win in Texas today. 3-2. That was a good win for them. They needed it. How about this score? You're sitting down. Toronto Blue Jays 20. Colorado Rockies 1. 20-1 was the score. That's something to raise your eyebrows at. Rays 5-4 over the Angels. Cardinals topped the Dodgers 5-3 out in L.A. earlier today. Marlins 6-4 over the Astros. Nightcap games. White Sox are in Seattle taking on the Mariners at 9:40 first pitch. And Padres Diamondbacks first pitch out there in Arizona at 9:40 as well. I don't know if you guys saw, but yesterday was the big, if you want to call it a funeral or life celebration for the great Hulk Hogan. I know we have those pictures I sent earlier, Aaron, pictures 1 through 3. If we could bring those up while I run this story. But there was a cloud resembling the iconic Hulk Hogan pose sighted above the legend's funeral. If you look at this, and it could be a little stretch for fans, but that was right over the area where he made that fist.
Wow.
That's pretty
crazy.
Cool. I'm telling you, that's crazy.
Get out of here. That's not AI?
No.
That's not Project Bluebeam?
No, because a couple of people had authenticated that actually they were there. I know. I looked at it a little bit. I looked at the person who posted it, and it looked legit. Anyway, a cloud oddly, and Breitbart ran the story. Breitbart's pretty good. Cloud oddly resembling one of Hulk Hogan's more iconic victory poses appeared in the sky outside the wrestling legend's funeral on Tuesday. According to DJ Silva, one of Hogan's friends, the Hogan-esque cloud appeared near Indian Rocks Baptist Church in Largo, Florida, just as the sun was setting. If this isn't a sign, then I don't know what it is. Longtime Hogan pal Bam Moraga wrote on his Instagram page, the wrestling star's funeral was a star-studded affair featuring, well, we love Kid Rock, right? He was there. Theon Vin, Triple H, and many others. Hogan's daughter, Brooke, however, did not attend, citing her late father's disdain for funeral services. My father hated the morbidity of funerals. He didn't want one, she wrote on Instagram Tuesday night. And although I know people grieve in many ways, I am so grateful for all celebrations and events organized to honor him. As his daughter, I had to make my own decision to honor him the best and most genuine way I knew, privately. That way, it made me feel the closest to him. Brooke chose to memorialize her father at a Florida beach. Lovely picture of her and her babies. So I thought that was really cute. Hogan, of course, died on July 24th after suffering cardiac arrest at his Florida home. Obviously, very devastating, big day. But yeah, big one. Dennis Rodman was there. I mean, they rolled them all out, all the crazies and all the wrestlers. So it was really quite a story. But that cloud resembling him, that is really something else. So I thought that was a great story. Just I got time to get one more story in if I can, may as well. We got the first woman umpire. Did you see that today? They announced that the first woman umpire is going to be in Major League Baseball. This is Jen Powell to become first female Major League Baseball umpire. This is Warner Todd Houston of Breitbart. Jen Powell is set to become the first female Major League Baseball umpire in the history when she steps onto the field to watch the bases during this coming Braves and Marlins game on Sunday. The 48-year-old New Jersey native played softball and soccer for this big day, Hofstra University on Long Island. I thought you'd love that story. And has been an umpire for more than a decade on the amateur level, according to the New York Post. Powell worked as a AAA umpire and became the first female ump in 34 years in the minors. So how cool is that? And she was from your alma mater. I thought that was great, right? Flying Dutchman. They don't call him the Flying Dutchman anymore, right?
No, just the Pride. No,
the Pride. Oh,
Hofstra Pride.
That sounds a little strange. But anyway, how do you like that? So I always loved seeing women in sports being champions. So I thought that was great. There you go, Big D.
All right, Slick.
The Pride, that sounds a little wild. Okay, that's a wrap in sports. Back to you.
Yeah, I like the Flying Dutchman.
Me too.
Like what's a pride?
Oh, that Flying Dutchman is probably racist because
cool
they talk about Dutchmen.
I thought that was cool. Is that like racist now? Flying?
You two are the flying something. Starts with A, but it's
the Pride. The Pride. Sounds like a march with a rainbow.
All right, we'll try to get some news in before we take you to Charlie Kirk.
Sounds like the month of June.
Future Faith Pastor Summit. Coming up right after this.
It's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night, August 6th. You know, I wasn't on Friday, which was August 1st, which was my parents' 55-year anniversary.
Wow. Oh, wow.
So I want to say publicly happy anniversary to them.
Oh, yeah, happy anniversary. We would have said it, but Damon didn't tell us. So.
Okay.
I got another, just not to interrupt, but another big YouTube chat. Our friend Joe and Angela in Las Vegas has come in with $99.99 in the YouTube chat. So glad you are feeling better. Damon, Rick, Erin, and Fran did great in your absence.
Yes,
so thank you. Thank you, Joe and Angela in Las Vegas. That was very generous.
Thank you. So everybody did a great job, as they always do. I usually have, I don't, I was really sick. I mean, I didn't turn the show on at all, but I don't have any concerns. I don't worry about it at all. So one other thing I wanted to mention, just because the guys here have heard me talk about it, but somebody very close to me passed away over the weekend as well. Someone who used to watch the show, be in the chat, and her name was Noran Wamister, and she was my, she was a lot of things to me growing up, but she was in charge of religious ed at the church that I grew up in, and she ran the religious ed program for the kids, and we used to go on retreats, me and Sharon, this is even after she hit me in the eye with the baseball. We remained dear friends, as we do to this day, and I can remember those trips vividly. And Noreen and Billy Wamister were members of the country club, and we used to play golf as families together, and I knew her kids. I know her daughters extremely well. And she unfortunately passed away very, very quickly. Somewhat unexpected, because it was actually her husband who had been having some health issues, and now, thankfully, Billy's doing better, and Noreen just got very sick very quickly. And her funeral is going to be this coming Friday morning, and I'm going to see if I can't get up to Connecticut and then get back for the warehouse. I don't know that that's going to be possible, but with traffic. But I just want to publicly say that I'm going to miss her. And she was very influential in my life. She was very close. My mom and her have worked together for 30 plus years at the church, hand in hand. And she was very influential in many of our lives. Kept us on the straight and narrow, made the church CC programs fun, and music, and so much stuff that we shared together, memories that we'll carry for the rest of our lives, those times we spent. Some of my closest friends I met doing that, like Sharon and others, who I'm still friends with to this day. So I just wanted to publicly say I'm going to miss her, and I know she's in a place that she taught us a lot about and made sure that we understood the importance of having that be a big part of our lives. So, Noreen, we will miss you. Godspeed. Rest in peace. And thank you for being so important to everybody, including my mom. And you had a very special relationship. So, all right, let's do some quick news before we got to go to Charlie Kirk. Delgado's Got It is brought to you by EternalLifeCoin.com. What's going on, Delgado?
All right, well, I think the big news of the day is the shooting at Fort Stewart in Georgia that happened earlier this morning as a U.S. Army sergeant named Cornelius Radford went on a shooting spree, shooting 5 soldiers at Fort Stewart. The soldiers were shot. As I was saying, the soldiers were shot in the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team. That's ABCT area of the base, according to social media that was posted by the U.S. Army. All of the soldiers are fine. They were taken to Wynn Army Community Hospital there at Fort Stewart. Radford had been apprehended by a bunch of the other soldiers that basically took him down, and he's under arrest. But all the other soldiers went to the hospital. They have been treated. According to this,
sounds like a miracle, by the way, that nobody died. Sounds like an absolute hand of God miracle.
Yeah. Amen.
According to this, Radford is from Jacksonville, Florida, joined the regular Army as an automated logistical specialist back in January of 2019. He had never been deployed, but he was arrested following the shooting and is currently in a pretrial confinement. Again, according to the latest news on this, the 5 soldiers that were shot are being treated at the hospital, and they are all are expected to live. So that's great news, as the 5 soldiers were wounded and transported to the hospital there. So again, great news for those soldiers. And you never know when this stuff is going to happen. And it's always amazing when you see something like this and it happens at an Army base. Because we forget that these Army bases are basically they're gun-free zones. The only people that have guns are the military police usually. So if you do have a weapon, you have to check it and you have to store it in one of their facilities there.
Yeah. It sounds like the guys on the base did a tremendous job in saving lives, and it's just a miracle that the people who were involved, there were no deaths as of right now. So thank God for that.
They apprehended him too, right?
Yeah, big time they apprehended it. Damon, also, I don't know if you saw this because of your infirm state, but Attorney General Pam Bondi has ordered evidence sent to the grand jury for this Russia collusion grand conspiracy hoax.
Yes, I did.
Coup
in Florida.
And that was reporting that was first reported by our own John Solomon. Here he is giving the details. Cut number 2. Here's John Solomon reporting the details of the grand jury being impaneled. Cut cut 2.
This is a major development. We told you last week that Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, had given permission for a strike force to begin. That's a very specific tool the Justice Department uses on major conspiracies. And we told you then we would know it was getting serious when the grand jury jumped into action. We now know that a grand jury will be impaneled. Most likely, my sources are telling me, it could be in Florida, where the raid of President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home helped. And so that is the very latest. You can check it out at Just News. We're going to have a whole lot more on that over the course of the next few hours.
Yeah, so there you have it. John Solomon basically kind of taking the lead on all this stuff and breaking this news right here on Real America's Voice. Again, the order directs unnamed federal prosecutor to begin presenting evidence to grand jurors related to the alleged conspiracy that falsely linked President Donald Trump to Russia ahead of the 2016 presidential election. According to a source familiar with the effort, the grand jury investigation is needed, of course, to secure the indictment against any potential suspects. The move follows a wave of criminal referrals submitted last month by the Director of National Intelligence. We're talking about Tulsi Gabbard. As a matter of fact, she sat down with Miranda Devine. We all know Miranda Devine, right? Mm-hmm. Cut number 5. Here she is talking with Tulsi about what they found, and basically it amounted to a coup. Cut 5.
This is where you use the word dangerous. This is where the weaponization of the intelligence community can have such a dangerous outcome that is really impossible actually to measure. When we look at a sitting president of the United States and President Obama unhappy with the outcome of the election and making the appearance of a peaceful transition of power,
priding himself on it
over and over and claiming to be the champion of democracy, and yet launching what we now know came from President Obama was a covert mission, essentially, to subvert the will of the American people, create this lie that would challenge the legitimacy of President Trump's election and the 4 years of his administration, resulting and affecting in what was truly a years-long coup.
Yeah, so there you have it from Tulsi Gabbard. Talking about the, let's face it, the word that, nobody wanted to actually say. It actually did happen, because it predicated what happened in the 2020 election.
Greg Jarrett has a great piece today over at Fox Digital on who the lineup is possibly going to be here for indictment. And, he goes through the most obvious targets. Number 1 on the list, in my estimation, should be John Brennan.
Yeah.
Numero uno, number 1, should be Brennan. But as he says, obviously James Comey, James Clapper. And he obviously goes through the reasons that those 3 would be at the top of the list. Clinton in her campaign, obviously. Who else does he have on his list? Fifth Amendment and Obama immunity. Mark Levin, I believe, again, I was sick, but I believe he put out a long tweet on why he wasn't sure Obama immunity necessarily covered him on all of this. I didn't read it, but it did flash in front of me, and I think the headline was immunity won't cover Obama, and then I didn't see the rest. So I have to go back and look at what he wrote.
I think it has to do with the things that he may have done post-presidency. So once he steps down from that post and President Trump took over in 2017, anything that he did beyond that, I don't think he's covered for. So I think that's probably where he was headed. But again, we were talking about this last night, I think, as well, or the night before, where pretty much Barack Obama, former President Barack Obama, is between a rock and a hard place.
Because of his immunity.
Right, because he cannot take the fifth. He has to answer the questions, and if he lies, he loses the immunity. So, it's legacy, everything that you talked about will come crumbling down around you if you answer the questions, or you can lie about it, and then, of course, you can be brought up on charges. Pick your poison. So that's where he stands. By ordering the assembly of the grand jury here, Damon, the government's going to be able to issue the subpoenas to the individuals that Trump allies have claimed were involved in this coordinated scheme to tarnish his 2016 election and his presidency by falsely alleging that he was colluding with the Russian government. A grand jury would also consider an indictment if the Justice Department decided to bring the case. And keep in mind, as this author puts on the Geller report, it only takes one Andy McCabe to bring the whole thing down. So we'll see what happens with that. And again, this thing keeps just unfolding time and again right in front of our eyes.
All right, here's what he wrote. Attention media and legal analysts, Obama is the key to uncovering the full extent of the Russia collusion scandal and the efforts to sabotage the Trump campaign and the presidency. I do not believe the Supreme Court's immunity ruling provides him with blanket immunity. It provides him with the presumption of immunity, which may be overcome depending on what the investigation uncovers. That said, there is no immunity from criminal investigation and Obama being required to provide testimony under oath, period. So, not as clear-cut in the great one's mind, certainly not like what we said, answering the questions. So, we'll see. We'll see if it gets to him. But it does seem like when you listen to Solomon, you listen to Greg Jarrett, and you listen to Devin Nunes and some of the others, and then you start reading about 18 U.S.C. 242, the depriving of rights under the color of law. Read up on that, and that being a possible statute here that would be used as applicable to many of the people we talked about. Starts to paint a little bit of a picture on where we're possibly going here. So, all right, 17 till the hour, live from Studio 6B. We're back right after this.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers you full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B. We're going to be bringing you out to Charlie Kirk in the Faith Forward Freedom... no, I'm making that up. The Faith Forward Pastors Summit. Why are you laughing, Aaron? Is that the right name? Faith Forward Pastor Summit. Yeah, and there's no freedom, but that's fine. I can throw that in. That's coming up. Rav's going to cover that for the rest of the night. We're going to bring you that in about a minute or two here. So let's just touch on sports and news before we have to go. Delgado, any other headlines we can do right now?
Yeah, here's a quick one. Here's cut number 7. I thought you might enjoy this. It's also a good setup if we can get a little sports in with Slick Rick. Here is cut number 7. Check this out, Damon. This is what it looks like.
Let's go!
Right in the putt.
Oh, look at this.
Drop the putter.
When was this?
I don't know. I just found that hilarious.
That was nice. Nice putt. Not an easy one.
No.
Come on now.
I love the way he just kind of drops the putter and walks it off.
Little 3-4 foot breaker there. Let me see that again, Aaron.
Imagine the Dems. Oh, he cheated. They must have blew it in with a leaf blower.
Look at this little. That's a swinger there.
That is. I like that. That's a good one right there.
That's a good stuff. That one made me laugh today, and I thought you'd appreciate it since it's your first night back, and you claim to play golf. So there you have it.
You claim to play golf.
Yeah. What?
Well, I've never seen it. I've never seen you actually play golf.
Okay.
I always hear of you talking about, you're such a great golfer, but we've never seen it. We never talks about the RAV Open. That never materialized. You know.
Could you imagine if we went out on the course with the show and we had Kevin Downey Jr. driving the golf cart? That would be dangerous. And we had you playing Delgado, and you got Paul's a good player. You know, and,
Paul's very good.
Yeah,
it would be.
I never play, but I'll show up.
It would be like Slappy Gilmore.
Delgado doesn't play.
I don't play, but I'd still
play golf. That's for sure.
I'd still drive it. I'm a good driver.
Yeah, he's a hole in one.
He's got 4 wheels, you know.
He's a hole in one in more ways than 3.
It's not a round cylinder that goes into the air, so.
Can you imagine?
I could crank one out.
I think Big D would be teed off the whole time playing with you. That's for sure.
All right, before we turn it over to Charlie Kirk, Slick, anything last in sports you want to go over?
Well, I got a cute one. I got cut 9 where the Seattle Kraken player, a mascot, was charged by a grizzly bear during an Alaskan photo shoot. Yeah, this is unbearable. You got to watch this. This is Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart. Seattle Kraken forward John Hayden and the team's mascot had an uncomfortably close call with nature recently after a grizzly bear charged in their direction during a recent photo shoot in Alaska. Cut 9, Aaron. Show them what this looks like here.
While we were fishing, we had a pretty close call with a couple bears. Got a bear.
Look at this.
I got to break it off. Okay. Hey, Sam, we got a bear. We got to move down.
Oh my God.
It sounds like Aaron. Look at this. The bear took a liking to the mascot. I think he thought it was a bear. This is crazy.
The mascot dressed up in a stupid outfit.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Hello.
Take the head off.
I don't want to blame it on Bowie. They were pretty interested in his whole look. So we got out of it okay, but it was a close call.
And the Kraken obviously is an NHL hockey team, so the Bears are a football team, so they kind of realized at one point, that's a hockey guy, the hell with him, and he went the other way, and that was it. So that was some crazy stuff, huh?
Anybody asked me if you want to go fishing there, and you say, well, what could happen? And they say, well, there's some bears that could run out of the woods into the stream. Yeah, no.
Yes, that takes honey potting into a whole new level.
Hey, you don't have to be the fastest one. Just don't
not
be
the
the
last
slowest.
one. Yeah,
Right.
not the slowest. Exactly.
So I don't know if you want anything else, Big D. I mean, there's a lot going on in the WNBA.
Well, how about the WWE today? The big $1.6 billion deal with ESPN.
Yes, I saw that.
ESPN becomes the home of all of the PLEs for the WWE. That's a huge deal.
Yeah, and ESPN also is buying up with the NFL Network now too. So a lot of money to burn.
Red Zone.
Apparently, they
NFL Red Zone rights to NFL Red Zone now.
And they're buying Disney as well. I think they bought a part to Disney today. There was another story on that as well.
I hear people are very concerned about the Red Zone deal because they're afraid they're going to.
If Scott Hansen, something happens, they will. People revolt. They say.
Yeah.
I saw a text. Someone said, if Scott Hansen gets fired, we'll make January 6th look like a Disney parade. Jeez. Yeah, they love Scott Hansen.
Oof, that's a lot of money, boy. 1 point, you could build.
All right, anything else in sports, Slickster?
You know what? That's pretty much it tonight. President Trump did the executive order yesterday, and I had some great clips, but it was a little bit long. I'll run it tomorrow night. I want to set that up. It's going to take a little time to do, so I'll do it tomorrow night.
Hey, I saw, this seems to probably be problematic for the Okay, well, we'll talk about that another night. It's probably not appropriate to talk about anyways on air.
We talked about it. We touched on it last night, actually.
Let's throw it. No, you probably didn't touch on this. Let's throw it to Charlie Kirk in the Faith Forward Pastor Summit. Your first speaker is up. We will see you tomorrow night right here live from Studio 6B. Enjoy the rest of your night, everybody.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you for your goodness. Thank you for your promises. Awesome. Well, on behalf of all of us here at TPUSA Faith, we want to welcome you to our Faith Forward Pastor Summit. My name is Lucas Miles. I'm the Senior Director here at TPUSA Faith. And on behalf of myself and Charlie Kirk, we're excited that you're here. We're honored by your presence. I love preaching the Word. I love teaching just anytime I can teach the Scriptures. But when I get to do that with my peers, I'm a pastor myself. In addition to having this role as a senior director at TPUSA Faith, I also have a church that I'm a senior pastor of. I commute back and forth between Granger, Indiana, and Phoenix for this role. And we have assembled for you the next several days, in addition to being at this beautiful resort here, we've assembled some of, I think, the greatest speakers that we could find. Amen. Amen. And we're honored to bring these guys to you. I think that you are going to be filled up. I think you're going to be encouraged. I think you're going to be empowered. I think you're going to leave ready to serve our Lord Jesus Christ more than ever. Amen? And I believe we're streaming live right now around the country, and there's a lot of people that are going to be blessed by this. And so we're just so grateful that you're here. I want to take a moment here before I share with you, and I would like to pray just briefly. Father, we love you, and we are grateful for you. Father, I pray that this message that we have over the next 3 days, Lord, would just be so cohesive, Father, that it would just be a word from heaven to empower the church, to strengthen the walls of I believe, the pillar of this nation, and that is the people of God. Lord, and that we would be changed. We would not leave here the same. Lord, may this not just be another day. We love you, Lord. Amen. All right, so I want to kick us off here and talk a little bit about what I call the church of tomorrow. Because how many know that we're not going to really get help from the church of yesteryear? I love reading church history. I especially love reading the first 500 years of church history, the patristic fathers. And although I think they're in heaven cheering us on, they're not down here strategizing with us right now. The Church of the Reformation is not here to help us right now. We can read their writings and we can benefit from them, but we need to be not just the church of today. Because the church of today, as soon as it is the church of today, and you stay there, tomorrow it's the church of yesterday. And so we need to keep looking to be the church of tomorrow, to be the people that God has called us to be ready for the days that are ahead, so that we can live out the purposes of God. To do that, I want to introduce a word to you. Schwarzfahren. If anybody speaks German in the room, it means black rider, and it's specific. And she goes, hey, after me. I'm sure I owe them probably $2.25 or something like that. But I want to tell you about another time there was a Schwarzfahren. And that was in Genesis 12. Because God tells Abraham, and specifically at that time Abram, he says, I want you to go to this place, I'm going to show you. But I want you to leave your father and mother and your household, and I want you to follow me. But somebody came along with him without a ticket. And that guy's name was Lot. He was an illegal hitchhiker on Abram's faith journey. And he snuck in among the ranks, and he caused a lot of problems along the whole way. And we have multiple chapters in Genesis of Abram trying to clean up the problems that could have been avoided had he just put his foot down and said, I'm sorry, sir, you don't have a ticket to ride this train. See, I believe that we as leaders at the city gates of the church have allowed some things to come on the train of the church of Jesus Christ that did not have a ticket to ride. We've allowed CRT to walk right past us. We've allowed Marxism to walk right past us. We've allowed an LGBT agenda to walk right past us. And nobody's been checking for tickets. Nobody's been looking to see if these ideologies and at times these individuals actually had a divine call or divine right to be there at that moment. I was just in Las Vegas and we were doing some on the street videos, and they'll be coming out here soon, and you guys are going to love them. If you're not following the TPUSA Faith page, don't do it when I'm talking. Do it right afterwards when the next guy's talking. That's when I would appreciate it. No, just kidding. But make sure and follow that. We've got great content. But I was out on the strip for about 3 days in 115-degree weather, interviewing people about their faith. And we got cussed at and we got yelled at, but we had a lot of people that stopped and talked to us. And I would have, maybe 50 to 60% of the people we stopped and talked to told me that they were Christian. And then I would ask them a question like, well, as a Christian, what do you believe happens after you die? And do you know about 50% of the people that told me they were a Christian told me that they believed in reincarnation? See, we have a biblical worldview issue because we have allowed some things on the train that were never supposed to be on the train, that did not have a ticket to ride. And paganism and crystals and Enneagram, these things they're pagan ideologies that have crept in. We've allowed Marxist, anti-God, anti-family ideologies to creep in. And it's created confusion among the people of God. And look, I'm not going to debate whether or not you can lose your salvation or not, but what I'm telling you is we got a lot of people that think that they're Christians at minimum, that are really confused about their salvation. And so we've got a lot of work to do. Just this week, my wife and I were taking an Uber up the road, running a couple errands. We got in on Monday, and we had a great conversation with our Uber driver. I don't know if she'll watch this. She was wonderful. And I didn't try to push in. We were just in the car, but I always get in Ubers and think, God, if you've got an opportunity here, let's see it. And I think that as pastors and as leaders, it's easy just to be like, well, I've been doing ministry all day. I just want to sit here for a second. Guess what, guys? I'm a slave to Christ. And when he's got a job to do, I'm going to step up to the plate. And I think that needs to be our attitude. And so we started talking to this gal, and she was exploring her faith. And she said, hey, she goes, I got a question for you. Because she asked why we were here, and I told her it was a pastor's conference. And at first she was quiet. And then she goes, well, I got a question for you. She goes, I've been looking into Mother Teresa a lot. And I want to really start maybe following her practice a little bit. And I said, well, that's interesting. And I said, well, why is that? And she goes, well, I do Reiki. And I think that it would be really good to incorporate some of the principles that I've seen from Mother Teresa into Reiki. Where do you think I should get started? And I said, well, that's interesting. And, shameless plug here, my new book is called Pagan Threat, that's available for pre-order. I'm like, you came to the right place. And she goes, why that? And I said, look, it's interesting that you said Mother Teresa. And I said, Mother Teresa, we could talk about a lot of great things about her. But I said, Mother Teresa was claiming to follow her own practice, but the practice of another. And that practice was of Jesus Christ. So wouldn't you be more interested in following the practice that Mother Teresa was following, and that it's the practice of Jesus Christ, and maybe starting there? And she goes, that's interesting. I've never thought about that. And so we started talking, and the whole way, about 30 minutes in the car, we got to minister to her and talk with her and share with her, and got her some resources and contacts and those things to be able to, go on her journey and share Christ with her. But here you have somebody else who thinks that they're following the path of Christ or the path of disciples of Christ, but they're blending it with some sort of Frankenstein faith, with what I call a theological hitchhiker. It's like when you go into the woods, maybe, especially if we got any Midwesterners in the room, or maybe anybody that grew up in the Midwest, you used to run out of the woods and you come back with your jeans that just have burrs all over them. You have those hitchhikers that jump on you, and you got to pull them off and pick them off, or you're pulling them off your dog. Those thorns, those thistles, those burrs. Well, that has happened to the church as we've gone out into the world. And instead of being salt and light and calling balls and strikes, we've brought those things back in, and we've not distinguished the difference between them. And it's created a massive amount of confusion. We've got some work to do. See, I believe that we actually need a new apology. And by apology, I don't mean to say I'm sorry. I mean apology in the sense of what the patristic fathers meant. If we're to be the church of tomorrow, we can learn from the church of yesteryear and what we see when people like Justin Martyr and Jerome, when they encountered a Roman state that was testifying against them as Christians, what did they do? They wrote what was known as an apology, where we get our word for apologetics. And they presented a gospel, an argument for the faith that they could stand on, and that eventually won over pagan Rome. See, I believe that we're in a post-Christian nation in many ways. And we need a new apology, a new apologetic in order to win over this nation once again. How many know that's true? See, but we're up against some challenges. First off, the median age of clergy today, in 2000, the median age of clergy was 50 years old. The average clergy in America in 2000 was 50 years old. In 2020, it was 57. I don't know what it is in 2025, but my guess is it's crept up a little bit older. Maybe even 60 plus. So what does that mean? It means that the church is more out of touch than ever trying to reach Gen Z and Gen A. It doesn't mean that you can't, as somebody who's 40, 50, 60, 70 years old, reach the younger generation, but it means that we have to think differently, and we have to be more creative in terms of how we're going to do it, and we have to empower people in our congregations to be able to do so. I love my boss, Charlie Kirk, but we need a lot of Charlie Kirks out there if we're going to see this nation changed. And many of the spaces in which Gen Z and Gen A are found are vastly inaccessible to an older generation of pastors. Live chats on TikTok. People are still struggling how to use their smartphone. Twitch game rooms where people are streaming the video games that they're playing and having conversations as they do it. Schools, classrooms, you can't walk in there anymore like you used to. I remember when I was a kid, a youth pastor would come to school to visit me. That's a lot harder today. Some districts do it, some districts don't. But we've got a lot more work on our hands if we're going to be effective to be the church of tomorrow. But I believe that we actually, in fact, have a greater hindrance to our success, and that is, unfortunately, spiritual complacency. I want to read you a parable or a proverb here that maybe you didn't expect to have read to you tonight. Proverbs 24, 30 through 34. It's the parable, what's known as the parable of the slacker or the parable of the sluggard. Just keep in mind I'm the same guy who loved you about 10 minutes ago. But I believe I have a word for us tonight. I went by the field of a slacker and by the vineyard of one lacking sense. Thistles had come up everywhere, weeds covered the ground, and the stone wall was ruined. I saw and took it to heart. I looked and received instruction. A little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the arms to rest, and your poverty will come like a robber, and your need like a bandit. See, this is the parable of the sluggard, the field of the sluggard, the field of the slacker. Spiritual complacency. We could also look to Luke 19 or Matthew 25 where we see the parable of the talent. I saw so many Christians, and really we see them every election, where they have a talent, they have a thing called a vote. And what do? They don't look for ways to multiply it by convincing others. They don't look for ways to invest it, but they bury it in the ground. For they say, surely my master, is a shrewd guy. And I don't want to lose this, so I'm just going to hold it right here and not do a thing with it. So good. See, we've been burying our talents in the kingdom of God, and more so than voting. And let me just say this: I still have my own organization as a pastor, and I'm the senior director for TPUSA. And one of the things that I found is I came and I spent the first 3 months auditing TPUSA, our faith department, our other departments, and Charlie just said, take time to learn and to get a look at everything, and then I want to know where you want to take us. And as he brought me in here and gave me that time, you know what the first thing I found was I was embarrassed. And this might break me right now. I haven't said this before, but I was embarrassed that an organization like Turning Point is outworking the church. That's what I was embarrassed by. I have never seen a group of people work as hard as these people do. I've never seen that before in my life. They're trying to save culture. They're trying to save Western civilization. And I love my colleagues here at TPUSA. I have very quickly found a family and a home here. But I will tell you this, speaking to you as a pastor to pastors, we should not have people that are trying to save culture and trying to save, the nation, working harder than people who are directly trying to save souls. A little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands, and your need will go like a bandit. We have work to do, church. We're here to bless you. We're here to recharge you. But we're here over the next couple days to send you out supercharged. I want to give a shout out to my father-in-law. He's an amazing man, and he'll get a kick out of this, I'm sure. I didn't tell him I was going to talk about him, especially on national television. But I have a couple. My sister-in-law, my wife's sister. They have 4 kids, and they're all tremendous athletes, and they're all like 6'37". I mean, they're all just tall and beasts. The girls are 6'1", 6'2", and just star volleyball players. And we'll all go to these games, these volleyball matches, as a family. And usually my father-in-law will sit right behind me, and he's loud and he claps loud, and he's right there, and he gets so excited by these games. And inevitably, like clockwork, when the score turns in the direction we don't want it to go and they're up against the clock, I'll start hearing, "You gotta want it!" Now, you know what? I didn't know that would work. But I've seen it change these girls on the court, and it seems to work. So here's what I'm telling you tonight. You've gotta want it. I want to give you here in the brief time that I have left a couple practical things that I think we need to work on, and we'll make these available if we need to. If you want to take a picture of the screen, you can, but we're going to put this up, and I'm going to walk through these very quickly. But I believe there's 7 things that the church of tomorrow has to focus our attention on if we're to actually be able to navigate the challenges that we have. And the first thing is we have to really dive into primary doctrine. Okay, and people go, what's primary doctrine? Think of the Apostles' Creed. What does it mean to be a Christian? If somebody only knew these things, or what does it mean when you're out on Hollywood Boulevard and there's no other Christian around and you meet somebody who says, are you a Christian? And you go, yeah, I'm a Christian. What allows you to have that connection? Primary doctrine. It's you believe that Jesus is the Christ? Yes, I believe that. You believe that Christ is returning for us? Now, we might have differences in our eschatology of how and when he comes back. We might have different thoughts about, some of these other doctrines. But if you believe that, Jesus is the Christ, that he rose from the dead, you believe in the virgin birth, you believe in the Trinity, you believe in the depravity of man, that we need a Savior. You believe that God is the creator. That changes things. And what happens is we teach people primary doctrine, and then we teach them how to contextualize that to cultural issues. If I know God is the creator, guess what? I know he created marriage between male and female. If I know God is creator, I know that he created that child in the womb. And so we can start going down the list, and these primary doctrines start solving cultural issues. But the problem is we have people on the streets of Vegas and the streets of California and the streets of Indiana that don't know primary doctrine, that think they're a Christian. We've got work to do in that space. We have to, number two, we have to engage in politics in the public square. We have to be people, and so here's what I mean by that. You have to teach your people how to think biblically when it comes to the ballot box. You can't leave, well, they're going to figure this out. I just preach Jesus, brother. Well, guess what? Jesus spent most of his time talking to leaders who were deciding the laws for the people, known as the Pharisees and the Sadducees. All right? And we could go through, most of the people in this book were involved in the political process, in the ecclesia, in the public square, having these conversations. We cannot do that. We cannot sit on the sidelines any longer. And guess what? This new thing that's rolled out from the IRS makes it a whole lot easier for you guys to be able to talk about these issues. We need to leverage technology for the gospel. It's not, no more say, well, we just don't, I just don't do that. You know what? If you don't want to use a phone or you don't want to use a computer, that is totally fine. I have zero condemnation or shame for that. But you have to empower somebody on your team and say, we need to put some digital evangelists out there. I want you guys from our church to be on TikTok every night, or to be, out there sharing on Instagram Live, or whatever that is. We have to use technology for our benefit, for the sake of the gospel. Why did the gospel spread so far in first century Judea? It's because there was a thing called the Roman road. And I'm not talking about taking people through the verses in Romans. I'm talking about there was literally a road that Rome paved, and people decided to walk on it and see where it went, and they shared the gospel every single place that they went. Now we have a digital Roman road. And guess what? Follow it and share the gospel with everybody you meet in that space, and you will be amazed at the conversations that you will see change. We need to focus on Gen Z and Gen A. We have to. It doesn't mean ignore all the other generations, but you need specific initiatives at your church on a local level. You cannot put that all on Charlie Kirk. You cannot put that all on TPUSA to reach these generations. We need you guys on a local level focusing on Gen Z and Gen A. Amen? Evangelism. It is easier than ever now. All you got to do is send some people out in the busiest part of your town or your city and empower them to go, hey, you know what? I'm a content creator, and I make content about spiritual topics. Can I ask you a couple questions? And now all of a sudden you're filming and you're doing stuff, and it's ministering not just to the person in front of you, but now it ministers to everybody else that you get to share this with online. It is more acceptable to share Jesus Christ on the street with somebody today than it has ever been. Use the resources you have available. We need evangelism again. We need to directly combat false doctrines. If you are not doing series on, and look, I preach expositorily the majority of the time. Okay, I know we have a lot of people, we got expository people in the room. Usually we're very passionate about when we do it. I do that. I'm teaching through 1 Corinthians verse by verse in my church this summer. Fly back and forth to do it. All right, but I'll tell you what. If it means that you need to do a pre-message and add 10 minutes on at the front to deal with some hot button cultural issues, and then go to expository teaching, do that. Or take a break once in a while from expository teaching and say, guys, we're going to get back to that series, and we're going to get back where we picked off. But you know what? I need to make sure that you guys understand some of the opposing worldviews that are happening out there right now. And so we're going to go through these things to make sure that you guys are equipped when you run into this, that you know what's Christian and what's not. Lastly, now this might make somebody nervous, but give me a second to do it. We need a renewed interest in spiritual gifts in the Holy Spirit. See, and here's why I say this. There is a huge uptick in paganism, and what are they looking for? They're looking for connection to a spiritual force. They're looking for connection to a spiritual entity or power in some form or fashion. Well, guess what? You got the ability to plug in to the King of the universe and be supercharged on the inside with the Holy Spirit. And I'm not telling you what to believe about, I know we got different views on spiritual gifts here, but take the spiritual gifts that you do believe in and start encouraging people to operate in those. Okay? So let's start there. And I want to leave you with this, guys. We have an amazing week, or a couple days in store for you. It's going to go quick, but it's going to be powerful. But I want to leave you with this one thing. You've got to want it. Thank you.
Desire for revival in this country, that there is a yearning for a different type of Christianity that has not been what's been around. It's not just about having a church service with a TED Talk and a rock concert. It is about preaching a hot gospel and bringing a nation to repentance, which will then lead to revival. Righteousness prevails when the people of God rise up and do what they are called to do. The city rejoices. When the people of God rise up and do what they're called to do, the nation rejoices. The role of the church is so critical. If you want to see biblical values prevail in society, then you have work to do. You have to do your part.
Now is not the time for us to be afraid. Go forth in the strength of the Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor John Amanchukwu.
How's everybody doing? What an honor and a joy it is to be with you all on this evening. First and foremost, can we thank God for the God of the Bible? We thank God for Jesus Christ for saving us. Anybody saved in here on today? Anybody prepared to go to heaven? All right, all right. Also, I want to celebrate Charlie Kirk. Isn't he doing a phenomenal job with leading Turning Point USA, Turning Point Faith, Turning Point Academy, and all in between? I do also want to honor my wife of 17 years, Crystal Amanchukwu, who gave birth to all three of our children. And I say that intentionally. We live in a day and a time where people are saying that men can give birth, but men can't give birth. We are starting to confuse a man's beer gut with his ability to bring forth life. Every wise man who has witnessed a woman bring a baby into this world, you never walk away from that saying, I want to replace her and do the same thing. Only a fool looks at that and says, I can do the same thing that she just did. But what a wise man says is, I honor the sanctity of femininity. I honor my wife. I'll be there to help with the children, to take care of the family, to be the provider, the protector, and the priest of the home. And all of the men who have good sense said amen. Now that I got that out of the way, come with me to Mark chapter 10. We're reading from a familiar passage of scripture, and we'll read from verse 46 down to verse 52. And it reads, And they came to Jericho, and as he went out of Jericho with his disciples and a great number of people, blind Bartimaeus, the son of Timaeus, sat by the highway side begging. His job was to be a beggar because he was blind. He had no other form of occupation. Verse 47 says, and when he heard that it was Jesus of Nazareth, he began to cry out and say, Jesus, the Son of David, have mercy on me. Verse 48, and many charged him that he should hold his peace. They were telling him, hey, beggar, be quiet. We've heard from you enough. Shut up. Tone it down. Don't speak up. Don't say anything. This is not your time to speak. And as a result of that, the Bible says, but he cried the more a great deal. In other words, when they told him to tone it down, he got a little bit louder. And this is what he said. He said, thou Son of David, have mercy on me. It's from this verse that I want to take my focus on this evening. I've been told by countless people as I have traveled this country, going to now 21 states, speaking up at school board meetings, fighting against diversity, equity, and inclusion, critical race theory, gender theory, queer theory, all of the woke ideologies. I have been told by prominent people on the left and the right that I need to tone it down. I've been told this by lying liberals and by ratchet rhinos. I've been told to just tone it down a little bit and take the edge off. And, you know, Brother John, you don't have to be so inflammatory. You don't have to read the pornographic books that they're giving to our children at the school system. You should just tone it down and don't speak about these issues. I've been told this at great length several times. I've been told that, hey, you know, your platform might grow a little bit bigger if you leave the Rainbow Mafia alone. I've been told that, hey, if you don't say anything about, you know, the gender theory stuff, you might get some bigger engagement. You might have some greater opportunities. And every time I'm told these things, it goes in one ear and out the other. The Bible says, let God be true and every man a liar. So I want to preach a message entitled, I will not shut up. Can somebody say that with me? Say, I will not shut up. They want to shut us up. They want to take our voice and they want to take our message. And sadly, too many today have surrendered the truth of God's word just to fit in with the crowd. In Winston Churchill's opposition to the Munich Agreement, Churchill vehemently resisted it, viewing it as a policy of appeasement that would embolden Hitler and ultimately lead to a larger conflict. And boy, was he right. He argued that Britain should stand firm against aggression and not sacrifice Czechoslovakia's independence. Sadly, as a result of the agreement moving forward, Churchill had some sharp words for those who chose to appease Hitler. He said this, and I quote, he said, you were given the choice between war and dishonor. You chose dishonor, and now you will have war. The church today is faced with the same choice: war or dishonor, war or shame, war or humiliation. And sadly, so many preachers and pastors and watchmen are choosing shame over war because of self-preservation. Let me be the first to tell you today that you can't cancel a Christian. Because every Christian that names the name of Christ have already been canceled at the foot of Calvary. When I gave Jesus a yes, I gave the world a no. I denied myself and I took up my cross and I carry my cross daily. Now I don't have to get on the cross like Jesus did, but I'm sure going to have to carry my cross. And so you can't cancel a Christian. And then in addition to that, too many Christians today want to be nice rather than being faithful. Nice Christians see perversion and they say, I'm not going to judge it. But faithful Christians call a spade a spade. If it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, my friend, it is a duck. You see, Romans 13 verse 12 says that the night is far spent. In other words, we don't have much time left. It says that the day is at hand. Therefore, let us cast off the works of darkness and let us put on the armor of light. There are many wars going on in our nation. And these wars were brought about by social engineering and social architecture. But these things did not happen overnight. In the early 1900s, a wicked woman by the name of Alice Bailey, who was known as the prophetess of the New Age movement, came up with a demonic plan on how to deconstruct Christianity and to remove Jesus Christ from the forefront of our nation. In addition, she was suppressed and oppressed by a demonic medium by the name of Jobob that gave her esoteric knowledge. In her demonic 10-point plan, the first thing that she wanted to do is to take God and prayer out of the education system. And we saw this take place in 1962 with the Engel v. Vital court case. And sadly, during that time frame, 0 Christian organizations came forward to stop that campaign. The church was silent then, and sadly, the church is yet silent today. There was a simple prayer that was recited in public schools. It was a school-sponsored prayer. The prayer says, Almighty God, we acknowledge our dependence upon thee, and we beg thy blessings upon us, our parents, our teachers, and our country. It was a non-denominational prayer, non-proselytizing prayer. The prayer did not even invoke the name of Allah or Buddha or any Hindu deity. It didn't even mention the name of Jesus, but it did say Almighty God. And we know who Almighty God is. A big hand clap goes right there. But they removed that prayer. And as a result of removing that prayer from the public school system, we've gone from prayer to porn, from prayer to transgenderism. We now have men going into school systems in dresses, in fishnet stockings, in high heel shoes, reading to our children. And preachers today won't say anything about it because they are complicit. They have become spineless. They have become neutered. We've sacrificed our voice. And what God wants us to do as never before is to get our voice back. And to speak up against this injustice. Number 2, Alice Bailey said, reduce parental authority over children. We see this taking place everywhere in our country, to the point where kids can go to school and transition and their parents don't know about it. Kids can go to school and have abortions unbeknownst to their parents. We're living in the last and evil days. Number 3, she said, destroy the Judeo-Christian family structure, or the traditional Christian family structure. In other words, we have to move things from being male and female to male and male, and female and female. And I'll be the first to tell you that a man and a man standing at an altar to get married, that is not a marriage, that's a mess. Two women standing at an altar to get married. That's not a marriage, that's a mess. And the reason why I don't have everybody clapping right now is because we have become so taken aback by outrage. We don't want to be labeled as a bigot or a homophobe, and we have become Californiized. We want to say what the culture says. We are allowing the Governor Newscoms of our day to dictate to us, where we have changed our message and we don't agree with what the Bible says. I asked y'all in the beginning, was anybody saved? Y'all said yes. If you're on your way to heaven, y'all said yes. But what does Genesis 1:27 say? That God created us male and female. Verse 28. It talks about being fruitful, multiplying, and replenishing the earth. Two men don't replenish. Two women, they're not going to replenish the earth. You can take 10 men and put them in a room overnight and come back. You're only going to come back to a hot, funky, smelly mess, but nothing is going to germinate because God set it up that way. Male and female, and even the animal kingdom understands that. Number 4, Alice Bailey said, if sex is free, then make abortion legal and make it easy. It's sad that we have the slaughter of the unborn in our country today. It's sad that churches only have a Sanctity of Life Sunday once out of the year. Once out of the year, if that. When people think about sex every day, 2 times a day, 5 times a day, 10 times a day. But instead, we only have one Sanctity of Life Sunday, if that. The reason why life is being devalued in the womb is because the church no longer calls it sacred and holy. And now we have politicians who think that they are God. I don't like heartbeat bills. I don't like 20-week bills. You want to know why? Because every time I turn the pages of this book, I can't find a place where God says we should abort the baby when we hear a heartbeat. We should abort the baby at 20 weeks. We should abort the baby at 40 weeks. No, that's infanticide. But what I do see is that thou shalt not kill, and thou shalt not murder. What I do see is God saying that he hates those who shed innocent blood. Hands that shed innocent blood. Isaiah 49:15 says, can a mother forget her baby and have no compassion? Though she might forget, I will never forget you. Number 5, Alice Bailey said, make divorce easy and legal. Free people from the concept of marriage for life. And we see this today. People get married because they're happy. Then they get divorced because they're not happy. It doesn't make sense. Number 6, she said, make homosexuality an alternative lifestyle. Recently, Barack Hussein Obama, the guy that y'all voted for, I'm black and I didn't vote for him. Even though they told me that since I'm a black man, I have to keep voting for him. No, I made that mistake once, but I didn't make it twice. Hello, somebody. He went on a show, on his wife's show. She has a show with her brother. Now, why they want to do a show, I don't get it. But he went on her show. You know, normally presidents' wives just go off and ride off into the sunset, write a memoir, make $10 million, go somewhere and be quiet. But instead, Michelle Obama wants to keep her voice out there for everyone to hear what she has to say. And every time she gets a chance, she demonizes her husband. She finds a way to cut him down and to challenge his authority and his legacy. It's a travesty, but it's intentional. Obama went on his wife's podcast and said that when I was in college, it was a gay professor that challenged me when I said crazy things. And boys today need to have someone who's homosexual in their life to challenge them when they get out of line. Let me be the first to tell you, I've been a man for 41 years. I'm a father of 3 children, and 2 of them are boys. One is 15 and the other is 8. My sons, nor do I need a homosexual male in my life to teach me anything, to tell me anything, to coach me, to give me wisdom, to give me guidance. Maybe y'all men don't believe that, but y'all should stand up if you do. But that I don't need a homosexual man in my life to teach me anything. And intentional because they are trying to make blackness synonymous with homosexuality. And I'll be the first to tell you that I'm going down kicking and screaming because I'm not going to allow anyone to emasculate me, take away my voice, and pervert my children. Do y'all agree with that today? Push cultures through the occult world. Number 8, she says, use media to promote and change mindsets. Number 9, she said, create an interfaith movement. Make everyone think that Christianity is on equal par and equal plane with all other faiths. And lastly, this is the clincher. She said, get governments to make all these law and get the bride of Christ, the church, to endorse it. That's where we are today. We're at a place where the church is endorsing Sodom and Gomorrah. We are saying that homosexuality is here to stay, and God does not disagree with it, and God will not judge us for it. The devil is a liar. Now is not the time for the church to tone it down. Now is not the time for us to shut up. Now is not the time for us to be quiet. Now is not the time for dads to sit at home on the couch eating potato chips and doing nothing, tinkering in the garage all night and all day, but not standing up for the family. Now is not the time for men to be silent. Now more than ever, we need the voice of the patriarchy to stand up and to speak up for the nuclear family. You know, as we look at these Title IX cases in our country where men are competing in women's sports and men are going into women's restrooms, I say to myself, how can these dads go to these sporting events, sit in the bleachers, eat M&Ms, Twizzlers, Mike and Ike's, popcorn, and you got to have it with a Diet Coke, and sit there and watch their daughters be defrauded by a man? How? I don't know about you, but I'm not built like that. I love my daughter Pam. I would give my life for my daughter. You know, there's a running joke that, you know, black people don't swim that well. And it might be true. But I could only imagine some guy jumping in the swimming pool racing against my daughter. There would be two men jumping in the pool. And you would know by the end of the race that a real man jumped in when a coward jumped in first. When men get in their rightful place, we won't have men competing against women. And we won't have men going into women's restrooms making them feel uncomfortable. And if anybody should be speaking up about this, it should be men. It should be men. I said it should be men. It should be men. And so I'm on a mission. But my mission is not to be quiet. My mission is to cry aloud and to spare not. To preach the truth of God's word until he comes and gets me. In my closing, one day Jesus was coming by, and the blind man had an opportunity of a lifetime. He couldn't see Jesus, but he heard that he was near. And the blind man said, well, I've been living all my days as a beggar. What do I have to lose? I can't see. I beg for a living. People have to walk me into the Coliseum and walk me out. They have to take me to the sanctuary and take me out. People have to assist me in all that I have to do. And so when he heard that Jesus was passing by, he says, this is my big moment. Now I've got to make the most of it. Instead of whispering and shouting out his name in a low tone, he cried out, Son of David, have mercy on me. When Jesus heard not his voice, but his faith, he said, tell that man to come over here. And they said to him, he's asking for you, beggar. The beggar jumped up on his feet, took his garment and threw it off. The money went flying in the air that he had gathered, ran over to Jesus, and Jesus said, what do you want me to do for you? The blind man says, I want to see. And Jesus says, your faith has made you whole. Could it be that God is looking for some noisy beggars? Because we all are in need of something. The truth of the matter is we all came towards Jesus, lost and dejected, downtrodden in our sins. We were beggars in need of a Savior. And when we were at our lowest place, it wasn't the whiskey bottle that got us up. It wasn't melatonin, it wasn't drugs, it wasn't meth, it wasn't crack cocaine that got us out of our low place. It wasn't promiscuity. It was Jesus of Nazareth who found us at our lowest point. And I want you to know tonight that that same Jesus that healed the beggar and gave that blind man his sight, that same Jesus is coming back. I said he's coming back. I said he's coming back. I don't think y'all heard me over there. I said he's coming back. I don't think y'all heard me. I said he's coming back. I don't think y'all heard me. I said he's coming back. And when he returns, he's going to separate the sheep from the goat. You better get ready.
How are we doing tonight? Well, my name is Jesse Bowinkle, and I am with LifeWise Academy, and they gave me the privilege of speaking after Pastor John, so that was fantastic. Man, he brings the word, doesn't he? Anyways, my name is Jesse Bowinkle, and I'm here to tell you all about LifeWise Academy. I'm here to tell you about an opportunity that you can change your communities with. LifeWise Academy, if you're unaware of us, we are a release time program, and we provide Bible education to public school students during school hours. I'm going to say that again. We provide Bible education to public school students in the middle of their school day. How many of you know we need that, right? Come on. So if you're anything like me, the first time you hear something like that, I thought, wow, that sounds cool. And kind of illegal, right? But the good news is, it's not only legal, it's actually constitutional. You see, a lot of people don't know, but decades ago, as they were systematically taking the Bible out of public education, the Supreme Court made a ruling in 1952 that's called Release Time for Religious Instruction. Now, I'm sure you all wanted to hear some Supreme Court law language tonight, but what that ruling told us is it actually gives parents the ability to release or excuse their children from a public school day to get religious instruction, as long as the program that they're taking the kids to meets three very important criteria. It needs to be off campus, it needs to be privately funded, and parents need to give the kids permission to go. Well, we heard about that ruling 70 years ago, and this ruling has essentially laid dormant in the church for 70 years. And if you guys think about that, during school hours, we feel like this is the greatest missed opportunity by the American church in 70 years. They are giving us permission to take our kids out of public school and teach them the gospel and bring them back before the bell rings, right? And so what LifeWise did is LifeWise was founded in 2018, and we are an organization that essentially enables communities to stand up programs like this all over America. And I'll just give you a little bit of a backstory of why we're here. How many of you know that our children, our youth are facing a crisis in our culture right now? Right? Anxiety, depression, and suicide are at all-time highs for our children, while at the same time, things like Bible literacy, professions of faith, and church attendance are at all-time lows for our children. And we know that's a huge problem. And so this is how we're attacking the problem. And another piece of data that really lands with me is that recent data suggests that almost 80% of children today do not attend the gospel. And that's why LifeWise Academy is here for you. So if they're not going to come to us, we're going to go to them, right? And so LifeWise story, we started back in 2018. We started with 2 small schools in Northwest Ohio. And do you know in year 1, most programs like this, to have 10%, 20%, 30% enrollment would be a Super Bowl. Do you know that in year 1, this small school in Ohio had 60% of the children enrolled in that elementary school hearing the gospel? Now, if I stopped there and dropped the mic and walked off stage, you'd be impressed. But actually, by year 3, they had 95% of the school enrolled. And so we said, what if we did this across the country? And so today, I'm happy to report LifeWise Academy is currently serving 45,000 students every week across 34 states and 1,100 schools this upcoming school year. So I want to share a story with you because I think that I just want to share a story with you, a story that we got just a few weeks ago. A small girl in Ohio asked her cousin was going to a LifeWise, and she went home and asked her mom if she would sign her up for LifeWise, and mom said yes. And that yes seems small, but this yes transformed a family and a generation, because here's what happened. This little girl heard the name of Jesus, and she went home in tears and said, "Mom, why haven't you taught me that Jesus loves me?" And this wrecked the mom and dad. In fact, the husband, while he was getting baptized, little spoiler alert, while he was being baptized, said, "This hit me not like a ripple, like a tidal wave." Well, I'm happy to report to you, not only is their family baptized, but 9 people in their extended family have been baptized since this little girl met Jesus at LifeWise. Come on, and that's praiseworthy. Come on. And so the big question today is, what can you do? Well, you guys will see this QR code that's going to pop up. If it's not behind me, it's going to pop up on the screen here. There is a QR code. There we go. There it is. I'm in the way of it. There's a QR code here. If you take out your phone right now and scan this QR code, you can look up any school district in America. I would challenge you to look up your school district, put your name on the list and say, "Bring this to our kids." and then take it back to your churches and share it with your groups, with your elders, with your church leaders. Folks, we would love to serve you. Our team is out there in red shirts. We are fired up to reach the kids for the gospel of Jesus Christ. We'd love to pray with you, support you, meet you at our table. Thank you very much. God bless you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Keenan Clark.
Oh, come on. If you love Jesus tonight, make some noise for him. Come on. Do you love the Lord? Man, what a ridiculous honor and privilege it is to be here, and I don't have very much time, so I intend to use all of it for the word of the Lord. As I was praying for you, and what the Lord would want to encourage you with and maybe even exhort you with, listen to me, I was reminded of this, that the greatest threat to the American church is the American pulpit. The greatest threat to the American church is the American pulpit. The greatest threats to the church do not come from without, they come from within. And listen to me, may I remind you, Satan is keenly aware. He is often more aware of what Christ has said than the church of Christ. And Satan is keenly aware that Jesus said, upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail against it. Satan has not forgotten that his gates will not prevail against this church. So what he is doing is he is secretly trying to infiltrate our gates, because he knows his will not prevail. He is trying to infiltrate ours. And listen to me, let me tell you who his number one target is on the other side of infiltrating the church of Jesus Christ. It is who 1 Peter chapter 5 calls the shepherds. May I remind you that 1 Peter calls you and I as the leaders of the body of Christ in 2025, that we aren't just orators. We aren't just people called to sermonate. We are shepherds. Shepherds of a flock that namely belongs to the over-shepherd, Jesus Christ. But listen to me. I'm telling you that the devil knows Scripture, and the devil knows that there is this tactic found in the pages of Scripture. It is found first and foremost out of the prophet Zechariah. Zechariah, by the Spirit of the Lord, prophesied in chapter 13 and verse 7. The Lord said this, strike the shepherd and the sheep will scatter. Now you and I understand, because we know our Bibles, that this was namely speaking of what would happen to Christ. That when he would be stricken, his disciples, his sheep, would scatter. But listen to me, this will apply to any shepherd. We see that this is proven true in Acts chapter 5. Y'all remember Gamaliel, the guru, Pharisee, the one Paul would say he studied at the feet of. Gamaliel, when trying to calm some of his proteges down about Peter, James, and John running and telling that, he says, hey, may I remind you, there was Thaddeus. Thaddeus had some followers, and guess what we did? We killed him. And his followers scattered. He says it wasn't just Thaddeus, there was also Judas of Galilee. Guess what happened to Judas of Galilee? We killed him. And his followers scattered, giving credence to this idea that if you can simply strike the shepherd, it will dismantle the movement. And listen to me tonight, I felt it urged, provoked in my heart to preach to some shepherds, because you are the enemy's number one target. Listen to me, your life represents so much more than just your life. So the enemy knows that if he can strike a shepherd, if he can cut a shepherd down, if he can compromise a shepherd, then he can get the whole flock. And listen to me, the chief place the enemy is going to try to strike you as a shepherd is here. It is in your loyalty and fidelity to the word of God. That is where the enemy is going to try to strike you. He is going to punch you in your fidelity to the word of the Lord. Try to get you to compromise on what you will and will not preach. Text you will exegete and text you will ignore. And listen to me, the word does not speak kindly and the word does not speak fondly of those who would try to minimize even the least of these words of our God. Because not a one will return void. Not a one will not accomplish that which it was sent out to accomplish. He is going to try to punch you in your fidelity to the word of God. And this brings me, listen to me, this brings me to Jeremiah 36. In Jeremiah 36, you guessed who the prophet is? Jeremiah. Jeremiah is the prophet of God for the nation of Israel. And so God comes to his prophet Jeremiah, and he speaks to Jeremiah. He says, Jeremiah, I need you to prophesy again. But it doesn't need to just be any old prophecy. It's not just another one and done kind of thing. I need you to compile all of the prophetic words you have spoken over the last 20 years. And I need you to give them to my people again. God is trying to say this. My people have ignored the prophetic voice, and I'm giving them one more shot. I am giving them one more chance to heed my word. You tell them all of it. But there's a problem. Jeremiah in Jeremiah 36 is canceled from the temple. He's been banned. You don't believe me? Let's read Jeremiah 36, just so you know I ain't lying to you. Jeremiah chapter 36 and verse 5, it says this, Jeremiah ordered Baruch, saying, I am banned from going to the house of the Lord. Listen to me. It is a bad day when the house of God bans the prophet of God. What I'm trying to say is this. It is a bad day when the church starts canceling the church. Like the world is working overtime to do it. Why are we helping in their agenda? Why are we adding to their endeavor? It is a bad day when the church starts to cancel the church. I'll tell this briefly. Listen to me. This happened to me about a year ago. 1 year ago, I was approached by the largest Bible platform on planet Earth and asked to collaborate with them and make some videos for them. So I make their little videos, the ones they asked me to make. And all of a sudden, about a week before they're to go live, I get an email from their head of partnerships saying that they can no longer post my videos on their platform. And if I wanted an explanation, I could just have a video call. So I had a video call. I wanted to know what was going on. And I found out upon this video call that it had nothing to do with either of the videos I submitted. I didn't get the text wrong. I didn't take it out of context. I didn't misuse the word of God. It had nothing to do with anything I submitted to them. It was because on my own, I made a post calling the transgender movement demonic. And amen. And they said, we are afraid that if somebody sees you on our platform, they will go to your Instagram, scroll down a ways, click that post, and be led away from Christ. I was like, what if they're led into freedom? Well, what if they're led into deliverance? What are we talking about? And they said, they gave this threat. They say, just so you know, if you continue to make posts like this, it will hurt our ability to partner with you in the future. And I'm like, yo, you've already hurt your ability to partner with me in the future. Thank you very much. But it's a bad day. Listen to me. It's a bad day when the church tries to muzzle the church. And this is what is happening in Jeremiah 36. God tells Jeremiah, you go and you compile all the prophecies over the last 20 years and you give them to my people again. But Jeremiah's banned. So Jeremiah doesn't go, I guess this ain't gonna work. Jeremiah says, here's what we can do. He gets scrappy. Or I should say he gets scribey. Because he calls a scribe. And he says, you're not banned from the temple. You write down all these prophecies. I'm fine with not getting the credit. I care about the word of the Lord going forward. So what you're going to do is you're going to write down everything I tell you the Lord has said. And you're going to go up to the temple outside the gate. And as people are coming in, you are to read the entire thing over them as they come in. Jeremiah has such a fidelity to his word, he doesn't care who gets the credit as long as that word still goes forward. Can I tell you, that's the kind of moms and dads in the faith we need right now. Not clinging to their kingdom, not clinging to their power, but ready to platform the next generation that God wants to use. Those are the kinds of mothers and fathers in the faith that we need. I care about the word of the Lord. So Jeremiah says it doesn't have to be me as long as the word can go forward. You're not banned, you go. So all of a sudden the scribe writes down every word that comes out of the prophet Jeremiah's mouth, and he goes to the temple and he begins to read it over the people, and you can guess what begins to happen. Revival. I mean, like the place is shook. The place is getting lit, okay? Like these people cannot escape the scalpel of the word of God. And so all of a sudden it causes a stir at the temple. Listen, this stir would become such a big deal, waves of it would make its way all the way to King Jehoiakim. King Jehoiakim is the king over Israel at this time. And Jeremiah 36 would tell you this, that at this time, King Jehoiakim is off in his winterized palace. Something's wrong when the shepherds don't want to be around sheep anymore. In the bitter part of winter, King Jehoiakim is off in some cush little spot. Can I take it a step? I've always heard it said, shepherds ought to smell like sheep. Yes and amen. But can I take it a step further? You're not just a shepherd, you are a priest. You know what priests smell like? Sacrifice. They smell like sacrifice. We're not just called to smell like sheep, we're called to smell like sacrifice. And King Jehoiakim has retreated himself to his cush winterized palace, and the word of the Lord found him there. It shook the nation to the point where they had to create a moment with King Jehoiakim. And as he sits there by a fire, warming himself in the blight of winter, all of a sudden these people come in and they say, Jehoiakim, we got to tell you something. Like there's a word. And it is stirring something. Like the people are feeling it. They are really feeling it. Like this one's great. This one's a hit. Like this one's a hit. And Jehoiakim's like, read it to me. Read this word to me. So all of a sudden the Bible would tell you in Jeremiah 36, they go get the scroll. And they bring it to his winterized palace and they begin to read it word for word to the ear of Jehoiakim. And you know what Jehoiakim did? This king over Judah, the one entrusted to lead the people of God. You know what he did? The Bible says he got out a knife. And as they would read the scroll to him, he would begin to cut the scroll. And then not only would he cut it, he would ball it up and throw it into the open flame next to him. Notice, he is cutting out the parts of the word he doesn't like while trying to keep the parts that I can see how that would be good. I can see how that works in my favor. I can see how that would add into my bosom. I can see how that would kind of, get me elected again. I can see how we could work this to my advantage while all that other stuff about come out from among them. The only thing you are given permission to come out of is coming out from among them. That's what scripture says. Come out from among them and be ye separate. All the stuff he doesn't like, listen to me, he takes his knife and as it is being read over his ear, he is cutting it and discarding it into the fire. You know, I believe this. I believe we need fewer cutting edge preachers. We don't need any more cutting edge preachers trying to just, I need some new idea and I need some new take on this ancient text. You know, the way that it's faithfully been preached over the years, I don't know that that'd really build my ministry. I want to distinguish myself, and we end up stepping into heresy because we want to be a cutting edge preacher. Listen. We don't need original content creators. We need faithful orators of the Word of God. That's what we need. We don't need original content. We need faithful doctrine, scripture, preach to our people. So King Jehoiakim is cutting, saying, I don't like that part of the Word. I'm going to discard that in the fire. You know what it's giving? It's giving Absalom. Y'all remember Absalom? The backslidden, let's go take it a step further, treasonous son of King David. Absalom in 2 Samuel chapter 15, he strategically places himself outside the temple and he tells people, David's hard. Unfortunately, we got him, but if I were king, it'd be so much different. I know David, he's a hard guy to follow, but if I were king, and the Bible says he began to win people over him. We got a lot of pastors Absaloming God. Like, unfortunately, the scripture says what it says. Like, God didn't consult me. Like, I know I probably could have added some good ideas as he was going over those 1,500 years, writing to 40 different authors, 39 of which were Jewish, one of which was Greek, 3 different continents, 3 different languages. I know me and my American little intellect could have added a little something. We start to Absalom the Lord when we allow people to diminish his word. So Jehoiakim, listen to me. Jehoiakim is cutting away at the word of God. And the problem is, though Jeremiah wasn't in there to see it, and though Baruch wasn't in there to see it, the Lord was in there to see it. And he sees what King Jehoiakim does. So you know what God does? He goes back to Jeremiah and he tells Jeremiah, you write it all down verbatim again. Get a new scroll. The word has not changed. Just because you don't like it, it has not changed. It is the same yesterday, today, and forever. You cannot discard the word of God. You only discard yourself from being used by him. So he says, hey, I want you to write it all down again verbatim. Don't leave anything out. But here's the thing, at the end, add a PS. Add a little PS. And he says, PS, Jehoiakim, I saw what you did, and I'm coming for you. That's what's added at the end of the scroll. I am coming for you, Jehoiakim. He literally says, your dead body will be thrown out to the heat of the day and the frost by night. There will be no one from your family to sit on the throne of David. I am completely wiping your lineage out. You want no one from your family. And then he says this, and not only that, but all the things I promised that if you didn't heed my word, I would bring upon the people, they are coming upon the people, because their shepherd refused to acknowledge and respect my word. Now we can begin to think, okay, yeah, later on God had to punish some people, but we don't really know what we would call that. Listen to me, I promise you, you know what if you know scripture, you know exactly what we would call the era in which God punished, when God fulfilled this prophecy. You don't believe me? Okay, turn to Daniel chapter 1. Daniel chapter 1. Daniel chapter 1, verse 1. I'm trying to preach quick. Daniel chapter 1, verse 1, it says this. In the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem and besieged it. If you know anything about this moment, this is called the exile to Babylon. This is when God's people, this is a big moment. Like literally the lineages in the Gospels are broken up in different sections, and this is the end of one section. This is a massive marker in the history of Israel, when the people of God are ripped away from Jerusalem and they are taken into exile. They are taken into captivity of Babylon. You know what allowed them to be taken into captivity? Jehoiakim not respecting the word of God. The shepherd had been struck, so the sheep were allowed to be scattered. Listen to me, may it not be said of you and I, may we not be of the lineage of Jehoiakim, may we not be of the house of Jehoiakim, of the likeness of Jehoiakim, discipled after Jehoiakim, but may we find some men who are not worthless as those who listen to Jezebel. That's what 1 Kings 21 says. Jezebel found worthless men who were easily manipulated, had no backbone for truth, no stomach for absolute truth. And she did what she wanted with them. No, God is raising up some generals. God is raising up some men and women of God who know how to throw the punch with the weight of the text. Not beat the flock, but not let them get off scot-free either. Listen to me. I believe God sent me here today because he wants, listen to me. You know what happened after Jehoiakim? Yes, they went into the captivity of Babylon, but you know who God raised up in Babylon? A guy named Daniel. He raised up 3 boys named Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, if we want to go to their real names. Listen to me, just because of Jehoiakim made a mistake does not mean God can't raise up a new generation. He's raising up a new generation. Those who went before us, listen to me, those who went before us, they may not have shown a fidelity to the word of God. You may not have been discipled by someone who took the scriptures serious. But it doesn't mean you have to be cut of the same cloth. Listen to me. When you stop being cut by the word of God, it's only a matter of time before you start cutting the word of God. Because Hebrews chapter 4 says it is sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing of soul, spirit, joints, and marrow, judging. There's a word we don't want to say. Judging the very thoughts and the intents of our hearts. Nothing is hidden from the Lord. And listen to me, you know what I'm comforted by? Jehoiakim, yes, he was a disappointment, but you know what he was? He was also a prophecy. Because you know what the name Jehoiakim means? Yahweh raises up. Anytime there is a Jehoiakim allowed to take the throne and mishandle the word of God, be encouraged, because God is about to raise another generation up who we will see will not bow. They could not bow and they would not burn. Even the mouths of lions could not apprehend them. And God is raising up men who know how to handle his word. And I just, in the last 30 seconds, want to pray for some pastors under the sound of my voice. Father, right now in the name of Jesus, I command a spirit of preservation over your men, preservation over these women. Lord, I thank you that they would rightly divide the word of God, not ignore it, but rightly divide it. Lord, I thank you that you give them a spirit of wisdom and revelation as they go. Lord, I thank you that they would have to decide what not to preach, not what to preach. Lord, that they would never lack for truth. And it is in the mighty name of Jesus I pray. And everybody said, Amen.
Pastors, how much do you know about the company you're paying to process your digital giving? You wouldn't trust just anyone to count the money from the offering plate. Why should your digital giving provider be any different? I want to tell you about Secure Give, one of the best digital giving systems out there. They exist to ensure your mission is fully funded. They understand the importance of your privacy and security and work to ensure your donors' data is safe. This is a company that resonates with my values, one that was founded by a pastor for pastors and built on the bedrock of faith and integrity. Secure Give is an American-made giving software, privately owned and debt-free, with the same sense of mission and purpose that drives your church, serving Christ through serving others.
At TPUSA Faith, we believe it's time to get back to the basics, the first truths of the Christian faith. Over the next 6 weeks, we're going to walk through the theological foundations that unite us. We'll be discussing topics like the authority of Scripture, God as creator, the fall of man, the lordship of Jesus, the purpose of the church, and the hope of eternity. With over 2,000 years of Christian history, these doctrines are foundational to understanding not only our faith, but also how we can contextualize our faith to the cultural challenges that stand before us.
It is not inevitable that we have a decline in the faith. It is not inevitable that young adults continue to walk away from the church. Courses like this are going to be critical to understand what these truths are that are actually true about reality that make a difference in everything else.
I believe this course is going to challenge you. It's going to strengthen your faith, and it's going to equip you to stand boldly in a culture that's lost its way. Are you ready? Let's dive in.
Did we just see a spiritual awakening happen in California? Look at these images from Angel Stadium. It was packed out. The fire marshals shut the doors and wouldn't let anyone in. And what an amazing lineup of talent. We had Brooke Lidgerwood leading us in worship. We had Carrie Job Carnes and Cody Carnes do that amazing song, The Blessing. Watch this viral video. Already 1 million people have seen it, of 45,000 people singing together. This is happening not in the Bible Belt, not in the South. This is happening in Southern California, the state that everyone is so quick to write off. But God is working in our state, and the last great spiritual awakening happened here in Southern California. And here's my prayer. I pray that the next spiritual awakening will happen here as well. Something is happening with Gen Z. And they are really hungry for spiritual truth. I mean, this is a generation that's been raised with social media. So Gen Z has more access to information and tools in any generation ever, all the tech you could ever want, and they have the highest suicide rate of any generation. They're called the hopeless generation. I know that everybody is empty inside. I know that everyone is lonely inside. I know that everyone is guilty inside. And I know that everyone is afraid to die. What you're looking for isn't found on a screen or an AI voice that speaks to you and flatters you. It's found in a living God who has a plan and a purpose for your life tonight. This generation of young people are reaching out to God, and they showed up in droves at the Harvest Crusade when the invitation was given, where we invited people to come to Jesus Christ. Thousands flooded down to the field, and it was so full, the fire marshal shut that down too. So there were people literally backed up in the aisles who couldn't get down on the field to make that public profession of faith to follow Jesus Christ. Well, this is a first in Harvest history. We have people that still want to come, but the fire marshal has said no more. But the good news is you don't have to be in the field to accept Christ. You can do it wherever you are.
For the longest time, I didn't feel like I was worthy to come and be I'm a child of God. But I think that's important too, to realize that the guilt is also your heart wanting to connect with Him.
I feel a lift off my heart, a lift off my chest. Burden just disappeared because I've been struggling with mental stuff, and this has helped me with that.
Pastor was talking about how to get out of our seat, to come down, join in the field. I felt my entire body just telling myself, just go down, and I wasn't going to. And then I saw everybody that was slowly just filling up the entire field, and I was like, you're not alone. I was like, look at thousands of people that are down here.
Thank you that I am now a child of God. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. God bless all of you. So let's keep praying that God does mighty things in California, but not just here, but all around the United States. This is the message Gen Z needs to hear. This is the message every generation needs to hear, the message of the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Greg Laurie.
Thank you so much. Wow, what an honor to be here. And what a joy to see all of you. And as we were coming in, we were driving through Long Beach. And I was born in Long Beach, and I was not planned. My mother was married and divorced 7 times, and she had a fling with some guy, and I was conceived. Voila. So, but even though I wasn't planned, God had a plan for my life. So I was born in Long Beach. I happened to meet my wife, Kathy, in Long Beach. So it was great to go to that city once again to come to this great conference. So here's the title of my message that I have for you tonight. Are we seeing another spiritual awakening? Speaking of my wife, now I don't know if you've ever seen her. She has the most beautiful, luxurious, thick hair. And we were out walking the other day, and I said, Kathy, it's starting to rain. She said, no, it's not raining. I said, no, it's raining. She said, no, she wouldn't know it's raining for an hour because her hair's so thick. I said, no, it's starting to rain because bald men always know when it's raining first, right? And I wonder if it's starting to rain. And by that I mean, I wonder if God is at work. Let me tell you the rest of that story at that crusade in particular that just happened. When the invitation was given, we saw 5,500 people go down on the field and make a profession of faith to follow Jesus Christ. 5,500. There were so many people that went down on the field, the fire marshals shut it down. And they said, nobody else can come in this field. We can't accommodate any more people. And I told the folks, you don't have to be on the field to accept Christ. You can do it in the aisle or wherever you are. One very resourceful guy who couldn't get in because they locked the doors when it was full, climbed over the fence. I don't recommend this, but he did it. Climbed over the fence, got inside, heard the gospel, and he was one of those 5,500 people that went forward to make that commitment to Christ. This is amazing. This is not happening in the Bible Belt. This is not happening in the South. This is happening in Southern California, right? Okay, so I have not given up on this state. I'm praying that we have another spiritual awakening, and if we don't, I don't know what's going to turn our state around. We need the intervention of God. And this is an amazing thing because, we've had 4 great awakenings in American history, as most of you know. And the last one was called the Jesus movement. I'm praying the Lord does it again. And that was a movement. That was a revival among young people. Some of you are old enough to remember that. I came to Christ back then at the age of 17. I'm hobbling a little bit. I have to get a hip replacement soon. So I went from being a hippie to needing a hip replacement. It's sad. I've gone from acid rock to acid reflux. It's not a good thing, okay, but I was there. And I had a front row seat to a genuine spiritual awakening. And one verse that we often quoted in those days was Acts 2:17. It says, in the last days, the Lord says, I'll pour my spirit out on all flesh. Your sons and your daughters will prophesy, and your old men will dream dreams. Well, I was young then. I'm older now. So I guess it's time for me to dream the dreams. And I have a dream, and my dream is, Lord, do it again, and do it in California. Okay, so I talked about it starting to rain. There's a lot of encouraging things happening right now. There's been a dramatic shift in the culture toward the gospel and toward Jesus Christ. In the past, elders and baby boomers tended to be the more committed Christians, but in the last 2 years, that has changed, especially among young people and specifically among young men. Gen Z men are making commitments to Christ at 15 percentage points higher than just 2 years ago, while millennial men have a similar spike of 19 points over the same period. So this is interesting. Usually, girls, come on, you're the ones that are always ahead of us in this. But for once, the girls are not leading the way, men are leading the way, and specifically young men. We need this to happen. Bible sales are up 22%. And guess what? Grandma's not buying the Bibles. It's young people buying the Bible for the first time. So this is new. Charlie Kirk, who of course puts on this conference, made this statement, and I quote, Gen Z and Gen Alpha are coming to Christ in massive numbers. They don't want fluff. They don't want a watered down gospel. They want the tough, honest truth. They want the unfiltered gospel of Christ crucified and the power of the resurrection. And that's right. That is very true. And this in the spiritual movement is affecting everything. There's two Christian songs on the Billboard Top 100 right now. That's never happened before. The runaway success of streaming shows like The Chosen and House of David. It's unprecedented. And then all the people that have been baptized in California. We did a baptism on the heels of our crusade a couple of years ago that we called the Jesus Revolution Baptism. I don't know if you saw the Jesus Revolution film, but it's but so many saw that and were so inspired by the baptism scenes in the film that they wanted to be baptized in the same place where we used to baptize people 50 years ago. And since that film has come out, we did this baptism. On one day, we baptized 4,500 people. That's crazy. Okay, so even in the glory days of the Jesus movement, we didn't baptize that many people in one day. And really, what other hope is there for Gen Z and the Alpha generation? I mentioned they have the highest suicide of any generation. 72% of teens today use AI companions regularly instead of human interaction because they have no one else to talk to. 42% of high school students experience constant sadness. 22% of them have contemplated suicide. The hope is the gospel of Jesus Christ. This is the message. This is the message that we need to hear. So I want to talk for a few moments with you about revival. We hear that word a lot. It's a good word. We hear the word awakening used often interchangeably with it. What is revival, technically? I think we overly mystify this word. Revival means to come back to life. It's restoration. It's refreshment. Think about working out in the sun and you're hot and you have a drink of cool water and have something to eat and you're refreshed, you're replenished, or you have a little plant that's beginning to wither and you give it a little bit of water and it comes back to life. When I was a little kid, I had a little pet turtle and I kept him in this little enclosure with a little plastic palm tree. So one day my pet turtle disappeared. I had no idea where he went. I looked everywhere for this turtle. I couldn't find him. 1 month later, I found him in the sock drawer. He was all shriveled up and dried up, laying on his back. Poor little guy. I thought he's gone. He's left this life. He's gone on to the turtle afterlife, if there is one. But just out of curiosity, I thought, what if he's still alive? And I put him back in his enclosure and poured some water on him, and that little turtle started coming back to life. He lived, he survived it. That's called refreshment. That's called revival, coming back to life. And it's when we come back to life. It's when the church comes back to life again. It's returning to your first love. Jesus speaks to the church of Ephesus and he says, loose paraphrase, I know you guys work really hard. I know you're discerning. That's fantastic. But I have this against you. You have left your first love. Remember, therefore, from where you have fallen and return and do the first works quickly. So it's the 3 R's of getting right with God. The 3 R's of revival. First, you remember. Was there a time in your life when you were more passionate spiritually than you are now? I know I'm not just speaking to Christians here. I'm speaking to pastors and their spouses and those that work in the church. I'm asking you, pastor, was there a time in your life when you were more passionate about Christ, when studying the Bible was your joy, not your job? When prayer was something you did naturally instead of what you're expected to do, when you shared the gospel, when you were just out and about in everyday life instead of just a little wrap up maybe at the end of your message on Sunday morning, have you left your first love? So remember, mark it in time. Was there a time when you were more passionate than you are now? Then he says, repent. Repent, that means to turn around. And then repeat, do the first works quickly. As the Apostle Paul says, get back to where you once belonged. That's the Apostle Paul McCartney from the Beatles. That's the Beatles. But the sentiment of that song is actually biblical and accurate. Get back, do those first works again. See, sometimes being pastors, we can go from that love of teaching the Word of God and wanting to make our church strong and healthy to, wow, how can I get more people in my church? We can suddenly find ourselves becoming more competitive. Now, there's nothing wrong with wanting to see your church grow. Your church should grow spiritually, and your church should grow numerically. We read in the book of Acts that the Lord added to the church daily those that were being saved. But listen, the best kind of growth in a church is the growth of new believers coming to Christ. The best kind. New believers are the lifeblood of the church. Not church transfer growth, new believers. You show me a church that doesn't have a constant flow of new believers coming in, and I will show you a church that is stagnating. So we have a choice before us. We can evangelize or we can fossilize. And I encourage you, leaders, pastors, develop an evangelistic culture in your church. You say, well, I don't even know what that means. It means, first of all, get your passion back for telling other people about Jesus just as a Christian, right? Start there. If you want to start a fire in the pews, start it in the pulpit. It'll start with you. And then give opportunities for people to come to Christ in your services. Extend those invitations and invite people to come to the Lord. You see, younger believers need older believers to stabilize them. Older believers need younger believers to energize them. Right? It's like going to Disneyland with a bunch of adults. What's that all about? You see people now, they dress up like Disney characters. A little weird. Okay. The best way to go to Disneyland is take a child and see it through the eyes of a child. And there's something wonderful when you see a new believer discovering the truths of God for the first time. It excites you. It reminds you. It reminds us of what really matters. So revival is coming back to life again. It starts with us. Revival is waking from sleep. Sort of like you can be in a spiritual lethargy. The pastor earlier quoted Romans 13, the time is more urgent. You know how late it is. Time is running out. Wake up, for our salvation is nearer than when we first believed. Conversations. And their accents are so thick we have to turn the subtitles on. So I'll fall asleep and she'll say, Greg, are you sleeping? And I don't know why. I always deny, no. But in fact, not only was I sleeping, I was snoring. And sometimes we can be that way. One person put it this way, and I like it. If all the sleeping people will wake up, if all the lukewarm people will fire up, if all the dishonest people will confess up, if all the disgruntled people will cheer up, if all the estranged people will make up, if all the gossipers will shut up, if all the true soldiers will stand up, if all the dry bones will shake up, if all the church people will pray up, then we can have a revival. Right? The definitive verse on revival, of course, is 2 Chronicles 7:14. And we all should commit it to memory. And it says, I forgot. No, I didn't. God says, if my people, which are called by my name, will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and forgive their sin and heal their land. Now, contextually, that was given to the nation Israel. But principally, I think it applies to any country. I think it can even apply to a person individually. If my people, which are called by my name, will humble themselves and pray and seek my face, you see, revival starts with us. And not just with our churches, but it starts with you. Because nothing can happen through you until it has first happened to you. And you cannot take people any further than you yourself as a spiritual leader have gone. You set the spiritual pace in your church and with your congregation. Now, in the little bit of time I have left, which is according to my clock, 3 hours. That's awesome. No, I don't. It's 13 minutes and 42 seconds. In my brief time that I have with you, I want to tell you a story from Jonah, a story most of us know. But I want to read Jonah chapter 1, just a couple of verses. The word of the Lord came to Jonah, the son of Amittai, saying, "Go, rise, go to Nineveh, that great city, and preach against it, for their wickedness has come up before me." So God called a guy, a patriotic Israelite, to go to the avowed enemies of his people, the Ninevites. Nineveh was the capital of Syria. It'd be like God going to an Israeli and saying, "Go preach to Hamas and preach so I don't judge them." Your inclination would be, well, why don't you go ahead and judge them, Lord? That's what God was saying to Jonah. Go preach to the people of Nineveh, people that were known. They were famous for their cruelty and atrocities that were so horrific it would make a Nazi blush. And God says, go preach to these people. The population of Nineveh was about the size of San Francisco. And yet, because Jonah ultimately obeyed God, it resulted in the largest single awakening in all of history. So God says, go preach to them. What does Jonah do? We read Jonah rose to flee to Tarshish from the presence of the Lord. And he went down to Joppa and found his ship going to Tarshish and paid the fare and went down into it. And then there he went from the presence of the Lord. You see, he was called to do something he didn't want to do, but he did it ultimately. But it took a little convincing. Because, he's on that boat and the Lord caused a great storm to come. And the boat began to pitch back and forth, and those seasoned sailors started calling on their various deities, hoping that one of them may have had the right God. But there's that visitor. No one really knew this guy. Jonah, they said, get up here and call on your God. And he goes, okay, guys, I have to just come clean with you. I'm an Israelite. I'm a Hebrew. I'm a prophet of the Lord, and I'm running from God. And this storm is happening because of me. And if you throw me over the side of the boat, the storm will stop. They're like, interesting, bye. Over the side he goes. And the Lord caused a great fish to swallow Jonah. We say a whale, and it could have been a whale. There are actually recent stories in the news where people have actually been swallowed momentarily by whales. But the word the Bible uses is sea monster. It might have been a custom designed creature we've never seen since then. It's really not the point. There's only 3 verses in the book of Jonah about the fish, because that's not the story of the book of Jonah. The story of the book of Jonah is how God brought about the greatest revival in human history. God said, go. Jonah said, no. God said, oh. God will always have the last word. Maybe God's called you to do something you don't want to do. Maybe God's called you to a place you did not necessarily want to go to. But Jonah, to his credit, finally obeyed. But it was after he was in the belly of that beast that he finally turned to God, and he had a personal revival. And then he was regurgitated on the shores of Nineveh. So Jonah was believing and barfed, digested and deployed, righteous and Ralphed, bleached and beached, victorious and vomited. I have one more. Barfed and born again. Okay, so... But he went, and what did he do? He said, 40 days in Nineveh will be overthrown. Listen, we need to say the truth. We need to speak the truth. And we need to warn our flocks. We need to educate our people, and we need to teach them how to think and also vote biblically. It's very true. The days of being neutral, the days of not addressing these topics are behind us. We have to engage in the cultural conflict and speak up for what is right. But we also have to remember what our ultimate marching orders are. And they are to go preach the gospel and make disciples of all nations. You know, I've had the privilege with other pastors of visiting President Trump, and I've been criticized for it. Why would you go there, the White House? Because the president invited me. And by the way, he's the only president who ever did. I would have gone if President Biden invited me. I would have. I'd go if any president invited me and share what the Word of God says, but it just so happens that President Trump is the only one who ever has. And I can tell you, being with him privately, he's a very gracious man. He's also one of the funniest guys I've ever met. He's a very good listener. And when someone says, Mr. President, can we pray for you? He always says yes. Because I think the president knows that God spared his life. He knows it. There's no way he should have survived that assassin's bullet under normal circumstances. That was divine intervention. He actually knows this. And he welcomes prayer. So that's a privilege to pray for him and to pray for the other members of his cabinet. But I just realized, and I remember when I go in there, I walk in as a representative of Jesus Christ, and I want to point people to God. That's our job. So I've talked about revival. Revival always leads to evangelism. In fact, if it's a spiritual awakening, so-called, evangelism should happen. And when you look at the 4 great spiritual awakenings in America, the first one, and this was written about by my friend Eric McTaxis in his excellent book on the topic, which you all should read. But he talks about how one of our founding fathers was named George, not George Washington. He was our first president. Our founding father spiritually was a guy named George Whitefield. They came to our shores and preached the gospel, and thousands believed. And so that was spiritual awakening number 1. Number 2 was the Frontier Awakening. Then there was the Fulton Street Revival in New York City, which started with a prayer meeting. And finally, there was the Jesus Movement. But every one of those revivals produced evangelism. It wasn't uncommon to see people out on the streets talking to others about the Lord. I mean, go back to the day of Pentecost. After the Holy Spirit was poured out, we read that they went out and 3,000 were added to their number that day. So they didn't keep it in the upper room. They took it to the streets. After Isaiah encountered the Lord in Isaiah 6, when he says, I saw the Lord sitting upon his throne, and he was high and lifted up, and his glory filled the temple. What did Isaiah say? He said, here I am, Lord, send me. So that's what we all should be doing. We should be saying, Lord, here I am, send me. Look, revival is what God does for us. Evangelism is what we do for God. I can't make a revival happen, nor can you. We cannot organize a revival, though we can agonize for it in prayer. But I'll tell you what we can do, and I'll tell you what we must do. We must preach the gospel. Back to what I said earlier. The Great Commission is to go into all the world and preach the gospel, making disciples of all nations, teaching them to observe all things that Christ has commanded us. And then he says, and lo, I am with you to the end of the age. And when he says, lo, I am with you, that's not just a promise for short people. That's a promise for all people. And it's interesting in context. Effectively, what Jesus is saying is, I will be with you in a special way when you go about fulfilling this great commission. So let's do this. Let's do this together. Are we seeing another spiritual awakening? I hope so. I pray so. And let it begin with you. And let it begin with me. I'm going to do what no preacher has ever done. I'm going to end before my time is up. But I'll tell you what, don't clap for that. That's insulting. You should be saying, no, preach longer. And you're like, clap. No, it's too late. You've already insulted me. It's okay. No, I know, I'm kidding. But I will take up a little bit of that time as we close in prayer. Father, send a spiritual awakening to this state. Turn it around, Lord. Send a spiritual awakening to our churches. I pray that you will bless every pastor in this room. Lord, give him a love for the people you've set before him. Help him to teach the word of God faithfully. Help him to equip the saints for the work of the ministry, and help him to be a bold proclaimer of the gospel. Let our churches grow numerically, yes, Lord, we pray. But most of all, let them grow evangelistically. And let us be used by you to impact our culture and bring men and women and boys and girls to Jesus Christ. Thank you, Lord, for this conference. Thank you, Lord, for this time to be with you. Thank you for the vision you've given to Charlie Kirk and his team. Bless them, Lord, as they press on into the future. And Lord, bless our nation. Bless our leaders. Bless our president. God bless America. And we ask all of this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Can we give it up one more time for all these amazing speakers? Wow, I'm just amazed by this resort, by the turnout of everyone here, by the speakers. You know, we are at one of the premier resorts on the entire West Coast. So I pray that while y'all are here, you feel refreshed, restored, that you just grow and feel ready to go back to your communities and bring the gospel to change some lives. But that is it for tonight. Tomorrow, outside at the terrace at 8 a.m., we'll have some breakfast for you. And then at 9 a.m., we're going to open these doors and we'll start worship. So please enjoy your evening, enjoy the resort, rest up, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I'm happy to be with it, but can't wait for trumpet sounds, oh Lord. I'm so grateful that today I am alive, but until the end of time, I got heaven on my mind. I got people waiting by. Close my eyes and I can see, dancing on them golden streets. Got me dreaming of the day, never leave, we get to stay till I see that welcome sign. I ain't even gonna lie, I got heaven on my mind, on my mind. I got heaven. Life ain't bad down here, but I got
good kind of woke Wednesday type thing. But that is going to do it for us here tonight on Turning Point tonight. By the time when we're recording this, but by the time we're done, I believe the South Park episode with Charlie Kirk will have aired. So check that out. We'll probably talk about it tomorrow, maybe even with Charlie himself. But Charlie is going to take us out in a conversation he had at SAS. We'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. As always, God bless America.
Tired of the hassle and high cost of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Ann a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
It's legal immigration that is also the problem. When you allow a bunch of people into your country legally and they don't share your values, turns out they don't always assimilate. Mamdani and his entire family came here legally. They didn't come across the southern border. No one can tell me that that person is improving the United States of America. He's a self-righteous, narcissistic parasite on New York City and should be expelled from politics. But we let him in. Maybe it's time. Maybe it is time for us to reconsider almost all of our political orthodoxies. Do immigrants really make our country better? Some do. Some of our amazing Cuban immigrants here that I see in the audience, you've assimilated, you make America better. But if you come from Somalia and you refuse to learn our language, adopt to our customs, and assimilate, I'm sorry, America is closed to the third world until further notice. We are not a dumping ground for the rest of the planet. The Democrat Party is trying to figure themselves out right now. And they're in a position where they don't really know their leader, but they will eventually figure it out. They're a major political party, and they're desperate to get back into action. But this is where things really become real very quickly, is that this is the greatest opportunity that I am afraid that some in the Republican Party are messing up. President Trump understands this better than anybody else. You understand how incredible that is, what a death blow it is to win the youth vote as a Republican? Do you know what that means? That means if you hold on to that demographic and that generation, it's done for the left. So shouldn't it be that our leaders should be thinking every single day, how do I hold on to this and grow it? Instead, at times, I don't always feel that energy out of Washington, D.C. Instead, I feel as if they take you for granted, the younger voters that are going through this. And you know what? The next couple of days, we need to make our voice heard. We need to send a message to D.C. and to the rest of the bipartisan cartel that we want our own interests represented. Because if we allow the generational theft to continue, which is the plundering of the next generation, then I'll say it once, I'll say it twice. You will see a radicalization event from the left that will take your breath away. But here is the advantage, everybody, is that we are the ascendant political force. We did the impossible. We turned campuses into MAGA. We moved the youth vote by 20 or 30 points. We turned the country from super woke to all of a sudden super patriotic in a short period of time. But now this is where all of you, it matters. If you are not yet involved in a Turning Point USA chapter, start one. Start a high school or college chapter. Go to the Turning Point USA booth after this and say, I want to go start a chapter. I want to get involved on my college campus. If you are not a student and you're listening to this, politics is now a 24/7 sport. Get involved in your school board. Get involved in your city council. Support your local Turning Point USA chapter. Hold your Senate accountable. Who here is from South Carolina? Anybody from South Carolina? Great. Go primary Lindsey Graham and make sure he's no longer a sitting U.S. Senator. Who here is from, let's pick a state. Who here is from Kentucky? Anybody from Kentucky? Great. I'm behind Nate Morris. I think he'd be a great person to replace Mitch McConnell. We need to make sure that the Mitch McConnell era ends in Kentucky and does not continue to spread. Everybody, this movement is a grassroots movement at its core. And it's a question the next couple of days, and you're going to hear from a wide variety of speakers. You're going to hear from Tucker Carlson tonight. You're going to hear from Donald Trump Jr. You're going to hear from Megyn Kelly. You're going to hear from Pete Hegseth. You're going to hear from Kristi Noem. And it is time for us to chart a vision. President Donald Trump took the entire country on his shoulders and was millimeters away from having his brains blown out. Oh, and by the way, we're going to remember it this weekend. This weekend is July 13th, where President Trump was this close from losing his life. But everybody, what a tragedy it would be if by divine intervention God saved the country and we decided to just cast it aside. Where we have this ascendant, exciting, charismatic, bottom-up energy of young people from across America. And the mandate is very simple. Business as usual as DC will no longer work. It is time for us to get involved in primaries. It's time for us to make our voice heard. It's time for us to take over the Republican Party in a conservative image. It's time for us to support the good guys and out the bad guys. And at times, for all the young people out there, you need to keep fighting on your college campus. I know you're outnumbered by the purple-haired jihadis on a daily basis. I know that everybody on a college campus, they try to intimidate you. They try to threaten you. But everyone who's not a student in here, I want to reiterate this. What they're doing is one of the hardest things to do in the United States of America. They are deciding to be less popular on campus. They are deciding to actually speak out with a high social cost. They're deciding, even though it might jeopardize their job, their career, or their reputation, to put their country over themselves. And I think that deserves recognition and gratitude, because that is what is the best of this country is. I'll close with this. We've been given this gift, popular vote majority, electoral vote majority, and now it's on us. We have to execute. We have to have mass deportations. We have to make sure the border wall is secure. We have to make sure that we fulfill all of our promises when it comes to transparency. We have to make sure that young people can afford homes. If we fail to do this, the coalition will be put in jeopardy. I have faith in President Trump. I do not have faith in the Republican Congress. These next couple of days here in Tampa, Florida, all 7,000 of you, you are the center of the political universe on the planet right now. Everybody is looking to Tampa, Florida. What will happen here will chart a new future course. Marriages will happen this weekend. Lifetime friendships will happen this weekend. Careers will start this weekend. And my challenge for all of you is hold yourself to a higher standard. Make this an action event. This is not like just going to a Tampa Bay Buccaneers game and applauding all the time. Every speaker say, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? Apply the applause into action. We've been given this gift. The next generation helped put Donald Trump into the White House. What comes next will determine whether or not we're a civilization, we're just a collection of colonies and strangers in our own nation. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
And so I want people to see him and understand who he is. This is a person that has a problem with people of color. period. I don't care how many black MAGA out there with their hats. I want to be clear when we look at who it is that he's kicking out of this country as people of color. I've got news for the president. I am not going anywhere. No matter how many squiggly lines they draw in the state of Texas, I will be back and I will be on his behind and making sure the real accountability that the American people are demanding, whether they're Democrats, Republicans, or independents, that it is had when the Democrats take control of this House in the midterms.
On transgender athletes in the Olympics, back to the safety, especially of female combat boxers, will the Department of Justice considering pressing charges against any man that tries to masquerade as a woman coming into this country to beat up American athletes? And secondly, would your administration consider genetic testing so that these people can prove that they're actually women competing?
Well, I think there is going to be a very strong form of testing. As far as charges, I'd have to ask the Attorney General about that. I don't know. But there will be a very, very strong form of testing. And if the test doesn't come out appropriately, they won't be in the Olympics.
This is extraordinarily stupid. It's extraordinarily stupid on so many counts. Barack Obama had nothing to do with this by anybody's accounts. And when poor John Durham was made to sacrifice his professional career to go around the world investigating the investigators, he found nothing and ended up making a fool of himself. I mean, we even found out that the two documents that supposedly, fed into the Clinton conspiracy, that she was the one pushing this, actually was Russian disinformation.
Democrats are sick and tired of showing up to fights with the wrong weaponry. We've been pushed around by Mitch McConnell and the Republicans for far too long. And of course, we're going to take the opportunity when we see it to redistrict in a way that is favorable to us. We would be stupid not to. But it doesn't change the facts on the ground. There was a bill in 2021 that all the Democrats supported that would have had a national ban on redistricting in this way. And all the Republicans opposed it.
Well, I think they've abandoned the state. Nobody's seen anything like it, even though they've done it twice before. And in a certain way, it almost looks like they've abandoned the state. It looks very bad. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Should the FBI get involved? Should the FBI get involved?
Well, they may have to. They may have to. No, I know they want them back. Not only the Attorney General, the governor wants them back. If you look, I mean, the governor of Texas is demanding they come back. So a lot of people are demanding they come back. You can't just sit it out. You have to go back. You have to fight it out. That's what elections are all about.
President Obama directed that a National Security Council meeting be called to talk about Russia. They were tasked to create an intelligence assessment that detailed how Moscow tried to influence the election, not if, but how. And this was the beginning of this manufactured intelligence assessment where they knowingly wrote things in this assessment that were false, and they knew they were false.
I mean, I think the Mamdani-like policies, the policies that you've mentioned fighting for, I think stands out for me as examples of the kind of work that we need to be doing.
A Trump administration source telling The Angle that a criminal investigation of Adam Schiff is underway, conducted by U.S. Attorney's Office in Maryland for possible charges involving mortgage fraud. Now, this follows the story we broke last month when the Federal Housing Finance Agency sent a criminal referral to the DOJ alleging that Schiff, in multiple instances, falsified bank documents and property records to acquire more favorable loan terms. In a 2011 affidavit signed by the then California congressman, he certified that a property in Montgomery County, Maryland, is his primary residence. He also owns a condo in Burbank, California, which he's also claimed is his primary residence, and said so in 2023 during his campaign for Senate.
Do you agree that the heir apparent to MAGA is J.D. Vance?
Well, I think most likely, in all fairness, he's the vice president. I think Marco is also somebody that maybe would get together with J.D. in some form. I also think we have incredible people, some of the people on the stage right here. So it's too early, obviously, to talk about it, but certainly he's doing a great job, and he would be probably favored at this point.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country. I am back in mission control here in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. It is the Bitcoin.com studio and not the mobile Bitcoin.com studio. It is the actual Bitcoin.com studio. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We are honored to be with you as always. There's so much news happening. We have Lieutenant General Michael Flynn joining us in just a couple of moments about Russiagate, about Obamagate, and the path forward on whether we're going to indict John Brennan, James Comey, or Barack Obama. What is the game plan? What does he know? We're going to dive into that. But first, amazingly, crime is actually going down across the country. The Donald Trump effect is real. The more that we do mass deportations, the more that criminals know that they might end up getting a prison sentence, the more that we're seeing the rate of violent crime decrease. But that is not stopping, of course, all violent crime. Washington, D.C. is no different. Washington, D.C., we saw a massive increase in carjackings when we just decided to stop policing. Now, let's just take a step back. I was recently asked to give advice to a group of Republican lawmakers and donors. They said, Charlie, what is the issue that you think Republicans should own and should be known for? I said, honestly, we should be much tougher on crime. We need more people in jail. We need more arrests. We need no, let's just say, ease. We need no accommodation to criminals. People do not like criminals. Make liberals defend them and celebrate them. We need more police officers. We need higher standards. We need more rigidity. We do not have enough people in jail in this country. And that is shocking when people hear that. They say, oh, we have a prison industrial complex. We're just a more violent country than other countries. We also, the average rapist only spends about 5 to 6 years in prison. Where are all the suburban women that talk about how terrible rape is, as they should, and yet they're not marching in the streets demanding that rapists spend more time in jail? More people in jail, longer sentences, and more cops on the street, more enforcement. One of my hopes is to turn the Republican Party into a resolutely stronger party on crime. The Democrats, they can't do this because they think it's racist. They have to pander to a criminal base of their party. And they think everything is through racial and systemic terms. We are not harsh enough on crime in this country. We put up with it too much. We try to accommodate the criminal. And this is not just about stopping criminals. If you enforce the law, housing will be cheaper because more of the country will be livable. When you think about it, why is it housing prices go up so much? Because you have a small group of law-abiding young people that want to live in certain zip codes. Why don't you open up more zip codes? If you enforce the law, we'll have more manufacturing here in America. If you enforce the law, the economy will grow faster, and the economic loss from crime is in trillions of dollars. The Republican Party needs to become harsher and harder on crime. President Donald Trump agrees. If I had to rank President Donald Trump as being 10 out of 10 on certain issues, he is 10 out of 10 And at his best, he is in the flow state, as we call it, when it comes to border and crime. President Donald Trump is in that kind of Michael Jordan fourth quarter. Watch him do his best work when it comes to crime and when it comes to the border. Unquestionably the best American president on immigration and on crime, in the zone. When America has less crime, everything is better. That's why the left loves crime so much and makes everything worse. And just a couple days ago, something happened in Washington, D.C. that caught the president's attention. By the way, we're still waiting for hate crime arrest in Cincinnati of the young woman that was nearly beat to death, hospitalized, had to take an Uber home while the police watched her, Holly, in Cincinnati. We're still waiting for hate crime arrest because she was obviously targeted because of the color of her skin. It was a black on white hate crime, not an arrest yet. We're expecting arrests from this Department of Justice. We are eagerly anticipating it. We are ready to receive those arrest warrants, and the mayor never even called her. But unfortunately, another situation happened in Washington, D.C. involving someone that has been, boy, he's had a year. I actually had a chance to meet this young man and text with this young man. He is known as Big Balls. Now, remember, Big Balls nearly got run out of the government because he was a quote-unquote racist. Remember? Big Balls nearly got run out of the government. This is a very important story, everybody. Now, I want you guys, Blake, can you remind me why he almost got run out of the government? It was some tweet or social media post, and J.D. Vance stood up for Big Balls. His name is Edward Corstini. And he was basically the victim of an online lynch mob trying to kick him out of the federal government for thought crimes, for he said something spicy. But this is so important. Oh, is it a different guy? I thought they were trying to run this guy out. It wasn't Big Balls? Oh, a different guy said the Indian thing. Got it. Big Balls is just a meme. Got it. Well, Big Balls apparently is, quote unquote, a different person on the team. So I stand corrected. But the point remains. They were trying to run this guy out of government. They were trying to run him out of government because of Doge. They were trying to dox this young man. They were trying to destroy this young man's life. That is correct. What happened the other night was remarkable. Two teenagers were I'm so sick of this. Oh, yeah, teenagers. I wonder, teenagers at 3 a.m. going wilding, trying to carjack. Teenagers. Do you notice they never use the race when it's blacks, but they almost always use the race when it's whites? And if it ends up being two white offenders, I will correct the record and I will apologize. I will. We don't quite know yet, but I have a sneaking suspicion I think we all know because they're not telling us. Two teenagers, ridiculous, were arrested. Don't you guys hate that? Isn't teenage crime the problem in this country? You know, teenage carjacking. Two teenagers were arrested in connection to the attempted carjacking of a former Department of Government Efficiency staffer known as Big Balls. Authorities said the 15-year-old suspects who were charged with the unarmed carjacking were among several teens who allegedly approached the victim, Edward Costanini, and a woman police identified around 3 a.m. Sunday in the Washington's Logan Circle neighborhood. This group allegedly made comments about taking the car before Costanini pushed his significant other into the vehicle for safety and prepared to confront the group. Law enforcement officials said Costanini turned to face the teenagers and several of them attacked him until police patrolling the area intervened. The group fled on foot when the police approached, authorities said. And so this is heroic behavior. This is like Trump and Butler. This is Daniel Penny-esque. This young man should be on the front page of every single newspaper. This is the type of son that I want this is the type of man I want my son to grow up to be. To defend women against a mob. And I think we know what kind of mob it actually is. I don't see it on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. I don't see it on the front page of the New York Times. Mike Lee wants to give him the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Now, if he had shot and killed one of these attackers, they would try to indict him for murder. That is the left. But here is a young white man who's working in the federal government as a Doge staffer. Very similar to Kyle Rittenhouse. And we are only saying, well, these were just a bunch of youths and teenagers. Oh, a bunch of teenagers going carjacking at 3 a.m. We should no longer put up with this. We should treat juvenile individuals at an adult threshold. We should have the juvenile threshold at the adult. And this young man could have been killed. President Trump is calling for 14 years and older, and he is right. And I believe it's time to exercise the federalization of Washington, D.C. Bring in the troops, cut out the crime, federalize Washington, D.C. President Trump has the power to do it. He has exercising home rule over the nation's capital. Make D.C. the safest city in America. Bring in the Marines. Call in the Insurrection Act. Make the crime go to zero. Use it as an example. Make D.C. as safe as Tokyo. Make D.C. as safe as Singapore. Make D.C. as safe as Seoul, South Korea. We can do it, but we choose not to because we don't want to we don't want to offend the teenagers. You see, I know so many of you, when you're out at night, you're worried about teenager crime. How can we call ourselves a superpower when our great capital is a dangerous dump? Beijing isn't like this. Tokyo's not like this. But D.C. is, and it's because we're choosing. It's time to federalize D.C., roll in the tanks, bring in the military, federalize the town, and bring teenage crime to zero. Z-Factor. Z-Factor goes beyond melatonin. Z-Factor uses a combination of 4 natural ingredients to help relax your mind so you fall asleep quicker. And once you fall asleep, you stay asleep. Z-Factor was developed by Relief Factor, so you can count on the science behind it. Right now, call 1-800-4RELIEF or call $19.95 for a 30-day supply. That is 1-800-4RELIEF or visit ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com. Boy, I hate teenager crime. We'll be right back.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
1 in 3 U.S. consumers have been a victim of identity theft, even when they did all the right things to protect their personal information.
I thought we did enough to keep a nightmare like this from happening.
Even if you take steps to protect your personal information, banks, hospitals, employers, and many government agencies all have your personal information too. And when they're exposed, careful monitoring of your accounts and credit won't be enough.
It's scary when you think about how easily this kind of stuff occurs.
And you might not find out until the damage is almost impossible to fix. LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats others could miss, far beyond what you could possibly monitor on your own. And if you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed. Plus, all plans include identity theft restoration, guaranteed, or your money back. Call now or go online and use promo code NOW35 to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
This week on Real America's Pop Culture, Adrian Gray dives into the latest celebrity drama.
Dolly said she's stepping away from songwriting, and we all felt that in our soul.
Unfiltered truths.
Speaking of another unstoppable woman, let's talk Caitlin Clark. Even if she chooses to apologize for her white privilege, I assure you she won't be apologizing for her incredible talent.
And takes on Fry Festival's Billy McFarland with the tough questions no one else will ask.
You've been called a scammer, a hustler, and a con artist.
She's not backing down.
I didn't physically hurt anybody. No one died.
Speak directly to the people you let down, the vendors, the ticket buyers, the employees. What message do you have to say to them right now?
Don't miss Real America's Pop Culture.
Are you ready?
This Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern and again at midnight, only on Real America's Voice.
Let's get into it.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. So another video is going viral. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. Senator Cory Booker tweeted out a response to one of my viral contention videos that I had on Jubilee from a guy by the name of Garrison Hayes. I believe that's his name. And it's very linked to the first topic here. So Garrison Hayes says that I was wrong in a video where I said that 13% of the population, blacks, commit well over 50% of the crimes. And he says, wrong, 38% of America's prison population is black, and that's according to the U.S. government. Now, his response is statistically illiterate, and he talks about exonerations. It's very, he goes to great lengths to try to fight against the reality that black America commits way more crimes than the percentage of their population. And it's an unnecessary rationalization. The fact that you have to rationalize it is an impediment to solving the problem. Play cut 380.
Black Americans are about 13 to 14% of the population.
Yes.
About half of all prisoners are black.
Wrong. Just 38% of America's prison population is black. That's according to the U.S. government. But it makes you wonder why Charlie feels the need to add an additional 12% to the black prison population. Could it be because his bigoted talking points only work if he exaggerates them? If Charlie were actually looking for the race that makes up half the prison population in the U.S., he'd look no further than white people at 57%.
Exactly. So blacks commit more crimes than whites do.
Wrong.
No, blacks absolutely commit more crimes than white people. Number one, do you know what per capita means, Harrison? Do you understand fractions? Or is it Garrison, whatever his name is? Garrison, Harrison, I don't know. So whites, which are 57% of the population, have a lower prison threshold than their allotment in the American population. And whites count Hispanics as white too. So whites plus Hispanics are actually lower than their threshold in the federal data. But let me dive deeper into this. So let me play his second piece of tape here. Play cut 381.
What's painfully obvious is that Charlie Kirk isn't interested in understanding the statistics he so carelessly misquotes. He's interested in making bad faith arguments, something that becomes even more obvious in his next point.
Blacks are 13% of the population, and they commit 58% of all the murders.
Wrong again, and loud this time. If Charlie were interested in honesty, he would have mentioned the other 1350 statistic. Yes, black people are about 13% of the population, but make up 53% of all criminal exoneration. And then people like you have the nerve to parade these stats around as though they prove something. The reality is that you probably know these stats, but you leave them out on purpose, because to bring that stat into this conversation would make some people think. And that's the last thing a person like you wants.
All right, Garrison. By the way, you're welcome. We'll have a chat anytime. I'll explain to you what per capita and what a fraction means if you can understand that, Garrison. Exonerations are only a tiny share of total convictions. We literally have 2 million people in jail or in prison at any time, but the total number of exonerations is only a few thousand. If blacks are 55% of murder exonerations and also about 55% of murder convictions, then that indicates that really they're getting convicted at the right rate. If they were wrongly convicted all the time, there'd be higher share of exonerations. Just 38% of prisoners are black means they're also vastly overrepresented of all crimes. Also, 57% it lumps in white and Hispanics into all the white category. And finally, the key is this. So much of black crime goes without arrest and conviction and a prison sentence. Half of all Chicago murders are unsolved. If we actually arrested every single black criminal, it would go to 60 or 65%. And that's just the rough math of the unsolved black on black crime in downtown Chicago because of anti-snitch culture and lack of policing. In most dangerous cities, police are overwhelmed and there is bad reporting and 911 calls go unanswered. And the left, meanwhile, wants to pile up grievances and let criminals roam free. And yes, there is a number right here that I was citing in 2019 FBI data. And interestingly, we haven't gotten the data in a while, but I know under Kash Patel we will. 51% of all murder arrests were black Americans. 13% of the population, 51% of all the murders. And a sitting senator just applauded this nonsense. And we're not even bothering to mention random muggings. We're not even bothering to solve the carjackers. And they call me a racist. They just stop it. This is not 2016. This doesn't mean anything. I'm the only one actually fighting to make black neighborhoods safer. You peddling this garbage, Garrison Hayes, or whatever your name is, you're siding with criminals. And Garrison Hayes cannot get past the irrefutable piece of information that black America has almost a multiple effect on their proportion of the population versus the crimes that they commit. And until we can say that truth repeatedly, openly, and honestly, we will not solve the teenage crime issue in this country. General Flynn next.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just one day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being along for the ride. President Trump is giving Vice President J.D. Vance the nod to be the next Republican nominee for president.
Do you agree that the heir apparent to MAGA is J.D. Vance?
Well, I think most likely, in all fairness, he's the vice president. I think Marco is also somebody that maybe would get together with J.D. in some form. I also think we have incredible people, some of the people on the stage right here. So it's too early, obviously, to talk about it, but certainly he's doing a great job, and he would be probably favored at this point.
As you just heard, apart from giving his vice president the edge in keeping the White House under Republican leadership, the commander-in-chief going on to float the idea of Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio teaming up for the 2028 GOP presidential ticket. While President Trump's statement isn't necessarily an endorsement, it is still major for Vance's presidential ambitions should he want the job. The 40-year-old vice president has proven himself to be a key diplomat and surrogate for selling President Trump's domestic and foreign policy agenda. Similarly, Secretary Rubio has cut his teeth as the first person since Henry Kissinger to serve as both Secretary of State and National Security Advisor. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer is out with deposition subpoenas for Bill and Hillary Clinton as part of his panel's probe into the crimes perpetrated by Jeffrey Epstein. The committee has also subpoenaed former FBI directors James Comey and Robert Mueller, along with former attorneys general Loretta Lynch, Eric Holder, Merrick Garland, Jeff Sessions, and Bill Barr. Bill and Hillary Clinton, by the way, are being asked to appear before the panel in early October, while Attorneys General Barr and Sessions are set for late August. Attorneys General Holder and Lynch are set to appear in September. Happening this evening, in the meantime, Vice President J.D. Vance expected to host top administration officials, including Attorney General Pam Bondi, along with Todd Blanche, FBI Director Kash Patel, and White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles to strategize about next steps in the Jeffrey Epstein case. The administration is reportedly considering releasing the transcript from the Justice Department's recent interview with Epstein co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell as well. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, you have a lot of choices for cell phone service with new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that is Patriot Mobile. The good news is that you can switch to Patriot Mobile today without sacrificing quality or service. If you're worried about coverage, don't be. Patriot Mobile uses all three major U.S. networks. If you have service in this country today, you'll have good or better coverage with Patriot Mobile. If you think switching is a hassle, it's not. You'll keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade, and Patriot Mobile's 100% U.S.-based customer support team will get you activated in just minutes from the comfort of your home. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. Use promo code Charlie and get a free month of service. Switch today. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Joining us now is Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. Sir, great to see you. Thank you so much for taking the time. I want to take a step back before we get into the details of Obamagate and Russiagate. I want you to remind everyone what happened to you and what the FBI did to you. We have a lot of younger listeners in our audience that are not as familiar or have memory of it. They didn't live through it. The FBI sent people to entrap you in the guise of offering you help in the first days of the administration. You were patient zero, sir. Please walk us through it and remind us.
Yeah, so for your audience, Charlie, when President Obama first met with President-elect Trump right after the 2016 presidential election, he had a very short conversation with him. And President Obama at that time told President Trump that he should not hire me. And it was very odd. And Trump and I spoke about that after his meeting with Obama. It was just odd that why would the President of the United States, in transitioning the entirety of the government, point out one person, in this case, me, to not hire? And of course, you know, what Trump did was he then hired me as the national security advisor. And we now know, Charlie, so if you go back and you look at the dates and the timeline, now we know about this 8 December 2016 meeting. We know about the 5 January 2017 meeting where there was collusion inside the Oval Office led by Barack Obama. And it's very clear now. The evidence is really clear. We were able to, in my case, sort of jump forward, to fast forward. Jim Comey, the director of the FBI, sent in 2 agents to my office. They interviewed me, no problem. And I didn't have any issues with it. I'd been working with the FBI for the better part of 15 years prior to that. And I didn't lie to them then. And they actually said that. They wrote it down. We found that out in evidence later on. They then came after me very hard when the Mueller investigation hit. When they came after me, this is where they brought my family in, right? And they threatened me, and they threatened my son, my youngest son, who was about to have a child, with basically all kinds of felony counts, and we're going to throw you in prison, you know, for years. So that was all true. That's all come out. And they went after me because, you know, why? Why did Obama say that to Trump? Why did Obama go after me so hard early on? Because, Charlie, there's been, you know, and I'll pat myself on the back here. There's not been a national security advisor to the United States of America with my background. Not one. I mean, going back to Henry Kissinger, who I met three times to do kind of a handoff.
And let me interject. You were also very cautious on Russia. You see, they needed to take you. They needed to take you out because they wanted to get to a kinetic war against Russia, and you had a much more cautious, realistic, and restrained approach to Russia. So you were critical not only to manufacture the Russian narrative because they tried to, you know, gin up something because of some trip that you took or whatever, but to use you as a centerpiece. You were a stumbling block because you did not believe in the DC empire's view that Russia was our greatest enemy. You were necessary for removal. I would argue that if you sustained through the first Trump administration, that we might never have had Russiagate. Please continue.
Yeah, no, I agree. You know, one of the things that I talked to Trump about during the 2016 campaign, and certainly going into the administration after he won, was I wanted, and I still am, I still believe this, we must pull Russia out of the influence, the sphere of influence that China has, right? China is really the sort of the wolf at the door here. So we have to pull Russia, and that's what I was talking about then. We've got to figure out ways to pull them out. We've never been to war. We've never been at war with Russia. Russia supported us during World War II. Russia supported us in the Middle East. I mean, most people, maybe a lot in your audience don't realize, but we were working with the Russian Navy. We were working with Russian military in places like Syria, going against Al-Qaeda and ISIS. So we had a great relationship after the end of the Cold War. I actually worked and trained with Russian forces in different training exercises and scenarios that we had in the 90s and into the early 2000s, and of course until 9/11. So Russia actually, and I wrote something in the last 4 days here, Charlie, about sort of rules for diplomacy that I would, bring your audience to the attention of that. But there's 80% in a good poll, 80% of the Russian people in Russia today, mostly young people, Charlie, want a more positive relationship with the United States of America because they feel aligned with us. So back then in the 2016, 2017 timeframe, the Obama administration did some really terrible things. They expelled a bunch of Russians. They put sanctions on the Russians for no other reason than to upset the incoming Trump administration. And one of the actions that I took, among many, talking to foreign leaders, which I was authorized to do and fully by rights to do, I spoke with the Russians multiple times to let them know, look, let's let cool heads prevail. President Trump has a different view on foreign policy. Let us get into the office of the presidency so we can start a different tack going down the road when it came to Russia. The Obama administration wasn't having anything of it, and frankly, the intelligence community and many on both sides of the political aisle that likes to have a war, a boogeyman in the name of Russia, because, Charlie, and this is for your audience, there are billions and billions of dollars that flow into the coffers as long as we have that boogeyman called Russia. And the American taxpayers, Charlie, we can't afford it anymore. We can't afford to have these wars going on. And for everybody that's
it's also just dumb. Even if we could afford it, we should not be at war against Russia. Even if we were endlessly rich and we had a sovereign wealth fund, it is not in our geopolitical interest. I don't like Putin. You don't like Putin. I don't like the way they've been acting. I don't like the fact they bomb churches on Palm Sunday. That really bothered me when they did that. But the real enemy is all to the east. It's the Chinese Communist Party. Can we build a hegemonic coalition against the rise of the Chinese Communist Party? It's all about China. And so much of this is about trying to distract and divide, separate what should be a coalition against the Chinese Communist Party. So now let's talk about John Brennan. I'm of the opinion, and I want your opinion, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, that we need to be very cautious and very careful going about possibly indicting Barack Obama himself. I think we should start with John Brennan. I think John Brennan is the central nervous system. He's the offensive coordinator. He was calling the plays. He was the maestro of the orchestra. I think that is the lowest hanging fruit, and he does not have presidential immunity. Do you agree? And if so, what could he be charged for realistically?
Yeah, I do agree that he is the sort of the linchpin here, Charlie. And I do think that there are people, in fact, I know because partly Tulsi has said it, but I also am aware that there are whistleblowers that have come forward with some very, very egregious information as it relates to that man that you're showing right now. There are going to be other leaders that were in the rooms with Barack Obama, with those two, with Obama and Brennan, that are also going to, they're going to talk because they don't want to get into trouble here. There is a conspiracy, and it is still an ongoing conspiracy. And so all this talk about statutes of limitations, I'll leave it to the constitutional lawyers who have studied this thing and looked at the problems that this guy is involved in, that Brennan is involved in. But he's got a lot. He's at risk right now in a big, big way. And I have a funny feeling that once you start to bring these people in, and I've been very public about guys like Jim Clapper, because Jim Clapper, I believe you bring Jim Clapper in, Jim Clapper will spill the beans. Jim Clapper has already said publicly on a cable news network that they were ordered by Obama to do it. We now see the evidence. So he said it, and that's fine. But now we have the evidence coming out of the Director of National Intelligence's mouth and documented that shows that, in fact, these things happened. Tulsi Gabbard the other day on another show talked about these things happening. So the legalities of what these people are facing, I think, are severe. It has to happen. I think that the president of the United States also needs to understand this, again, for your young audience. The president of the United States is the president of the United States. He is the commander-in-chief, but he's also the chief law enforcement officer of the country, not the attorney general. The attorney general is the attorney general, and frankly, you don't even need to be a lawyer to be the attorney general of the United States of America. Most people don't know that. But the chief law enforcement officer is the president, who has extraordinary authority and power, executive power, and the president's going to have to weigh in from time to time to direct his justice system to follow what I call the constitutional order of our country, to go after and hold to account people like Brennan, people like Jim Comey, and there are going to be others. And once they start that ball rolling and they start holding these people accountable, I think, and frankly, the evidence is there. We don't need years-long investigations. The evidence is there, and frankly, for the courageousness of Tulsi Gabbard, who I'm a big fan of, she's exposing more and more. And what these people do know, Charlie, is they know that there's more to come. I mean, she is like a good lawyer, and even though she's not one, she's holding cards that these people know exist people like him know exist. People like Comey know exist. She's holding these cards because they're going to use them in the courtroom, right? In the system that we call, our constitutional order, right? And so when this happens, Katie barred the door as to what these people are going to start talking about. But that has to happen. At the same time, President Trump is having to deal with the situation in the Middle East. He's having to deal with frankly, it's a losing war in Ukraine. So Ukraine lost the war. It's that part is done. They're already talking about 60-year-olds trying to get 60-year-olds to serve in the Ukrainian military. So it is a giant money laundering pit, and that needs to end. And the president, he knows that, but he's got to really take heed of the type of advice that he's getting. But his number one priority, Charlie, and I'll finish with this, is what we all have come to believe in, this phrase, not make America great again. That's Trump's campaign bumper sticker, and it got him 2 victories. But really the phrase is America first. And America first is not in isolation to the rest of the world.
No, this is important.
America first is getting and making sure that we take care of our country. Listen, for the young people of the future.
Stay there. We're gonna blow the brakes. It's America first, not America only. It's a very important distinction. It's America leader, it's America first, but it's also we do not want America everywhere. That's also a difference. It's not America everywhere. President Trump has blazed a new trail. Stay right there. We're going to go through the breaks. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, amazing. Okay, if you guys want, listen, if you want someone all of a sudden at your door, hello, who's there? Oh, it's the Good Ranchers, man. That's right. They will deliver steaks to your door, Wagyu burgers to your door. GoodRanchers.com. Use promo code Kirk to get your first free meat for life, plus $40 off chicken wings, hot dogs, bacon. I just had the Good Ranchers meat the other day. It was unbelievable. You can just taste the succulence. You can hear it on the grill. You just dream of it. It's amazing. GoodRanchers.com, promo code Kirk. GoodRanchers.com, promo code Kirk. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn continues in just a moment. Okay, everybody, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn is with us. Let's play cut 393, please, if we have that loaded.
John Brennan and Jim Comey and I are part of the group that were tasked by President Obama to put together all the reporting we had on the Russian interference, and which we did. President Obama directly and personally confronted Putin about the Russian interference in September and did not accept at face value Putin's protestations. John Brennan directly did the same thing with his counterpart.
Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, was that the clip that you were mentioning?
Yeah, I'd say that's perfect. That was perfect. So thank you for teeing that up. So for your audience, so he said in September, and that's September of 2016. What's very important is on the 3rd of August of 2016, 3 August 2016, back to Brennan, he brought into President Obama at that time into the Oval Office the dossier and told Obama at that time that was made up information from the Hillary Clinton campaign that they were going to use as their October surprise against Trump to win the presidency. So Brennan and Obama on the 3rd of August of 2016 knew then that it was made up baloney from the Hillary Clinton campaign to attack Trump so she could be the president. So here's Clapper. It's a really important piece of evidence here that Clapper says in September, so a month later, here is Clapper saying that the president directed him as the director of national intelligence to gather all the evidence about what Russia was doing to interfere in our elections. Well, Obama already knew that this scheme was in play. That was August of 2016. Now we fast forward, Trump wins. And I'll remind your audience again, there was a very famous text message that I brought out in my case from Strzok to his lover and number 2 lawyer at the FBI, Lisa Page. Peter Strzok was the deputy director of counterespionage for the FBI. And in his text message to her is, if Trump wins, we have a insurance policy, right? If he should win, we have an insurance policy. Well, after I get picked by Trump, after Obama said, no, we can't have him, I get picked by Trump to be the national security advisor. Now it's like, oh my God, this guy who ran one of the largest intelligence agencies in the world, had a very different view and was very close to Trump on our foreign policy ideas. On the 8th of December, this is one of the bombshells that Tulsi discovered. On the 8th of December, in the Oval Office, after Trump beat Hillary, which they didn't expect, they then sat in that meeting and they conspired to start the engines of Russia going. Fast forward one more month, 5 January 2017, they did it again. This time in that meeting, and this is hard evidence, Charlie, in the court of law, hard evidence that during that 5 January meeting, they said, essentially, we need to get Flynn out in order to get Trump, okay? And we know that because there were notes that were written by people in that meeting that we were able to put out in my case.
Yep. Stay right there.
Your audience
right
thinks I spent 5 years in prison.
Hold on. One sec. We're here with Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. Hold on one sec. So My Patriot Supply this summer isn't just hot, it's historic. Flash flood warnings are at a 40-year high, and it's not slowing down. Towns underwater and roads washed out. And in every crisis, the same scene. Crowds standing in line and waiting for bottled water, waiting for food, waiting for someone to show up and save them. They tell you that help is on the way, but what if it's not? What if help takes days or doesn't come at all? You think the system's built to protect you? They can only handle so much of emergency. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. That is mypatriotsupply.com. So check it out right now, mypatriotsupply.com. mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk to find out how you can claim your 4-week free emergency food supply. That is mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. Finish your thought, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. And please also, in your answer, what do you want the administration to focus on that you're afraid they might miss in the cacophony of corruption here? What would you say is the strategic plan, the pinpoint, the North Star that we can't lose sight of? Lieutenant General Michael Flynn.
Thank you, Charlie. I think for Trump really needs to remind people what our country is all about. That light, right, on the hill, right? He's got to give hope to the American people, and the way he gives us that hope is by telling the American people that, look, here is our plan, what's already been exposed, to do things to reform the government, to reduce the size of the government. And he's already talking about our economy and the things that we need to do, as we just talked about, America first. But it does not mean America alone. He also is he must end this war in Ukraine. He has to. We can't keep, pouring more money into a sieve. He's got to end that war. And he also needs to figure out a way to bring the Middle East back to the Abraham Accords, which I thought was one of the fundamental, the big ticket marks on his previous administration. So those are 3 big issues. The idea of hope matters to the American people, but it's hope with a purpose. And that purpose means you're going to have to hold people accountable. The president is going to have to spend, days of his time directly involved in where are we with holding these people accountable, because the American people, Charlie, are not walking away from this. They are not walking away from the idea of accountability.
So I want to zero in on two things you said. I might keep you a little bit beyond the break here because it's so important. The Russia thing, I completely agree. I don't think we should be sending more weapons to Ukraine. I know why Trump is doing it, and I can even make an argument for it, and I sympathize for it. But how do we end this thing then? Because it seems as if Putin does not want a settlement to it. If you were advising, what is the way that we could come to a conclusion to this Russian-Ukrainian war?
Yeah, I think, President Putin made a statement yesterday, I think it was 24 hours ago, and it's very important, and Trump should listen to it. If one of his advisors hasn't brought it to him, Trump needs to listen to Putin's speech like in the last 24, 48 hours. And his speech, he said, these are our lines, right? So Trump needs to call up Putin, and he needs to say, okay, where are you? And I'm just talking about the two of them. I'm not talking about with Zelensky, because Zelensky is neutered. He's not effective. Trump needs to call up Putin and say, where is it in that in that red lines, those red lines that you drew, that you are willing to negotiate. Are you willing to negotiate? Are you willing to negotiate, let's say, an election in the 4 Donbasses, the 4 provinces that Putin mentioned in his speech? Are you willing to talk about, because there's a place, geography, and I'll point your audience to it, a place called Odessa, and Crimea. We have to think about that. Also, east of the Urals, the Ural Mountains are in Russia, right? And east of the Urals matter, and Trump and Putin, if Putin was listening to me right now, Charlie, and Obama, and Trump was listening to me, they would know what that means. The other thing is, Charlie, we tend to think about Ukraine in isolation of just that piece of geography. Cuba matters, Venezuela matters, other parts of the world matter in these alliances and these structures that we have. So the United States of America ought to be bringing in Cuba. What's the future relationship that we're going to have with the Cubans? What's our future relationship that we're going to have with the Venezuelans? I mean, there's more to negotiating than just that piece of turf that splits the Russian Federation and Ukraine right now. And frankly, I think personally, I would tell Trump, NATO has to be off the table, because Putin, and they're just not going to allow it. And frankly, if you go back to the 1994 Budapest Accords, where we committed to no expansion of NATO, and I wrote about this in an article that I published in the last 48 hours here about my rules for diplomacy. People can go to my website to read it, or go follow me on X, read it. We've lied. We basically lied as a nation.
Stay there. I'm going to keep you for 5 more minutes, okay? Lieutenant General Michael Flynn,
Charlie.
stay right there.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy for less than $1 a day. Now get